Chapter 1. The Madness Before the Apocalypse. Fear, screams, death, despair. If survival requires compassion, charity, and protection, it should be eradicated by evolution. Welcome to the apocalypse. The countdown has begun. Chen Tiansheng abruptly awoke from his slumber. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat, his entire body soaked. His heavy breathing was laden with a grave sense of confusion, accompanied by a trio of soul-searching inquiries. Am I not dead? Who am I? Where am I? This was an utterly ordinary office, with the computer screen in the cubicle flickering with a screensaver. Chen Tiansheng's mind was in disarray, struggling to discern whether he was dreaming or experiencing reality. Previously, he had been one of the lowest-tier laborers in a harsh world, merely surviving in the dire conditions of the apocalypse. Yet, everything before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the office where he had worked before the end times. Wait, Chen Tiansheng suddenly realized, frantically checking the date on the computer and repeatedly confirming the scene outside the window. Despite the incredulity of the situation, he was unequivocally certain that he had been reborn. Memories surged forth like a spring. Before the cataclysm, he had merely been a beleaguered code monkey, freshly graduated from university and employed at a modest IT company. He had worked for less than half a year when the calamity struck, transforming the world overnight, unleashing hordes of zombies, shattering societal norms, and extinguishing humanity. He had struggled to survive for a decade in the apocalypse, ultimately perishing amidst a tidal wave of the undead, reduced to mere cannon fodder. Who could have anticipated that fate would grant him a chance to start anew? Reborn 10 years prior. Haha. He couldn't help but laugh aloud, instinctively glancing at the time. 7:49 a.m., which meant there was still time before the apocalypse. Ding dong. Just as Chen Tiansheng was lost in thought, a series of vivid red numbers suddenly appeared before him. Apocalypse countdown, 11 hours, 10 minutes, and 23 seconds. The numbers continued to dwindle. There's a countdown? Chen Tiansheng found himself bewildered, staring incredulously at the countdown that had materialized out of thin air, unable to fathom the reason behind this notification. Slap! While Chen Tiansheng was in a daze, someone suddenly slapped the back of his head, followed by a voice dripping with disdain. Are you insane? I hear you laughing like an idiot the moment you step through the door. You scare me. Chen Tiansheng turned around in fury, confronting a face filled with revulsion. His name was Zhao Zihao, the operations development manager and the boss's brother-in-law, who had taken pleasure in bullying him even before the apocalypse. During the past 6 months of employment, he had been a frequent target of Zhao Zihao's harassment. Moreover, when the apocalypse erupted, the trapped employees formed a small clique, with Zhao Zihao leveraging his managerial position, treating Chen Tiansheng like a slave, which resulted in inadequate resources during the evolution of the apocalypse. One misstep led to another, and for a decade in the apocalypse, he was relegated to the lowest echelons. The original sin lay with him, the one he loathed to the core. Zhao Zihao, contemplating this, a murderous intent ignited in Chen Tiansheng's eyes. However, Zhao Zihao remained oblivious, continuing his tirade. You couldn't even finish the work after pulling an all-nighter. What are you staring at? Do you want to forfeit your bonus? Do you dare glare at me? Zhao Zihao raised his hand, preparing to strike Chen Tiansheng's head as he had done countless times before. But as he lifted his hand, it was seized by Chen Tiansheng. With a look of unbridled hatred, Chen Tiansheng responded, What do you think you're doing? You dare fight back? Ah! Zhao Zihao's screams echoed throughout the office. Employees accustomed to arriving early stood in shock at the spectacle. Chen Tiansheng had always been a mere shadow in the company, meek and submissive, allowing anyone to command and humiliate him, always bowing and scraping in deference. What had happened today that made him seem like a different person? With Zhao Zihao's wrist gripped tightly, like a vice, the excruciating pain prompted Zhao Zihao to scream in agony, yet he still failed to grasp the situation, lashing out with insults. Chen Tiansheng, you bastard born without a father. You dare to twist my arm? You're finished. You can kiss your salary and bonus goodbye. Murderous rage filled Chen Tiansheng's eyes, consuming his entire being. You call me a bastard? Very well. Leaning closer to Zhao Zihao's ear, he spoke coldly. Zhao, I originally intended to kill you, but I have since changed my mind. If I kill you now, You won't get to experience the despair of the apocalypse. Accustomed to his arrogance, Zhao Zihao shouted defiantly, "Who do you think you're scaring?" I. Before he could finish his threat, Chen Tiansheng twisted with force, and with a crack, Zhao Zihao's arm contorted grotesquely. "Ah, my arm. Chen Tiansheng, you bastard. You're dead. I will kill you." Yet this was merely the beginning. Chen Tiansheng seized Zhao Zihao's other arm, and with another forceful twist, the sound of a complete fracture echoed through the air. "Ah!" Zhao Zihao's agonized screams resonated throughout the entire floor. Colleagues gasped in shock. "Chen Tiansheng, have you lost your mind?" Some sycophants attempted to intervene to protect Manager Zhao. Yet, when faced with Chen Tiansheng's glare, the overwhelming aura of murder left them trembling, none daring to step forward to offer assistance. "Ah, I was wrong. Spare me." The excruciating pain finally brought Zhao Zihao to his senses, his once arrogant demeanor replaced with desperate pleas as his arms lay broken. "Umph." Chen Tiansheng's gaze remained as cold as steel. "From the moment you call me a bastard, your fate was sealed." With that, he delivered a crushing kick to Zhao Zihao's knee. The sound of shattering bone sent chills down everyone's spine, rendering them powerless to intervene. Chen Tiansheng delivered another kick, utterly pulverizing Zhao Zihao's knee before he turned back to his desk, casting a frigid glance over the room, casually picking up a simple ballpoint pen. "Zhao, it's time to settle our accounts." Zhao Zihao, writhing in pain, watched as Chen Tiansheng approached, his face paling in terror, stripped of any trace of his former arrogance. "What do you want? Don't come any closer. Call the police. Someone call the police." Lying helplessly on the ground like a beaten dog, Zhao Zihao could no longer resist. Chen Tiansheng squatted before him, regarding his pitiful state with indifference. "How you used to treat me. This hand strikes my head daily. I must have grown accustomed to it by now." Seizing Zhao Zihao's fractured right hand, a ballpoint pen was plunged into his arm, piercing through flesh, and blood gushed forth, a horrifying spectacle. The sight of such carnage caused several female colleagues in the company to faint, their eyelids fluttering in shock. Male colleagues trembled in fear, hastily retrieving their phones to call the authorities. Yet Chen Tiansheng paid no heed to anyone else. With a mere ballpoint pen, he severed all the tendons in Zhao Zihao's hands and feet, grinning maniacally as he whispered, "Prepare to embrace your apocalypse." Having said that, he disregarded Zhao Zihao entirely, rising nonchalantly to leave the company, laughing arrogantly amidst the crowd. Madness. Chen Tiansheng has gone insane. Chapter 2. Betrayal before the apocalypse. Upon exiting the company, he inhaled greedily the air of a world yet untouched by calamity, savoring the last moments of tranquility before the impending disaster. In his previous life, at precisely 7 p.m. on September 12th, a sudden downpour irrevocably altered the world. Survivors refer to this day as the cataclysm, marking the divide between the old world and the new. Chen Tiansheng never imagined that one day he would be reborn before the cataclysm. This was a divine opportunity granted to him. If that is the case, then let me traverse this forthcoming apocalypse. As the wail of police sirens drew nearer, Chen Tiansheng vanished silently into the throngs of people. The countdown to the apocalypse stood at 10 hours, 49 minutes, and 50 seconds. The current time was 8:11 a.m. Drawing upon memories and experiences gleaned from the cataclysm, Chen Tiansheng's first course of action was to visit the bank and withdraw all his meager savings. With only 3,721 in his possession, it was sufficient to navigate the initial turmoil of the cataclysm. Arriving at a shopping mall, he recalled that survival was paramount. He first procured waterproof hiking jackets, a backpack, and essential outdoor gear. He even acquired a gas mask and goggles. These were to protect against the viral agents in the air. Only with complete protection could he ensure he would not be infected and thus maneuver through the apocalypse. The total expenditure approached 1,000. Next, he sought to acquire suitable weaponry. To excel in his endeavors, one must first equip oneself with the right tools. Given the domestic market conditions prior to the cataclysm, firearms were unattainable, and bows and crossbows were prohibitively expensive. With just over 2,000 left, he had to be frugal. The most practical melee weapon would logically be a fire axe. However, upon attempting to purchase one, he encountered a significant issue. Given his current physical state, the axe was too heavy, He could scarcely lift it, let alone wield it against the zombie. In the midst of his dilemma, the shopkeeper remarked, "By your attire, it seems you intend to venture into the wild?" "Yes," Chen Tiansheng replied as the shopkeeper presented a folding entrenching tool. "This is quite suitable. A multifunctional, portable entrenching tool that can serve as both an axe and a hammer, with dozens of functions, making it perfect for outdoor survival." Upon seeing the entrenching tool, Chen Tiansheng's eyes lit up. "I'll take it." The next step was to stock up on food. However, just as he was about to leave the mall, he chanced upon a store selling an officially licensed American shield, which piqued his interest. Before the cataclysm, the shield was merely a collector's item, but after the event, based on a decade of experience, it proved invaluable for combating the hordes of the undead. A shield could block attacks, while a single-handed axe could dispatch foes with remarkable efficiency and safety. Without hesitation, he purchased the shield. After completing these errands, Chen Tiansheng found himself with just over 1,000 remaining. Next, he needed to find a secure base of operations, using the remainder of his funds to acquire food and water. The location of this base should not be near the city center, with low foot traffic and a high degree of seclusion. As he pondered, a sudden epiphany struck him. Am I foolish? How could I forget my rental apartment? I still have a home. In his previous life, during the outbreak of the cataclysm, he had been working overtime at the company and had been trapped inside. At the moment the apocalypse erupted, a mere 100 meters could mean life or death, not to mention the several kilometers to the development zone. With this thought, Chen Tiansheng also recalled a significant person from his past. He had a girlfriend before the cataclysm. This was not entirely his fault. Having suddenly been reborn, memories from a decade ago had long since faded. Moreover, they had only dated for 3 months, and with his constant overtime, they hardly saw each other. After 10 years without any news of her during the apocalypse, her memory had faded from his mind. Never mind, I will return home first. Chen Tiansheng took the bus and then the subway, arriving at the development zone after 2 hours. He first visited the supermarket at the foot of his apartment building, placing all the cash he had left on the counter. Bottled water, canned goods, ham sausages, instant noodles. 1,000 yuan's worth of supplies was no small sum. But after the cataclysm erupted, these would be essential items, becoming hard currency. To survive, a single ham sausage could exchange for a great deal, including the very essence of humanity. He pushed a cart laden with boxes of varying sizes to his apartment door. Room 303, rented for less than half a year. A space that felt both familiar and strange. Upon opening the door and entering with a box, he suddenly heard an incongruous sound. Curiously, he turned to glance toward the bedroom, his suspicion mounting as he strode confidently to the doorway. On the bed in the bedroom lay a man and a woman, both looking flustered. The woman, pale-faced, shielded her body with a blanket, while the man, bare-chested, hurriedly pulled on his pants. An awkward scene had been interrupted, and an indescribable atmosphere pervaded the air. "Landlord, Lulei." Chen Tiansheng's expression remained unchanged, though his feelings were a tumult of anger and sorrow. "Let me explain," Ma Qianqian pleaded, her face flushed as she attempted to justify herself. The landlord, Lulei, had given up pretense and directly confronted him. "What's there to explain? You caught us today, and I'm not afraid. I'll be honest with you. I've been with Qianqian for nearly 2 months now. You're never home, so what could we do?" Chen Tiansheng remained remarkably composed. "Are you done? Once you are, get dressed and leave immediately." His indifference and calmness left both Ma Qianqian and Lu Lei momentarily bewildered. "What did he mean?" "Chen Tiansheng, you stop right there." Ma Qianqian, both embarrassed and furious, recognized her wrongdoing in the affair, but being treated as if she were invisible was utterly unacceptable. Ma Qianqian was a rural girl working in the city, having never attended college. She had never experienced the complexities of the world. Upon meeting Chen Tiansheng, she had compromised for the sake of survival. Yet, over time, as she learned to apply makeup and adorned her face with powder, she began to perceive herself as naturally beautiful. Initially, she admired Chen Tiansheng for his education, but now she began to disdain him as a mere pauper. "Chen Tiansheng, elucidate your stance. What is this attitude? Every day, I toil late into the night, confronting the darkness alone. When we were together, what did you promise? Have you been true to me?" Individuals, when they err, invariably concoct excuses, often perceiving themselves as the aggrieved party. At this moment, Ma Tianxian felt profoundly wronged, channeling her discontent and grievances onto Chen Tiansheng, as if the fault lay with another. Speak up. Ignoring me, what does that signify? Chen Tiansheng had no time to engage. He was preoccupied with relocating boxes, transporting them one by one into the kitchen. Lu Lei, now dressed, lit a cigarette and mockingly surveyed the industrious Chen Tiansheng. Stop hauling those boxes. What's the point? Lu Lei kicked one of the boxes with disdain, stating, let's lay our cards on the table. Your girlfriend is skilled in bed and not unappealing. Do yourself a favor and vacate. Don't linger like a parasite. Chen Tiansheng glanced at the time, inhaled deeply, and turned to Lu Lei. This matter holds no significance for me. You two may leave. I shall act as if nothing has transpired. Chen Tiansheng felt this way partly because he harbored no affection for Ma Tianxian, and partly due to the moral decay witnessed over a decade in a post-apocalyptic world. He had seen it all. The trees long for tranquility, yet the winds persist. Chen Tiansheng remained silent, but Lu Lei was quick to object. Who are you telling to leave? This is my house. If anyone should go, it's you. Chapter 3. The beginning of the apocalypse. Landlord Lu Lei arrogantly draped his arm over Ma Tianxian's shoulder. Don't feel wronged. A coward like him won't dare to do anything to you. Lu Gu. Ma Tianxian gazed at Lu Lei with longing eyes. Didn't you promise to love me for a lifetime? Lu Lei lifted Ma Tianxian's chin, brazenly declaring, rest assured, I am not like certain individuals. I am a man. And he is nothing but a coward. You deserve better than to be with him. Ma Tianxian responded with sarcasm. Indeed, I regret it immensely. I was so blind to have been with such a scoundrel. Without skills or wealth, he only knows how to endure humiliation. People like him don't deserve to live. Their banter had long since depleted Chen Tiansheng's patience. If it weren't for the impending catastrophe, he would have relished the thought of silencing this pair. However, upon reflection, eliminating them now would only spare them the horrors of the apocalypse, a consideration that rendered the act unworthy. Chen Tiansheng spoke coldly. I have contemplated much on the way back. In the future, I will ensure your happiness in this desolate world. I find your performance amusing. However, enough is enough. He glanced at his watch and continued, in 3 hours, you will understand. I do not wish to see you two leave. Lu Lei stepped forward arrogantly. Do you comprehend the current situation? This is my house. If anyone should leave, it should be you. His words lacked conviction as he jabbed Chen Tiansheng's chest with his finger. Today, I will teach you what it means to have power and wealth. Not only can I take your woman, but I can also make you leave. That's real capability. Chen Tiansheng, now truly irritated, forcefully twisted Lu Lei's hand. My forbearance does not imply I lack temper. Your audacity is your downfall. With each step forward, Lu Lei retreated, and their energies shifted entirely. Let go of me. If you dare to touch me, I will have someone kill you. Chen Tiansheng's gaze was icy. Are you truly that arrogant? With a sharp crack, Lu Lei's arm dislocated, followed by a fracture. Lu Lei's anguished cries filled the room. Ma Tianxian stood in shock, knowing Chen Tiansheng's character. He was an honest man who didn't retaliate even when insulted. Yet today, he dared to inflict harm. Tiansheng, let go. What are you trying to do? Ma Tianxian had just allied herself with Lu Lei, and she would not allow Chen Tiansheng to ruin her plans. She rushed forward to intervene, but suddenly, a hand grasped her throat tightly. Chen Tiansheng's expression was cold, his voice like that of a demon from the underworld. Do not force my hand. I fear I may not hold back. Now leave. With a forceful toss, he hurled them both out the door. Bang! The security door slammed shut. You scum. You'll regret this. You won't have a good end. Ma Tianxian pounded furiously on the door. Lu Lei clutched his fractured arm, his face contorted with rage as he cursed. Just wait. I will kill you. I must kill you. Realizing the situation, Ma Tianxian hurried to support Lu Lei. Lu Gu, we need to go to the hospital. Chen Tiansheng closed the door, attempting to regain his composure. With less than 3 hours until the apocalypse erupted, there was still time to prepare. He retrieved transparent tape from his home to seal the gaps in the doors and windows, particularly the balcony. Then, he dismantled furniture, using a hammer and nails to reinforce the security door. As he completed these tasks, darkness began to envelop the sky. At 6:50 p.m., with only 10 minutes remaining until the apocalypse, lights flickered on in countless homes, and traffic surged through the streets. Lu Lei, with his arm in a cast, angrily exited a vehicle, followed closely by Ma Tianxian. Lu Lei bowed before a bald man, eagerly gesturing toward the third-floor window. The person is upstairs. Chong. You must help me take revenge. How dare he bully my brother? He must be dealt with. The bald man spat, discarding a cigarette butt, and viciously commanded. Go in and drag him out. I want to break his limbs. A group of thugs brandished baseball bats and galvanized steel pipes, surging into the stairwell. With only 9 minutes remaining, Chen Tiansheng silently stood by the window, awaiting the final moment of the apocalypse. He caught sight of Lu Lei and his entourage seeking revenge, and his gaze turned cold. Unaware of your impending doom, you will soon witness your fate. The new building had but one stairwell, and the group of 10 or so made their way to room 301, banging on the door, their noise echoing throughout the building. Open up. We know you're home. Open the door, or we'll kick it down. Bang, bang. Chen Tiansheng remained indifferent at the window, aware that now was not the time to engage with these lowly thugs. What if they were infected? It would be an unworthy risk. Just then, police sirens approached, gradually entering the neighborhood and stopping below the building. Lu Lei and the bald man, who had previously been so boastful, now resembled mice caught in a cat's gaze, their bravado dissipating. Wei Chong, what are you doing here? A patrol officer inquired as he exited the vehicle, followed by a dozen fully armed team members, the show of force indicating they were well prepared. The bald man quickly donned a smile, bowing and scraping. Ah, Captain Wang, what brings you to the development area? I am familiar with this area. What case are you investigating? I can guide you. Captain Wang scoffed. We are here to find someone. Is a Chen Tiansheng residing in 301? Upon hearing the name, Lu Lei's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly attempted to twist the narrative. Officer, I report this. I am the landlord of 301, and my tenant is Chen Tiansheng. Today, when I went to collect rent, he refused to pay and broke my arm. Just look at my injury. Lu Lei employed the tactic of the villain, first accusing the innocent, seizing the initiative, and fearing he might not be able to explain himself later. Captain Wang's expression hardened as he solemnly stated, so he is indeed in 301? Yes. He is cornered inside. I will lead you there. Lu Lei, astutely reading Captain Wang's demeanor, sensed that he was not the target of their investigation, and his spirits lifted. Captain Wang, sensing the gravity of the situation, called out, quickly. Call in for backup. We need support immediately. The perpetrator is dangerous and vicious. Everyone, be extremely cautious. But just then, the night sky transformed. Inside, Chen Tiansheng gazed at the ominous clouds rolling in, a sense of foreboding settling in. It's here. Countdown to the apocalypse. 3, 2, 1. The apocalypse has arrived. The system has activated. As Chen Tiansheng prepared to don his gas mask, he suddenly froze, astonished and elated. The countdown was part of the system. Chapter 4. Let the apocalypse come with greater fury. In this moment, at this second, across the globe, the skies darkened under a shroud of black clouds. The oppressive clouds descended like a mountain, swiftly enveloping the sky, obscuring the sun. The atmosphere pressed down, creating an indescribable weight that made breathing feel laborious. On the streets, all pedestrians instinctively looked up, puzzled by the sudden and eerie weather. Is it going to rain? The storm arrived unexpectedly, catching everyone off guard. The bald man called from the stairwell, Captain Wang, it looks like it's going to rain. Come in and take shelter. With the storm's abrupt onset and the urgency of their mission, Captain Wang's mood soured. He instructed his team and hurried them into the stairwell. As soon as they entered, torrential rain poured down. The deluge cascaded like the Milky Way, fierce and relentless. This strange weather, Captain Wang muttered to himself. But the urgency of the task compelled him to ascend the stairs with the intent of apprehending the perpetrator. Leading the way was Bald Chong, who casually inquired, Captain Wang, what crime has this scoundrel committed? Intentional injury, resulting in severe bodily harm. His methods are ruthless. He's quite a formidable character. Captain Wang replied while drawing his firearm to inspect the ammunition. Bald Chong and his companions were taken aback, glancing incredulously at Lu Lei. At that moment, both Lu Lei and Ma Qianxian were equally bewildered. The Chen Tiansheng they knew was a spineless individual, one who endured humiliation without protest. He wouldn't even dare to engage in a fight, let alone inflict harm on others. Surely, they must be mistaken about his identity? As they pondered, they arrived at the door of room 301. Upon seeing a group of thugs armed with clubs loitering at the entrance, Captain Wang's expression darkened immediately. Bald Chong hastily explained, Captain, this is perfect. We can assist you and save you some effort. Captain Wang, however, was even more disdainful. Do not interfere. Law enforcement is our responsibility. If you cause a disturbance, I will arrest you as well. With that, he approached the door and knocked. Open up. I am a police officer. You have committed an assault in your company. Please cooperate with our investigation. There was no response from within. What is going on? Captain Wang turned to question. Are you certain he is home? Absolutely certain. He has not left at all. The landlord Lu Lei volunteered. I am the landlord. I have the key. With a grin, he stepped forward to unlock the door. Just then, faint footsteps echoed from downstairs, and the team members dispatched to carry out the mission rushed upstairs. Though many were drenched from the rain, resembling drowned rats, Lu Lei felt a surge of satisfaction, eagerly anticipating how Chen Tiansheng would meet his end once the door was opened. Click! The key turned, but the security door remained impervious. What is going on? You dare to lock it from the inside? Chen Tiansheng, open the door. Lu Lei shouted angrily. I command you to open it. Resisting arrest is a serious crime. At that moment, a fully armed team member, Xiao Qiu, began to feel discomfort in his throat, initially attributing it to nerves. However, his heartbeat quickened, and his consciousness began to fade. Xiao Qiu, what is wrong? His teammate inquired. The next moment, Xiao Qiu's body began to tremble violently, his fingers stiffening into claw-like shapes. Xiao Qiu, what is happening to you? Everyone noticed Xiao Qiu's unusual behavior, and concern spread among the team, while the onlooking thugs whispered among themselves. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. Xiao Qiu's pupils turned pitch black, consuming his eyes, and his mouth gaped wide, his facial expression grotesquely distorted. Xiao Qiu! Captain Wang exclaimed. Xiao Qiu! He! Before anyone could react, Xiao Qiu erupted in madness, viciously attacking his teammates. Blood sprayed everywhere, creating a horrific scene. What is happening? Lu Lei was utterly stunned, while Ma Qianqian was equally shocked, her face pale with terror, rendered speechless. Step back, everyone. Clear the way. Captain Wang pushed his way to the front, struggling to restrain Xiao Qiu alongside his team. However, when they finally pulled him away, Xiao Qiu was drenched in blood, his expression monstrous, and his eyes were unnaturally white. Xiao Qiu, now completely frenzied, began to tear into the others, ripping away large chunks of flesh in a scene of utter carnage. He has gone mad. Stop him. Captain Wang was thoroughly confused, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. The corridor descended into pandemonium, and outside, on the streets, or rather across the globe, anyone who had been caught in the rain was undergoing a transformation at that very moment. Attacks, crashes, screams, agonizing wails. A cataclysm had begun, subjecting human civilization to an unprecedented trial, but this was merely the beginning. In the corridor, Xiao Qiu rampaged violently. Those he bit, along with others who had been rained on, began exhibiting abnormal behavior. Captain Wang struggled to regain control, desperately trying to manage the situation. Someone shouted, "It's zombies." They turned into zombies. Although zombies were a creation of film and television, the symptoms were strikingly similar, prompting immediate associations. The situation spiraled further out of control, the number of transformed individuals multiplying rapidly. Some screamed, others fled, while some raised their weapons. Stop, or I will shoot. Captain Wang trembled, gun aimed at his former comrades. His heart a tumult of emotions. The zombies, now devoid of reason, savagely tore into their companions, reducing them to bloody remnants. Hearing Captain Wang's shouts, the zombies lunged at him. Bang! Gunfire erupted, and fallen comrades lay in pools of blood, prompting the other transformed zombies to rush towards their former leader. Shoot! Shoot! What are you waiting for? Bald Chong was paralyzed with fear, urging everyone to flee upstairs. Lu Lei, recovering from his shock, frantically pounded on the door, shouting, "Open the door! This is my house! Let me in!" Ma Qianqian also regained her composure, crying out and banging on the door. Chen Tiansheng, please open the door. I beg you. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out, and the zombies drew ever closer. Lu Lei had long lost his nerve, dragging Ma Qianqian as they fled upstairs. The stairwell was filled with the stench of blood. Inside room 301, Chen Tiansheng paid no mind to the chaos outside, his thoughts consumed by the system before him. As a programmer, he was well versed in systems. This was the first time he had encountered a system since the cataclysm of the previous decade. Despite hearing about new humans and superhumans, as well as mutated beasts, with the horrifying screams echoing outside, a mix of emotions surged within him, Was it excitement, exhilaration, or perhaps a detached fear? His body trembled with anticipation. The more he felt this way, the more invigorated he became. In his past life, he had barely survived through the 10 years of the apocalypse. Now, reborn and equipped with a system, if he could not navigate this new reality, he might as well perish. Come forth, let the apocalypse arrive with greater ferocity. Chapter 5. A Dance of Demons. Fear, screams, death, despair. The cataclysm unfolded simultaneously in every corner of the world. Chen Tiansheng sat on the sofa in room 301, gradually calming his tumultuous emotions as he began to patiently explore the system. The system interface was remarkably simple. A virtual character image divided into head, torso, and limbs, upper arms and legs, accompanied by complex data, physique, strength, speed, mental power. With a wave of his hand, the next page revealed a points system, where the only purchase available was a gift pack. 10 points could be exchanged for one attempt. 100 points allowed for a tenfold draw. Another wave revealed another page, though it was temporarily locked, leaving its status inaccessible. After studying it for a while, Chen Tiansheng furrowed his brow. This resembles a game setup. Killing zombies earns points, and points can be exchanged for power. Could it be that those formidable superhumans possess systems as well? It was unclear whether others had systems. But from his experiences during the previous apocalypse, he knew that acquiring superpowers relied on the mutated pineal glands found in zombie brains, colloquially known as mutated crystals. The cataclysm erupted approximately 3 months into the apocalypse. The currency system collapsed, and to obtain resources, one could only trade mutated crystals for food at survival bases. These bases amassed mutated crystals, which, after scientific refinement, extracted energy, granting individuals special abilities. These people were commonly referred to as new humans. In the early days of the apocalypse, people were unaware of the significance of mutated crystals. Everyone was terrified, hiding and struggling to survive, causing most to miss the first wave of evolution. In his past life, Chen Tiansheng had been manipulated and received no benefits, leading to 5 years of survival, while everyone evolved into new humans before he was fortunate enough to receive a gene-enhancing serum. But at that time, the strong were numerous, and his abilities were feeble, relegating him to the role of cannon fodder. This time, he vowed that he would not allow tragedy to repeat itself. Outside, the polluted rain continues to fall. According to scientists in a previous life, this rain is tainted with prion viruses. On the first day of the apocalypse, 100 individuals caught in the rain were infected. During the first 3 days, the concentration of prion viruses in the air was alarmingly high, with an infection rate of approximately 50. With no immediate actions available, he resolved to rest well, conserve his energy, and wait for the rain to cease. Surviving the infection period would allow him to venture out and hunt zombies, gather mutated crystal cores, and explore the mechanics of the point exchange system. In the face of the apocalypse, Chen Tiansheng felt a sense of preparedness, unlike others who were far more unsettled. Lu Lei, a product of privilege, owned multiple properties in the development zone. Room 601 was among them, where those who had managed to escape the disaster were now sheltering. Originally, the tenant was a minor internet celebrity who found herself surrounded by a group of individuals, both thugs and police, helplessly watching the news. An emergency broadcast interrupted regular programming, announcing that a polluted rain had fallen across the globe. Scientists claimed it contained a significant amount of prion viruses and urged the public to remain indoors to prevent the spread of infection. The message was clear: self-isolate and trust in the government, as rescue would arrive within 3 days. A bald man, frustrated, slapped his forehead in disbelief. How had the virus suddenly erupted? What exactly was this prion virus? Confusion enveloped everyone present. Captain Wang, standing by the window, spoke with a somber tone. I've heard of it. The zombie deer in America and mad cow disease in Europe are caused by this virus. The gravity of his words sent a wave of panic through the room. With eyes closed, Captain Wang continued, perhaps this is Pandora's box, a divine punishment for humanity. This is the end of the world. We are doomed. Without warning, he drew his gun and aimed it at his own temple. I refuse to become a flesh-eating zombie. My love, I will join you. The gunshot rang out, splattering blood, sending everyone into a frenzy of screams and desperate attempts to flee. Ma Qianqian, unable to contain herself, retched uncontrollably. The chaos drew the attention of the zombies in the corridor, their relentless pounding on the door growing louder. Silence. Everyone shut up. The bald man yelled. striking the female influencer across the face. He quickly turned to brace the door with a chair, nervously stepping back while grabbing Captain Wang's gun, trembling as he pointed it toward the entrance. At that moment, a thunderous crash echoed, followed by a blinding flash that pierced through the air. Lights and appliances flickered and succumbed to the surge, plunging the room into darkness. The sound of thunder rolled on, lasting for what felt like an eternity. As darkness enveloped them, screams erupted once more. "Quiet. If you keep yelling, I will be the first to silence you," the bald man, terrified yet emboldened with the gun, shouted, his hands shaking but his gaze resolute. The female influencer stifled her sobs, while Chen Tiansheng, pale and trembling, crouched in a corner, with a weapon in hand. The bald man's confidence surged. He was not a good man to begin with, and now, the threat of zombies seemed less daunting. "We are all going to die anyway. It makes no difference if it's today or tomorrow. You come with me," he snarled, roughly yanking the influencer by her hair towards the bedroom. "Shut up. If you dare to scream again, I'll send you to hell first." Outside, the zombies growled. Inside the bedroom, there were pleas for mercy. The global storm of lightning and thunder had destroyed most electrical infrastructure, leaving computers, phones, and communication devices inoperative. With the cessation of the storm, a dark age had descended. Captain Wang's words rang true. This was indeed Pandora's box, the commencement of the apocalypse. Laws and humanity were utterly overturned at this moment. The polluted rain fell throughout the night. As dawn broke, the sun pierced through the thick clouds, illuminating the blood-stained city. The sky remained gray, and the air was still tainted with a nauseating stench. Although the polluted rain had ceased, transformations continued to occur everywhere. In just one night, the world had undergone a cataclysmic change. Order collapsed, humanity eroded, zombies roamed freely, and human civilization faced unprecedented turmoil, with millennia of progress in technology and economy vanishing overnight. Chen Tiansheng had survived 2 days and nights, enduring the most perilous period of infection. Early the next morning, excitedly donning a gas mask and armed with a military shovel, he was prepared to take decisive action. The security door was sealed shut, but he had no intention of using it. He opened the balcony window. Adjacent to the corridor's floor-to-ceiling window, a carefully calculated escape route. He tied the shovel with a rope and, with all his strength, hurled it, shattering the corridor window. The glass shattered, cascading down from the height. Without hesitation, he climbed out, his feet finding the edge of the balcony. The cold wind whipped around him, and his heart raced. Yet, he felt no fear. He had performed such daring feats in his previous life and was well versed in the art of survival. After a brief wait, indeed, the zombies in the corridor responded to the commotion, their hands, arms, and bodies reaching out through the window, growling and snarling. The zombies, devoid of pain, paid no heed to their lacerated skin from the shattered glass and continued to surge madly toward the opening. When one zombie's head finally emerged, Chen Tiansheng could no longer contain his exhilaration. "Come forth, you beasts." With that, the blade fell swiftly. Points earned, 1. Chapter 6. Unexpected discovery. It must be said that the military shovel proved to be an excellent weapon for dispatching zombies. With a single strike, a zombie's head was cleaved open, its putrid decay spilling forth, the creature collapsing motionless in the window. Yet, this was merely one, judging by the claw marks. There were likely 34 more zombies lurking. The cacophony of shattering glass and frantic shrieks echoed throughout the corridor, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. The bedroom door of room 601 swung open. The bald man, gun in hand, hastily dressed. "What's happening out there?" A trembling subordinate answered, "I don't know, brother. It sounds like zombies are breaking in. It's terrifying." The bald man kicked the quaking subordinate. "Look at you, coward. If those beasts dare to come, I'll blow them away." Despite his bravado, his hands trembled as he approached the door, pressing his ear against it to listen for sounds in the corridor. With 3 floors between them, he could only imagine the scene. In his mind, a zombie had broken through a window into someone's home, devouring that unfortunate soul. The thought of such a horrific scene sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to retreat and shout, "Don't just stand there. Quick, move the furniture to block the door. If zombies get in, we're all done for." Before the apocalypse, the bald man was a local bully, and now armed with a gun, he was even more authoritative. Chen Tiansheng, utilizing the advantage of terrain, dispatched for zombies. Gripping the balcony edge with one hand while using the military shovel to excavate mutated crystal cores. To an outsider, this gruesome task would evoke nausea. Yet, for someone who had spent 10 years in the apocalypse, cleaning up the battlefield was a task reserved for the lowly. After years of honing his skills, he had become adept at it. Having collected 4 mutated crystal cores, he flipped back onto the balcony, crouching down to catch his breath. Though the task was not particularly strenuous, his current physical state was weak. Utilizing the terrain to take down 4 zombies was his limit. In a direct confrontation, taking down even 2 would have been a tremendous challenge. Regardless, for mutated crystal cores in hand, he opened the system panel to find he had indeed gained 4 points. Only 4 points? So little? A single package costs 10 points, and I need to kill 10 zombies. Sighing, he pulled out a mutated crystal core to examine it when the system suddenly emitted a mechanical synthesis sound. Gene evolution energy detected. Would you like to absorb it? Chen Tiansheng was taken aback. He had intended only to gather mutated crystal cores for later trade once the survival base was established. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon an additional opportunity. Evolution energy, absorb it. Confirm absorption. As soon as Chen Tiansheng's voice faded, the abilities of the 4 mutated crystal nuclei flowed like a gentle stream, penetrating his arm and coursing through his body, ultimately reaching his brain. He felt a tumultuous chaos in his mind, dizziness overwhelming him, accompanied by a wave of nausea. Could it be that he was infected? In his previous life, he had managed to evade infection by enduring a fortnight of overtime at the company, and now he found himself in a situation he could scarcely comprehend. Regret and fear surged within him. No. I refuse to become a zombie. Absolutely not. In the next instant, clarity flooded his mind, and the world around him appeared more vivid than ever before. Previously, he had struggled with nearsightedness, but now, as his mind cleared, he was astonished to realize that his vision had fully returned to normal. After a moment of astonishment, he quickly summoned the system to assess his virtual bodily condition. Physical condition, 1 strength, 1 speed, 1 mental power, 1 He stood up and moved his body, feeling as if the fatigue had evaporated. Not only had his stamina returned, but he felt even more invigorated than before. Incredible. Savoring this newfound vitality, Chen Tiansheng was determined to seize the day. He picked up his equipment and leaped back outside, shattering the remnants of the broken window, the sound echoing through the corridor once more. In room 601, Bald Chong commanded his subordinates, having just barricaded the entrance. As he prepared to catch his breath, a sudden noise startled them, sending them cowering in the corner. What on earth is happening? Bald Chong, gun in hand, pointed it at the door. Each sound of shattering glass made him tremble with fear, the terror stemming from deep within. Fortunately, the disturbance did not last long, and they finally exhaled in relief. Chen Tiansheng had already squeezed through the shattered window into the corridor, wielding a shovel in one hand and a shield in the other, cautiously on guard against potential dangers. The scene before him was chaotic, blood dripping steadily from the bodies strewn about, with at least 10 corpses in sight. Some had been ravaged by zombies, while others lay lifeless with gunshot wounds to the head. After inspecting the bodies, he selected 8 mutated zombies and extracted the crystal nuclei from their brains with his shovel. Indeed, since he had not personally slain these zombies, he received no points. However, obtaining 8 crystal nuclei was still a significant gain. Even in his previous life, at the onset of the apocalypse, these 8 nuclei could have provided a month's worth of sustenance. These fools, how amusing. Having collected the nuclei, he realized it was unwise to linger in this place, as zombies still roamed outside the corridor. He swiftly jumped back through the window to his home, washed off the grime, and began to absorb the 8 nuclei. Perhaps due to the methodical absorption of each one, he experienced no extreme reactions this time, and gradually discerned some patterns. The absorption of evolutionary energy occurred one by one, yielding no adverse effects. However, should he attempt to absorb 2 at once, reactions would ensue, escalating with the number absorbed. Understanding this, Chen Tiansheng's physical attributes were now: physical condition, 3 strength, 3 speed, 3 mental power, 3. This was remarkably easy. Chen Tiansheng felt as if he had transformed into a different person. Even in his previous life, as a reinforced being, he had never felt such power. He recalled that the data on new humans indicated that a level 1 reinforced individual could exert a punch force of 500 kilograms, squat 800 kilograms, and sprint 100 meters in a mere 10 seconds. Lacking any equipment for testing, he devised an alternative method in his mind. He chose to return home, to his modest apartment. This decision was twofold. Firstly, it was situated in a development zone, vast and sparsely populated, with fewer zombies than in the city, thereby presenting a lower risk. Secondly, a supermarket was conveniently located just beneath his residence. Although he had stocked up on supplies before the catastrophe, the 1,000 yuan worth of provisions would hardly suffice. He had already consumed 3 bottles of water, merely washing up. However, if he could seize control of the supermarket, the outcome would be vastly different. Without hesitation, he headed to the corner of his bedroom, crouched down, and raised his fist, channeling all his strength. The floor tile shattered, yet the walls remained intact. Rubbing his fist, he muttered, "It seems I have yet to reach the level of a level 1 reinforced individual. There is still a long way to go if I wish to grow stronger." With that, he struck the ground once more. Chapter 7. The emergence of mutated beasts in room 601. Just moments after a brief silence, Bald Chong felt hunger gnawing at him, his stomach growling as he rummaged through the house. All he found were snacks, nothing substantial enough to satiate his hunger. "Damn it, is this all you have to eat?" The little internet celebrity, bound and gagged, cowered in a corner, trembling. She had endured a long night of torment and, overwhelmed by fear and injustice, felt utterly exhausted and despondent. Crying, she could do nothing but weep. Suddenly, the building shook violently, startling everyone. "What is happening? An earthquake?" The delinquents inside the room panicked. The events of the previous night had left them fatigued and on edge. Another tremor jolted them, and this time they realized it was no earthquake. It felt as if someone were tearing down the house. Goodness, these zombies are relentless. They can even demolish buildings. "What should we do, Chong?" Lulei asked timidly. "Fear not. When soldiers come, we shall meet them with force. I have a gun. If zombies come, I will eliminate them." Another tremor shook the ground. The intensity of these vibrations caused even Bald Chong, usually composed, to feel a chill of fear. After all, he was the leader, commanding his subordinates. "Do not be afraid. Before the apocalypse, I protected you, and after the apocalypse, I will continue to do so." Though he spoke unconvincingly, his words provided an inexplicable sense of reassurance to his subordinates. In this development zone, everyone knew of Wei Chong's reputation. He was fierce, loyal, and took care of his brothers. In the face of the apocalypse, those who followed Bald Chong would at least have a morsel to eat. Yet, food was scarce at the moment. With over a dozen people in the room and only a few bags of snacks, it was barely enough to fill a tooth gap, let alone share. They exchanged glances, each waiting for the other to speak. In room 301, Chen Tiansheng smashed the ground with 3 powerful punches, creating a sizable hole large enough for a person to pass through. He prepared a rope and descended into the pit. According to the specifications of the development zone's commercial housing, the first and second floors were designed as duplexes, allowing for either storefronts or living spaces, and even storage. Directly beneath his apartment was a 2-story supermarket. As he descended from his home, he sensed a strong odor of blood. He halted, gripping his shovel and shield, cautiously on guard. Based on past experience, areas with a blood scent invariably had zombies lurking nearby. Zombies lacked vision and relied on their other senses to attack. Given the loud commotion he had just caused, if any zombies were present, they would have undoubtedly gathered by now. Yet, the absence of any figures raised alarm bells in his mind. A dreadful sensation crept in. He felt like prey. This is bad. But retreating now was futile. Chen Tiansheng swallowed hard, slowly retreating, fully alert. Years of experience in the apocalypse had led him to conclude that only one possibility existed in such a scenario: mutated beasts. Suddenly, he inadvertently stepped on a piece of shattered brick, causing his body to jolt. A shadow darted past him. Chen Tiansheng quickly raised his shield to defend himself. The sound of metal scraping echoed in the darkness, creating sparks that illuminated the dim environment for a brief moment, revealing 2 glowing green eyes. The encounter was fleeting. The shadow danced around the room, shifting positions in less than a second before vanishing entirely. Chen Tiansheng broke into a cold sweat. Recalling what this mutated beast could be, a black cat, the pet of the supermarket owner. He vaguely remembered the once docile black cat from the supermarket, often featured in the owner's social media posts, claiming that his cat never opened its eyes and could hardly see. Now, in the wake of the catastrophic event, the black cat had been infected and transformed into a mutated beast, capable not only of devouring humans, but also of preying on zombies. In the apocalyptic world, the gravest danger is not the zombies. Rather, it is the ferocity of mutated beasts that truly embodies terror. Should these creatures evolve to a higher tier and attain intelligence, it would be a nightmare. Previous experiences have taught low-level enhancers to flee from mutated beasts at any cost. However, a dilemma now presents itself. A gaping hole has formed in the floor of his home, leaving him with a choice to either abandon his sanctuary or fight to the bitter end. He musters his resolve, shouting to embolden himself. Yet the black cat mutant remains hidden, waiting for the opportune moment. Unlike the mindless zombies, mutated beasts possess a predatory instinct ingrained in their very DNA, particularly the feline variety, which is notoriously elusive. Indeed, felines. A thought strikes Chen Tiansheng. Every mutation has its weakness, whether it be human or beast. With a flicker of hope, he races towards the staircase, aware of the black cat pursuing him with deadly intent. Get away. He suddenly pivots and swings his shield. The impact sends the black cat sprawling, yet it swiftly vanishes into the shadows once more. Shield in one hand and a spade in the other. Chen Tiansheng descends the stairs cautiously. The scent of blood thickens, rendering even his gas mask ineffective against the nauseating stench that permeates the air. His heart pounds loudly in his ears, drowning out all other sounds. Upon stepping onto the tiled floor of the first level, he glances down to see blood pooling beneath him. Shelves lie toppled, and dismembered bodies litter the ground. How many lives have been taken? In the blink of an eye, the black cat lunges again. The speed of the attack is breathtaking, as a dark blur rushes at him. Die, he shouts, blocking with his left shield while thrusting the spade upward with his right. The terrifying aspect of the mutated cat lies in its reflexes and speed. Just as it seems poised to strike, it deftly pivots, using the spade as leverage to spring away, disappearing entirely. Realizing this tactic won't suffice to vanquish the black cat, Chen Tiansheng retreats defensively to the canned goods aisle. Out of the corner of his eye, he spots some fish cans and slashes through 2 or 3 with his knife. A raspy meow echoes through the air, and despite his palms being slick with sweat, a smile tugs at the corners of his mouth. Come forth, my precious. The scent of fish is irresistible to cats, and the mutation has amplified their primal instincts. The black mist reappears, weaving through the supermarket, though it refrains from attacking directly, as if waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Come on, don't be afraid. Chen Tiansheng clutches the spade tightly. This is a singular opportunity. If he fails to kill the mutant beast now, it will surely recognize the trap, making a second attempt nearly impossible. Cats are, after all, drawn irresistibly to the allure of bait. Finally, the creature leaps toward the fish cans. This is it. Chen Tiansheng swings his weapon, the blade glinting as it connects with the shadow of the mutated cat. Meow. The cat's cry is anguished, its piercing green eyes locking onto Chen Tiansheng with a chilling intensity. Oh no, I haven't killed it. A chill runs down his spine. But there is no time for a second strike. The mutated cat's speed ensures he won't get another chance. Drawing on his battle instincts from before the apocalypse, he brings his shield crashing down. With a clang, the shield ensnares one of the cat's legs, and as it thrashes and claws at him, Chen Tiansheng strikes down with the spade, once, twice, thrice, until the mutated cat finally falls lifeless. 10 points awarded for killing the mutated cat, the system announces. Chen Tiansheng gasps for breath. The recent ordeal was harrowing. Failing to kill the cat would have left him vulnerable to its relentless pursuit. Fortunately, he succeeded. He can already envision the nightmare of being hounded by that creature day and night. Before he can revel in his triumph, another notification sounds. Detected level 2 mutated cat gene. Do you wish to absorb? Level 2. This beast has already progressed to level 2. He surveys the supermarket, noting the blood-soaked floor and the numerous bodies, certainly more than 1 or 2. At least a dozen lives have been claimed. This means the black cat has consumed no fewer than 10 zombie cores. You wasteful creature. He confirms the absorption. Though he feels a pang of regret for such squandered resources, acquiring the level 2 mutated cat core is worth it. Wait, I haven't retrieved the core yet. Where's the cat? He watches in dismay as the mutated cat vanishes into thin air, nearly driving him to despair. This was a level 2 core. Hurriedly, he checks his status panel, but finds no changes, save for the addition of 10 points. Dog system, give it back. Whether it is a level 2 zombie or mutated beast, the value of the core far exceeds that of a level 1. He recalls his previous life when someone surrendered a level 2 core upon entering the survival base, being hailed a hero, and subsequently thriving amidst the chaos. He had even earned the title of war god later on. What a loss. I fought hard to kill that mutated cat, and you give me nothing of value? Hey system, care to explain? Yet, there is no response, as if it were a figment of his imagination. This is truly unfortunate. He must be more cautious before absorbing next time. Now is not the moment to dwell on grievances. The supermarket is no longer a safe haven. He must first secure his safety before confronting the system about its shortcomings. He hastens to the entrance, where zombies roam nearby, carefully lowering the roller door to avoid drawing their attention. He then barricades the entrance with furniture, ensuring no zombie can infiltrate. Once everything is secured, he rushes to gather food and water, making several trips back home. Though exhausting, he finds joy in the labor. Today proves fruitful. The saying that the bold thrive while the timid perish rings true in this world. After a long day of toil, it is time to indulge in some well-deserved comfort. He cleans his hands with bottled water and prepares a meal of canned meat paired with a self-heating hot pot. As long as one possesses strength, life in the apocalypse can still be enjoyable. While waiting for the meal to heat, he opens the system panel. Though he did not retrieve the mutated cat's core, he now has 14 points. Surely, the gift pack will yield something worthwhile? Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he clicks on the gift pack. 10 points. The screen flickers, displaying a mesmerizing array of white, green, blue, purple, and gold colors. Come on, come on, come on. It finally halts on a blue treasure chest. Upon opening it, he discovers a Speed 5 potion. Speed 5. This must be compensation for the cat's core, he muses. Would it have been too much to simply provide the core instead? With a flick of his wrist, the gift pack disappears, yet his status panel reflects no increase. What is happening? He searches frantically, finding nothing amiss. The Speed 5 potion, however, has vanished. System, where is my potion? Are you trying to swindle me? As if in response, the screen shifts, revealing a personal storage page. In the first row, first slot, lies a vial of potion. The system even includes a space backpack function. He clicks on the Speed 5 potion, and suddenly, a green vial materializes in his grasp. Without a second thought, he drinks it, feeling an exhilarating surge of vitality as his attributes shift. Constitution, 3 strength, 3 speed, 8 mental power, 3 setting aside thoughts of his physical transformation. He contemplates further exploring the backpack function. He grabs a bottle of water and successfully stows it away. Remarkably, it fits. This discovery fills Chen Tiansheng with elation. Such a spatial capability surpasses any supernatural ability. Eager to test it, he removes the water only to place another pack back in, occupying just 1 slot. Excitedly, he gathers all the water and canned goods from his home, filling the backpack, which only takes up 20 slots. What a delight! As he prepares to return to the supermarket, he suddenly senses something amiss. When he had not stored anything, he felt light and agile, but now, it feels as though he is burdened by dozens of pounds. After moving about to relieve his body, he realizes the backpack indeed has a weight limit, likely corresponding to his own strength. Having something is better than having nothing at all. Had I known this function existed earlier, I would not have had to scurry back and forth carrying items. With this thought in mind, I felt no urgency to indulge in the hot pot and hastily descended to the supermarket to continue transporting goods, testing the system's complementary spatial backpack feature. Room 601. I could not discern whether it was hunger or fatigue that led to my hallucinations, but amidst the murky air, the unmistakable aroma of hot pot lingered, palpable to all. It was not merely room 601. Nearly everyone in the entire building still alive could faintly detect the scent of the hot pot. With a gulp, Bald Chong smacked his lips and muttered angrily, "Who the hell is eating hot pot in this apocalypse, especially spicy ones?" About 10 people were hiding in room 601, and the scant provisions had long been consumed by Bald Chong himself. The enticing fragrance of the hot pot tantalized everyone's taste buds, and as the leader of the group, Bald Chong made a decisive call. Playing with the gun in his hand, he coldly stated, "Brothers, we cannot continue like this. Who among you will venture out to find food?" While it was acceptable to let a few ruffians engage in petty squabbles, sending them out to face zombies was another matter entirely. They wouldn't dare even if it cost them their lives. "I'm not going." "Neither am I." One by one, the younger members shook their heads. Bald Chong glared menacingly at Lu Lei. Lu Lei's face flushed and paled, hastily lowering his gaze to avoid eye contact. Suddenly, Ma Qianqian remembered something and seized Lu Lei's arm, shaking it excitedly. Let go, let go. Ouch, are you stupid? Slap. Lu Lei instinctively slapped Ma Qianqian across the face, leaving it instantly red and swollen. tears of grievance welling up in her eyes. Stop crying. If you have gas, let it out. Ma Qianxian choked on her words. The day before yesterday, when Chen Tiansheng returned, I caught a glimpse of the boxes he brought. They were filled with instant noodles and bottled water. Lu Lei paused, his thoughts racing back to the boxes of instant noodles, bottled water, and possibly even canned goods. In a burst of excitement, he quickly glanced at Bald Chong, Brother Chong. The guy who just let go of my arm has stored a lot of food at home, enough to fill our bellies. Perhaps that hot pot is his meal. Bald Chong narrowed his eyes, visibly intrigued. Chapter 9. Zombies teach you a lesson. Bald Chong was merely a thug, proficient in brawling. Yet the thought of venturing out to face zombies was daunting. He patted Lu Lei's shoulder. All right, you go out and scout the way. As he spoke, he exchanged glances with the younger members, who quickly moved aside the obstacles at the door. Lu Lei felt a wave of regret wash over him. How could he muster the courage to confront zombies? But with Bald Chong's gun pointed at him, he had no choice but to comply. To bolster his courage, he pulled Ma Qianxian along with him. The moment the door swung open, he shoved her outside and swiftly shut the door behind her. Ma Qianxian gasped in terror. Crouching in a corner, covering her mouth, quaking in fear but daring not to make a sound. After a prolonged silence, with no signs of movement in the corridor, the others at the door cautiously opened it. Seeing Ma Qianxian was unharmed, Lu Lei was pushed out next. His face turned pale with fright. Yet retreating to the safety of the room was not an option. He dared not speak, peering cautiously down the corridor, relieved to find no signs of zombies. Gathering his courage, he knocked on the door. Brother Chong, come out. There are no zombies in the corridor. Bald Chong, gun pressed against the door, knew he had only one bullet left and was reluctant to take a risk. After waiting for over a minute, Lu Lei's bravery grew, and his knocks became louder. The absence of zombies reassured him that it was safe. Open the door. Finally, the security door creaked open, and Bald Chong emerged, holding his gun while pinching his nose against the foul odor. His subordinates followed him down the stairs slowly. Upon seeing the dismal state of the zombies in the hallway, combined with the noxious air, many began to retch. Bald Chong's gaze sharpened as he noticed something amiss. The zombies by the window had their heads cleaved open. What a gruesome death! Summoning his courage, he approached not to investigate, but to retrieve a weapon. A few members of the police squad were armed. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, he gathered the guns, his confidence bolstered. Turning around, he scolded, "Look at you cowards! The zombies are all dead." With newfound bravado, Bald Chong approached room 301, banging on the door with great force. Open up. Open the door for me, or I'll shoot." With plenty of bullets, he had no qualms about wasting one or two. Inside, there was no response. Bald Chong, resolute, aimed his gun at the door lock and fired a shot. Chen Tiansheng had returned to the supermarket, stuffing his spatial backpack with bottled water, canned goods, well-sealed items, and high-calorie chocolates, taking as much as he could until he could barely walk. Each step was a struggle, and returning to the entrance felt more exhausting than battling zombies. After exerting immense effort, he finally returned home. When he emptied the contents of his spatial backpack, he found the kitchen and living room brimming, akin to a small supermarket. "Oh my God, I'm exhausted. When facing zombies, I can't afford to carry this much." Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed in the corridor, halting at his door, followed by furious banging. What the hell do these idiots want? The intensity of the banging escalated as they shouted, treating the presence of zombies as inconsequential. "Open the door. Open up, or I'll shoot," came the roar from outside. Bang! The gunshot was deafening, echoing far and wide. Chen Tiansheng's expression hardened, fury igniting within him. "You are courting death." Outside, Bald Chong and his crew continued their reckless assault on the door, utterly oblivious to the implications of a gunshot. Bang! Bang! As the ruffians relentlessly battered the door, each impact made Chen Tiansheng's hands and feet tremble with anger. Fortunately, he did not need to intervene. The wandering zombies would soon teach them a lesson. Just as the thugs grew increasingly boisterous, the zombies roared, pouring into the hallway in a relentless wave. "Brother Chong, zombies are coming. Run." The corridor was narrow. Upon spotting the zombies, one of the younger members shouted, and chaos erupted. In a frenzy of pushing and trampling, they scrambled for their lives, abandoning their previous bravado. Lu Lei was the first to dash back to room 601. But in his panic, he broke the key while trying to unlock the door. Bang! 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 "Open the door. Let me in." After finally fending off this group of calamity, only a fool would let them in. More and more younger members rushed back. Fear etched on their faces as they pounded on the door, their voices hoarse and their hands bruised, all in vain. You take on the zombies. Bald Chong shoved a young member aside, urging him to confront the oncoming zombies, raising his gun to fire. Bang! Bang! He had not practiced shooting, so his aim lacked the precision of Captain Wang. Seeing the zombies unfazed, still gnawing at their prey, more began to ascend. Get out of the way. Bald Chong stumbled back and shot at the door lock. With a forceful tug, the young member opened the door, and a throng of people rushed inside. Bald Chong, driven by a primal instinct to survive, pushed past the others, sacrificing the young member to the zombies to ensure his own entry. Close the door. Lu Lei and Ma Qianxian followed closely, and the young members frantically squeezed inside. Once the door closed, several people desperately clung to the doorknob, risking everything to keep the horde at bay. Bald Chong was incensed, aiming his gun at a young influencer. You left me outside to feed the zombies. Are you trying to get me killed? No, I didn't. The young influencer, terrified, knelt and begged for mercy. Yet, Bald Chong's wrath could not be quelled. He unleashed a torrent of blows, continuing until she was battered and barely conscious. Do you see this? This is what happens to those who betray me. Bald Chong shouted defiantly, while those blocking the door looked at him with a mixture of respect and fear. This attempt had been disastrous. 4 of their brothers had perished, and the crisis was far from over, leaving Bald Chong's heart heavy with unrelenting frustration. Lu Lei's malice was largely directed at Chen Tiansheng. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have suffered a fracture, sought out Bald Chong for assistance, nor found myself entangled in such a troublesome predicament. Chen Tiansheng, this useless wretch, has taken over my residence, forcing me, its rightful owner, out. My heart seethes with resentment. I wish nothing more than to rid myself of him. Ma Qingqian's emotions are quite convoluted. She initially believed that aligning herself with a second-generation demolisher would lead to a life of easy rent collection and financial security. Who could have anticipated the onset of the apocalypse? Regret begins to creep in as she reflects on her past with Chen Tiansheng, who was once utterly devoted to her. Had they remained together, she would surely have benefited from his provisions. Suddenly, a thought strikes her. Chen Tiansheng's drastic change in demeanor and his extensive stockpiling of food and water. Could it be that he was aware of the impending apocalypse? This notion clings to her mind. If he indeed foresaw the disaster yet treated her so poorly, Chen Tiansheng, how dare you act thus towards me? Chapter 10. The system truly knows how to conduct business outside. The zombies wail while upstairs, mournful cries echo. In room 301, they feast on hot pot and sing joyfully. After satisfying their hunger, they release contented belches, ready to work. What a group of fools. I must consistently clean up after you. Chen Tiansheng strides to the balcony with remnants of their meal, opening the window to let the savory aroma waft outside. The mindless zombies, guided by their senses, are drawn to the scent of meat. Like frenzied creatures, the wandering zombies in the corridor hurl themselves against the window of room 301. Many are trapped, while others tumble out, unable to contain the throng. The 3rd floor is not too high. Those that fall are not killed, but surely sustain injuries that hinder their speed. Yawning, Chen Tiansheng silently gathers the food scraps. Waves of zombies leap at the window, falling and then clambering back up to repeat the cycle for about 30 minutes until their movements slow to a crawl. Finally, Chen Tiansheng dons a gas mask, hefts a shield, and readies a trowel to get to work. He swiftly dispatches the zombies clinging to the window, then descends into the corridor, effortlessly slicing through the crawling undead. With a decade of experience in this post-apocalyptic world and enhanced strength, eliminating first-level zombies is mere child's play. In roughly half an hour, he has cleared the corridor of nearly all zombies, claiming 34 pristine magic crystals as spoils. As dusk approaches, he refrains from rushing home. Instead, he hauls the zombies out of the window, creating a small mountain of corpses at the entrance below. Returning home, he retrieves a box of high-proof liquor, drenching the zombie bodies in it before setting them ablaze, then retreats indoors, sealing the doors and windows to prevent the stench of burning flesh from infiltrating his sanctuary. In this new world, if zombie corpses are left unattended, the prion virus aside, other bacterial plagues can also claim lives. Any illness in the apocalypse is potentially fatal. After laboring for over an hour to cleanse the corridor of zombies, Chen Tiansheng merely yearns for a peaceful sleep. However, the other residents have a different perspective. With the apocalypse upon them, they struggle to eat and sleep, living in constant fear. Just as they find a moment of tranquility, they are jolted awake by the sight of flames rising from the ground floor, the mingled aromas of delicious and foul scents wafting upward, causing nausea among the survivors. Smoke billows in through the cracks of the windows, drawing the attention of all who remain. "What on earth is that smell?" murmurs one, as their stomachs betray them with rumbling protests. Moments ago, they enjoyed hot pot, and now it seems they're barbecue? At the window of the 601 balcony, Bald Chong leans closer, whispering, "What is happening outside?" His subordinate, wary of opening the window, peers cautiously out and replies, "It seems someone is slaughtering zombies and burning their bodies. I can't see clearly, so I can't say for sure." "Pa, killing zombies? Do you think this is a movie?" Bald Chong curses loudly, completely disbelieving his companion's explanation. Not even the elite from the police force would dare face the apocalypse, let alone slay zombies, unless a deity descended. Enough of this. Go to sleep. Outside, the flames rage on, continuing into the night. Chen Tiansheng lies in bed, absorbing the crystal cores one by one. He inadvertently discovers that when all body attributes reach 10, absorbing mutated crystal cores results in an increase of 0. 1. Physical condition. 10. Hidden skills to be unlocked. Strength. 10. Hidden skills to be unlocked. Speed. 10. 1. Hidden skills to be unlocked. Mental strength. 10. Hidden skills to be unlocked. What could these hidden skills be? After some contemplation, he surmises that achieving 10 in basic attributes equates to a first-level enhancer, and hidden skills may pertain to supernatural abilities. Yet, how to unlock these hidden skills remains a mystery. For now, he has 38 points remaining, providing him 3 chances to open gift boxes. Rubbing his hands together, he murmurs, "Spirits of the heavens and earth, may all deities bless me, grant me fortune." Colors of white, green, blue, purple, and gold flash before settling on white. A common white box opens. Cat paw gloves. What? They even provide material rewards? He quickly inspects the gloves, which are entirely black and glossy, with long, hard claws at the fingertips. Testing them on a metal object produces a sharp screech, easily marking the surface. Though it's a white box, these gloves will aid in extracting crystal cores, saving time and effort, a worthwhile trade. With another chance to exchange for a gift, he rubs his hands and selects to purchase. After the flashing colors, it finally settles on blue. Chen Tiansheng nearly leaps with excitement. Blue, stronger than white and green. What marvelous item awaits? The box opens, revealing a floating piece of paper. Another speed enhancement? Upon closer inspection, he realizes something is amiss. Previously consumed speed enhancement potions granted a speed attribute of 5. While this is a skill scroll, speed doubled, it reads, with upgrade potential. Upon activation, it grants double speed for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Chen Tiansheng sits up abruptly. Just moments ago, he pondered how to unlock hidden skills, and now one has arrived. As if the universe conspired to deliver him a pillow, just as he wished for sleep. Upon usage, a radiant glow envelopes him, and soon thereafter, the attributes panel reflects changes. Speed, 10. 1. Speed doubled. Upon use, speed will double. Incredible. This truly is a hidden speed skill. His excitement surges, banishing weariness, and he eagerly continues to exchange for more gifts. After the colors flash once more, it ultimately settles on green. His smile falters. Once again, green. Couldn't the system provide a golden one? It feels like a cruel joke. Speed 5 enhancement potion. The maxim, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment rings true. He has already obtained this and feels no thrill. He consumes it directly, boosting his speed attribute. Speed, 15. 1. Speed doubled. Upon use, speed will double. A first-level crystal core can only enhance by 0. 1, but this speed enhancement potion provides a 5-point increase, which is quite a boon. With a total of 4 gift boxes, all linked to cat demon mutations. It seems the system absorbs cat demon crystal cores and reciprocates with gift boxes, a foolproof business model indeed. The system truly knows how to conduct business. However, his earlier enthusiasm diminishes as he now finds himself devoid of points. Had he more, he would certainly wish to draw additional gifts. Currently, his speed stands at 15. 1. Doubling to 30 for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour, a technique that feels reminiscent of a desperate escape. Checking the time, he realizes it's still early for morning hunts. Why not test it out now? He leaps from his bed, assuming a ready stance. Speed doubled, activate. In an instant. Crash. In the blink of an eye, Chen Tiansheng collides with a load-bearing wall, losing consciousness immediately. The residents of the complex, who had just begun to settle into a sleepy calm, are startled awake by the resounding crash, shaking the entire building, leaving them wide-eyed and alert for yet another sleepless night. Chapter 11. No regrets in entering Huiguo the next day. Chen Tiansheng is awoken by the shrill sound of whirring propellers, slowly opening his eyes and rubbing his sore nose. He recalls the humiliating incident of crashing into the wall while testing his speed the previous night. By chance, he glanced out the window to see a multitude of helicopters soaring through the sky, casting shadows over the land. Chen Tiansheng rushed to the window to observe. Had the rescue arrived so swiftly? In his previous life, he was trapped in the city center, languishing for 14 days before armed forces finally breached the city to rescue him and the other survivors. This time, he had chosen to seek refuge in the development zone, where, not far away, lay a military base. The sight of countless helicopters was both awe-inspiring and overwhelming. The calamity had erupted across the globe simultaneously, causing a catastrophic decline in population. From 6 billion, 80 million perished overnight. In other nations, warlords seized control, plundering and ravaging, as humanity's essence faded. They faced not only natural disasters, but also the horrors of fratricidal conflict. By the second year of the catastrophe, outside of Huiguo, there were no survivors, none at all. Only Huiguo acted decisively. As the disaster struck, it was the first to make necessary adjustments to combat this unforeseen apocalypse. In just one night, national policies were revised, transforming military camps and prisons into temporary shelters, mobilizing the entire nation to rescue survivors at any cost. By the third day of the apocalypse, the rescue operations had commenced, astonishing the world with their speed and efficiency. This is Huiguo. After the disaster, only Huiguo remained, the sole bastion of human civilization, living in this moment. With such a formidable nation, how could one not feel pride and honor as a citizen of Huiguo? The helicopters roared, filling the skies, invigorating the spirits of the people. Whether in his previous life or this one, Chen Tiansheng's heart was tumultuous. In this lifetime, he had no regrets about being a citizen of Huiguo. In the next, he would still choose to be one. This was not merely an empty slogan. Citizens, we are the helicopter squad from the Northeast War Zone, Jiangxing Division, dispatched to provide aid. Please trust in the organization. Our team is en route to rescue you, ensuring your swift escape from despair. We will commence airdrops of supplies. Maintain a safe distance from the zombies while ensuring your own safety as you await our arrival. The highest command insists, we will not abandon nor forsake anyone. We must weather this storm together, united in purpose. Keep faith in your survival. Do not give up, persevere. The helicopter squad maintained their course, instilling a sense of calm wherever they passed. Residents eagerly opened their windows, waving and shouting their gratitude and respect. In that moment, there was only excitement, devoid of fear. Even with the terrifying zombies lurking below, even amidst the despair of the apocalypse, the populace rallied as one, casting aside their fears. Many believed that the disaster and the zombies could not conquer the spirit of Huiguo. 5,000 years of history had brought them to this moment. As long as the Huiguo spirit endured, the nation would persist. Yet, in this moment of collective fervor, Chen Tiansheng retained a sliver of calm. The announcements and the rescue efforts were indeed uplifting, but he understood that the apocalypse was far from as simple as it seemed. The helicopters broadcast stirring speeches as they flew overhead. Such blatant displays could attract the attention of mutated birds. How would they handle that? As the helicopter squad soared above the development zone, they released a large box, its white parachute unfurling as it descended slowly. And so it was, as feared, that from the stormy clouds emerged countless mutated birds, obscuring the sky. The helicopter squad remained oblivious to the impending danger, continuing their airdrop mission, dismissing the sudden appearance of the avian threats. Even if birds had approached before, they could simply be driven away with gunfire. They underestimated the situation gravely. The birds launched a suicidal assault, colliding with the helicopter's rotors, resulting in catastrophic destruction. One helicopter, struck and engulfed in flames, spiraled out of control, plummeting earthward. The thunderous explosions and billowing smoke jolted the helicopter squad into awareness. The zombies on the ground, drawn by the chaos, surged toward the wreckage, a relentless tide of undead. Undeterred by their own mortality, the explosion attracted swarms of zombies, moving like locusts toward the crash site. The relentless onslaught of corpses devoured the remains of the fallen helicopter. The helicopter squad, suffering severe losses, had no choice but to retreat. At the moment of the crash, the jubilant cheers of the citizens turned to silence. The flicker of hope that had ignited in their hearts was extinguished in an instant. Despair flooded back into every soul. There was no hope left. We are doomed. As they watched the helicopters vanish, some wept openly, while others resigned themselves to despair. The fragility of human conviction was on full display. I finally understand why Captain Wang took his own life, murmured the bald man from Team 601. His words silenced the crowd, heads bowed in shared sorrow. After a long pause, the bald man turned, his expression fierce as he addressed them all. We cannot concern ourselves with the future. We must survive. He pointed defiantly at the airdropped supplies scattered in the development zone. That is our hope for survival. Life and death are dictated by fate, but wealth and honor are in the heavens. His declaration sparked a flicker of confidence among his followers. While others succumbed to despair, Chen Tiansheng remained resolute. His will was unwavering. In the initial days of the apocalypse, he had sought merely to survive quietly, to gain strength unnoticed, then emerge spectacularly. But now, his thoughts had shifted. He was determined to carve a path through the chaos for the sake of the rescue operation, repaying the debt of gratitude owed to those who had risked their lives for him in his previous life. Adjusting his mindset, he donned a gas mask, grasped his weapon, and set forth with unwavering conviction. He leaped from the balcony, grasping the fire escape and climbing to the lowest level, securing himself with a safety harness before descending slowly. A few zombies still roamed the community. Come here, you fool. The zombies sniffed the air, identifying their target and lunging at him. From his vantage point above, Chen Tiansheng wielded a shield in one hand and a spade in the other. The zombies clumsily jumped, grasping at him but failing to reach his height. Seizing the opportunity, he struck down with force, not entirely sure if it was his strength or the momentum, but he easily cleaved through the skull of the nearest zombie. More zombies, drawn by the commotion, approached, snarling hungrily for prey. Chen Tiansheng, leveraging the height, dispatched them effortlessly, ensuring the area was clear. As he prepared to untie his harness and drop down, a survivor from the adjacent building called out, "Impressive, buddy. You're amazing." Realizing the potential danger, Chen Tiansheng looked up, only to see the resident whistling and waving. Infuriated, he shouted for them to be quiet, but it was too late. Chapter 12. Airdropped supplies. The nearby zombies, drawn by the noise and scent of humans, launched another wave of suicidal attacks. Chen Tiansheng had no choice but to suppress his anger and continue eliminating this horde until the area was secure. Only then did he glare fiercely at the resident in the adjacent building. The survivor, realizing their mistake, recoiled and fell silent. Chen Tiansheng untied himself and leaped down, remaining vigilant as he prepared to retrieve the crystal core. But the meddlesome fool called out again. "Hey, buddy, are you going for the supplies? Can you grab some for me? Just a little help. Help your mother." Chen Tiansheng cursed, realizing it was too late to climb back. A zombie nearby, having heard the noise and caught the scent, charged toward him. Chen Tiansheng raised his shield defensively, and as the zombie lunged, he swung his spade, decisively cleaving off its head. The zombie's body convulsed on the ground, its teeth still gnashing. A final strike severed its head, ensuring its demise. Impressive, truly impressive. Meanwhile, the fool opposite continued to shout for attention, inciting Chen Tian's ire as he hurriedly retrieved the crystal core. "You're so impressive. Could you help me gather some supplies? I beg you." Chen Tian picked up the decapitated zombie head and, with all his strength, hurled it. "Here you go, still warm." It flew straight through the window, startling the fool, who clumsily tossed the head outside, cursing Chen Tian as he vanished from sight. "If you want help, fine. You madman. May you suffer a terrible fate." Such fools surely could not survive to reach the shelter, even if they did. Chen Tian would have to deal with them beforehand to prevent further calamity. The foolish youth's loud outcry attracted the wandering zombies in the vicinity, causing them to swarm toward him in ever-increasing numbers. Chen Tian had initially planned to stealthily collect supplies, but now his strategy lay in disarray. The airdrop had landed in the center of the development area, where a rockery pavilion and fitness equipment were located. The number of zombies within was limited to a mere few dozen, though several more were encroaching from outside. With no other options, Chen Tian resolved to leverage the terrain to his advantage, his greatest ally in battling the undead. He swiftly ascended the rockery as zombies surged towards him. their grotesque forms attempting to climb up, only to be met with a decisive blow from his shovel. This valiant display did not go unnoticed by the residents of the community, especially two unfortunate souls who had drawn the short straw. They had been sent from room 601. Trembling for ages, too fearful to confront the horde. Peering through the corridor window, they witnessed someone sprinting wildly through the garden. Look! That idiot is going for supplies and has attracted so many zombies. He is doomed, absolutely doomed. Not even the king himself could save him. Yet, when they saw him scale the rockery and bravely engage the zombies, they were left utterly speechless. Armed with a shovel and a gas mask. Was he a special forces soldier, or perhaps a superhero descended from the heavens? Goodness, did you bring your phone? Record this. As they watched the heroic figure dispatch the zombies with grace, a surge of boldness ignited within them. Zombies aren't so formidable, we can slay them too. Yet, little did they know, Chen Tian was a formidable physical enhancer, while their own abilities were woefully inadequate. With newfound courage, they gripped their steel pipes and declared, "Let us go out and slay zombies." They charged down the stairs with reckless abandon, kicking open the corridor door. "I'll take you on." Their boisterous cry startled Chen Tian. A couple of zombies were drawn to the sound and charged toward them. These two fools had only their steel pipes in hand, recklessly confronting the undead. As anticipated, the zombies collided with the pipes, but they merely staggered, undeterred, and soon overpowered one of the men, who screamed in agony as they bit into his flesh. The other, witnessing his companion's downfall, lost his resolve and turned to flee, but it was too late. The zombies closed in, and he was swiftly torn apart. Chen Tian continued to cleave through the zombies, cursing the foolish youth's reckless bravado. Ordinary people needed axes to slay zombies. At the very least, a kitchen knife would suffice. To confront them with mere sticks was akin to brawling in the streets. Zombies lacked pain, and a single strike wouldn't suffice to bring them down. They would inevitably retaliate with deadly bites. Sighing in exasperation, Chen Tian pressed on, utilizing the terrain to his advantage as he dispatched the zombies with ease, akin to striking whack-a-moles. In no time, all the zombies in the garden lay dead, leaving only 3 still gnawing on the remains of the two fools. These two displayed remarkable vitality, enduring for a full 5 minutes before succumbing. As Chen Tian leaped from the rockery to their aid, one was drenched in blood, still pleading for salvation. "Help me! Help!" But it was too late. One swift stroke ended his suffering, and the other 2 zombies were dispatched in quick succession, leaving Chen Tian to gaze coldly upon the lifeless forms that had once been human. "I'll free you both," he muttered before delivering the final blow. Such scenes had become all too familiar over the decade of the apocalypse. He had long since grown numb to them. Chen Tian then turned to gather the crystal cores, while survivors from the nearby community watched in silence. Initially, they perceived him as a superhero, but upon witnessing his merciless slaughter, their perception shifted. He was nothing more than a madman, a killer of both the undead and the living. "How dare you kill my brother? I'll make you pay." The bald man from room 601, observing from his balcony, was filled with dread and fury. Moments ago, he had been relieved it wasn't him in that position. Now, anger surged within him. Regardless of who the masked man was, he had slain his brother and must face retribution. Unaware of the danger lurking nearby, Chen Tian hastily collected the crystal cores and approached the supplies, prying open a crate with his shovel, revealing boxes of essential goods. "Where are the guns? Even now? They're still being hoarded." Muttering to himself, Chen Tian contemplated testing his spatial backpack to see how many slots the supplies would occupy and whether he could carry them all at once. As the first box entered the backpack, he felt an overwhelming weight press down on him, causing him to collapse to the ground, unable to rise. Quickly, he released the supplies, feeling significantly lighter. Indeed, greed was ill-advised. He casually lifted a box, which weighed roughly 100 pounds and was labeled compressed biscuits. Placing it into the backpack, he found it surprisingly light, his mobility unaffected. By this measure, he concluded that he could carry a total of 1 ton without hindering his speed. Just as he contemplated taking more, he sensed movement nearby. Turning sharply, shovel in one hand and shield in the other, he assumed a defensive stance. Chapter 13, a step further. Beside the rockery stood a woman, masked and trembling, appearing quite young with a backpack slung over her shoulder. Chen Tian lowered his guard and coldly inquired, "Here for supplies?" "Yes," she responded, her voice melodious, though he wondered how she looked without the mask. "I've taken my share. You can have what's left. Chen Tian slowly stepped back, allowing her access to the crate. The woman repeatedly gestured in gratitude, her voice frantic. No, no, just leave me a little water, I don't need much. Chen Tian frowned, perplexed by her fear of him. Little did he know, her trepidation stemmed from his gas mask and goggles, combined with his earlier ruthlessness. Had she not been desperate for water, she would never have dared approach him. Be quick, don't dawdle, he urged, stepping back to keep watch. The woman hesitantly approached, glancing at the supplies. Noticing that Chen Tian hadn't taken anything, she felt guilty and offered all the cash she had. This is all my savings. If it's not enough, I'll withdraw more from the bank when it reopens. Can I have a bit more water? Chen Tian grimaced. What use was money in the apocalypse? It was merely worthless paper. Keep your money as a memento. If you want supplies, hurry up and stop stalling. He had more to say, but the woman had misinterpreted his demeanor, believing the masked man to be a tyrant. A habitual killer clearing the supplies as if they were his. Most shared this sentiment. Upon realizing he wasn't as fearsome as she thought, she grew bolder. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity, she exclaimed, bowing deeply as she took a box of bottled water and hurriedly retreated. Other survivors in the community watched eagerly, seeing someone besides the masked man taking supplies, and they too were stirred to action. Unfortunately, the other corridors were filled with zombies. Those who ventured outside either fell prey to the undead or scurried back home to hide. Wonking, wonking, my legs are weak. Could you assist me in moving some supplies? A woman shouted from her balcony, seemingly addressing the woman tasked with fetching water. The woman's name was Wonking, though her surname remained a mystery. She glanced awkwardly towards the airdrop container, unable to see the man in the gas mask, and reluctantly agreed. All right, Lou Granny, I will first deliver the water home. Their voices echoed in the open space of the community, as if the surrounding zombies were merely fools or treating the apocalypse as a jest. Frustrated, she turned to leave, wishing to ignore her foolish neighbors. However, after taking just a few steps, the growls of nearby zombies halted her in her tracks, prompting her to brace herself defensively. Su Wonking, panting, rushed out of the corridor. Mr. in the mask, may I help Lou Granny retrieve some supplies? Ah, a natural bait, and willingly so. Chen Tiansheng dashed towards the rockery, pushing his speed to the limit, covering the 50 meters in less than 2 seconds. With a swift motion, he severed a zombie's head, which rolled to a stop at Wonking's feet. She stood, stunned, her expression one of utter disbelief. Chen Tiansheng wiped the blood from his shovel and growled. If you want it, take it. Why inquire with me? His shout jolted Wonking back to reality. She trembled, ceased her chatter, and hurried towards the container. Her head bowed as she ran. Watching from their balconies, the neighbors began to call out one after another, asking Wonking to help them with supplies. These cowards at least had some sense. None dared to ask Chen Tiansheng for assistance since he was still busy dispatching zombies. Chen Tiansheng retrieved a crystal core, bitterly smiling to himself. Damn it, I'm indirectly working for these cowards. It was no wonder his shouting would attract zombies. Wonking tirelessly made trip after trip, drenched in sweat, yet she felt secure knowing that the man in the gas mask, though ruthless in action, was kind-hearted, as evidenced by his unwavering efforts to eliminate zombies in the garden. After approximately 10 trips, the residents, unable to leave their corridors, grew restless. Stop moving. This is for the country. It should go to your families. Have some dignity. Yeah, look at you running back and forth. If you're not tired, we certainly are. A young man from upstairs teased. Just as Su Wonking found herself in a dilemma, Chen Tiansheng, who had just collected a crystal core, suddenly interjected. Enough. Everyone be quiet. His voice emanated from the gas mask, heavy and authoritative. Instantly, all fell silent. Pointing his shovel at Wonking, he surveyed the crowd. She is not your servant. If you want supplies, come down and get them yourselves instead of gawking here. Sure, you think you're so capable? Kill all the zombies in our corridor, then. Several young men began to curse, daring to provoke him. This tactic was too low for Chen Tiansheng to engage with. A bunch of cowards. Not even as brave as a woman. He gestured with his shovel, reprimanding them all. Who are you cursing? Try cursing again. One of the men shouted back, threatening to retaliate. This group of cowards displayed their ineptitude in full view. Chen Tiansheng, unwilling to waste more time with such spineless individuals, decided one warning would suffice. He turned to the sweating Wonking. That's enough. I'm leaving. If you wish to perish, continue as you are. With that, he pivoted and walked away. Wonking, taken aback, bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Mask, I will surely repay you one day. Just get lost. Chen Tiansheng replied coldly, climbing into a police car. Quickly dismantling the circuit board, connecting it, and starting the engine before speeding away. The residents of the community stood dumbfounded, gazing at the supplies so near yet seemingly out of reach. However, instead of rallying together, the disgruntled residents began to hurl insults at Wonking from their balconies, accusing her of selfishness and a lack of unity. None of the neighbors she had helped earlier defended her. Such is human nature, each sweeping the snow in front of their own door. Su Wonking stood innocently at the window, watching the police car vanish into the distance, her heart a tumult of emotions. Chapter 14. 10 consecutive draws on the streets of the development zone. Remnants of bricks and tiles lay scattered. The autumn wind blew, sending trash and debris swirling. Abandoned cars littered the road, some overturned, others in pieces, with bloodstains inside and severed limbs visible on the ground. Occasionally, one could spot some living corpses, half their bodies still thrashing about. A police car sped past, crushing a living corpse beneath its wheels. The driver was none other than Chen Tiansheng, who was multitasking, driving while checking his system. His haul was substantial, having collected a total of 92 crystal cores, exactly enough for a 10 consecutive draw. Excited at the prospect of what the system might yield, he initiated the draw. White, green, blue, purple, and gold colors flashed before him. White, 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 green, white, blue, white, blue, blue, white. Chen Tiansheng was left speechless. 6 whites, 1 green, 3 blues, and not a single purple. However, he had managed to obtain 3 blues in one go. He opened all the white boxes first. Almost ready to choke from anger, he exclaimed, 5 bottles of clear water and 1 of spring water. Last year I bought a watch. Yesterday I received a cat paw glove. And today you give me 6 bottles of water? What kind of joke is this? Despite his grumbling, the redemption packages could not be returned. As he opened the 3 blue boxes, he muttered, if I were to develop this apocalypse system, I'd ensure golden outcomes every time. Look at how stingy you are. I can't even be bothered to complain. The 3 blue items were skills, Strength Burst 2, which doubled strength for 10 seconds with a 1-hour cooldown, Stamina Recovery, which fully restored stamina with a 1-day cooldown, and Mental Resonance, which created a mental tremor affecting a 10-meter radius, consuming 10 points of mental energy per use. Upon careful review, he found the 3 skills to be quite useful. Mental Resonance resembled a psychic ability, capable of mentally attacking foes and controlling objects, one of the most powerful abilities. He learned all 3 skills, and his pineal gland glimmered momentarily before dimming. The final package was green, and he had little expectation, assuming it would be a permanent attribute boost of 5. However, upon opening it, he was pleasantly surprised. Oh my, is this serendipity? Inside the green box was a spring potion, adding 10 points to his mental energy. He eagerly uncorked the blue vial and gulped it down. Instantly, clarity flooded his mind, a delightful sensation coursing through his body, prompting an involuntary shiver. Seizing the moment, he absorbed all the crystal cores. One hand gripped the steering wheel while the other absorbed the cores, completing the task. Upon opening the attributes interface, the current basic attributes are as follows. Constitution, 182, Stamina Recovery, quickly restoring energy after use. Strength, 154, Strength Burst, doubling strength after activation. Speed, 2007, Speed doubling, with a duration of 10 seconds. Mental Power, 2011, Mental Shock, producing a mental impact upon activation. Presently, 4 skills have been acquired, with the basic attributes indicating that after reaching a value of 20, absorbing a level 1 crystal core only results in an increase of 0.01, which seems rather unreasonable. Upon noticing a multitude of discarded crystal cores in the spatial backpack, a pang of regret struck him. If only they could be exchanged. It wouldn't be such a waste. At this thought, Chen Tiansheng couldn't help but smirk. In the early days of the cataclysm, who could discern the utility of crystal cores? Do not squander them. With a wave of his hand, intending to close the system page, he was taken aback when the next page unexpectedly unlocked, revealing information he had previously overlooked. Skill page, Basic Skills, Level 1, Speed Doubling, can be upgraded upon activation. Speed doubles for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Strength Burst 2, upon activation, strength doubles for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Stamina Recovery, upon activation, stamina is fully restored, with a cooldown of 1 day. Mental resonance, upon activation, generates a mental shockwave with a radius of 10 meters, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Level 2 skills, awaiting unlocking. Elemental skills, not yet unlocked. Special skills, not yet unlocked. Gazing at the myriad of skills remaining locked, Chen Tiansheng sensed that this apocalyptic system was far from simple. It not only facilitated the conversion of energy into matter, but also provided a spatial backpack. Perhaps this apocalyptic exchange system was not an earthly invention at all. Nevertheless, with the apocalypse having erupted, even mice had become sentient. What could possibly be deemed impossible? With that thought, he decided to focus solely on his driving. He was on a mission to clear a path for the rescue team at the survivor base. Venturing forth alone for a significant purpose, Jiang City is divided into 2 districts, Jiangbei and Jiangnan, separated by the Songhua River. The war zone base lies in Jiangbei, not far from the development zone, where there exists a service area gas station at the nexus of the development zone and the expressway, the very destination of Chen Tiansheng. Even though it was the outskirts, the streets were teeming with zombies. If this issue could not be resolved, rescue efforts would be fraught with peril, leading to immeasurable casualties among the rescue team. However, in Chen Tiansheng's eyes, he could easily address these problems. The military strategies compiled over a decade in the apocalypse, encapsulated in new tactics for the apocalypse, provided practical approaches to combat zombies, among which the tactic of using fire to incinerate hordes was particularly fitting. Zombies, devoid of intelligence, acted solely on their sense of smell, hearing, and instinct. By prearranging an ambush and luring them with noise, a fire could be set to eradicate the zombie horde, ensuring that no undead would remain within 100 miles of the expressway. This tactic proved highly effective in the early days of the apocalypse, but in later stages, should advanced zombies emerge, possessing intelligence to control their kin, such strategies would falter. For now, however, the gas station was situated in an open area, surrounded by farmland, with favorable conditions. By strategically setting traps, he could lure zombies from several kilometers away into the inferno. Chen Tiansheng intended to employ this tactic to eliminate a staggering number of zombies and pave a safe path for the rescue team. In a world fraught with dangers, Chen Tiansheng maneuvered his vehicle, keenly observing the terrain. As darkness enveloped the sky, he finally arrived at his destination. Driving into the gas station and parking, he refrained from exiting immediately, opting instead to survey the surroundings from within his vehicle. At the service area window, shadows flitted about. Utilizing his enhanced observational abilities, he discerned the presence of 3 individuals within, 2 men and 1 woman. Should he engage with them? That would pose a challenge. Chapter 15. A fortuitous encounter with a future prodigy. The gas station service area, situated in the wilderness, was rife with mutated beasts, making it far more perilous than the zombies. Chen Tiansheng had assumed the gas station was long abandoned, yet to his astonishment, people had managed to survive in such dire conditions. Remaining motionless, the tense standoff lasted approximately 5 minutes until the attracted zombies finally arrived, breaking the awkward silence. Chen Tiansheng had no choice but to open the door and exit his vehicle, wielding a shield in one hand and a spade in the other, prepared to eliminate the zombies before him. This display would serve as a deterrent. He needed to instill a sense of awe in the individuals within the service area. Inside the service area were 3 individuals, a middle-aged man, the gas station owner, Luo Ming, and 2 young employees, a nephew and a niece of his. During the outbreak, the trio had been hiding in the gas station, and after days without encountering another living soul, they were bewildered by the arrival of a vehicle. Who was this newcomer? What were his intentions? The 3 of them peered cautiously out the window, hesitant to make a sound, fearing the unknown motives of the stranger might attract zombies. The dread of the undead and the suspicion that lingered in their hearts led to a 5-minute silence, with neither side daring to make the first move. As the zombies followed the vehicle and stormed into the gas station, their numbers were considerable, perhaps a dozen or more. Oh no, he really brought the zombies here. Quick, hide. The owner, Luo Cheng, exclaimed, ushering his niece and nephew to retreat indoors. Look, he's getting out of the car. By the dim light of the moon, they could discern the figure of the man. Clad in a gas mask, he wielded a shield in one hand and a spade in the other. Luo Cheng cursed under his breath. What a ridiculous get-up at this hour. It's enough to scare anyone. The young man exclaimed excitedly. Is that a shield? He looks like a superhero. What an idiot. He'll get himself killed. Stop gawking and keep your voices down. Speaking loudly will attract zombies. Although Luo Cheng attempted to quell their curiosity, the two young employees remained captivated by the spectacle. As the masked man engaged the zombies, both young employees were taken aback. With swift precision, he dispatched each one with a single stroke, displaying remarkable speed and strength. I told you, he must be a superhero, the male employee shouted in excitement, prompting the owner to hastily cover his mouth. Have you lost your mind? Shouting so loudly will attract the zombies. Yet, as Luo Cheng observed the unfolding events, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. He could hardly believe his eyes. After effortlessly dispatching the horde of zombies, Chen Tiansheng, keen to maintain his image, refrained from extracting crystal cores, as the sight of him doing so in the darkness would be too grotesque. He turned and approached the service area, where the three individuals exhibited varying degrees of emotion. The two young employees were exuberant, while the owner, Luo Cheng, was visibly anxious. He barred the door to prevent his niece and nephew from exiting, cautiously questioning through the glass. What do you want? I wish to refuel, Chen Tiansheng replied nonchalantly. We cannot assist you, Luo Cheng retorted defiantly. Oh, why can't you? Is it because you're out of fuel, or is there another reason? Luo Cheng explained. The machine was struck by lightning. It's broken and cannot dispense fuel. Oh, as long as there's fuel, that's all I need. I'm here to inform you that I am commandeering this location to set up traps. You should find another place to hide, lest you be harmed during the explosion. Luo Cheng's temper flared as he shouted, Have you lost your mind? Our gas station is a Huashi petroleum branch. Try to damage it, and you'll regret it. Chen Tiansheng responded with a cold smile. I am not negotiating with you. I am merely notifying you. Blowing up the gas station is necessary to clear a safe path for the rescue team. Whether you choose to flee or not is entirely up to you. Should you be inadvertently harmed, do not blame me. With that, he turned and departed, leaving no opportunity for rebuttal. The three exchanged glances. The two young employees were ecstatic. They were distant relatives from the countryside, having rarely attended school. Following the death of their older brother, they had been under Luo Ming's care. To be honest, had Luo Ming not restrained them, they would have long since ventured out to confront the zombies head-on. Upon hearing Chen Tiansheng's words, they jumped with enthusiasm, eager to support him, while Luo Ming found it impossible to prevent them. The door swung open, and a young man and woman rushed out, their youthful faces illuminated by the hazy moonlight. Hero, what do you intend to do? I shall assist you. Chen Tiansheng quickly turned around and gestured for silence. Lower your voices. In this apocalyptic night, speaking so loudly will attract the zombies. The two hurriedly mimicked his gesture, the girl covering her mouth in fear. The boss dashed out, anxiously shielding the two children. You two shouldn't follow him recklessly. He's courting death. He continued. Hey, I'm talking to you. The gas station is state property. You cannot destroy it, or you'll face imprisonment. Chen Tiansheng retorted. I couldn't care less. Neither do we, uncle. Don't you understand? This is the apocalypse. The young man countered enthusiastically. In this world, whoever kills the most zombies is the true hero. With that, he introduced himself to Chen Tiansheng. I am Luo Long, and this is my sister, Luo Feng. Can we join you in battling the undead? Chen Tiansheng paused momentarily. Luo Long and Luo Feng were destined to become the renowned twin heroes of the Luo family, elemental powers wielders, celebrated for their achievements at merely 20 years of age. Hailed as gods of war after 2 years of the apocalypse. Luo Long, Luo Feng, how old are you two? They aren't of age, don't believe them. And you cannot take them with you. Luo Feng interjected. Uncle, we are of age. We are 18 this year. The 18-year-old Luo Long and Luo Feng were indeed destined to be formidable power wielders. Chen Tiansheng stepped forward, removed his gas mask and goggles to reveal his true self. Extending his hand, I am Chen Tiansheng. Wow, you're so young, Luo Long exclaimed, shaking his hand. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, does this mean we can follow you to slay zombies? Chen Tiansheng shook his head. No. At that moment, the gas station owner, Luo Ming, breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear Chen Tiansheng's next words. If you wish to accompany me, your future conduct will determine that. Okay, is this a test? My sister and I will give our all. The two cousins, finally ready to spread their wings, soared into action. Luo Ming slumped to the ground. If anything happens to you two in the future, how am I supposed to explain it to your uncle? Chapter 16. A sea of corpses and flames while he lamented. The trio paid no heed to Luo Ming, surveying the terrain with keen eyes. Chen Tiansheng nodded in satisfaction. The landscape here is truly excellent, a natural depression. Soon, we will spread gasoline across the ground, preparing some Molotov cocktails. Once ready, we will lure the zombies over, entering through this gate and exiting through that one. After the vehicle passes, we will immediately lock the gates. It will serve as a natural incinerator. The siblings understood and eagerly volunteered to find empty bottles. Crafting Molotov cocktails required meticulous guidance, as everyone in the apocalypse knew how to do it. But this was only the third day since the outbreak. Gasoline should not be filled to the brim. Half-full bottles explode with greater force. Seal the bottle neck with cloth, one end remaining inside, the other outside, like this. The Luo siblings were astute. After a single demonstration, they grasped it well, and the trio worked efficiently together. Seeing that his tantrums were in vain, Luo Ming had no choice but to assist, though he still probed Chen Tiansheng. Which unit do you belong to, young brother? Classified. Oh, are you from the secret bureau? Do you guys do this too? Luo Ming was quite talkative, primarily out of concern for Chen Tiansheng, fearing he might be a villain intending to abduct his distant nephews. Chen Tiansheng couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, an extra pair of hands was welcome. Before dawn, they successfully set the trap. And now came the crucial part, assigning someone to stay behind to lock the gate. The boss, Luo Ming, volunteered not because Chen Tiansheng distrusted him, but due to the fear that this corpulent owner might back out at the last moment. However, Luo Ming insisted. Such a perilous task. If my nephews can't do it, who will? If you ensure their safety, I will stay to lock the gate. Very well. I assure their safety. You must swear. Chen Tiansheng felt exasperated. All right, I swear. Will that suffice? Climbing into the police car, the Luo siblings sat in the back, their excitement palpable as they sped into the city. The police car required no further preparations. With the sirens blaring, they drove around, followed closely by a horde of zombies. Upon noticing the gathering of the undead, they turned back, reducing speed to 60 miles per hour, occasionally accelerating to dodge lunging zombies, while imparting zombie-slaying techniques to the future warriors. Zombies lacked intelligence, relying solely on perception, hearing, and smell. They felt no pain, achieving a maximum speed of around 40 miles per hour, capable of running tirelessly for hundreds of kilometers. This pace was perfect for leading the zombies into the trap. Uncle, you know so much, Luo Feng remarked. Call me brother, not uncle. All right, uncle, Luo Feng replied, leaving Chen Tiansheng speechless. On their return journey, just as they approached the gas station, an unexpected incident nearly derailed their plan. A helicopter squadron roared from the distance, its powerful presence drawing the attention of the zombies. What is happening? This bewilderment was shared not only by Chen Tiansheng, but also by the helicopter crew. From their aerial vantage point, they observed a police car blaring its siren, trailed by a dense swarm of zombies. Was this suicide? Should we assist? No. Our mission is to deliver supplies. Let us not meddle. The helicopters soared overhead, their might diverting some zombies, inadvertently compelling Chen Tiansheng to attract another wave of the undead. Such bizarre suicidal behavior truly drew attention. The helicopter loudspeaker blared, "Attention below. You must leave immediately. We will lure the zombies away for you." The police car's window rolled down, and an arm extended with a middle finger in response. Damn it, the driver must be insane. Forget him. Let's focus on our task. The helicopters flew off into the distance, allowing the police car to regain its course, leading the horde of zombies to the gas station, accelerating into the entrance while blaring the horn. This served dual purposes, attracting zombies and alerting gas station owner Luo Ming. Chen Tiansheng was not disappointed. Luo Ming had long been prepared at the exit, as the police car sped through the gas station, stopping beside the entrance. The owner hurriedly locked the door, turned, and raced back to the car, flooring the accelerator. Ignite. With a swift command, Luo Long had been waiting for this moment. He lit a Molotov cocktail and hurled it into the gas station. The horde of zombies surged into the gas station, overwhelming it in an instant. The Molotov cocktail shattered on the ground, flames erupting and quickly engulfing the entire gas station. The police car fled at top speed. Just as a series of explosions erupted behind them, the strategically placed Molotov cocktails detonated one by one, nearly incinerating the entire horde of zombies. While those who had teammated inside rushed in, drawn by the heat, the police car halted in a safe zone. Watching as the gas station transformed into a blazing inferno, Luo Ming produced a pack of cigarettes, casually offering one to Chen Tiansheng. Just as he received it, Luo Long quickly produced a lighter to ignite it. Chen Tiansheng inhaled deeply, letting out a contented sigh. Ah, this feels delightful. The pleasure he referred to was the continuous increase in points. However, Luo Ming appeared ashen, sarcastically retorting, "Do you have any idea how many years you could face for destroying a gas station?" Chen Tiansheng replied with a smile, "That was in the past. Now, in the apocalypse, slaying zombies is the way forward." The gas station owner fell silent, muttering, "How did everything change so suddenly overnight? What on earth has happened to the world? Who knows?" As the two pondered, the Luo siblings were exhilarated. This was the first time they had witnessed such a grand spectacle, the life they had always yearned for. The inferno at the gas station continued to blaze. Just as Chen Tiansheng had said, a mountain of corpses and a sea of flames, moths drawn to the fire. As zombies for miles around surged forth to meet their fate. In addition to the zombies, the helicopters on a mission also spotted the thick smoke and decided to take a detour on their way back. The sight was astonishing, nearly causing the pilot to drop his jaw in disbelief. The familiar police cars, the blazing gas station, and the relentless onslaught of zombies. It all became clear to the pilot that the police cars were luring the creatures. "Return to the camp immediately. I must report this." Upon reaching the camp, the pilot hastily relayed his observations to his superiors. "Is this true?" "Absolutely. The gas station by the highway is still ablaze. That thick smoke is the reason." Without hesitation, the superior grabbed the phone to notify the entire army, urging them to quickly assemble their forces. "The time for our trial has come. We have only 2 hours to secure the highway and establish a safe route for rescue." In truth, Chen Tiansheng was acutely aware of the immense convenience his actions had brought to the rescue efforts in the combat zone. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that his monumental contribution would ultimately be attributed to the gas station owner, Luo Ming. Chapter 17. 10 consecutive draws. Are you certain your name is Luo Ming? This question had been posed by Chen Tiansheng countless times. The gas station owner, Luo Ming, repeatedly affirmed, "I've shown you my ID. Why don't you believe me?" Chen Tiansheng retorted, "If you're not named Luo Ming, I wouldn't let you leave even at gunpoint." Luo Ming grimaced in response, "If it weren't for you burning down my gas station, I wouldn't have agreed to come with you." Throughout their journey away from the gas station, the two engaged in a constant banter, a dynamic that the Luo twins had long since grown accustomed to. "Fine, let me be alone for a moment." Chen Tiansheng wasn't disbelieving. He simply found it hard to accept. Not only had he encountered the formidable Luo twins today, but also the future leaders of the Ministry of National Defense and Internal Affairs. This was no trivial matter. As Luo Ming drove, Chen Tiansheng closed his eyes to rest, secretly activating the system and preparing for a delightful 10 consecutive draws. The results were unexpectedly bountiful, netting him 261 points in one go. With 32 rounds of 10 consecutive draws, even with the worst luck, he should be able to acquire a golden package, or so he hoped. The results began. First draw yielded 6 whites, 3 greens, and 1 blue. The second brought 7 whites and 3 greens. The third, 8 whites and 2 greens. The fourth, 9 whites and 1 green. The fifth, a disheartening 10 whites. What the hell? Even if this is a scam, is it necessary to scam me this harshly? If you don't provide something worthwhile soon, I'll dismantle your pathetic system myself. Had it not been for the presence of others in the vehicle, Chen Tiansheng would have cursed the developer of the system thoroughly. Open up. Whether it was the threat or sheer luck, he finally struck gold. A golden exchange package. Eagerly, he clicked on the gleaming chest, the dazzling golden light nearly blinding him. As the luminescence faded, a vial of potion appeared. Excitedly, he examined the description. Gene sequence modification potion, fire. Chen Tiansheng's mind raced as he recalled theories from his previous life, where scientists proposed that an acid rain event during a cataclysm had altered human genetic sequences. Those exposed to the rain had their genetic makeup irrevocably damaged, leading to the emergence of evolved beings and abilities over time. Could this gene modification potion facilitate a direct, side effect-free evolution into a fire-based ability user? The possibilities seemed immense. Yet, after finally obtaining a golden package, was it wise to use it so hastily? The contents of the golden package stirred a multitude of doubts within Chen Tiansheng. But he dared not jump to conclusions just yet. Perhaps it was a professional instinct. The system operated under certain rules. The 5 colors of packages, white, green, blue, purple, and gold, were all fundamentally linked to genetic evolution. Was this mere coincidence? Setting aside his musings, he continued to draw, having only completed 6 rounds of 10 consecutive draws. And yet to see a purple package. He pressed on, determined to unravel the system's package exchange mechanism. Let us go. The 7th round. White, 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 purple, blue. White, 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 white. 8 whites, 1 blue, and 1 purple. Hey, a purple finally appeared. Upon opening the purple package, he found yet another potion. Indeed. Upon scrutinizing the description of the purple potion, gene immunity potion. I understand the evolution potion, but what on earth is an immunity potion? After considerable thought, he suddenly recalled something, nearly leaping from his seat. Could it be what I think it is? In my previous life, scientists developed a serum for zombie immunity that could prevent infection from the virus. This means that if someone were bitten or scratched by a low-level zombie, they wouldn't contract the virus. At that time, it seemed everyone was discussing this groundbreaking concept of genetic immunity. If he were to present this potion to the authorities, could he not become a national hero? The exhilarating thought of a single potion elevating him to greatness sent Chen Tiansheng into a frenzy. Come on, give me more gene immunity potions. He continued with another round of 10 consecutive draws. However, his luck turned grim as he faced a series of disappointing results. 10 consecutive draws yielding mostly whites and a scant few blues. Yet, Chen Tiansheng remained undeterred, analyzing his gains while continuing to exchange packages. After 24 rounds of 10 consecutive draws, a golden light burst forth, nearly blinding him. Chen Tiansheng's calm demeanor instantly transformed into excitement, his heart racing. Open it. Let us see what wondrous treasure awaits. Gene evolution potion, wind. Upon seeing this description, Chen Tiansheng scratched his head, muttering to himself, I sensed something was off. The package exchange feels almost preordained. It wasn't paranoia. Today he had encountered 3 future powerhouses, and the system had rewarded him with 2 evolution potions. Disregarding Luo Ming for the moment, the Luo twins, embodiments of wind and fire, though still ordinary people, had produced 2 golden packages that perfectly aligned with their abilities. Was the system attempting to curry favor with him? Yet, he still desired to keep these treasures for himself. Resolute, he pressed on, eager to see if the system would bestow him with further gold. After 32 rounds of 10 consecutive draws, he amassed an impressive collection, 259 white packages, 30 green, 28 blue, 1 purple, and 2 gold. The package exchange mechanism revealed that single exchanges yielded superior items compared to 10 consecutive draws, a discrepancy that seemed illogical. However, his previous successful single draw had resulted from absorbing a second-tier mutated beast, the cat demon, which explained the high-quality items related to its abilities. This time, without absorbing a crystal core or mutated beast, the majority yielded ordinary white boxes. Reflecting on the law of conservation of mass, he considered how matter could be transformed into energy while maintaining a constant total. Isn't there a bug here? He mused. In the future, to obtain better items, I should absorb a high-tier mutated beast and then proceed with the 10 consecutive draws. That would surely yield superior results. With this revelation, Chen Tiansheng finally deciphered the system's patterns. To master the system, one must first understand it. Knowledge of self and opponent leads to victory in every battle. Henceforth, he would employ a 2-step strategy, accumulate points through large-scale zombie extermination, and specifically hunt high-tier mutated beasts before conducting 10 consecutive draws. He checked his latest attribute data, Constitution, 346, first skill, Stamina Recovery, rapidly restores consumed stamina upon use, Strength, 313, first skill, Strength Burst. Doubles strength upon use, Speed, 3725, first skill, Speed doubling, triples speed upon use, Mental Power, 2011, first skill, Mental Shock. Inflicts mental damage upon use. Seeing his base attributes significantly enhanced brought genuine joy to his heart. I've finally unraveled your secrets, system. Just as Chen Tiansheng was lost in thought, Luo Ming, behind the wheel, couldn't help but interject. Wake up. We've arrived. What are you dreaming about? Sleeping and grinning like an idiot? Is that not frightening? Chen Tiansheng opened his eyes, shedding his pretense. He cast a glance outside the vehicle, immediately revitalized, and hastily donned his gas mask and goggles, clenching his fists. Do not exit the vehicle. Wait for me inside. Chapter 18. Rescue at the freight yard. The northern outskirts of Jiangxing belonged to a development zone, home to the northern freight yard. The very place Chen Tiansheng insisted on visiting. The reason for his choice remained unspoken, and neither Luo Ming nor the portly man could pry it out of him. The police car came to a gradual halt in the midst of the desolate freight yard. "Park here," Luo said, applying the brakes. As the doors swung open, Chen Tiansheng stepped out, surveying his surroundings coldly until his gaze settled on a Dongfeng heavy truck. Shortly thereafter, the warehouse's roll-up door cracked open, revealing 3 burly men, menacing and brandishing axes. Their clothing was stained with blood, evidence of their violent encounters, whether with zombies or humans. They were clearly not to be trifled with. The freight yard saw a constant flow of logistics, and the warehouse's ample space ensured an abundance of food and water, allowing its inhabitants to thrive during these apocalyptic times. Chen Tiansheng carried no weapon or shield. Only his gas mask accompanied him. "What brings you to the freight yard?" One of the men sneered. "We have nothing to lend you. You'd best scram unless you want to face our wrath." The speaker, clad in a tank top adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, exuded a menacing aura. "Let us converse amiably, shall we?" Luo Ming interjected, stepping out to play the peacemaker, eager to diffuse the tension. "Who said we're brothers?" The tattooed man retorted angrily. "Get lost before we decide to take action." Just as Luo Ming turned to persuade Chen Tiansheng to retreat, the latter's eyes gleamed with determination. "Action is precisely what I desire." In a flash, he appeared before the tattooed man, his speed almost incomprehensible. In an instant, a punch struck the man squarely in the face. Moments before, they had been 20 meters apart. Yet now one blow sent the man reeling. Was this even human speed? The 2 men who had accompanied the tattooed man stood dumbfounded, but before they could react, they too were sent sprawling to the ground, unconscious. In a mere 10 seconds, the confrontation concluded. The swift resolution a testament to Chen Tiansheng's formidable attributes after the inferno at the gas station and his subsequent rewards. Attributes: Constitution, 346, first skill, stamina recovery. Rapidly restores expended energy. Strength, 313, first skill, power surge, doubles strength upon activation. Speed, 3725, first skill, speed boost. Triples speed when activated. Mental fortitude, 3011, first skill, mental shock, inflicts psychological damage, setting aside the speed boost. Even his base speed of 37 points allowed him to traverse 100 meters in a mere 5 seconds. The battle commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. Luo Ming, dumbfounded, stammered, "Why did you resort to violence? And why did you kill them?" Chen Tiansheng glanced back at the warehouse, nodding slightly. "If you wish to understand my motives, step inside and see for yourself." Unfamiliar with the harsh realities of the apocalypse, Luo Ming could not fathom Chen Tiansheng's ruthless resolve. Yet, Chen's purpose for visiting the freight yard was unequivocal: to procure a vehicle and rescue lives. Leading Luo Ming to the roll-up door of the warehouse, they found only a narrow gap through which one could crawl. However, this posed no challenge for Chen Tiansheng. He flexed his fists and murmured, with a strength of 30, "I should be able to smash this door without issue." With that, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending the metal door flying. The scene within the warehouse became starkly visible. Though dimly lit, it was clear that the ground was strewn with broken bottles, food containers, refuse, and excrement. In the shadows stood several individuals, both men and women. 2 men brandished knives, gripping a woman by her hair and covering her mouth to stifle her cries. The woman appeared battered and bruised, her body caked in dirt. Nearby lay another man, unconscious and bloodied, his suit in tatters. Further in, several women lay sprawled, equally nude, their eyes vacant, their bodies marred by bruises and filth. They seemed devoid of life, their expressions blank and dazed. "What do you want from us?" the knife-wielding man questioned, his voice trembling with fear. The captive woman struggled, pleading, "Please, save me." Her voice was hoarse, a testament to the torment she had endured. Upon witnessing the horror within the warehouse, Luo Ming instinctively turned to shield his nephews and nieces, urging them to return to the vehicle, though he found it difficult to restrain them. Anger surged through him as he shouted, "You beasts! You're the real beasts." The knife-wielding man retorted furiously, "This is the apocalypse. There's no tomorrow. Blame this wretched world, not us." Excuses. Chen Tiansheng dismissed their pathetic justifications with disdain. He swiftly closed the distance to the man, seizing his wrist and applying excruciating pressure. With a sickening crack, the man's arm broke, the knife clattering to the ground. The stunned accomplice attempted to flee, but Chen Tiansheng deftly caught the fallen knife, hurling it with lethal precision, piercing the man's back and ending his life instantly. "You're inhuman," the man gasped in agony. With a forceful twist, Chen Tiansheng elicited a cry of pain from him. The freed woman, still paralyzed by fear, pleaded with a raspy voice, "I am the owner of the freight yard. Kill these beasts, and I will give you everything." "Very well." With a single punch, he obliterated the man's nose, shattering his skull and causing blood to flow profusely. The villain fell lifeless to the ground. Seeing her tormentor vanquished, the woman collapsed, covering her face in despair. Luo Ming rushed forward, shedding his work uniform to drape it over her shoulders. "It's all right, it's over now." The woman's sobs intensified, her voice hoarse and exhausted as she wept uncontrollably. Luo Long and Luo Feng, witnessing the horrific scene, realized that the warehouse not only imprisoned numerous women, but also housed several corpses, victims of brutal violence. These villains truly deserved their fate. Luo Long trembled with rage, while Luo Feng set about rescuing the despondent women. Chen Tiansheng, having assessed the situation, knew that these women were beyond salvation. He left the aftermath to Luo Ming, disinterested in such scenes that stirred memories he wished to forget. Turning away from the warehouse, he approached a Dongfeng heavy truck, a semi-trailer vehicle, which was one of the reasons for his visit to the freight yard. Chapter 19. The future war goddess. Ignoring the tumult outside, he opened the hood, removed the spark plugs, and rolled up his sleeves, ready to work. Before long, Luo Ming arrived, still fuming. "Beasts! How can such scum exist in this world? In the apocalypse, one adapts," Chen Tiansheng replied as he worked. "If one cannot adapt, I would eliminate every last one I encounter. I was wrong to doubt you. You are indeed a good person. Good people don't live long. Miscreants endure for ages," Chen Tiansheng remarked nonchalantly. "Regardless, you did the right thing. They deserve to die." Luo Ming recounted what he had learned. The freed woman was Yang Shui, the owner of the freight yard, while the other captives were female employees. On the third day after the outbreak, the workforce had divided into factions. The honest had been brutally slain, while the malevolent thrived in their depravity. As Luo Ming spoke, his body trembled with indignation. Indeed, the apocalypse not only transforms individuals into mindless zombies, but also amplifies the inherent malevolence within their hearts, turning these wicked souls into mere beasts. Chen Tiansheng casually remarked, "Such occurrences are commonplace in the end times." "What do you mean?" Luo Ming inquired with a frown. Chen Tiansheng continued, "You will understand in due course." Luo Ming's eyes widened in realization. What a dreadful world we live in. Luo Long rushed in, breathless. "Uncle, it's bad. Those women, they're trying to take their own lives." Luo Ming cast a worried glance at Chen Tiansheng. "What shall we do now? Life and death are predestined. Wealth and honor are in the hands of fate. If they wish to die, let them. It's beyond your control, and you cannot save them." The uncle and nephew were taken aback, astonished that Chen Tiansheng would offer such a response. After finishing the spark plug repair, Chen Tiansheng closed the hood and said solemnly, "Remember, we are in an apocalypse, not a time of peace. In the past, at least there were mental health facilities. Now, even if you save them, the fate of the mentally ill is singular, to become zombies, and they will harm both themselves and others. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Luo Long tentatively asked. "So we really won't intervene, just watch them die?" Chen Tiansheng wiped his hands and replied while walking, "Then just watch. Let's go now." Upon returning to the warehouse, Luo Feng was in a panic, drenched in sweat, struggling to hold on to one woman while failing to restrain two others. "Uncle, please help. Help. Let them be. If they wish to die, it's better today than being devoured by zombies tomorrow." Chen Tiansheng's words left Luo Feng dumbfounded. In a moment of distraction, a deranged woman cut her wrist, blood gushing forth and splattering the others, inciting them into a frenzy of screams. Chen Tiansheng turned to the owner, who was still clad in her oil-stained attire. He approached her and asked, "Do you wish to live or die?" She choked back tears and replied, "You tell me how to live. If you need someone else to guide your life, you might as well die." With that, Chen Tiansheng picked up a machete from the ground. The owner thought he intended to kill her, bracing herself for martyrdom. Instead, he turned towards the doorway, confronting the zombies that surged into the warehouse. With swift precision, he struck down one after another. 1, 2, 3. Zombies lured by the sound and scent of blood rushed in. But Chen Tiansheng met them at the door, dispatching them effortlessly. "Wait, leave two for me." Luo Long, emboldened by naivete, charged forward to confront the zombies. Chen Tiansheng swiftly intervened, pushing him back. "If you wish to live, hide behind me." Luo Fatsi shielded his niece and nephew. Feeling a cold sweat as zombies continued to pour in, after dispatching another zombie, he shouted, "You fear death, but not living? Don't act like a coward. If you want to survive, follow me." The women stared in disbelief. Not just her, even Luo Ming, Luo Long, and Luo Feng were bewildered. Was there such a way to comfort someone? Chen Tiansheng carved a bloody path, and Luo Fatsi urged the women to flee. "Don't be afraid, come with us." He kept his niece and nephew close, not daring to stray too far. They continued their slaughter, with the machete breaking, and Chen Tiansheng picked up a fire axe, weighing it in his hands before resuming his rampage. In truth, this woman was the second purpose of Chen Tiansheng's visit to the warehouse. Indeed, he recognized her. She was destined to become the future warrior goddess. The warehouse owner, named Yang Shui, was renowned in the previous life, having saved survivors and subsequently joining the base. After scientists developed a strengthening serum, Yang Shui volunteered as one of the first subjects, knowing that the mortality rate was exceedingly high. However, she successfully evolved, becoming one of the few speed-enhanced individuals. 3 years into the cataclysm, as the zombie tide surged in Jiangqing, she fought valiantly with a blade, earning her reputation as the first female warrior goddess. In the previous life, Chen Tiansheng had not been worthy to meet her, yet her legend had already become fodder for survivor gossip. Due to her harrowing experiences during the outbreak, her personality transformed drastically. Now, she sported short hair and wielded a combat knife, exhibiting formidable strength. Whenever she struck, the sight of her blade signaled certain death. Furthermore, Chen Tiansheng's sarcastic remark about not acting like a woman was, in fact, Yang Shui's catchphrase. This time, he relished the opportunity to tease her directly, a reflection of his dark humor. Yang Shui, dazed, followed Luo Fatsi, witnessing Chen Tiansheng's prowess as he slaughtered zombies with an almost supernatural ease. At that moment, an unrealistic thought crossed her mind. "I want to survive like him." Just then, Luo Feng interjected, "What about the other women in the warehouse? They're already mad. What else can we do? Let's hurry and leave. The scent of blood will attract more zombies. If we don't leave now, we might not be able to." This was undeniably true. Although there were few zombies nearby, the overwhelming stench of blood acted like a beacon, drawing hordes from miles around. Chen Tiansheng led the group to a heavy truck, instructing Luo Ming to have Luo Feng protect Yang Shui. After closing the door, he started the engine. But as he turned, dozens of zombies surged in, blocking any escape. Luo Ming, panicked, asked, "What do we do now?" "Crash through them." "Do you think a heavy truck can't crush zombies?" With that, Luo Ming pressed the accelerator, and the truck sped forward, plowing through the zombies. The sight was chaotic. The relentless zombies, even when crushed, clung desperately to the vehicle. One half-eaten zombie hung onto the front, clawing at the windshield with a ferocity that was unnerving. Chapter 20. The system forces a disciple on the desolate streets. Zombies charged forward with outstretched claws. A heavy-duty truck raced through, crushing every zombie in its path. "Huh. This is exhilarating," Luo Ming exclaimed, exhilarated by the near-death experience, despite being in his 40s. Chen Tiansheng remained composed, continuing to drive forward, seeking a safe area to halt. Luo Fatsi, brimming with excitement, replied, "You direct us. Wherever you say to stop, we will." At that moment, Yang Shui suddenly asked, "Why are you saving me? This truck is yours. Giving it to me was merely verbal. You need to provide a formal transfer contract." Chen Tiansheng spoke absurdly, as if contracts held any relevance in an apocalypse. Yet, his response eased Yang Shui's tension, especially after her recent trauma, making her wary of the world. "And then what will you do with me?" Chen Tiansheng replied, "Then, if you stubbornly cling to me, I wouldn't mind having another pair of hands. If you prefer not to, the National Rescue Team will begin operations in a few days. You can join the soldiers heading to the safe zone, and we will part ways." "Fine." Yang Shui's response was straightforward, though she remained uncertain about their true intentions. Not just her, even Luo Ming, a wily old fox, found himself perplexed. Chen Tiansheng had initiated the trip to the warehouse, where 4 women were trapped, yet he saved only 1. This made no sense. Even during the drive, he speculated whether Chen Tiansheng knew this woman and had come solely to rescue her. Just then, Chen Tiansheng instructed, "Stop the truck." With a screech, the heavy vehicle struggled to halt, sliding a few meters before stabilizing. Chen Tiansheng exited the truck, axe in hand, and quickly directed, "Luo Fatsi, hurry inside." Luo Fatsi, confused, asked inside where. Chen Tiansheng pressed a shovel into his hands. In this clothing store, how could she possibly remain unclothed? Ah, I understand. Fat Luo assisted Yang Shui as she alighted from the vehicle, hastily guiding her toward the interior of the shop. "You all, change your clothes quickly," Chen Tiansheng shouted, wielding a fire axe as he dispatched the zombies. The group swiftly entered the store to ensure its safety before commencing their extensive search for supplies. "Hurry and change. We will keep watch for you," Luo Ming said, squatting at the entrance with a shovel, peering through the shattered glass to observe the outside. This was an ordinary street-side clothing store, and the Luo siblings began their scavenging as soon as they stepped inside. At that moment, Yang Shui was wearing only a thin outer garment, insufficient to cover herself. She quickly grabbed some clothing and began to dress, wrapping herself tightly in layers, ultimately donning a pair of sneakers. As she was putting them on, she noticed a pair of scissors lying on the floor. Suddenly, a phrase came to mind: "Don't act like a damsel." Without a second thought, she picked up the scissors and severed her long, beautiful hair at the waist, marking a simple farewell to her former self. Not long after, the zombies outside were thoroughly dispatched by Chen Tiansheng. As he crouched down to extract crystal cores, Fat Luo approached him with a cheerful demeanor. "Brother Chen, may I discuss something with you?" Chen Tiansheng, preoccupied, responded dismissively, "Speak plainly." Fat Luo rubbed his hands together and grinned. "I've come to realize that you are extraordinary, a martial genius with remarkable potential." Chen Tiansheng shot him a fierce glare. "Cease flattering me and get to the point." Fat Luo, sensing his discomfort, chuckled awkwardly. "What I mean is, in this apocalyptic world, we may have no tomorrow. If I were to perish, my two nephews are still young. Would you consider taking them on as disciples? That way, even if I am no longer around, they would have learned something worthwhile from you." Disciples? Chen Tiansheng froze, not because of Fat Luo's proposition, but due to the system presenting something new. The moment he entertained the thought, a prompt echoed in his mind, and the disciple interface suddenly appeared. "What the?" Chen Tiansheng was taken aback. He had never seen such an interface before. The moment he conceived the idea, the system had activated it deliberately. Now he understood why the system had left numerous pages locked. Truly, one thought leads to another. Is the system always this capricious? Chen Tiansheng grumbled internally. Seeing Chen Tiansheng lost in thought and silent, Luo Ming tentatively inquired, "Brother Chen?" "Ah, wait a moment. I will respond shortly." With the disciple interface newly activated, he had yet to explore it adequately to reach a swift conclusion. He carefully examined the disciple system's description, teaching and passing on knowledge. Once the master unlocks the disciple's potential, the disciple earns half of the points for each zombie they slay. I knew it. Chen Tiansheng nearly erupted in frustration, realizing the system had been scheming all along. The two special ability genes he received were clearly intended for these two disciples. Fortunately, the system still showed some consideration. The master would also earn points from the zombies slain by the disciples, which wasn't a total loss. Previously, he had been conflicted about whether to give the two special ability potions to the Luo siblings, but now it seemed fate had already intervened. Having resolved his thoughts, Chen Tiansheng adopted an air of superiority. Taking on disciples is feasible. Luo Ming's face lit up with excitement, but before he could express gratitude, Chen Tiansheng added, "However, now is not the right time." At that moment, Yang Shui emerged from the store, briskly approaching the vehicle. "I'm ready, we can go." The group stood speechless, taken aback by her transformed appearance. Previously, her long hair had lent her an air of delicacy, but now, with her tousled short hair, she appeared somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, Chen Tiansheng found her new look much more appealing. She resembled the legendary female warrior of his past life. "Is there a problem?" Yang Shui queried, her voice hoarse yet resolute. "No, the short hair suits you," Chen Tiansheng replied, then commanded, "Gather, we must depart. Night is approaching." Everyone quickly jumped into the vehicle, and as they started the engine, following Chen Tiansheng's directions, they managed to arrive at the base of the residential complex before darkness fell. However, the garden complex now bore little resemblance to how it was when Chen Tiansheng had left. Before his departure, he had nearly eradicated the nearby zombies. But now every corner of the complex was teeming with them. It was impossible to eliminate them all before nightfall. Who did this? Chen Tiansheng felt a wave of frustration. Returning to collect supplies from his home, He intended to evacuate before the rescue team arrived and follow them directly to the base. Given the current situation, he faced a choice: abandon the supplies he had stored at home, or he instinctively glanced at the driver, Luo Ming and Fat Luo. "What's with the look?" Fat Luo asked, puzzled. "Listen, I will find you a vehicle shortly. Drive straight ahead along this road. You should reach the war zone base after passing the gas station. You go first, we will follow shortly." Fat Luo queried, "Why not go together? Why split up?" "Let me explain. My home is right here, and I have a substantial amount of supplies stored. I returned with a heavy vehicle to transport them to the base. I need you to help draw away these zombies. Do you understand?" Fat Luo nodded. "Understood. You want me to act as bait. Just promise me you'll look after my nephews, and I'll help you distract the zombies." Chen Tiansheng solemnly assured him, "Rest assured, I promise to keep them safe." Fat Luo, emboldened, said, "Then I'll do as you ask." Before exiting the vehicle, Chen Tiansheng instructed, "Lock the doors and windows while I drive over." He quickly leaped from the vehicle, vaulting over the community fence, and with a single swing of his axe, he cleared a path toward the police car at the entrance, taking out nearby threats, smashing the windows, and slipping inside. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, but as Chen Tiansheng moved swiftly, the zombies reacted just as quickly. The dual stimuli of fresh flesh and noise sent them into a frenzy. The police car wheezed like an elderly man, struggling to start. The horde of zombies continued to surge, overwhelming the vehicle. Finally, the police car roared to life, and he released the handbrake, slammed the clutch, and spun the wheel. Flooring the gas pedal, the tires screeched against the ground, and the car burst forth like a wild stallion, racing out of the zombie encirclement with a powerful roar. The horde, provoked, pursued relentlessly. The vehicle careened wildly, crushing the undead beneath it, surging ahead with a fierce determination, breaking free from the complex. The zombies, incensed, continued to chase after him, their frantic movements relentless. The vehicle sped rapidly, skidding to a stop beside the truck, with sirens blaring, red and blue lights flashing, echoing far and wide, drawing in more zombies. Chen Tiansheng quickly exited the vehicle, gesturing for Fat Luo and Luo Ming to disembark. Fat Luo nimbly squeezed into the driver's seat, flooring the accelerator as he shot out. Chen Tiansheng hastily boarded the Dongfang heavy truck, shut the door, and held his breath. The blaring sirens seemed to taunt the horde, daring them to come and bite him. The zombies, driven mad by the noise, surged forward from all directions. Inside the heavy truck, everyone held their breath in tense silence as the relentless tide of the undead washed by. The zombies, devoid of reason, were incited into a frenzy by the police sirens. After approximately 5 minutes, the police car vanished, and the world slowly returned to a semblance of peace. "Good luck," Chen Tiansheng silently wished, starting the truck and cautiously steering it into the complex, parking it beneath his own building. Unbeknownst to Chen Tiansheng, it was precisely because of his strategic arrangement that Luo Ming would officially ascend to prominence, while the credit for the earlier gas station explosion would entirely rest on Luo Ming's shoulders. But that is a story for another time. In the community, the zombies had mostly been lured away, leaving only a few scattered remnants that posed no significant threat. A group of individuals climbed up the fire escape via the back of a truck, entering the home of Chen Tiansheng one by one under his guidance. Upon entering, Luo Long exclaimed dramatically, "Brother Chen, where did you acquire such a wealth of supplies? It's akin to a small supermarket." "Ah, there's a supermarket downstairs, and I merely made a hole in the floor," Chen replied nonchalantly. A collective silence enveloped the room. Sitting calmly on the sofa, Chen Tiansheng feigned a lofty demeanor. "Luo Long, Luo Feng, do you wish to become my disciples?" The siblings felt a surge of excitement, their cheeks flushed. "Of course, we are willing," they responded eagerly. Kneeling before him, without hesitation, they bowed 3 times in reverence. Chen Tiansheng maintained his composure, stating, "As you have chosen to be my apprentices, I shall bestow upon you a grand opportunity." He reached into his pocket, retrieving 2 test tubes filled with mysterious potions. "This is yours, and this is yours, drink it." Yang Shui, standing nearby, interjected with curiosity, "What is this?" Chen Tiansheng elaborated, "In this apocalyptic era, acid rain has ravaged the genetic codes of living beings, transforming many into zombies. My ability to vanquish these creatures is due to my status as a genetic enhancer, possessing strength and speed far beyond that of ordinary humans. This potion is a genetic modification serum." The trio stood in stunned silence, mouths agape in disbelief. The potions I have given you are exceedingly precious. They will unlock your latent abilities. Drink them, and you will unravel the genetic sequences within you. Luo Long will wield fire, while Luo Feng will command the wind. Together, you shall become an unstoppable force. Though Yang Shui remained skeptical, the Luo siblings wasted no time in consuming the potions. This sounds awfully mystical, she mused. Before Chen could further explain, the Luo siblings collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Seemingly unfazed, Chen Tiansheng calmly remarked, "One must endure hardship to ascend to greatness. If you wish to become new beings, this suffering is essential." The genetic evolution of the siblings persisted throughout the night, during which Chen instructed Yang Shui to tend to them. Though she harbored doubts if what Chen claimed held any truth, she silently vowed to acquire this power for herself, even if it meant subjugating herself. In the pitch-black night, police sirens blared, their purpose to draw the attention of the zombies. The sirens echoed continuously as he navigated the familiar route, confident in his ability to traverse the path even with eyes closed. As he approached a nearby gas station, two fiery projectiles suddenly soared through the night, tracing a magnificent parabolic arc before crashing into the ground 100 meters away, engulfing the pursuing horde of zombies in flames. Luo Ming slammed on the brakes, staring in disbelief at the inferno behind him, just as the whir of a helicopter's rotor grew nearer. He straightened his collar and stood tall, as several solemnly armed soldiers disembarked, surveying their surroundings. Luo Ming saluted sharply. Retired soldier Luo Ming reporting for duty. A senior officer approached briskly, initially taken aback before returning the salute. "Thank you for your contributions, soldier. It is through your efforts that our sector has been secured, facilitating our rescue operations." Luo Ming was still reeling from the shock when the officer instructed, "Quickly board the helicopter. The commander wishes to see you." The following morning, the Luo siblings gradually regained their senses, acutely aware of their newfound abilities. Particularly, Luo Long found that even a slight surge of excitement ignited flames upon his body, incinerating several garments within the hour. Control your emotions, learn from your sister. Focus on the fire elements around you and refrain from igniting spontaneously. If this continues, you may find yourself without clothing, Chen Tiansheng advised repeatedly, but to no avail. The thrill of newfound powers was overwhelming for the young Luo Long, who struggled to contain his exuberance. "This is truly astonishing. If this had been told to me before, I would never have believed it." The siblings murmured in excitement. "Remember, we are in an apocalypse. Anything is possible," Chen Tiansheng retorted, unwilling to further indulge his eager disciples. As he exited the bedroom, he found Yang Shui gazing intently at him, seemingly with something to express. "Please do not obstruct the path. The space here is limited." He began to sidestep, only for Yang Shui to suddenly kneel before him. "I desire this power as well. I wish to become your disciple, or I would do anything you command. I implore you, grant me strength. I want to survive in this world and not be victimized." Her earnest gaze burned with sincerity as she bowed repeatedly, her forehead striking the tiles with heavy thuds. "I am aware I am unworthy, but if you can make me strong, I would serve you faithfully as a devoted servant." Chen Tiansheng was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. The commotion in the living room drew the attention of the Luo siblings, who quietly observed. Chen Tiansheng wished to assist her, but the timing was not right, and most importantly, he lacked the golden genetic serum at present. "Master, please assist her. She seems truly pitiful," Luo Feng interjected, leading Chen Tiansheng to an epiphany. "I can grant you power, but I do not accept the weak. You must first pass my trials to demonstrate your worth and loyalty." Yang Shui ceased her bowing, her gaze fixed intently on him. "What trials?" She was undeterred by the potential challenges ahead, as her mind raced with possibilities. Chen decided to divert the conversation. "Now is not the time for such discussions. We must prepare for action. Gather all supplies in the house and load them into the vehicle. If all goes according to plan, the official rescue teams will enter the city today." The trio trusted Chen Tiansheng implicitly, understanding that he was resolute in his commands. They sprang into action, with Luo Long and Luo Feng leaping out the window, one standing atop the vehicle to receive supplies, while the other loaded them into the truck. Yang Shui tossed items outside, and Chen Tiansheng ensured their safety by neutralizing any nearby zombie threats. Their activity caught the attention of the entire community, with many residents peering from their balconies, silently observing the flurry of labor. Chen Tiansheng noticed the unusual quietness in the neighborhood, which felt different from the usual chaos. Little did he know, after his departure the previous day, the community had experienced a series of violent events. After Chen left, the residents grew increasingly restless. Initially, they vented their frustrations by scolding Su Wonking, but tensions escalated, and discussions about how to combat the zombies ensued. Some even resorted to organizing themselves to raid for supplies. Wielding an array of makeshift weapons, rolling pins, kitchen knives, mops, and even pot lids inspired by Chen Tiansheng. With loud shouts to embolden themselves, they charged out of the building. But the outcome was grim. Only a handful returned home safely after a group of over 20 ventured out. Meanwhile, those too timid to confront zombies, like Bald Chong, resorted to pillaging their fellow residents in the hallways. Gunfire soon attracted more zombies, leading to the community's downfall, with only the elderly and vulnerable remaining. As Chen Tiansheng and his companions busied themselves, a convoy of rescue vehicles roared down the road, broadcasting announcements. "We are the rescue team. Residents who hear this message, please prepare yourselves. We begin search and rescue operations today, and we ask for your full cooperation." The message grew clearer, igniting a spark of hope among the residents as they gazed down from their elevated positions, watching armored vehicles approach from afar. The zombies were drawn towards the armored vehicle. But before they could approach, the vehicle's machine guns began to fire. The rescue team, fully armed with advanced weaponry, unleashed a torrent of bullets. The sound of gunfire ignited cheers and shouts from the survivors. Today, a spectacle was not merely a facade, but a genuine rescue operation. Our warriors have arrived. Our hope has arrived. The common folk were moved to tears, many overwhelmed with emotion. Yet, only Chen Tiansheng remained indifferent, muttering coldly, "Such a waste of bullets. You will regret it in due time." The streets were filled with the thunderous roar of gunfire, reverberating through the air. The zombies, alerted by the commotion, surged forward in droves. Chen Tiansheng quickly commanded, "Hurry and load the vehicles, increase your speed." Aside from Chen, the other three were utterly exhausted, particularly Yang Shui, who was drenched in sweat, yet dared not rest, for this was Chen Tiansheng's trial. The promotional armored convoy continued its advance. A grand spectacle crushing the zombies as it forged ahead, without pausing even for a moment. As the convoy moved further away and the gunfire diminished, Chen Tiansheng instinctively furrowed his brow. Why does this feel so peculiar? Unbeknownst to him, this promotional armored convoy was merely a decoy. The best rescue plan suggested by Luo Ming after consulting the higher-ups yesterday. This plan was inspired by the events of the previous day. Chen Tiansheng was unaware that his unintentional actions had greatly aided the situation. The commotion caused by the armored convoy had drawn away not only the zombies in the neighborhood, but also those lurking in the stairwells, thereby conserving Chen Tiansheng's labor and significantly hastening the relocation process. Approximately 20 minutes later, just as the cargo truck was filled to the brim and ready to be sealed, the real rescue convoy roared into view. A heavy truck, equipped with 10 fully armed soldiers, swiftly approached, racing into the development area and dispersing into each community. "Quick, quick! We must act swiftly. The time for our trial has come. The higher-ups have commanded us to leave no one behind, to save every survivor with all our might." As soon as the heavy truck came to a halt, the armed soldiers leaped out, advancing rapidly with their weapons, conducting searches and rescues in each stairwell. What a familiar scene. Witnessing this, Chen Tiansheng felt a surge of emotion. One soldier approached rapidly, saluting Chen Tiansheng, who instinctively returned the gesture. The soldier paused momentarily, then spoke at a breakneck pace. "This is a special period. We urgently need volunteers. The higher-ups have instructed us to recruit for a second enlistment. If you were once a soldier, please heed our commands and cooperate with our operations." Chen Tiansheng's response was somewhat bewildering. "I will cooperate, but I will not follow your commands." The soldier was taken aback, his gaze turning cold as he sternly stated, "This is not a request. It is an order. You must comply, or we cannot guarantee your safety." Chen Tiansheng, uninterested in a dispute, waved dismissively, "You will understand soon enough. Hurry and proceed with the rescue." The soldier, infuriated by such arrogance, thought about teaching this presumptuous individual a lesson, but time was of the essence. Chen Tiansheng climbed into the vehicle and called to the onlookers, "Finish loading and get on the truck. We are about to depart." Luo Feng was the first to board, and seeing her drenched in sweat, Chen Tiansheng casually retrieved a bottle of water from his spatial backpack, handing it to her. Drink some water to refresh yourself. There will be a good show soon. Luo Feng, blushing, accepted the glass bottle, twisted off the cap, and took a sip. Yet, the next moment, an unexpected, flushed gasp escaped her lips. Ah, this is so good. I feel incredibly comfortable. Chen Tiansheng was taken aback. It was merely a sip of water. Yet her reaction was so intense that it might lead outsiders to believe something else had occurred. What a ridiculous situation, making such sounds from drinking water. Blushing. Luo Feng explained, I didn't mean to. The water is just too delicious. Chen Tiansheng, surprised, took a sip himself. The water was cool and sweet, flowing down his throat and filling his body with a warm sensation that washed away every ounce of fatigue. In this tense, thrilling, and intense apocalypse, both mind and body faced relentless torment. A sip of such refreshingly sweet water felt like basking in sunlight. May I have another sip? Luo Feng, still yearning for more, smacked her lips and, seizing the moment while Chen Tiansheng was distracted, snatched the bottle and took another generous gulp, draining it completely. The potency of the water struck Chen Tiansheng, who mused inwardly, O system, I once presumed I understood you thoroughly, yet now I realize how ignorant I am. This spring water is no ordinary water. It is clearly a miraculous restorative potion. Truly, the system produces exquisite items. How remarkable it is. With such water, no matter how arduous the battles ahead, a single sip would rejuvenate one's spirit. However, having just tasted spring water, what effects would the source water have? Chen Tiansheng retrieved another bottle, twisting off the cap and taking a sip. The flavor was identical, but once it entered his body, his mind felt remarkably clear, and even his senses sharpened significantly. The sensation of clarity was indescribably pleasant. Brother Chong, let us leverage the reputation of these soldiers to lure this truck over. When the time is right, we can eliminate them. What do you think of this idea? Chen Tiansheng overheard whispers of a conspiracy, his expression turning cold as he scrutinized a group standing at the stairwell entrance. The landlord Lu Lei and Ma Qianxian were among them. It was evident that the bald man, who was the center of attention, was their leader, the one who had long sought trouble, Bald Chong. How dare they scheme at this moment? With a chilling gaze, Chen Tiansheng felt a surge of murderous intent. Bald Chong tacitly approved Lu Lei's suggestion, waving his hand as he and his lackeys swaggered toward them. Get out of the vehicle. The lackeys banged on the doors with sticks, displaying an outrageous demeanor that drew the attention of many. Bald Chong boomed. Didn't you hear what the officers said? Those with initiative should help the others. Don't just hide in the vehicle watching the show. Get out and assist. Don't act like a giant baby. Bald Chong, a master of twisting the truth, ensnared Chen Tiansheng in his web, all while positioning himself on the moral high ground, continuing to stir the pot and spread discord. While everyone else was aiding in preparations for evacuation, he was lounging in the vehicle like a lord. The young thugs echoed his sentiments, jeering loudly, oblivious to their volume. Nearby, Ma Qianxian wore a smug expression, silently awaiting the spectacle of Chen Tiansheng's downfall. Brother Chong has ordered you to disembark. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear? A young thug shouted shrilly, drawing the attention of residents from various stairwells. A soldier's face changed drastically as he rushed over, sternly reprimanding. What are you shouting about? Keep your voice down. The young thugs instantly changed their tune, bowing and apologizing profusely. Bald Chong, still trying to smooth things over, explained, Sir, I was merely trying to help. Our rescue vehicle seems a bit small. With so many people in the community, it can't accommodate them all. I thought we could use another vehicle to take more people. The soldier found this reasoning plausible and approached, saluting from behind the door. In emergencies, your truck has been requisitioned. Please cooperate with our actions. Chen Tiansheng's eyelids twitched as he lowered the window, coldly stating, What if I refuse to cooperate? This is an order from the higher-ups. In emergencies, we have the right to requisition your vehicle. If you do not comply or obstruct collective action, we have the authority to execute you. Yes, execute him. People like him deserve to be shot. You don't know? He was a notorious killer even before the zombie outbreak. When Captain Wang and his team tried to apprehend him, the zombie apocalypse erupted. He should not be allowed to live. Bald Chong and his cohorts took turns vilifying Chen Tiansheng, successfully distorting the narrative and turning him into the villain. The warrior furrowed his brow, aiming his gun and sternly commanding, I order you to get out of the vehicle immediately and comply with our unified distribution, or I will truly pull the trigger. At that critical moment, an unfamiliar figure suddenly emerged, forcefully gripping the warrior's rifle. Wait. There must be some misunderstanding. The person who intervened was Su Wangqing, whom Chen Tiansheng had previously assisted. She was helping with the evacuation and, upon witnessing the escalating confrontation, rushed over without a second thought. The masked man is a good person. He is certainly not a vicious criminal. There must be some misunderstanding. Suddenly, someone came to Chen Tiansheng's defense, disrupting the plans of the bald-headed man. I have the warrant for his arrest, he declared, producing the wanted notice and arrest warrant for everyone to see. This seemed definitive. Any explanation was futile. No, it must be a misunderstanding. After the apocalypse began, the masked man helped us so much. How could he be a fugitive? The warrior raised his gun once more, warning fiercely, I warn you. Get out of the vehicle and comply with our distribution, or I will really shoot. Just as the bald-headed man felt his scheme was succeeding, a sudden anomaly occurred. Who dares to shoot my master? Long Luo shouted, standing tall atop the vehicle, flames erupting from his hands, growing larger until he was engulfed in fire, resembling a human torch. What on earth? The residents and warriors alike, even the most seasoned elders, were paralyzed with fear at this spectacle. The warriors trembled, their guns now aimed at Long Luo. At that moment, a small tornado swept through, stirring up dust and debris, making it impossible for them to open their eyes or aim. The passenger door swung open, and Luo Feng, with a fierce expression, bellowed, "Get out of the way." An instant later, the wind howled, toppling them over. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them, a man ablaze and a woman commanding the winds, both surveying the crowd like deities. My master is not a criminal. If you dare to shoot, do not blame us for a massacre. Luo Feng, who idolized Chen Tiansheng, would show no leniency even towards her father for insulting her idol. Stop. A soldier rushed over, the same one who had initially attempted to negotiate. You troublemakers. Upon seeing Chen Tiansheng in the vehicle, he felt a surge of disdain, and regardless of right or wrong, he had already sentenced Chen Tiansheng in his mind. But the immediate task at hand was paramount. They could not dwell on the actions of these criminals. We have orders to evacuate the civilians. If you refuse to cooperate, we cannot ensure your safety. As the window lowered, Chen Tiansheng's cold voice emerged. You seem to have misunderstood. We have not left because we wish to protect your safety. How absurd. Just look at you. So self-important, the warrior retorted. Chen Tiansheng coldly replied. The capabilities of 2 awakened individuals in this apocalypse are equivalent to your entire enhanced unit, yet you do not even comprehend what awakened abilities are. You lack the qualifications to speak with me. If you wish for me to regard you with respect, have your superiors negotiate with me. You all lack that qualification. You murderer, do not be so arrogant. The bald-headed man spat, his face flushed with anger. Captain Wang Yang of the rescue team, though looking down on Chen Tiansheng, had never encountered abilities such as controlling wind and fire, and thus suppressed his anger. I will report this truthfully. With that, he chose not to haggle with Chen Tiansheng any further, ordering, everyone disperse. Get on the vehicles quickly, prepare for evacuation. With their objectives unmet, the bald-headed man and his companions felt disheartened, cursing under their breaths. Look at him, reveling in his petty triumph. We shall see. Everyone dispersed, leaving Su Wangqing, who quietly approached the truck and handed over a sketchbook. This is a comic I created for you. Please accept it. A skilled illustrator. Su Wangqing had been unable to shake thoughts of the masked man during her days of isolation, leading her to create a superhero comic inspired by him, titled My Hero. At that moment, Long Luo leaped down from the roof of the vehicle, his face flushed and still smoldering, quickly opening the door to jump into the passenger seat. Su Wangqing stole a glance, her face turning crimson, her gaze darting shyly downward. When Chen Tiansheng accepted the comic, his heart swelled with joy. It's quite well done. Thank you. Su Wangqing, blushing, managed a brief reply before turning and fleeing, only to bump into someone, repeatedly apologizing as she hurried away. Yang Shui, having been jostled, entered the vehicle and casually asked, "Is that woman your girlfriend? Don't be ridiculous. If she is not your girlfriend, why did she blush? Does she have a crush on you?" Chen Tiansheng hurriedly changed the subject, shouting at the huddled Long Luo. "I told you to control yourself. Stop being so reckless." Long Luo's face fluctuated between white and red, but Chen Tiansheng's expression grew serious as he gazed outside, exclaiming, "This is bad. Something is about to happen." Outside the vehicle, chaos erupted. The planned evacuation time was 30 minutes, but the residents of the garden community consisted mostly of the elderly, weak, and women. The youth were scarce, and those older individuals had numerous demands, insisting that the soldiers help carry their valuable belongings while making unreasonable requests. In the past, this might have been acceptable, but now, in the wake of the apocalypse with zombies rampant, soldiers were meant to be combat ready, yet here they were, assisting the elderly with their luggage. What astonished Chen Tiansheng the most was a middle-aged woman in her 50s, holding a Pekingese dog, loudly arguing with the soldiers. "Auntie, you really cannot bring that dog on the vehicle. It's against the regulations. This is not a dog. This is my son. He is my only family. Are you still soldiers of the people?" The woman insisted vehemently, causing a scene over her inability to take her dog on board. The rules prohibit it for a reason. What nonsense regulations? Dogs are humanity's best friends. Why can't I bring him? Do you have no compassion? The survivors either tried to persuade her or supported her. Only Chen Tiansheng noticed that the Pekingese was licking the bloodstains on the ground, which were smeared with zombie blood and flesh, replete with prion viruses. It had been feasting for some time, and at that moment, it was voraciously devouring the remnants, its gaze transforming ominously, an unmistakable sign of mutation. Seeing this, Chen Tiansheng hastily grabbed an axe and rushed out of the vehicle, but alas, he was too late, as the dog devoured the last of the remains. It sought more, but was restrained by a leash, turning suddenly to bite the middle-aged woman. "Ah, son, why are you biting mommy? Don't be angry. Mommy won't abandon you." The woman bent down to retrieve her dog, but the mutated creature pounced, sinking its teeth into her. "Quick, pull the dog away," someone shouted. And as the soldiers moved to intervene, chaos ensued. "Get back." A sudden force struck, and with a single swing of the axe, both the woman and the dog were slain. "Ah, murder." The onlookers in the vehicle screamed at the horrific scene. The soldiers were stunned, especially Captain Wang Yang, who raised his gun in outrage, ordering, "What are you doing? Put down that weapon." Chen Tiansheng pointed at the lifeless bodies of the woman and the dog, declaring sternly, "This dog has mutated. A single bite could cause a person to transform. I killed them for everyone's safety." The atmosphere grew eerily quiet until the bald-headed man shouted, "To hell with your so-called safety. Everyone, don't believe him. He is a murderer." With that, the situation spiraled out of control. Chapter 25. Good people do not live long. Kill him. An eye for an eye. Support his execution, shouted the agitated residents, many of whom were neighbors of the victim, while others merely sought to exacerbate the situation. The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic and unruly. The soldier held his weapon aloft, torn between his desire to pull the trigger and the grim reality of the consequences. He yearned to eliminate this selfish and arrogant scoundrel, yet he refrained. Firing would attract zombies, jeopardizing the rescue mission. Captain Wang Yang gritted his teeth and declared, "Listen, you are just an ordinary person. You have no authority to enforce the law or take a life. Now, return to your vehicle. If you dare to act recklessly again, I will not hesitate to shoot you." Chen Tiansheng narrowed his eyes, aware that in this post-apocalyptic world, danger lurked everywhere. The soldiers had yet to adapt to the new reality and would inevitably pay the price. Disgusted by the absurdity, he turned and shouted, "Let us go. Let these fools fend for themselves." Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Tiansheng pivoted and walked away, while others, particularly Bald Chong and his group, continued to shout in protest. "We cannot let him leave. If we do, who knows how many innocents he will endanger tomorrow. We must not let him go. Shoot him. Quick, shoot." The clamor grew louder, filled with resentment. Suddenly, Chen Tiansheng halted. "Indeed, I cannot leave just yet. There is something I must do." He turned back, his gaze icy as it fixed on Captain Wang Yang. "You know nothing of this apocalypse." As he spoke, everyone felt a momentary disorientation, as if Chen Tiansheng had vanished. However, when they blinked and focused again, he was holding a flesh-colored object, a human head. "What do I intend to do? None of you can stop me. If I wish to leave, no one can impede my path." With that, he tossed the head at Wang Yang's feet. A close inspection revealed it to be Bald Chong's severed head. "Ah!" A scream erupted from the truck. As everyone turned, they saw that Bald Chong's body had lost its balance and toppled from the truck, blood gushing from the neck. The soldiers could no longer contain their emotions, raising their weapons once more. "This is your final warning. Do not point your guns at me, or I will not hesitate to eliminate all of you." Chen Tiansheng snapped his fingers, and a wave of mental shock swept over everyone. They found themselves dazed, and when they regained their senses, not only was Chen Tiansheng gone, but the truck had vanished as well, as if it had never existed. What just happened? Are we dreaming? As this absurd thought crossed their minds, a truck horn blared outside the community. They turned to see a heavy truck had driven off into the distance, its horn blaring loudly, drawing away several zombies. The soldiers and residents within the community were left in profound bewilderment, questioning what had transpired. Had Bald Chong truly died? Indeed, he was dead, his body still oozing blood. Wang Yang, seething with anger, lowered his weapon and muttered, "A small man finds success." Chen Tiansheng, meanwhile, pressed the horn as he drove, his foot firmly on the accelerator. After a couple of minutes, he gradually regained his composure and ceased honking, focusing on the road ahead. Luo Feng lowered her hands from her ears and murmured, "Master, you are truly kind. If I were wronged, I would not be able to tolerate such humiliation." Chen Tiansheng retorted sharply, "Do not call me a good person. Good people do not survive. Evildoers live for 1,000 years. Luo Feng stuck out her tongue, while Yang Shui cautiously remarked, "They do not understand you. That is their loss." After a moment of silence, Chen Tiansheng changed the subject. "Remember, low-level zombies rely on sound and scent to attack humans. If you encounter one and see blood, run immediately to avoid unnecessary trouble." "Are there higher-level zombies?" Yang Shui inquired, catching on to the subtle hints in Chen Tiansheng's words. "Of course. After the apocalypse, genetic sequences have been disrupted. Many individuals will adapt and evolve, gaining extraordinary abilities, just like you too. Some will be enhanced, gaining significant strength and speed." He continued, "Zombies are also evolving. Low-level zombies are classified into 3 tiers, and upon reaching the 4th tier, they undergo a transformation. 4th-tier zombies regain intelligence, while 5th-tier ones develop territorial instincts and can command other zombies. The higher the level, the more terrifying the zombies become." The trio stared in shock, and Yang Shui hesitantly asked, "What is the highest tier of zombies?" "As far as I know, the pinnacle is the 10th-tier zombie king, capable of commanding millions of zombies. Even the 9th-tier zombie lords must heed the king's command." They gaped in disbelief at this staggering revelation. Chen Tiansheng added, "Humans can also evolve to the 10th tier. Luo Long and Luo Feng, you are currently at the 1st tier. With diligence and by slaying zombies, strive to break through and reach the peak of humanity." The siblings nodded enthusiastically, while Yang Shui silently pondered when she would pass her own trials, yearning for immense power. With several hours left on their journey from the development zone to the gathering place, Chen Tiansheng decided to check his points in the system. Having slain a few zombies recently, he realized he had enough for 10 consecutive draws. Initially, he had planned to save it for mutated beasts, but an idea struck him. If enhancers rely on genetic unlocking agents, would attribute enhancement agents yield similar effects? He wondered if these enhancement agents could be administered to others. With no stockpiles on hand, he used his points for the 10 draws. The colors white, green, blue, purple, and gold flashed in succession, culminating in a brilliant golden light. "What the? This is too obvious. I don't even need to check what the gold is. It's clearly a power suited for Yang Shui." Before Chen Tiansheng could react, the system notification chimed again. "The reputation system has been activated. Host reputation unlocked. The greater the admiration and loyalty, the less likely betrayal occurs. At 80 loyalty, they will never betray you. If a subordinate reaches 50 loyalty, upon slaying zombies, the host gains 10 points. The higher their admiration, the greater the percentage of points earned." The system even included an explanation feature, clearly suggesting that it intended to make Yang Shui a servant. "Hey system, this feels too targeted. You're not watching my every move, are you?" Chapter 26. Full loyalty. The system offered no response, and Chen Tiansheng turned to Yang Shui, asking, "Can you drive a large truck?" Taken aback by the sudden question, Yang Shui hesitated. "I used to hire truck drivers. I don't know how to drive one." With a screech, Chen Tiansheng slammed on the brakes, causing the heavy truck to come to a sudden stop by the roadside, sending the 3 of them lurching forward. Chen Tiansheng leaned back in his seat, deep in thought, while the others remained puzzled, unsure of their leader's intentions. The surprises from the system were overwhelming, and Chen Tiansheng was eager to understand what had been unlocked. The reputation page resembled the disciple acquisition page but contained different information. Both were formatted like leaderboards. The disciple acquisition page had only 2 entries. 1. Luo Long, Fire Gene Evolver, Level 1, Combat Power, 110. 2. Luo Feng, Wind Gene Evolver, Level 1, Combat Power, 118. Numerous empty slots followed. The reputation page, however, contained several names. 1. Luo Long, adoration value. 89, loyalty. 99, master-disciple relationship. 2. Luo Feng, adoration value. 90, loyalty. 99, master-disciple relationship. 3. Yang Shui, adoration value. 91, loyalty. 80, unknown relationship. 4. Luo Ming, admiration value 50, loyalty 10, friend relationship. Below are a plethora of names. 5. Su Wonking, admiration value 50, loyalty 30, secret crush relationship. 6. Su Wangku, admiration value 40, loyalty 11, unknown relationship. Current total reputation accumulated, 792. Staring at a multitude of unfamiliar names, Chen Tiansheng felt overwhelmed. He recognized Su Wonking, the beauty who gifted him comics, but Su Wangku was a mystery. And what was this secret crush relationship? For those he did not know, the inexplicable admiration could be disregarded for now. His understanding of the master-apprentice and reputation systems was limited, so he finally opened the golden treasure chest. A dazzling golden light flooded his mind. Gene Enhancement Potion. Speed Boost, Speed 100. Goodness, the newly unlocked level 1 speed reached 100. This was astonishing. No wonder in his previous life, she was so fast. It all made sense now. With this thought, Chen Tiansheng felt a surge of impatience. Opening his eyes, he grabbed the fire axe and suddenly commanded, "Get out of the car with me." Without waiting, he opened the door and jumped from the truck. The three were momentarily stunned, especially Yang Shui, who, confused, followed him out, standing behind Chen Tiansheng with a bewildered expression. Time was of the essence. He needed assistance. This was her final trial. With that, he brandished the axe and charged towards the few zombies trailing behind the truck, which were not many. Most had fallen behind, leaving fewer than 10. Chen Tiansheng swiftly brought down the closest ones, not killing them, but severing their limbs, rendering them unable to stand. The zombies continued to claw and bite, their savage demeanor unwavering. He handed the axe to Yang Shui, coldly instructing, "Cleave open its skull, extract the pineal gland from the center of the head. This is the object. As long as you do not vomit, you will pass." For women, encountering blood could induce nausea. How could she handle such a gruesome scene? Yang Shui hesitated, gripping the axe tightly. "Be quicker, don't act like a coward," Chen Tiansheng chided. Gritting her teeth, Yang Shui raised the axe high, closed her eyes, and swung down. The axe cleaved through the zombie's skull, dark blood splattering forth, a foul stench assaulting her senses. Such a smell was unbearable. Just a whiff could cause nausea. Yang Shui could not hold back, her body instinctively reacting. She gagged, feeling faint. To be honest, Chen Tiansheng felt disappointment. In his previous life, Yang Shui had left a profound impression on him. She had been cold and ruthless, showing no mercy when killing zombies. Often berating the timid on the battlefield, "Don't act like a coward. If you're a man, fight." Just days after the apocalypse began, humanity was still grappling with the brutality of slaughtering zombies. Vomiting was normal. However, this version of Yang Shui, who gagged at the sight of killing zombies, was a stark contrast to his memories, leading to inevitable disappointment. Yang Shui recognized she had failed the trial, her complexion pale. Yet her eyes held determination as she gazed at Chen Tiansheng. "Give me another chance. This time I will not vomit." Chen Tiansheng nodded, addressing the approaching zombies. "Help in the short term cannot sustain you in the long run. This time I will not assist you. If you wish to prove you are not worthless and worthy of my trust, you must kill the zombies yourself." This was pushing Yang Shui to her limits, relying solely on herself for survival. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her courage and declared, "I fear not death, so how could I fear you wretched creatures? I will kill." Yang Shui swung the axe, striking down as a zombie lunged at her, cleaving its skull open, black blood spraying over her face. Yet this time, she did not vomit. Nor did she feel queasy. By suppressing her fear and controlling her adrenaline, she found herself fearless and devoid of physiological reactions. She kicked the zombie away, strained to pull out the axe, and crouched down to reach inside the zombie's skull. The feel and stench were still revolting. But just as she felt the urge to gag, Yang Shui forced herself to swallow it back. Clenching the crystal core in her bloody hand, she turned to Chen Tiansheng. "I have completed it." Chen Tiansheng did not hesitate, as the horde of zombies behind them drew nearer. "Get in the car and move quickly." The two swiftly climbed back into the vehicle, and Chen Tiansheng ignited the engine, the heavy truck rumbling back onto the road. Luo Feng pulled off the only piece of clothing covering her brother Luo Long, presenting it to Yang Shui with a flattery. Should I call you junior sister or senior sister from now on? At that moment, Yang Shui was still somewhat exhilarated, her excitement barely contained. When Chen Tiansheng doused her enthusiasm with cold water. I do not intend to take her as a disciple. Yang Shui was taken aback, as were Luo Long and Luo Feng. Especially Yang Shui, whose face fluctuated between red and pale, tears welling in her eyes, nearly spilling over. Suppressing her sorrow, she asked, "Was my performance poor?" "No," Chen Tiansheng finally responded. "It is because you are older than me. Taking you as a disciple is unsuitable." There was still hope for her. Yang Shui reignited her aspirations, looking earnestly at Chen Tiansheng, patiently awaiting his next words. "I will provide you with gene enhancement potions to strengthen you. But it will not be a master-disciple relationship. Rather, it will be one of subordination." Thank you. Yang Shui wept tears of joy. The system notification chimed. Yang Shui, admiration value 100, loyalty 100, subordinate relationship. Just one action instantly maxed out her status, propelling her to the top of the loyalty rankings. Another unexpected gain. Chapter 27. Safety Isolation Zone. The heavy truck sped down the highway. The wilderness was filled with desolation. After the acid rain, wild grasses grew wildly, reaching heights of nearly 1 meter in just a few days. Along the roadside, damaged cars were scattered about, utility poles leaning precariously, frayed wires swaying in the wind with plastic bags and other debris hanging from them. Further ahead, the view opened up. A service area was nearby, but it had transformed entirely. What was once a plain was now filled with tanks and armored vehicles, armed soldiers establishing a defensive position, dominating the landscape with an overwhelming display of military might. My heavens, what has happened here? Luo Long and Luo Feng were incredulous at the scene outside. Having departed the gas station barely 2 days prior, how could such a drastic change have occurred? It's normal, Chen Tiansheng explained. Without establishing a safety zone, rescue operations cannot proceed. This show of force is merely a small-scale affair in the apocalypse. Approximately 500 meters remained to the safety zone, where soldiers manning the perimeter stood ready, guns cocked and ammunition loaded, prepared to fire. As the truck slowed to a stop 200 meters away, the officer in charge of the safety zone took up a loudspeaker and began to announce, "Vehicles ahead. This is a safety zone. Please stop immediately for inspection to check for infections. If you attempt to force your way through, we will open fire." About 150 meters away, the heavy truck came to a halt, and an armored vehicle approached, manned by personnel in biohazard suits alongside 10 armed Special Forces soldiers. "Disembark for inspection." Having experienced this before, Chen Tiansheng was unfazed by such protocols. "Everyone out." Chen Tiansheng opened the door and jumped down, followed by the others, except for Luo Long, who awkwardly covered himself with a newspaper. The Special Forces soldiers approached, guns drawn and ready. A few biohazard-suited personnel came closer, pointing at Luo Long in astonishment. "What happened to you?" "My clothes were burned," Luo Long stammered, his face flushed deep red. The personnel did not press the issue, proceeding with the standard inspection protocol akin to peacetime epidemic procedures, simply asking questions such as, "Have you had a fever in the past few days? Any wounds on your body?" The Special Forces soldier approached cautiously and knocked on the cargo door. "What is stored inside? We need to open it for inspection." Chen Tiansheng opened the door, and the soldiers were astounded by the abundance of supplies, their demeanor softening noticeably. The preliminary inspection concluded swiftly, granting them access to the safe zone. However, Chen Tiansheng was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning, for they would still need to isolate for 14 days in the safe zone and buffer zone. As the armored vehicle cleared the path, they arrived at the entrance to the safe zone, where they were required to stop for registration. The four disembarked once more and were led to the roadside checkpoint, where a line of tables was manned by staff clad in biohazard suits, responsible for documentation. Names, ages, previous occupations, and special skills had to be meticulously recorded. Each person received a form, and while they filled it out with diligence, the Special Forces soldier who had facilitated their arrival brought a set of clothes from the safe zone and handed them to Luo Long. "Put this on. It's better than being bare." Thank you. Luo Long expressed his gratitude profusely, hastily donning the clothes before confidently proceeding with the registration process. Upon completion, each of the four received a flyer, the contents of which Chen Tiansheng was already well aware, while the other three read it attentively. It was a promotional flyer, serving also as a recruitment notice. The current state of affairs was dire. Humanity had suffered a catastrophic blow, and the nation implored survivors to take up arms. Every able-bodied individual was called upon to contribute to the continuation of human civilization. Chen Tiansheng, uninterested in the flyer, led the group back to the vehicle. Under the supervisor's guidance, they maneuvered the heavy truck into the temporary isolation area, a vast expanse dotted with white tents as far as the eye could see. The rescue operations were ongoing, and each survivor was mandated to endure a 14-day quarantine. After the period, they would be escorted to a survivor base. Choose a tent. The supervisor instructed. Chen Tiansheng decisively declared, "We have a truck. We shall not occupy a tent. Leave it for the other survivors. Trust me. You will soon realize that these tents are insufficient." The supervisor, unperturbed, dismissed Chen Tiansheng's words. "Suit yourself. Food will be distributed regularly. Do not cause any disturbances during the quarantine. Arrange everything else as you see fit." With that, the supervisor departed, leaving the barren isolation zone surrounded by makeshift barriers, where armed soldiers stood vigilant at a temporary guard post. After a brief survey of their surroundings, Chen Tiansheng clapped his hands and said, "All right. Although we are required to isolate for 14 days, we will likely be free much sooner. Let's get in the vehicle and set up our living arrangements for the next few days." The tension that had gripped the group for several days finally dissipated, and their spirits lifted significantly. Luo Long, displaying keen insight, retrieved 2 boxes of canned goods from the vehicle and said, "Master, you can sit here and rest for a moment." "Such thoughtfulness," Chen Tiansheng remarked, sitting on the cardboard box with his legs crossed, beckoning Yang Shui over. "Come here." Yang Shui placed the box down, brushed herself off, and jogged over, asking, "What do you need, boss?" Chen Tiansheng, with an air of authority, replied, "You witnessed the agony they endured during their genetic breakthroughs. If you regret it now, it is not too late." Yang Shui, however, was undeterred. "I have no regrets. As long as I can grow stronger, I can withstand any pain." "Very well." Chen Tiansheng said no more, leaving Yang Shui standing silently by his side for about 10 minutes, creating an awkward atmosphere. "Master, the sleeping arrangements are all set. Would you like to take a look?" Luo Long called out. Chen Tiansheng then rose nonchalantly and followed Yang Shui to the truck. Having ample supplies was advantageous. The cardboard boxes could serve as temporary beds, with 4 sleeping spots, the innermost reserved for Chen Tiansheng. "Not bad," he mused, suddenly producing a vial of genetic serum. He turned to Yang Shui, saying, "I have one request. No matter how painful the evolution becomes, hold it in. I fear the soldiers might mistake you for a mutated zombie and eliminate you during the process." Yang Shui's face shifted between shades of red and pale. "I will do my best." She took the genetic serum in her hands, closed her eyes, and consumed it in one go. After drinking, Chen Tiansheng quickly shouted to Luo Long and Luo Feng, "Close the door." The two swiftly jumped out of the vehicle and shut the rear door. The next moment, anguished screams echoed across the vast isolation zone. Chapter 28. Advanced Genetic Evolution. Yang Shui could not contain herself. The pain was excruciating, a deep, cellular transformation occurring within her body, far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. She nearly broke down, clutching her hair and crashing against the supplies. "Let me die? I can't take it anymore." Chen Tiansheng had not anticipated such a severe reaction, but he was prepared and quickly retrieved a bottle of spring water. "Drink this." As Yang Shui's body began to contort grotesquely, the scene resembled a transformation into a zombie. "Hang in there. Get away." Yang Shui's voice, already hoarse, now sounded even more chilling. Chen Tiansheng, unwilling to waste the precious golden serum, rushed to help Yang Shui, forcing the spring water down her throat. Gradually, her struggles subsided, and even while drinking, soft, comforting sounds escaped her throat. Chen Tiansheng breathed a sigh of relief. Had he known the efficacy of the spring water, he would not have allowed Luo Long and Luo Feng to suffer through the night. What a miscalculation. Inside the truck, a scene of turmoil unfolded, while outside, another narrative played out. Howls of anguish and cries of despair echoed, familiar to the soldiers nearby, who rushed to the scene, quickly surrounding the vehicle. "What is happening?" The isolation zone supervisor demanded, gun drawn, his demeanor tense. "Everything is fine. It's a misunderstanding," Luo Long hastily explained, but the soldiers, having witnessed their comrade's transformations, were not inclined to trust him. "I order you to open the door immediately." The bullets were chambered, and the guns were aimed not only at the truck, but also at Luo Long and Luo Feng. This was a dire predicament, one that could not be easily explained. Just then, a voice from inside the truck pierced the tension. So good. I want more. Hurry, give me more. The sound left Luo Long bewildered. Glancing toward the truck in confusion, Luo Feng, perhaps sensing the situation, speculated it might be due to the miraculous water from their master. The soldiers, just as confused as Luo Long, were struck by the stark contrast between Yang Shui's previous suffering and her current, suggestive utterances. After a moment of awkwardness, Luo Long quickly attempted to defuse the situation. Everyone, see? I told you it was a misunderstanding. Please, calm down and be careful not to fire accidentally. There are no zombies inside the truck. If it weren't for the fact that the voice came from a woman, the soldiers would have stormed in without hesitation. Now, however, the atmosphere was incredibly awkward. The isolation zone captain, his face flushed with embarrassment, ordered, "Lower your weapons. Also, inform the two in the truck that this is an isolation area. It's a public place. Please be more discreet next time." After clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he waved his hand and left with his subordinates. With the crisis averted and the misunderstanding resolved, everyone was relieved that no mishaps had occurred. Approximately 30 minutes later, the rear door of the truck swung open, and Chen Tiansheng emerged, drenched in sweat, plopping down onto a cardboard box. "Master, how is she?" Luo Long inquired. "She is asleep." Chen Tiansheng sensed an unusual atmosphere in Luo Long's gaze. "As long as she is well." Luo Feng patted her chest, signaling that the matter was settled. A few more minutes passed, and a group of individuals entered the isolation zone. More survivors arrived, likely those rescued earlier that morning. The rescue operation was divided into 50 teams, with 150 smaller squads, each comprising 10 soldiers. They began in the development zone and expanded towards the city center, conducting 2 missions per day. The morning operation went exceedingly well, rescuing approximately 3,000 survivors without significant casualties, greatly boosting confidence in the rescue plan. A rare and auspicious start. The isolation zone, once desolate, was now bustling with life, filled with jubilant survivors. Stop staring. What is so fascinating about a murderer? Quickly, move along and keep your distance from such individuals. As Chen Tiansheng was lost in contemplation, he suddenly heard someone murmuring beside him. Turning his head, he spotted Su Wonking being dragged away by a middle-aged man about 20 meters away. Just moments ago, Su Wonking had entered the quarantine zone and had caught sight of the heavy truck. She intended to express her gratitude to the masked man. But as Chen Tiansheng had not donned his mask, it was the first time she beheld his true visage, leaving her momentarily mesmerized. After a few seconds of daze, her father approached and pulled her away, repeatedly calling Chen Tiansheng a murderer, leaving Su Wonking at a loss for words. Chen Tiansheng paid no heed to the cold stares, criticisms, and gossip from those around him. He glanced up to gauge the position of the sun and called out, "It's about time. Let us prepare a meal." Luo Long and Luo Feng rummaged through their supplies, initially intending to pull out some canned food, but Chen Tiansheng shot them a stern look and admonished. "What are you thinking with canned food? We should consume the self-heating rice or hot pot first. If we don't, it'll soon expire." As the self-heating food warmed, the fragrant aroma wafted through the entirety of the quarantine zone. In the days following the apocalypse, survivors had it rough. Even those with food storage could barely manage 2 meals a day. In contrast, Chen Tiansheng enjoyed 3 hearty meals daily, filled with sumptuous dishes, provoking considerable envy among others. Many survivors swallowed their saliva at the enticing scent, and some audacious individuals even approached him directly, saying, "Hey, do you have any extra food? I have money. Can I buy some?" Chen Tiansheng lifted his gaze impatiently to find that the one negotiating was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a suit. The man brandished a wad of cash from his wallet and boldly stated, "This is all the money I have. It should be worth at least 1 meal, right?" "Humph." Chen Tiansheng scoffed, "I want to sell for any amount." "You." The middle-aged man, incensed, gritted his teeth and removed his Rolex from his wrist, asserting, "This is a $10,000 submariner. I'll trade it for 10 boxes of self-heating food." Chen Tiansheng, still impatient, replied, "Are you deaf? I said I want to sell for any price." The middle-aged man, losing his temper, approached him with a pitiful demeanor. "Brother, I truly haven't eaten well these past few days. How about this? You name your price, and I'll consider it, as long as I can have a bite." Chen Tiansheng maintained his stance and replied, "I'm willing to let you eat, but I only want one thing." "What is it?" The middle-aged man, sensing a glimmer of hope, eagerly awaited Chen Tiansheng's next words. From his pocket, Chen Tiansheng produced a crystal core and placed it on the box before him. I want this, the pineal gland from a zombie's head. As the man reached out to grab it, he abruptly withdrew upon hearing Chen Tiansheng's words. His face contorted in distress. Brother, you're making it difficult for me. Chen Tiansheng, uninterested in explanations, coldly stated, if you have the pineal gland, trade it for food. If not, then there is nothing to discuss. Having been a small business owner before the apocalypse, the middle-aged man was thoroughly frustrated. Fine, just wait. Chapter 29. The power of abilities before the great disaster. It was an era of public opinion. Even if someone clung to their possessions, they could achieve their aims through a campaign of public sentiment, leveraging the collective power of the masses. If one refused to compromise, they could forget about thriving in society. In a fit of rage, the middle-aged man left, spreading rumors that the food in the truck was state-provided resources for the people in the quarantine zone, now being monopolized and sold at inflated prices, acting as if he were the king of the mountain, disregarding the law. His incitement of anger quickly stirred public outrage. While Chen Tiansheng and his companions enjoyed their meal, a group of young men brandishing clubs marched over with a fierce demeanor. You're the one hoarding resources meant for everyone. The leading youth was exceptionally brazen, confronting Chen Tiansheng head-on. Chen Tiansheng calmly glanced at him and replied coolly, even if it were true, what could you possibly do about it? How dare you be so arrogant? Brothers, let us beat him up. At the leader's signal, the group raised their clubs, ready to attack. Just as Luo Long and Luo Feng prepared to rush forward, Chen Tiansheng halted them with a firm grip. You need not intervene. As expected, intervention was unnecessary. The quarantine zone had an authority figure who had already noticed the commotion and rushed in with soldiers. Step back. Disturbances are prohibited in the quarantine zone. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be met with gunfire. The instigators retreated a few steps, but their anger was palpable. Emboldened by their sense of justice, the young leader defiantly pointed at Chen Tiansheng and his companions, saying, Sir, this is not our fault. It's him. They are hoarding the resources allocated to us, keeping them for themselves. Why aren't you addressing this issue? The authority figure was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the accusations. As the crowd clamored, many voiced their grievances against the three, some even embellishing their claims, alleging they bullied others and acted as henchmen. After the cacophony of accusations, the authority figure felt overwhelmed. Enough. Silence. As the noise gradually subsided, the official turned to Chen Tiansheng and his companions. Are you not going to explain? Chen Tiansheng remained composed, stating, They fabricate charges, accusing me of theft. Why should I explain myself? The official was momentarily taken aback. Your resources? Chen Tiansheng opened his hands, declaring, This truck and its supplies are my personal property. Is there a problem with that? The rationale was sound, leaving the official unable to refute it. He turned to the increasingly agitated crowd, attempting to clarify. You've misunderstood. The truck and its supplies belong to them. Resources allocated by the state are still being prepared. Everyone, please disperse. There is no need to congregate here. The official sought to downplay the situation, but the crowd, unwilling to mask their greed, stood their ground. No, we cannot let this go. Since we are all survivors, resources should be shared. How can he hoard them all for himself? Exactly. Outside, it's teeming with zombies. Shouldn't food be distributed collectively? It's selfish to keep so much for oneself. Sir, you must intervene. Otherwise, we will not comply. Why is it acceptable for him to gorge on delicacies while we are forced to watch? The crowd's outrage intensified, drawing more onlookers, swelling from dozens to hundreds, surrounding Chen Tiansheng and his companions tightly. With misinformation circulating and instigators leading the charge, the onlookers rallied against Chen Tiansheng, demanding he relinquish his supplies. Seeing the crowd grow increasingly agitated, the official realized he could no longer maintain control. To defuse the situation, he ultimately had to yield to the majority's will and appease the unruly elements. He turned to Chen Tiansheng, saying, You see, everyone hopes you'll donate your supplies. I can't stop them. I propose a compromise. We'll buy the supplies at their original price. Ha. Chen Tiansheng burst into laughter. What a joke. Do you think the currency from before the apocalypse is still valid now? Standing tall, he declared, The truck is mine, and the supplies are mine. If you want them, bring me the pineal gland from a zombie's head. If you dare to seize them, Luo Long, Luo Feng. The two stepped forward, displaying their abilities in front of the gathered crowd. Flames erupted, and a fierce wind swirled, forming a massive tornado of fire. My heavens! Step back. The tornado expanded, creating a perfect fire circle with a 10-meter radius around the truck. Anyone who dares to approach the fire circle will face dire consequences. This spectacle was awe-inspiring. Controlling fire and wind was beyond mere human capability. Not only the survivors, but even the quarantine zone's authority figure was taken aback, leaving everyone rooted to the spot, dumbfounded and unsure of how to react. Still not leaving? Chen Tiansheng bellowed, sending the survivors fleeing in panic. The authority figure also retreated, and upon regaining his composure, hurriedly left with his men. This was a significant discovery that needed immediate reporting. The dynamic duo, Luo family's twin fiends, showcased their powers for the first time. And the impression was striking. At least from this moment on, no one would dare harbor ulterior motives. Even the few mice lurking in the shadows abandoned their midnight, plundering thoughts. How could he kill Changgu and let this matter slide? Lu Lei, hanging his arm, vented his indignation. The lackeys of Bald Chong were devoid of spirit, weakly suggesting, "Let us just forget it. Isn't it better to stay alive? There's south no need to court death." After finally being rescued from the depths of despair, they had only just begun to stabilize. Who would risk their lives for a morsel of food? The gangsters may have lost their fighting spirit, but Lu Lei gritted his teeth in hatred. The better Chen Tiansheng lived, the more he seethed. This was a flaw of human nature. Jealousy had completely consumed his reason. Fortunately, supplies arrived from the quarantine zone, consisting of compressed biscuits and water, with each person receiving a share. However, as everyone chewed on the dry biscuits, the sight of the heavy truck nearby was like heaven and earth apart. How selfish and devoid of morality. It was nauseating. Many harbored this thought. Yet Ma Qianxian did not share the same sentiment. Previously, she could only rely on imagination and speculation. Now, witnessing with her own eyes that Chen Tiansheng had hoarded an entire truck of supplies, her mind instantly began to race. She even contemplated finding an opportunity to approach Chen Tiansheng, humbly offering sweet words, believing they could reconcile. After all, before the apocalypse, Chen Tiansheng had been utterly compliant with her. Even if his temperament had drastically changed, surely he still harbored feelings for her? The more she thought this, the more convinced she became, secretly plotting to seize the opportunity to climb into Chen Tiansheng's bed. Chapter 30. Exchange items for supplies. The safety zone was expansive, covering thousands of square meters, with the first outpost, the second tank position, and the third artillery zone, while the center contained the safety rest area and the quarantine zone. The quarantine zone concealed a vast amount of supplies and had seen the emergence of an ability user who could manipulate fire. This news spread rapidly throughout the safety zone. Propagandists, political officers, and other officials promptly reacted, sending groups to negotiate with Chen Tiansheng in the quarantine zone. The large truck in the quarantine zone was quite conspicuous, especially since a massive fire had burned a perfect circular pattern on the ground. Even after the flames were extinguished, it remained astonishing. One of the propagandists, holding flyers, took the initiative to approach for negotiations. However, just as he was about to step into the fiery circle, Luo Long blocked his path, his palm emanating fierce flames. "What is it?" The propagandist excitedly handed a flyer to Luo Long. "I'm here for this. With your abilities, joining the military is your ultimate destiny." Luo Long merely glanced at it, and in the next moment, the flyer turned to ashes. "I see. You may leave now." Sir, please reconsider. The entire nation is in need of your abilities." Without Luo Long's permission, no one dared to step into the fire circle, not even the soldiers of the safety zone. Luo Long approached the truck, where Chen Tiansheng lay leisurely atop a pile of supplies, basking under the sun. "Master, he wants us to join the organization." Ignore such people in the future." Chen Tiansheng didn't even spare him a glance, radiating arrogance. The propagandist waited patiently outside the fire circle, peering in for a response. By chance, he turned his head and saw Zheng Wei arriving in a flurry. The propagandist hurriedly stepped forward with pleasantries. "Zheng Wei, you finally made it. Is it just these few people?" Zheng Wei paid little attention, rushing forward to step into the fire circle. But before his foot could land, the ashes on the ground suddenly ignited, nearly causing him to stumble. His subordinates quickly helped extinguish the flames licking at his pant legs. "Zheng Wei, are you all right?" I'm fine. Zheng Wei adjusted his glasses, feeling a mix of emotions. Such a terrifying ability. These individuals must serve us. Luo Long approached again, irritably stating, What do you want exactly? Don't you know the rules? No entry into the fire circle without permission. Just as Zheng Wei was about to erupt, the head of the quarantine zone whispered into his ear. He is the one controlling the fire. Zheng Wei immediately changed his demeanor. I'm Zheng Wei from the war zone. I've come to discuss matters with you. Before Luo Long could respond, Chen Tiansheng's voice interjected, let him come over. Luo Long gestured for Zheng Wei to enter. Zheng Wei straightened his appearance and stepped into the fire circle. Others tried to follow, but Luo Long shot them a fierce glare, coldly stating, Master did not permit you to enter. Stay back. With no choice, they could only wait on standby. Zheng Wei approached the truck, where Chen Tiansheng lay on a cardboard box, being fanned by a young girl. He looked utterly at ease. Even with distinguished guests arriving, Chen Tiansheng didn't even lift his eyelids. It was an incredible display of arrogance. Zheng Wei held a poor impression of Chen Tiansheng, yet it mattered not. His ultimate goal was not for Chen Tiansheng himself, but for the two young individuals beside him who could control fire and wind. As Zheng Wei was about to speak, Chen Tiansheng preempted him. Firstly, I will not join your organization, but I can help you resolve issues. We may act together, but I will not take orders. Secondly, if you want supplies, you must exchange them for the pineal glands from the heads of zombies. Propose how you wish to exchange. This was a direct and blunt proposition, throwing two heavy bombs while subtly hinting at many intricacies. Zheng Wei, after all, was Zheng Wei. Despite his disdain for Chen Tiansheng, he discerned negotiable details within those 2 points. Mr. Chen Tiansheng, is it? Allow me to introduce myself. I don't care what you're called. If you cannot make decisions, bring someone who can. See yourself out. Zheng Wei was completely stunned. What was happening? He hadn't even introduced himself before being dismissed. Was he being shown such blatant disrespect? Mr. Chen, see yourself out. Luo Long, without granting Zheng Wei further opportunity to dither, had already conjured flames in his palm, forcibly pushing Zheng Wei out of the fire circle. Humph. Zheng Wei angrily stormed off. If he had merely looked down on Chen Tiansheng before, he was now utterly disillusioned by Chen Tiansheng's arrogance. This was indeed the apocalypse. In a peaceful world, such a haughty individual would never thrive. Leaving the quarantine zone, much of his anger had dissipated, and he began to seriously analyze Chen Tiansheng's 2 suggestions. Firstly, he could help them resolve issues, but would not obey orders. He deemed this arrogance, lacking organization and discipline. The second point, that to acquire his supplies, they must exchange for the pineal glands from zombies, was something he could work with. He called in soldiers who had executed tasks that morning to inquire about zombies, learning that it was quite easy to shoot zombies from a distance. With a single shot to the head typically securing a kill, several hundred had been taken down in just one morning. Thus, obtaining the pineal glands from their heads should be relatively effortless. Following this, Zheng Wei made a decision he would regret for a lifetime. He drafted an exchange proposal and once again ventured alone to the quarantine zone to meet Chen Tiansheng. This is our proposed exchange plan. Chen Tiansheng took it, glancing only once. This is entirely acceptable. I will exchange as many as you have. Zheng Wei looked at the heavy truck, mentally estimating its capacity. Little did he know that Chen Tiansheng possessed a spatial backpack containing at least a ton of supplies. A gentleman's word is his bond. I'll arrange it immediately. Shortly after Zheng Wei departed, a helicopter roared in, descending 2 individuals, one a lieutenant from the safety zone, the other Luo Ming, now clad in battle attire, with the insignia of a lieutenant. Where are the young individuals who can control wind and fire? Take us to see them at once. After the quarantine guards saluted, they hurriedly escorted the 2 officials into the quarantine zone. Right there, that heavy truck is theirs. The lieutenant was fine, but upon seeing the heavy truck, Luo Ming's eyes lit up, and an unrealistic thought crossed his mind, though he quickly dismissed it. As they approached the vicinity of the heavy truck, Luo Ming was stopped by the guards. Lieutenant, please wait a moment. This area has been designated as a restricted zone by them. No one is allowed to enter without permission. How audacious! The lieutenant exclaimed in surprise. But before he could react further, they heard Luo Long, the boy who could control fire, shout from near the truck. Uncle, why are you wearing that uniform? Luo Long, it's really you. At this moment, Luo Ming's emotions were akin to a roller coaster, filled with both surprise and joy. Chapter 31. Matters concerning the apocalypse you may not know. Haha, Luo Long. Come here, and let Uncle take a look. Luo Ming opened his arms, resolutely stepping into the restricted zone. Lieutenant. The guards did not stop him. Yet in the next moment, nothing occurred. No fire ignited, nor was there a tempest. Luo Ming rushed over and lifted Luo Long into his embrace, excitedly patting his back. Laughing heartily, "Good lad. Tell me, how did this rumor about you being able to control wind and fire spread?" "Let Master explain," Luo Long replied, scratching his head awkwardly. He noticed someone attempting to step into the fire circle and, in indignation, snapped his fingers, effectively isolating the intruders. Luo Ming, unaware of this scene, urged, "Quickly take me to meet your master." Guiding him to the heavy truck, Chen Tiansheng finally opened his eyes. Upon seeing Luo Pangzi in military attire, he smiled and asked, "How did you advance so quickly in the ranks and attain such a high position?" Luo Ming stood at attention, offering Chen Tiansheng a formal salute. "I was originally a retired soldier. This time, it counts as my re-enlistment, and thanks to you, I made significant contributions by preventing a fuel station fire, thereby establishing a safe zone." "Ah, I see." Luo Feng brought over 2 boxes, allowing uncle and master to sit facing each other, while Luo Long and Luo Feng stood guard nearby, ensuring no one dared to disturb the reunion of master and uncle. "Now tell me, Luo Long and Luo Feng, how did you manage to control wind and fire?" This was the crux of Luo Ming's visit. I will keep it brief. The explanation is quite simple. A rain of acid altered biological genes, and those who were caught in the downpour had their genes thoroughly destroyed, transforming into zombies, neither human nor ghost. The effects of the acid rain continue, as the air still harbors a plethora of viruses which gradually infiltrate biological genes. Over time, many individuals will evolve, acquiring cataclysmic powers, such as your nephew and niece. Wait, let me jot this down. Luo Ming was left speechless, his mouth agape. And then, what else? Evolution entails altering the genetic coding of the body, primarily dependent on opportunity. Unlocking powers and speed categorizes one as an enhancer, while those who can control elements and employ mental attacks are termed as abilities users. Both are collectively referred to as evolvers. The terminology differs, but the essence remains the same. According to genetic sequences, the human body can evolve a maximum of 10 times, with each evolution representing a qualitative leap. Currently, both Luo Long and Luo Feng are first-level evolvers. As Chen Tiansheng elaborated, the system continuously prompted, "Luo Ming admires you. 10, 10, 10. In a mere moment, Luo Ming's admiration had surged to 80. "Let me interrupt. How do you know all this? Did Luo Long and Luo Feng become evolvers because you hold the secrets of evolution?" At this, Chen Tiansheng naturally straightened his posture. "You could say that. As I took them as disciples, I must present a measure of sincerity. Otherwise, how could I be considered a master?" The flesh on Luo Ming's face quivered uncontrollably. "Indeed, having them pay their respects to you as their master was the wisest decision of my life." He continued with unabated excitement. "Do you realize the impact these two have made? The higher-ups have contacted me, insisting that regardless of the cost, we must ensure their integration into the organization. Brother Chen, you are truly a benefactor to the Luo family. I owe you a great debt of gratitude." Chen Tiansheng waved his hand dismissively, his expression turning serious. "Do not be in haste to express your gratitude. If I were you, I would not be eager for your 2 nephews to join the organization." "Why?" Luo Ming retorted incredulously. "Do you know the conditions laid out by the higher-ups? A lieutenant. This is a height that many aspire to but never attain." Sigh. Chen Tiansheng sighed heavily, his tone grave. "There are reasons behind this. Let me summarize 2 points. First, we are at the onset of the apocalypse, and there are only these 2 publicly recognized ability users. If scientists wish to unlock the secrets of this apocalypse, they will need these 2 to make sacrifices for science and the advancement of human civilization. What do you think will become of Luo Long and Luo Feng?" Upon hearing this, Luo Ming's complexion fluctuated between red and pale. Speechless for a moment, he stammered, "That won't happen. It certainly won't. Even if mad scientists agree, the war zone would never consent. It's a matter of principle. In these times, how could we send such powerful allies into a laboratory?" Chen Tiansheng continued, "Secondly, the duty of a soldier is to obey. As it stands, if a commander, lacking insight, were to assign Luo Long and Luo Feng a mission that is a certain death sentence, what then?" This statement caused not only Luo Ming, but also Luo Long and Luo Feng, who had been standing nearby, to turn in unison and gaze at Chen Tiansheng. In a world overrun by zombies, where danger lurked at every corner, A commander operating with a peacetime mindset in a war against the apocalypse would be tantamount to casting a child's toy ship into a vast ocean. This would only lead to harm for all involved. One cannot say that, after all, the war zone is equipped with firearms and artillery smack. Chen Tiansheng firmly patted Luo Ming on the shoulder, his gaze earnest. Even you still hold on to pre-apocalypse thinking. Guns and artillery are utterly ineffective against high-level zombies. A third-level mutated beast or a third-level zombie renders firearms useless. Do you realize this? Chen Tiansheng's retort left Luo Ming at a loss for words, but after a moment's thought, he inquired, "What do you know? Tell me. The more detailed, the better." Chen Tiansheng turned and gestured on the box while speaking. "I already mentioned that acid rain is the key to unlocking biological gene evolution. And every organism has 10 opportunities for evolution. Humans can evolve 10 times. Zombies can evolve 10 times, and even animals and plants can evolve 10 times. The acid rain modifies biological gene sequences, and this is the reason Luo Long and Luo Feng possess their abilities. Compared to human evolution, zombies find it much easier to evolve. The human brain contains a mysterious region known as the pineal gland, which scientists referred to as the God's forbidden zone before the apocalypse. No one could decipher its code. After the apocalypse, the acid rain shattered the constraints of the pineal gland, unlocking genetic locks, allowing the pineal gland to begin absorbing energy. Zombies or mutated beasts that consume the pineal gland from human brains will evolve. A first-level zombie consumes 10 individuals to become a second-level zombie. A second-level monster consumes the pineal glands of 100 ordinary humans to advance to the third level, and so forth. The effects of the pineal gland on abilities users and enhancers are even more pronounced. Do you realize how delectable and nourishing your two nephews appear to the monsters? You are unaware that currently, no one in the war zone's command knows any of this. Therefore, if Luo Long and Luo Feng join the organization now, within 3 days, their fate will be sealed. As Chen Tiansheng finished speaking, the system prompted, Luo Long, admiration value 100, loyalty 100. Luo Feng, admiration value 100, loyalty 100. Chapter 32. I will help you write the report. Chen Tiansheng raised his head, turning to the eagerly attentive Luo Long and Luo Feng, beckoning them over. The two approached swiftly, and Chen Tiansheng spoke earnestly. Joining the organization is not out of the question. First, you must serve under me. I assure you both can stand on your own. After that, you may go wherever you please, but until that time, you must heed my commands. Luo Long promptly declared, "Master, from this day forth, I will only follow you. You say one, I shall not say two. Even if you ask me to climb a mountain of knives or descend into a cauldron of oil, I will not hesitate." Luo Feng echoed, "Indeed, master. We will not enlist, we will only follow you." Luo Ming's calculations had gone awry. He had not anticipated that in just a day, his two nephews would completely become someone else's children. With a heavy sigh, he remarked, "What you say makes sense, but I cannot comprehend how you know all this. It feels as though you are an expert on the apocalypse, knowing everything. How I know is of no concern to you." Chen Tiansheng patted Luo Ming's shoulder firmly. "I do not oppose aligning with the organization, but now is truly not the right time." With his hands behind his back, Chen Tiansheng surveyed the entire quarantine zone with a wry smile. This quarantine zone is like an empty shell. It serves no purpose. The only function of confining so many people here is to provide food for mutated beasts. Once they are discovered, it will all be wiped out in one fell swoop. Just wait and see how you manage then. Is that true? No way. Luo Ming's face turned as pale as a ghost. Unconvinced, Chen Tiansheng beckoned, throwing an arm around Luo Ming's shoulder, their camaraderie reminiscent of longtime friends as they strolled casually through the isolation camp. Luo Long and Luo Feng trailed silently behind them. After meandering nearby, Chen Tiansheng crouched down, picked up a twig, and remarked, "I have previously stated that acid rain devastates biological genes, not merely affecting humans, but also animals, plants, and insects." He pressed the twig against an ant, which was surprisingly the size of a thumb, a size rarely seen before. This one is merely a base-level mutated creature. It is not lethal, yet should it bite you while you sleep at night, you would transform into a corpse within an hour. Goodness! Luo Ming exclaimed, rising in alarm, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Chen Tiansheng stood as well, discarding the twig and brushing off his hands. "You all think this is the apocalypse? Do not be foolish. This is merely the prologue. The performance has yet to commence, and the actors have not taken the stage. With that, Chen Tiansheng turned and walked away, leaving Luo Ming momentarily stunned by the impact of his words. Mr. Chen, I am a lieutenant from the war zone. May I have a word with you? A lieutenant obstructed their path as they headed back. What do you wish to discuss? Chen Tiansheng asked, his demeanor serious. In times of national crisis, every individual bears responsibility. We are at a pivotal moment for civilization, and we hope you can prioritize the greater good by allowing your 2 subordinates to accompany us to the war zone. I will not hinder you from taking them. Chen Tiansheng replied, proceeding towards the large truck to bask in the sunlight. The lieutenant, undeterred, began to entice Luo Long and Luo Feng, but they ignored him completely, refusing to engage in his idle chatter. Gentlemen, we come with sincerity. As the lieutenant prepared to escalate his efforts, Luo Ming patted him on the shoulder. Allow me to handle this. He quickly returned to Chen Tiansheng's side and calmly stated, I acknowledge that you have valid points. Given your extensive knowledge, you must possess solutions. Correct? I have already mentioned that I can assist you with your troubles, but I will not take orders from you. Do not attempt to dictate to me, for I am not one to be trifled with. Haha, I know, dear brother Chen, you are extraordinarily gifted, a rare prodigy. Luo Ming shifted tactics, showering him with flattery. I agree with your insights, yet speaking them to me is futile. Why not accompany me to the war zone and explain your position to my superiors? Chen Tiansheng, reclining with his legs crossed, retorted, Am I to abandon the lives of the thousands in this isolation zone? Then what do you suggest? With a sense of pride, Chen Tiansheng declared, before the great disaster, I was merely a programmer, accustomed to writing reports. Provide me with a computer, and I will draft a report for you. Whether my superiors believe it is of no concern to me. Much obliged, Luo Ming said, playfully massaging Chen Tiansheng's shoulders and calling for the lieutenant. You must arrange for a computer to be brought here immediately. The sooner, the better. The lieutenant, seething with frustration, was forced to acknowledge Luo Ming, the hero who had single-handedly eradicated 3,000 zombies, now reduced to pandering to this scoundrel. Soon, a military-grade laptop arrived, a masterpiece of engineering. Weighing 10 pounds and resembling a briefcase. It boasted solar charging, a graphene battery, a Snapdragon processor, and satellite connectivity, capable of functioning even in a desert. It was shockproof, waterproof, fireproof, and bulletproof, a device unattainable in the pre-apocalyptic world, a dream for many coders. Very well, come tomorrow to collect the report, Chen Tiansheng said, settling into the truck, oblivious to the world outside as he began to write. Luo Ming found himself at a loss. The knowledge he had acquired that day was too critical to delay reporting. However, when the various reports were compiled, the commander of the war zone was left utterly bewildered. Chen Tiansheng, a wanted fugitive before the apocalypse, remained at large. An undeniable fact. The rescue team reported Chen Tiansheng's lack of cooperation during his rescue, while the isolation zone's supervisor described him as arrogant and overbearing, with a chorus of voices echoing this sentiment. Yet, Luo Ming's report was inexplicably protective, setting aside Chen Tiansheng's reckless behavior. The information provided by Luo Ming was enough to shake the scientific community, now only requiring a complete report. The superior picked up the phone, connecting to the internal line. Notify the frontline safe zone to temporarily set aside matters concerning the rogue Chen Tiansheng. We must not allow him to cause disturbances. Our primary focus remains on the rescue operations, and everyone has performed admirably today. Let us strive to rescue more survivors tomorrow. A day of smooth sailing fostered complacency, which would later contribute to significant losses in subsequent rescue efforts. But that was a tale for another time. In the isolation zone, after Chen Tiansheng entered the truck with the laptop, he assigned Luo Long a task: find the ants, leave not a single one behind. Poor Luo Long, the first of his kind endowed with extraordinary abilities, found himself reduced to scouring the grass for ants with a tiny stick. Luo Feng, by contrast, enjoyed a more fortunate role, solely responsible for preparing meals and attending to the needs of the group. As night fell, a figure stealthily approached the front of the truck, a surprise visitor, Ma Qianqian. Chapter 33. The Fate of the Traitor Under the Cover of Darkness. Ma Qianqian quietly slipped out of her tent, stealthily making her way to the truck, mustering the courage to knock on the door. Tiansheng, may I speak with you alone? Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I simply wish to talk. May I come aboard? As she spoke, she attempted to project a demure demeanor, a tactic that had proven effective in the past, convinced that Chen Tiansheng would succumb to her charm. engrossed in writing. Chen Tiansheng heard a knock and turned to see Ma Qianqian, instantly feeling a wave of distaste. Tiansheng, I have always loved you, truly. I was misled by Lu Lei. He is a scoundrel, while you are the one who truly cares for me, the man I can trust for a lifetime. Her words, though sincere in their delivery, repulsed Chen Tiansheng. Ma Qianqian continued, Tiansheng, I realize my mistakes, I truly do. Please forgive me, I am so frightened. She managed to squeeze out a few crocodile tears, her face a picture of sorrow as she sought to disguise her true motives. Had this been the old Chen Tiansheng, he might have softened at her plight. But not now. Unable to contain himself, he lowered the window and said, Qianqian, do you recall what I once told you? What did you say? Ma Qianqian quickly wiped her tears, her expression brimming with anticipation. Think carefully. As Ma Qianqian delved into her memories, she struggled to recall anything from that day amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. Tiansheng, just say what you wish to say. She even attempted to employ a cutesy tone, sending chills down Chen Tiansheng's spine. I said I had contemplated many things, how I would care for you in a world filled with despair, ensuring you experience happiness. A flicker of hope ignited within Ma Qianqian. So you do love me then? Chen Tiansheng quickly interjected, no, I also said, do not show yourself again. For I fear I may be compelled to kill you. Panic surged through Ma Qianqian as she instinctively took 2 steps back, tears once more streaming down her face. But you loved me once, didn't you? I truly understand my mistakes. Please forgive me this one time. I promise there will be no next. Desperate, she dropped to her knees, eyes glistening with tears as she pleaded. In the past, she would never have humbled herself before Chen Tiansheng, even if he were at fault. It would have been Chen Tiansheng bowing to her. Now, in an unprecedented display of submission, if he refused to accept her apology, he would be deemed unmanly. Your kneeling is futile. I cannot accept betrayal. With that, the window rose, leaving behind a visage of cold indifference. Tiansheng, you are no man. Ma Qianqian's demeanor shifted from one of victimhood to one of fury, her claws bared as she lashed out. I have knelt to apologize. And you dare treat me this way. In a fit of rage, she attempted to climb onto the truck, but before she could grasp the door, she was met with an overwhelming force. A tempestuous wind swept through, tossing her violently to the ground. Luo Feng had arrived long before, her curiosity piqued by the gossip surrounding her master and this woman, prompting her to allow the lengthy tirade. Ma Qianqian, having fallen disgracefully, lifted her gaze to see Luo Feng, her fury igniting further. It was because of her that you chose to forsake me, wasn't it? Chen Tiansheng, speak up. You heartless scoundrel. Ma Qianqian screamed, as if driven mad. Come, everyone look. This is him, Chen Tiansheng. When I first met him, he had nothing. Yet after 3 months together, I gave him my all. And what did I receive in return? Betrayal, all for the sake of this woman. Ma Qianqian, now adept at sowing confusion, threw herself on the ground, wholly disregarding her image. He is nothing but a despicable scoundrel. Chen Tiansheng's reputation had long since become notorious, and Ma Qianqian's uproar was merely a reflection of her own burdens, leaving him entirely unmoved. However, for Ma Qianqian, her illusions had shattered. Having exhausted every plea to win back Chen Tiansheng's heart, she finally ground her teeth and cursed vehemently. Chen Tiansheng, when you pursued me, kneeling before me, what did you vow? That you would love me for eternity. When we were together, you prepared breakfast for me daily, obeyed my every whim, and even pampered my feet at night. Why has everything changed since the apocalypse? Why? Chen Tiansheng remained indifferent, while Luo Feng gazed at him in disbelief from within the car. Could it be true that Master has such a sordid past? This is quite the spectacle. Throw her out, Chen Tiansheng commanded, and Luo Feng obeyed without question. Utilizing her wind manipulation ability, she expelled Ma Qianqian beyond the perimeter. Ma Qianqian, in a fit of rage, hurled curses. You little harlot, he treats you this way today, and he will do the same to you in the future. Neither of you will meet a good end. You will suffer a terrible fate. Luo Feng turned her back, dismissing the deranged woman entirely. After the farce had unfolded, Ma Qianqian returned to the tent, disheveled and defeated, only to be met with Lu Lei's icy glare. So you decided to come back? Lu Lei's voice was cold and unforgiving. Brother Lei, listen to me. Lu Lei swiftly struck Ma Qianqian, knocking her to the ground, and followed up with a barrage of punches and kicks. Unsatisfied, he pointed at her, cursing, you ungrateful wretch, feasting at one table while eyeing another pot. Your ex won't acknowledge you, so you crawl back here? Fine, I'll make you regret it today. With that, he bound Ma Tiansheng tightly with rope and gagged her with cloth, seething as he whispered threateningly in her ear, "You wretched girl. Remember the little internet celebrity from Block 601? Look at what happened to her at the hands of Bald Chong. Dare to betray me, and I will make you suffer the same fate." Ma Qingqian's face drained of color, her pleas for mercy falling on deaf ears. What followed is too unspeakable to describe. Lu Lei sought vengeance for her betrayal, enlisting Bald Chong's goons to use Ma Tiansheng as a vehicle for their wrath, exchanging her for rations of compressed biscuits. Indulging in their cruelty, Ma Qingqian's nightmare had only just begun. In the dead of night, as Chen Tiansheng diligently typed away, a face suddenly appeared at the car window. Even someone as well-versed as Chen Tiansheng was startled by the abruptness of the scene. Yet, upon recognizing the figure outside, he erupted in anger. "Are you out of your mind? It's the middle of the night, and you're out here scaring people." The window lowered, and Yang Shui weakly replied, "I just wanted to share how I feel right now. The world feels so slow, so slow, so slow." As she spoke, she shifted positions 3 times in the blink of an eye, her speed leaving Chen Tiansheng struggling to comprehend. It wasn't the world that had slowed. It was her who had accelerated. Chapter 34. Out on an errand, Yang Shui was taken aback by her own transformation. Anyone would find it difficult to accept waking up to a world that felt like a slow-motion film, while she could traverse 10 meters with a single stride. Such a sudden change was truly beyond description. "Get in the car. It's not the time to frighten people outside." Chen Tiansheng's words had barely escaped his lips when Yang Shui was already seated in the passenger seat. "My goodness, your abilities are astounding. You'd best master them quickly, or you'll scare me to death." Yang Shui was still acclimating to her newfound powers. Chen Tiansheng continued typing, casually inquiring, "When did you wake up?" "When that woman was cursing at you. She was my ex-girlfriend. On the day of the catastrophe, I returned home to find her in bed with another man." For the first time, Chen Tiansheng opened up, albeit briefly. "I despise betrayal above all else," Yang Shui solemnly declared. "I swear, I will never betray you in this lifetime." A heavy silence ensued until Yang Shui broke it. "Although I have my own complications, should you have any physical needs, I am at your service." Chen Tiansheng stiffened, turning to her with a single word, "Get lost." The next moment, Yang Shui vanished without a trace. A night devoid of conversation passed. The following morning, the glaring sunlight streamed through the windshield, illuminating Chen Tiansheng's face. Stifling a yawn, he closed his laptop. After a night of relentless work, he had finally completed his report on the apocalypse, encompassing theories of genetics, evolution, and new combat strategies for the end times. Although these ideas were not entirely his own, he was certain that if shared publicly before the onset of the disaster, this lifetime would undoubtedly surpass the last. The soldiers rose early, assembling their ranks as dawn broke. Fully armed, each face etched with determination. As per tradition, Zheng Wei prepared to deliver a motivational speech before their departure. "I shall keep my words concise. We are the people's warriors, the last hope of the populace. In the face of catastrophe, time is of the essence. We have trained for 1,000 days to act in a single moment. The lives of the common people rest upon your shoulders. No matter how arduous or grueling, you must press on. When confronted with zombies, what must we do? One word: fight. Our rallying cry is, mission accomplished, summoned back, victory assured. Onward." The soldiers swiftly boarded their vehicles and set out. Chen Tiansheng instinctively adjusted his collar, straightened his back, and offered a solemn salute to the vast rescue team. This salute was for the heroes. This reverence was for life. Perhaps today, there would be casualties. Who could tell? Chen Tiansheng reflected silently. On the highway, Zheng Wei bid farewell to the soldiers, only to encounter Luo Ming, who had come to retrieve the report. Zheng Wei hastily saluted. "Squad leader." "Good." Luo Ming returned the gesture, and they parted ways, one heading to the rest area, the other to the quarantine zone. Chen Tiansheng secured his laptop, having no intention of returning such a fine piece of equipment. Grabbing a USB drive, he exited the vehicle, greeted by Luo Ming's warm smile. "Brother, you must have pulled an all-nighter, huh? The report is inside. Just submit it directly." "Fantastic, just in time. I need to return to the military district shortly, Brother Chen. I owe you for my 2 nephews." After exchanging pleasantries, Luo Ming took his leave. Many were already awake. Even those still in slumber were stirred by the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Each person swallowed hard, bewildered as they emerged from their tents, and sure enough, A large truck was preparing a sumptuous feast, tantalizing their senses. While Chen Tiansheng and the others indulged in their meal, Zheng Wei approached with a bloodied bag in hand. Enjoying your meal? He opened with a casual remark before tossing a sack of crystal nuclei onto the ground. 158 pineal glands, according to protocol. You'll receive 158 boxes of supplies. Chen Tiansheng was taken aback, astonished by the military's swift action. He crouched down to inspect the crystals, discovering a rare second-level crystal among them. What a stroke of luck. Excellent. Load them up. Feel free to take whatever you need from the truck. This was a significant windfall. Once the higher-ups recognized the importance of these crystals, they would surely regret their oversight. Zheng Wei nodded to the people behind him, who promptly boarded the vehicle to gather supplies, while he boasted, "There's more to come at noon. I reckon this truckload of supplies won't suffice for what we're trading." Chen Tiansheng's lips curled into a smile. "Absolutely sufficient. I will exchange whatever you have, as long as you are willing to trade." Zheng Wei inhaled sharply, utterly perplexed by the repulsive item Chen Tiansheng wanted him to procure. "What purpose does this serve?" "Not convenient to disclose," Chen Tiansheng replied, swiftly collecting the crystal core, wary that Zheng Wei might change his mind at any moment. "Very well, we shall meet at noon." Zheng Wei, accompanied by his soldiers, relocated a small portion of supplies. Watching their departing figures, Chen Tiansheng quietly reflected, "Hurry and eat. Once finished, we must seize an opportunity to venture outside." Outside? To where? To extinguish impending dangers at their roots. The group collectively gasped, and upon realizing the gravity of the situation, they hurriedly consumed their meals and tidied up their dishes. They promptly boarded the vehicle, each wearing a solemn expression. As Chen Tiansheng started the truck, he remarked, "Yesterday, I examined the map and discovered a potential threat near the gas station, approximately 10 kilometers from the camp." Luo Long and Luo Feng exchanged awkward glances. "We are familiar with the vicinity of the gas station. How could we not be aware of a potential threat?" Chen Tiansheng reminded them. "There is a breeding farm southeast of the gas station." Indeed, there existed a breeding farm supplying poultry and livestock to Jiang City. What threat could possibly arise from that place? Chen Tiansheng muttered curses under his breath while maneuvering the vehicle. "Have you disregarded everything I taught you?" After acid rain, humans transform into zombies. What do animals become? Mutated beasts. Luo Feng interjected, a look of shock and fear spreading across his face. Heavens! There are at least 10,000 poultry and livestock in that farm. If they all turn into monsters. Chen Tiansheng reassured him, "Do not worry. For a mutated beast to evolve, it must consume human or zombie crystal cores. Typically, they do not harm their own kind. Therefore, while the farm may have a large quantity, it will not harbor advanced mutated beasts. It is better to eliminate them now than to face them when they become formidable." Chen Tiansheng's words rang true. 3 years after the cataclysm in his previous life, the beast tide caused by the mutated creatures from that very farm marked Yang Shui's rise to fame. That battle resulted in heavy casualties, with survivors barely escaping. The memory of that brutal conflict remained vivid. Until the threat was eradicated, Chen Tiansheng would not find peace. However, just as the truck was about to leave the quarantine zone, they were obstructed. "Where do you think you're going?" "Out on business." "What about the quarantine?" "We can re-quarantine upon return. We genuinely have urgent matters today." Chen Tiansheng engaged in a verbal spar with the guards, who remained steadfast in their refusal to allow passage, creating a tumult that eventually drew Zheng Wei's attention. Chapter 35. The breeding farm. What is going on? Where are you all driving to? And what about the quarantine? Zheng Wei's expression was far from amiable, beginning with a sharp reprimand directed at Chen Tiansheng. Unfazed, Chen Tiansheng responded nonchalantly, "I never said we wouldn't quarantine. We can simply re-quarantine for 14 days upon our return." Zheng Wei scratched his head, feeling that Chen Tiansheng's reasoning held a semblance of merit. "Let them pass." After Chen Tiansheng drove away, Zheng Wei glared at the truck's receding silhouette, muttering under his breath, "A disorganized, undisciplined rogue." Chen Tiansheng paid no heed to others' opinions of him. In his previous life, he had been subject to the whims of others, commanded about like a pawn. Now, reborn, he resolved to live life on his own terms. Assistance was welcome, but he would not comply with commands or arrangements. This was Chen Tiansheng's stance. The heavy truck boldly exited the checkpoint. In a day, everyone had heard of this vehicle and knew of Chen Tiansheng's reputation. The soldiers bore no fondness for him. Yet, to Chen Tiansheng, such sentiments were inconsequential. Driving along, he strategized. Upon arrival, I will park the vehicle in a safe zone. Yang Shui will scout the terrain, and Luo Long and Luo Feng, you will follow my orders. I surmise that most mutated beasts may not have escaped their confines yet. Once safety is confirmed, you two will coordinate and unleash a fiery assault. Should any escapees wander outside, I will handle them. Your only task is to provide long-range attacks while Yang Shui scouts and disrupts. Do you understand? Understood. The three responded in unison. The gas station lay only 10 kilometers away. The distance was not great, but the rugged mountain roads made for a bumpy ride. After approximately 30 minutes, they spotted the breeding base nestled in a low-lying area. Choosing a parking spot, the four disembarked. Chen Tiansheng donned his gas mask and goggles, handing the shield to Yang Shui. You are swift. If danger arises, do not engage. Prioritize your safety. Understood. With the shield in hand, Yang Shui's figure swiftly vanished. The remaining three cautiously approached the breeding farm, moving at a measured pace for safety. Yet, despite their vigilance, an unforeseen event occurred. The breeding farm, situated on the outskirts, was surrounded by dense grass and thick woods that offered concealment but also concealed dangers. As the trio prepared to observe, a chilling sensation washed over Chen Tiansheng. The feeling of being targeted by a predator. Be cautious, he warned, appearing suddenly before Luo Feng with his fire axe crossed defensively. What is it, master? Silence. He interrupted Luo Long's inquiry, keenly attuned to his surroundings. A mutated beast lurked within the grass, moving with astonishing speed, shifting positions in the blink of an eye. Prepare yourself, follow my lead, he commanded, and Luo Feng focused intently. Blow. Chen Tiansheng pointed, and Luo Feng manipulated the wind, stirring the grass, causing a rat the size of a wolf to vanish in an instant. Is it truly that large? The three were taken aback. A 1-meter-long rat was an unprecedented sight. A level 2 mutated rat, having consumed at least 10 crystal cores. Be cautious. You two cannot handle such a mutated beast. Master, Luo Feng trembled. Under normal circumstances, he would not fear a mere rat, but the grass was the rat's domain, making it hard to detect, and a moment's lapse could spell disaster. Luo Long, anxious, began to emit smoke. A hole burned into his shoulder. I can't hold back any longer. I'll incinerate you. Luo Long unleashed flames toward the grass, igniting it instantaneously. At that moment, the rat lunged from Luo Long's left side, baring its fangs as it aimed for Luo Long's head. Chen Tiansheng had been awaiting this opportunity. Seeing the rat launch its attack, he doubled his speed, darting to Luo Long's side and swinging his axe. With a swift motion, the rat was cleaved in two. Chen Tiansheng sighed, crouching slowly to inspect the level 2 mutated rat. Its size had increased, and its teeth were sharp. A single bite could transmit lethal viruses. Few could withstand such an assault. Detected level 2 mutated beast. Do you wish to absorb? Absorb. Chen Tiansheng found the rat's crystal core distasteful and opted to absorb it directly to avoid the unpleasantness. Once the rat's corpse vanished, he turned to face the shaken Luo Long, who was on the verge of tears. Master, had you not intervened, I would have been a goner. No need for excessive lamentations. Continue forward. With the immediate crisis averted, Chen Tiansheng proceeded with heightened caution. Perhaps due to an excess of ease in this life or a newfound strength that fostered pride, he had previously underestimated the situation. After the rat incident, however, he resolved to take survival in this apocalypse seriously. Crouching at the outer iron fence of the breeding farm, they steadied themselves when Yang Shui reappeared. I have confirmed there are no living beings within the entire breeding farm. As anticipated. What now? Chen Tiansheng inquired. There is a breach in the southeast corner, likely created by a mutated beast. We can enter from there. Without further ado, Chen Tiansheng gestured. Let us proceed. They swiftly reached the southeast corner, where indeed a breach had formed. A considerable section of the farm's wall lay in ruins, and the remnants of bricks and tiles suggested that such force could not be the work of a small mutated beast. Follow me and stay behind. Chen Tiansheng led the way into the breeding farm, with the other three following closely behind. In the breeding farm situated in the wilderness, there are 4 distinct rearing zones, poultry such as chickens and ducks, alongside livestock including cattle and pigs. The poultry area is expansive, and the foul stench of chicken droppings permeates the air, rendering any attempt to evade the odor futile. Chen Tiansheng pointed towards a 2-story building within the farm, stating, if danger arises, retreat to the building. With so many birds, should they escape their confines, their ferocity would be truly formidable. Understood, Yang Shui replied, her figure vanishing only to reappear moments later, reporting, the breeding area is secure. The chickens and ducks are confined and struggling. We must ignite it swiftly. Indeed. Let us act with haste, Chen Tiansheng urged. The trio advanced quickly to the chicken coop, where Chen Tiansheng carried a bag of feed, declaring, I will scatter the feed shortly. Luo Feng, control the wind. The stronger the gust, the better. Luo Long, await my command to set the fire. Both nodded in agreement. Chen Tiansheng raised a finger, counting down. 3, 2, 1. He flung the feed with force. Luo Feng swiftly manipulated the wind, causing chaos within the coop as the feed was scattered and whipped about. Even those outside the coop could feel the feed striking against metal, reminiscent of a hailstorm's tumult. Luo Long, unleash the flames. Set it ablaze. The inferno merged with the tempest, igniting the feed instantaneously. Within moments, the chicken coop was engulfed in flames, and the trapped birds succumbed to a fiery fate, unable to escape their grim destiny. As the points accumulated, Chen Tiansheng felt elated. The disciple system and the worship system each provided 50 experience points, totaling his experience. Thus, the combined efforts of Luo Long and Luo Feng in vanquishing the mutated beasts proved far more efficient than his solitary endeavors. The blaze raged for a full 3 minutes until the points ceased to rise, prompting Chen Tiansheng to call for a halt. While Luo Feng managed the fire with ease, Luo Long struggled, taking time to extinguish the flames. Chen Tiansheng handed Luo Feng a bottle of source water to restore her spiritual energy. After much effort, Luo Long finally subdued the fire, at which point Chen Tiansheng tossed him a bottle of source water, urging him to drink quickly. He then ventured into the darkened coop, where the aftermath of the blaze revealed charred remains and the acrid scent of burnt flesh. Initially intending only to test for any overlooked crystal cores, he was met with a system notification upon entering the coop. Detected level 1 mutated chicken gene. Would you like to absorb it? Why not? He answered eagerly. A radiant light engulfed the coop as thousands of charred chickens vanished in an instant. After glancing down, he noted an impressive tally of 284 points. Relishing the thrill of this exploit, while hoping the system remained oblivious to the loophole. With the chicken coop dealt with, they proceeded to the duck coop, employing the same incendiary strategy. Drawing from his prior experience, the results were significantly more impactful. Following the eradication of this battleground, Luo Long boasted, Master, I find slaying mutated beasts quite manageable. It's not as arduous as you suggested. Chen Tiansheng shot him a disdainful glare. These chickens and ducks, from birth to table, have a growth cycle of no more than 40 days. The hormonally induced mutated beasts are inherently deformed. Thus, their defeat is indeed simple. The true challenge lies with the cattle and pigs. His assertion held merit. Chickens and ducks were short-lived with limited intelligence. In contrast, cattle and pigs possessed remarkable defense, endurance, and intellect. In a cataclysmic scenario, a third-tier pig or cow could easily dismantle 100 fully armed warrior squads. His decision to rest briefly was not solely for recuperation, but rather a pretext to indulge in a series of 10 consecutive draws, preparing for the upcoming battle. Ascending to the second floor of the modest dwelling, he found little of value aside from a row of slaughtering knives on the wall. Yang Shui tested the knives for balance while the Luo siblings scoured the room. I need to rest for a moment. Do not disturb me, Chen Tiansheng declared before retreating upstairs. Eagerly closing the door behind him, he activated the system and commenced a series of 10 draws. With over 5,000 points amassed from the slaughter of chickens and ducks, he was poised for 50 10-draw attempts, even more exhilarating than before. 10 whites, 10 whites, 10 whites, 10 whites. He exclaimed in disbelief as consecutive draws yielded nothing but unsatisfactory results, leaving him frustrated. What is this nonsense? Even if I exploited a bug, this is unreasonable. He casually opened one of the white boxes, revealing a single portion of mutated roasted chicken. Mutated roasted chicken, can this even be consumed? Chen Tiansheng hesitated, contemplating the peculiarities of the source water and its effects. Upon exhausting the white boxes, he discovered a total of 100 mutated roasted chickens. Given that each draw cost 100 points, and he earned only 1 point per slain mutated chicken, the math revealed a disheartening loss. Resolute, he continued the 10 draws, only to be met with yet another 100 mutated roasted chickens. I refused to yield. After 56 more mutated roasted chickens, a different item finally emerged, mutated roasted duck. Ultimately, his 10 draws resulted in 216 mutated roasted chickens, 319 mutated roasted ducks, 4 bottles of source water, and a peculiar item, mouse dart. This small, pitch-black weapon, neither quite a dagger nor a dart, had a curious name, demonstrating the system's penchant for puns. 30 minutes later, Chen Tiansheng descended from the upper floor to find his companions nearly asleep. Yang Shui reported, "I scouted earlier. There are 54 pigs and 21 cows. Aside from their eyes, they appear identical to ordinary pigs and cows. Then there are no level 2s, Chen Tiansheng concluded, leading the way outside while explaining their strategy. The Luo siblings cannot assist with the cattle and pigs. These mutated beasts will charge before you can incinerate them. How do we slay them then?" Yang Shui inquired, perplexed. "We shall set an ambush. You will lure them out, and I will dispatch them one by one." Understood. Upon reaching the pig pen, they found the plump, mutated pigs sleeping soundly, oblivious to their fate. "Wait a moment. We will draw them out when we deal with the cows." Gripping his fire axe firmly, Chen Tiansheng commanded, "You all stand back." With that, he leapt into the pig pen, decapitating a hefty pig with a single swing. Taking advantage of its unawareness, he swiftly dispatched the corpse. Working efficiently, his speed was remarkable. Within the first pig pen containing 34 pigs, the glint of his blade flashed as he eliminated 3 pigs in rapid succession. Killing pigs earns 1 point. Just as with chickens, this is hardly equitable, he mused as he prepared to enter the next pen. However, just as he was about to strike, a rotund black pig suddenly raised its head, baring its tusks and snorting loudly. Chen Tiansheng swiftly struck it down without allowing any chance for resistance. Yet, the commotion roused every pig in the pen, their eyes turning crimson as they charged towards him. The first-tier mutated pigs only knew how to charge, attacking with sheer force. For an ordinary person, a single blow would likely spell disaster. Yet, Chen Tiansheng was no ordinary individual. As the pigs barreled towards him, he sidestepped and swung his axe, liberating them from their existence. As he reached the 4th pig pen, the chaos finally bore fruit. A hefty pig crashed through the pen, charging toward him. "Yang Shui, open all the pens. Everyone retreat." Yang Shui darted about, flinging open the gates, unleashing nearly 30 pigs from their confines. The sheer power of the pigs, now united, surged forth, their collective force shaking the ground beneath them. At last, the opportunity had arrived to unleash his full might. Activate all skills. In an instant, the pig pen transformed into a whirlwind of chaos as hundreds of pounds of pork were sent flying. Chapter 37. The third-order mutant beast. The air was filled with the dazzling glint of blades as a tempest of chaos engulfed the pig pen. Sand and debris swirled violently, while the crimson mist of blood scattered the fat pigs in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the pig pen teetered on the brink of collapse, littered with the carcasses of the pigs and shattered remnants of brick and tile. Outside the pen, several individuals stood in stunned silence. They were aware of their leader's prowess, yet they had never fathomed the extent of his might. Setting aside the formidable offensive power of the pigs, the sheer destructive capability of a single axe sweeping through a multitude was unparalleled. Even before the apocalypse, such a spectacle would have been deemed too audacious for the silver screen, as it shattered the limits of human understanding. Luo Feng rubbed her eyes, incredulity etching her features as she beheld the carnage. Her mouth agape, she struggled to close it. Yang Shui, though equally astonished, felt a surge of exhilaration. This was the power she had long coveted. Now that she too had grasped a semblance of that strength, an indescribable thrill coursed through her, igniting her desire to test her own limits. Once the final pig fell beneath the axe, Chen Tiansheng nonchalantly swung the weapon, exuding an air of effortless grace. His eyes, ablaze with a predatory intensity, scanned the area to ensure no pig remained alive before he turned away, dissipating the tempestuous aura surrounding him. "Let us proceed to the cattle shed," he declared. With an air of pride, Chen Tiansheng strode forth, inspiring a profound sense of admiration in the hearts of the 3 followers, an admiration that resonated deeply within them. Upon exiting the enclosure, they found themselves momentarily frozen in place, prompting Chen Tiansheng to glance back in confusion. "What are you waiting for? Keep up." As they prepared to follow, he suddenly raised a hand, his gaze fixated on the wall, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "What is it, master?" Luo Long inquired, bewildered. Silence. Chen Tiansheng felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, The aura was unmistakably that of a high-level mutant beast, at the very least, a third order. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled beneath them, the earth quaking with each heavy footfall, the sand and stones rising with every stomp. Could it be a steamroller? Luo Long sensed the impending danger, pointing towards the wall from which the sound emanated. The two women stood alert, bracing themselves against the looming threat. As the noise grew ever closer, it culminated in a thunderous crash. The wall shattered under an immense force, debris flying in all directions. A cloud of dust swirling around them. The four instinctively took several steps back, and within the haze, two blood-red eyes glowed ominously, accompanied by the heavy exhalations of the beast. When the form of the mutant beast came into view, even Chen Tiansheng felt a shiver of fear. It was a third-order mutant beast, evolved from a yellow cow. Towering nearly 2 meters tall, its horns had mutated into a mass of sharp spikes, resembling two spiked clubs atop its head. Its grotesque visage bore fierce, bloodshot eyes that glimmered with a menacing light, sending chills down the spine of anyone who dared to meet its gaze. The beast's hooves pounded against the ground, its mutated feet gouging deep craters as it lowered its head, preparing to charge at the four. Scatter, Chen Tiansheng commanded, but even as he spoke, the third-order mutant bull had already launched its charge, a force akin to a mountain crashing down. The psychological pressure of the third-order beast was so intense that even the faint-hearted would be paralyzed with fear. Luo Long and Luo Feng trembled uncontrollably, their legs quaking. Though Chen Tiansheng urged them to disperse, the siblings remained rooted in place, paralyzed by terror. Get out of the way, Chen Tiansheng exclaimed, shoving Luo Long aside as if he were a mere sack of sand, propelling him several meters away. Yang Shui, however, reacted swiftly, grabbing Luo Feng's hand. She darted 10 meters away, entirely evading the bull's path of destruction. Chen Tiansheng pushed Luo Long, realizing there was no time to flee. Despite the initial 100-meter distance, against a high-level mutant beast, it was merely a fleeting 12 seconds before the third-order bull reached him. Turning, he raised his axe to block. His movements were fluid and precise. Thud. He had anticipated that unleashing his full strength would allow him to withstand the bull's might. But he had severely underestimated the creature's terrifying power. The immense force of the charge sent Chen Tiansheng hurtling through the air, as if struck by a speeding vehicle. Crashing through the outer wall of a 2-story building, his form vanishing amidst the dust and rubble. Master, boss. The sight of this left the three in shock. To witness such a formidable individual felled in a single blow highlighted the sheer ferocity of the impact. The third-order bull, having successfully struck its target, turned its head towards Luo Long, drawn by the cries. With a thunderous stomp, it charged towards him. Luo Long, dazed and impulsive, attempted to retaliate with fire. However, as the flames began to coalesce in his palm, the bull was already upon him. In that critical moment, a figure dashed past, and the third-order bull collided with the phantom of Luo Long, its momentum carrying it forward until it crashed through the pig pen's wall, finally halting its rampage. From a distance of 10 meters, Luo Long found himself saved by Yang Shui. Frustrated, he shouted, "What are you doing? I want to avenge Master." Yang Shui, turning back in anger, replied, "We are no match for this mutant bull. Run. I'll hold it off. You two escape." With her shield braced against her chest, she prepared for the inevitable confrontation. "I won't run. Only cowards flee," Luo Long insisted, still trying to summon flames. But at that moment, the third-order bull burst forth from the wreckage, charging with the force of a thunderstorm towards them. "Get out of the way." Yang Shui shoved Luo Long aside just as she turned her head, and the bull was now less than 10 meters away. Yang Shui moved with blinding speed. Since her evolution, the world around her seemed to slow down, each person appearing as though in slow motion. However, the bull's speed matched her own, and if she did not sprint with all her might, she might find herself outpaced. This was the essence of a mutant beast. This was the crisis of the apocalypse. The bull barreled toward her, leaving Yang Shui with no avenue for escape. She staggered backward, but the bull's speed proved overwhelming. Its horns collided with her shield, the force visibly denting the metal. This was not a sustainable situation. Summoning all her strength, Yang Shui leapt to a height of 3 meters, narrowly avoiding the bull's lethal spikes. Should they make contact, the consequences would be catastrophic. What transpired may have seemed to unfold slowly, yet it occurred within the span of a mere second. Yang Shui landed safely, while the bull halted its charge, enraged, nostrils flaring as it exhaled hot air. its crimson gaze fixated on the human before it. At that moment, the third-order bull felt a profound sense of humiliation. It had been outmaneuvered. Stamping its hooves into the ground, it lowered its head, preparing for a powerful charge. Yang Shue's heart sank. She was neither as swift nor as strong as the bull, and the situation appeared utterly hopeless. Just as despair gripped her, and the bull charged forth, Chapter 38, overwhelming victory commenced. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air resonated with a piercing shriek. The sound of weapons slicing through the atmosphere. There was no time to glance aside. In the blink of an eye, just as the third-order bull was about to descend upon Yang Shui, a fire axe spun through the air, cleaving downwards with blinding speed, striking the mutant bull's neck. Thud! The axe made contact with the bull, but rather than a spray of blood, it sent the beast staggering, the axe rebounding back into the air, tracing a parabolic arc before landing amidst the ruins of the two-story building. A hand reached out to catch the fire axe. It was Chen Tiansheng. He was alive. Raising the axe high, his gaze was cold and unyielding as he declared, "Ah, I was careless, allowing you to ambush me. Come again, and I shall cleave you in two." The third-order bull, momentarily impeded by the sudden blow, stumbled and collapsed beside Yang Shui, kicking up a cloud of dust as it fell. Chen Tiansheng emerged from the debris, exuding the aura of a king. "You cannot defeat a third-order mutant beast. Get away from it," he commanded. "Yang Shui, take them inside." Yang Shui had just survived a harrowing ordeal, and there was no time for elation. Swiftly, she maneuvered to rescue Luo Long, who was nearest to the rampaging manticore, and cast him into the ruins before seeking out Luo Feng. Chen Tiansheng, wielding an axe, charged forward with determination, targeting the recently risen third-tier manticore. With a fierce cry, he brought the axe down upon its head. But the manticore raised its barbed horns to block the blow. Sparks flew as the two forces clashed. Suddenly, Chen Tiansheng vanished, employing a second-tier speed skill, Blink, to reappear beside the manticore, delivering a heavy strike to its neck. A critical hit. The fire axe pierced through the manticore's defenses, but merely grazed its hide. Killing it was an impossible task. The manticore bellowed in agony, twisting its head to evade the axe, blood spraying forth as it stomped in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Tiansheng continued his assault, but his critical hit was still on cooldown, and his ordinary strikes failed to breach the manticore's formidable defenses. With a series of thuds, 3 strikes landed, but they bore no consequence as the manticore thrashed about in distress. Just as Chen Tiansheng prepared to press his advantage, the manticore's hind hoof lifted, charging towards him. By the time he realized the danger, it was too late. He hastily raised his axe to block. The impact sent him flying several meters, crashing to the ground and sliding to a halt. Disheveled, Chen Tiansheng rose and gulped down a vial of spring water, the excruciating pain subsiding as his stamina gradually returned. The glass bottle shattered in his hand, and he glanced at his now ineffective fire axe, discarding it on the ground. From his spatial pouch, he retrieved his sole remaining weapon, a rat dart, and charged once more at the manticore. The wound on the manticore's neck continued to bleed, having suffered greatly. It no longer underestimated its human adversary and bolted towards the barn. "You want to escape me," Chen Tiansheng declared, unleashing his full speed to leap onto the manticore's back, brandishing the dart to stab at its body. To his astonishment, despite being an ordinary dagger, it easily penetrated the manticore's defenses. The system's quality was indeed exceptional. The manticore writhed in pain, desperately attempting to dislodge its rider. Yet, Chen Tiansheng seized the moment, repeatedly stabbing into the manticore's flesh until it was a grisly sight. On the brink of madness, the manticore bounded erratically towards the barn. Just before reaching it, Chen Tiansheng grasped its horn, plunging the dart into the neck wound with all his might. The gash widened, blood gushing forth as the third-tier manticore succumbed, collapsing in front of the barn. As its massive form fell, Chen Tiansheng lay back on the ground, exhausted yet exhilarated. This marked his first victory against a creature of such higher tier. Having vanquished a third-tier mutated manticore, he recalled that in his previous life, the destructive power of a single third-tier manticore could easily topple a tank, and in large numbers. They wreaked havoc upon everything in their path. However, before he could catch his breath, chaos erupted in the barn. The herd, witnessing their leader's demise, became frenzied, crashing against the barn walls. "Damn it!" Chen Tiansheng exclaimed, scrambling to his feet, and fleeing while hastily consuming another vial of spring water. The barn quaked as over 21st tier mutated cattle burst forth from the ruins. At that moment, most of Chen Tiansheng's skills were still on cooldown. Had he known such trouble awaited, he would never have exhausted all his abilities in the pig pen. In the midst of his retreat, Yang Shui suddenly appeared beside him, supporting his arm with one hand and wrapping the other around his waist. In an instant, he found himself transported to a small house. Gasping for breath, Chen Tiansheng realized the gravity of the situation. Yang Shui peered through the window, gripping her knife tightly. "You all escape through the back window. I am swift and will hold off the herd." Chen Tiansheng retorted, "No need. These are merely first-tier mutated cattle, not a formidable threat. Take this." He handed her the rat dart, continuing, "The major artery in their neck is known to all who hunt cattle. A swift stab will lead to their demise within 10 minutes. Your speed will allow you to evade them. Go." "Understood." Yang Shui's gaze was resolute as she accepted the dagger. "Be careful," Chen Tiansheng cautioned, but before he could finish, she vanished. As the herd burst from the barn, initially set to attack humans, their sudden disappearance left them aimless. Many first-tier mutated cattle stared vacantly at the fallen manticore. Suddenly, one of the cattle let out a pained cry, and as the herd turned back, it went berserk, kicking and colliding with its fellow cattle. Yang Shui seized the moment to strike, quickly hiding as she marveled at the sharpness of her unassuming black dagger. With it, she could handle these beasts. In a flash, she darted out to continue her assault. The farm was filled with chaotic bellows, blood staining the earth. Though numerous, the herd was leaderless and injured, blindly charging, demolishing the farm in a frenzy. This madness persisted for a quarter of an hour. With the last mutated cattle collapsing, all 21 were slain without a survivor. Standing amidst the blood-soaked ground, Yang Shui was enveloped in the scent of iron, her eyes now hardened, as if reborn through battle, embodying the essence of a warrior goddess. Chen Tiansheng emerged with his 2 apprentices, offering water to Yang Shui. "Recover swiftly." "Thank you." She accepted the glass bottle, returning the dagger to him. "Here, you keep it," he replied, not taking back the dagger, as his fighting style favored larger weapons. Surveying the scene of carnage and the unconsumed pigs, he instructed, "You all return to the vehicle. I will handle the aftermath." He ushered the 3 away to avoid unnecessary complications and the need to fabricate explanations to conceal the system's existence. Once they departed, Chen Tiansheng began absorbing the cattle's corpses, first extracting the crystal core from the 3rd-tier manticore's head. The core shimmered with a faint green glow, signifying a notable yield. He had over 1,000 points, ample for 10 consecutive draws. However, knowing the system's tendencies, he wondered if he would receive anything other than mutated meat. With a hopeful heart, he selected the exchange package. 10 white, 9 white and 1 green, 8 white, 1 green, and 1 blue. Out of 80 white chests, as expected, he received 10 tons of mutated pork and 11 tons of mutated beef. The blue chest contained a special skill, barbaric charge, unleashing 10 tons of impact force, with damage scaling with strength. Most thrilling of all was the arrival of a purple chest. Encountering purple again, rarer than gold, he eagerly opened it. A flash of violet light revealed a gene immunity serum. Uncertain of its effects, Chen Tiansheng recognized its sole worth lay in trading it with the government for maximum profit. After consuming all the basic attribute enhancement potions, his stats now stood as follows: Constitution, 4467 Strength, 4732 Speed, 4495 Mental Power, 4071 Basic skills included: Stamina Recovery, Strength Burst, Speed Doubling, Mental Shock. His special skill was Barbaric Charge. Overall, the gains from this experience have been quite remarkable. All fundamental attributes have surpassed the threshold of 40. And according to the standards of the enhanced beings from my previous life, I am on the verge of advancing to the rank of a secondary enhancer. However, my enhancement is all-encompassing. After all, the enhancers from my past life only had specific attributes enhanced. For instance, Yang Shui possessed unparalleled speed, but her strength and stamina were woefully inadequate. In this reincarnation, just days before the cataclysm, I could already stand head and shoulders above the rest. Who could pose a threat to such power? Whistling happily, I returned to the vicinity of the heavy truck. Just as I settled into the driver's seat, Yang Shui stated solemnly, "I have good news and bad news." Chen Tiansheng turned to her, and Yang Shui continued, "The good news is that I feel my speed has increased a bit. While starting the engine, Chen Tiansheng explained, "That's to be expected. You are currently just a primary speed enhancer. Continuous evolution can only be achieved through relentless combat, so keep pushing yourself." He sharply turned the steering wheel and casually inquired, "What is the bad news?" "The truck is out of fuel, and we probably won't have enough to return to the safe zone." Only then did Chen Tiansheng glance at the fuel gauge, which indeed pointed to empty. "This is a significant issue. You should have mentioned it sooner." Frustrated, Chen Tiansheng maneuvered the truck cautiously, and thankfully, they managed to return to the safe zone, albeit just as the fuel tank ran dry. "Move the vehicle. You're blocking the road." A soldier responsible for the roadblock signaled. Chen Tiansheng stepped out of the truck, wearing an innocent expression. "I wish I could drive it away. But unfortunately, it's out of gas." The soldier shot him a disdainful glare, inwardly cursing his misfortune. "Even without fuel, don't obstruct the road. Find a way yourself." Chen Tiansheng's relationship with the soldiers at the safe zone was tense. They had little regard for him, and it was a miracle they weren't being hostile. "If you need it moved, then do it yourself. If you can't push it, don't blame me." Chen Tiansheng resigned himself to the situation. "You." The soldier's hand trembled with anger. Just as he was about to escalate the confrontation, a massive convoy appeared on the road ahead. "If you don't move, you'll be left outside. Everyone, stay alert." The frontline soldiers readied their weapons, aiming at the approaching rescue convoy. Chen Tiansheng glanced back at the convoy, which was indeed substantial, though it seemed disheveled compared to yesterday's well-organized formation. The convoy arrived at the entrance of the safe zone, coming to a halt. A soldier jumped out of the vehicle, shouting urgently, "Hurry, save the people." Personnel in protective suits rushed towards the convoy under the soldiers' protection, swiftly carrying injured survivors onto stretchers and entering the safe zone with haste. Casualties were inevitable in the apocalyptic rescue missions, and yesterday's success had led to a sense of complacency among the soldiers, resulting in today's perilous situation. Zheng Wei and the commanders hurried out, and after the leading soldier saluted, he began to report. The rescue team saved 7 individuals, with 19 casualties, of which 16 were civilians. Zheng Wei was incensed upon hearing this. How could such a thing happen? The soldiers stood at attention, acknowledging, "The rescue operation encountered errors, for which I bear undeniable responsibility. I accept punishment." Now was not the time for blame. Zheng Wei, understanding the gravity of the situation, patted the soldier on the shoulder. "Come with me. Provide a detailed account." As he turned to leave, he caught sight of Chen Tiansheng and his companions at the entrance and asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" "It's dangerous outside. Do not linger at the entrance." Chen Tiansheng shrugged. "I wish to enter, but alas, the truck is out of fuel." Zheng Wei took a deep breath, glanced at the truck, and inquired of the soldier, "Have the pineal glands from the zombies been extracted?" A soldier held up a backpack stained with dark blood. "Report. A total of 478 units, all here." Zheng Wei, uninterested in the backpack, nodded towards Chen Tiansheng. "Give it all to him. Unload 478 boxes of supplies from the truck. His life is inconsequential, but we must not waste resources." Zheng Wei grumbled as he turned to leave. Luo Long, hearing this, was incensed. "Hey, who are you talking about?" Chen Tiansheng restrained him from reacting, inspecting the crystals and discovering several second-tier ones among them, explaining the significant casualties. "Master, are we really letting them take it away? We hardly have any left." Luo Long's expression was one of distress. "Let them take it." Chen Tiansheng collected the crystals. Trading a small amount of supplies for such a bounty of crystals was exceptionally advantageous. Meanwhile, the report Chen Tiansheng had given to Luo Ming stirred significant controversy in the National Assembly Hall. Chapter 40. A report that sparked controversy. The cataclysm struck unexpectedly, catching the entire world unprepared. Relatively speaking, the response from Huoguo was the swiftest. Following the acid rain, a state of emergency was declared, and the nation entered the highest level of preparedness, initiating plans for post-nuclear war reconstruction. On the first day after the acid rain, a unanimous vote was cast for national readiness. The second day involved summoning scientists to rescue survivors, who were taken into underground defense shelters to study the acid rain. On the third day, the nation mobilized all its strength for rescue operations, sparing no effort to save survivors. By the fourth day, both good and bad news arrived in succession, revealing that the power of the acid rain had been underestimated. On the fifth day, in the National Assembly Hall, the leaders and scientists found themselves at a loss, engulfed in silence. The venerable founding elder, deep in thought, remarked, It has only been 5 days since the outbreak of the zombie virus. If we were to conclude now and condemn the living dead to death, I personally believe it contradicts our nation's consistent policy. The question of whether the zombie virus can be cured remains unresolved. But one fact stands clear. If we do not act now, the daily death toll in every city will escalate into the tens of thousands. Indeed, this is still a conservative estimate. The prion virus outbreak has swept the globe overnight, transforming the infected into mindless monsters. Are we to be responsible for them, or for the healthy individuals they threaten? We cannot be so decisive. If the prion virus can be cured, discussing this now amounts to murder. Any significant decision is never made lightly, and this one involves the potential slaughter of millions. Genetic experts provided a definitive response. The prion virus alters genes, and the genetic sequences are irreparably damaged. At least, modern medicine cannot resolve this. Whether future advancements can is uncertain. If we provide our medical professionals with ample resources, financial support, whatever they require, how long would it take for them to provide an answer? Perhaps 10 years, perhaps 100. This question remains unanswerable. The meeting fell into silence once more. At that moment, a report from Tiansheng disrupted the heavy stillness. The report was transmitted via quantum satellite to the general staff, reaching the heads of state and many ministers simultaneously, yet no one paid it any mind. They were all deep in contemplation over whether to initiate the catastrophic nuclear option, until the founding elder, putting on his glasses, leisurely opened the report and scanned it briefly. His expression changed, growing tense as he read with increasing fervor. Everyone, quickly, take a look at the report from Tiansheng. Seeing the founding elder's seriousness, the others were perplexed. Once they opened the report, they were struck by its contents. The previously quiet assembly hall erupted into chaos. Tiansheng had uncovered the secret of the acid rain, and the report was detailed. The identity of the author remained unknown, but the person who submitted it was Luo Ming, who had re-enlisted in Tiansheng. The founding elder stood upright. Quickly, make copies of the report for our scientists to verify its authenticity. Also, contact the Tiansheng war zone. I wish to speak with Luo Ming personally. It was no wonder the founding elder was so excited, while scientists had made no progress. This report elucidated the therapeutic mechanisms of the acid rain, the elemental arrangements, and the genetic sequences with such clarity that the causal relationships were entirely coherent. If confirmed, this would represent a monumental contribution not only to the nation but to the entire world and to human civilization as a whole. It encompasses not only the causes of the disease but also the types and distinctions of zombies, and even methods of exterminating them. Upon hearing this, everyone diligently scrutinized the details. Some murmured in admiration. This Luo Ming is truly a talent. Meanwhile, the Tiansheng battle zone received a call from the highest military command. The commanding officer summoned Luo Ming and, after clarifying the situation, pondered deeply before asking in a grave tone, "So, you are saying that the report you submitted was provided to you by Chen Tiansheng from the quarantine zone?" "Indeed," Luo Ming replied, standing upright with a firm posture. "Chen Tiansheng possesses profound knowledge about the apocalypse. I requested him to compile a detailed report of his insights." The commanding officer, crossing his hands awkwardly, softened his tone. "Old Luo, what kind of person is Chen Tiansheng?" Luo Ming was taken aback as a document was flung onto the table before him. "A wanted criminal. Can we really trust the words of such a person?" The commanding officer's tone carried a hint of reproach, his voice inadvertently rising. "Even if his report is highly credible, how can I explain to the higher-ups that the person submitting it is a wanted criminal?" "Commander, please. No more." The commander interjected, contemplating carefully. "Luo Ming, you are a veteran. I trust your character. But have you considered what if this report is fabricated? Miscommunication leading to erroneous statements is a burden neither of us can bear." Luo Ming furrowed his brow and solemnly replied, "Commander, I can vouch for Chen Tiansheng with my integrity." The commanding officer stood up, his voice stern. "What good is your guarantee? This is a matter concerning the lives of millions. If there is even a slight error in the report, and it proves to be misleading, you may not fear for your head, but I do." Luo Ming's tone softened, "Yet I believe Chen Tiansheng is correct. His understanding of the apocalypse far surpasses that of any of us. Do you think your belief is sufficient? I will ask you but one question. Like you and me, has endured the acid rain. What gives him the right to know more than us?" Luo Ming opened his mouth, suddenly realizing the gravity of his overconfidence. Indeed, how could Chen Tiansheng possess such extensive knowledge? Was it merely conjecture? With this realization, he felt a rush of humility. Observing Luo Ming's flickering gaze, the commander resumed his seat, his tone more conciliatory. This matter began with you and shall end with you. Regardless of what the higher-ups inquire, you must bear the responsibility alone. I cannot risk my career for a wanted criminal. Handle it as you see fit. The commander dismissed Luo Ming, instructing him to face the inquiries from above. Simultaneously, at the entrance of the frontline quarantine zone, Chen Tiansheng and his companions gazed at the desolate surroundings. Left with only 3 boxes of supplies, feeling a profound sense of loss. Master, there is hardly anything left. Chen Tiansheng replied nonchalantly. A living person can't die from being unable to relieve themselves. You two stay here. Yang Shui, come with me. Where to? The 3 asked in unison. To find gasoline. Luo Long exclaimed, Master, I want to go with you. No, you two cannot come. Chen Tiansheng jumped from the vehicle, surveying the overcast sky. His tone somber. There is no safe place to rest. You two stay at the camp just in case. Following me would be of no assistance. Be obedient. Chapter 41. The attack on the safe zone. Shortly after Chen Tiansheng departed, Luo Ming's phone rang at the front line. The communications officer hurried to the entrance, but could only find Luo Long and Luo Feng. Where is your master? Luo Ming asked with a heavy tone. The one on the line was Luo Long, who scratched his head awkwardly. My master went out on an errand. He.s. not at the safe zone. Why did he leave now of all times? Sensing his uncle's urgency, Luo Long instinctively asked, What happened, uncle? Is there a problem? Luo Ming had called to preemptively contact Chen Tiansheng and inform him of the current situation. If he could withstand the pressure alone, it wouldn't matter if there were faults. He could claim credit for any achievements, leaving Chen Tiansheng with nothing. How could he explain that later without sowing discord? It's nothing. If he returns, please have him contact me. I need to discuss something with him. Sure, uncle. Yet, this missed opportunity would lead to many subsequent missteps, culminating in Luo Ming receiving all the accolades, even though his clarifications would be of no avail. Of course, at that moment, Chen Tiansheng was unaware and would not have taken it to heart even if he had known. Meanwhile, on the desolate roads of the suburbs, Chen Tiansheng ambled forward, with Yang Shui alternating between walking ahead and lagging behind, still adjusting to her bodily changes. Chen Tiansheng halted, gazing at the charred remnants of a gas station, exclaiming, I somewhat regret setting the gas station ablaze a few days ago. Yang Shui paused in response. Why don't we borrow some gasoline from the frontline soldiers? Why must we venture out to search for it ourselves? Chen Tiansheng chuckled wryly. I refuse to bow down to those imbeciles. Over the past few days, Yang Shui had come to understand Chen Tiansheng's character remarkably well. He was unconventional, doing as he pleased, with a tough exterior but a soft heart. Everyone misunderstood him. Yet he never felt the need to explain, making him a fascinating figure, both powerful and enigmatic. At that moment, Chen Tiansheng abruptly stopped. The incessant notifications of increasing points on his screen were nearly overwhelming. The points continued to accumulate, filling him with both astonishment and fear. He had not slain any zombies. The only explanation lay with the safe zone, Luo Ming and Luo Feng. With the points accumulating at such a rapid pace, it was certain that the safe zone was under severe attack. This is bad. We must return. Chen Tiansheng pivoted and sprinted back. Something has happened at the safe zone. Yang Shui, you're faster. Go ahead and scout. Though Chen Tiansheng was also swift, his speed paled in comparison to Yang Shui's. At the frontline safe zone, all was calm and undisturbed, with Luo Long and Luo Feng sitting in the car, lost in thought. Suddenly, the sky became dark and ominous, as an overwhelming number of birds descended upon the camp with astonishing speed, blanketing the area. This is bad. Take cover. Fire your weapons. Help. The entire safe zone erupted into chaos. The soldiers, still reeling from a recent defeat, were now besieged by the avian swarm. Gunfire mingled with screams filled the air. Fire into the sky and shout commands. Protect the civilians. Quick, get into the tents. Don't run around. Before the words could settle, one soldier was attacked by a mutated bird, which pecked out his eyes. Kill them. Get away, you beasts. The soldiers unleashed a torrent of bullets. Yet the mutated birds were both swift and numerous, launching indiscriminate assaults, resulting in countless casualties. One soldier, frantically expending his ammunition, emptied his magazine, only to be overpowered by the flock, torn to shreds in mere moments. Die, you beasts. Covered in blood, the soldier roared as he yanked the pin from a grenade. Boom! His comrades screamed, yet they could only watch helplessly as their friend perished alongside the mutated birds. You beasts, I will slay you. Reloading and firing rapidly. The number of birds continued to swell, surrounding them from all directions. Just as several mutated birds prepared to launch a surprise attack, their feathers suddenly ignited, rapidly engulfing them in flames. One by one, the surrounding birds caught fire, soaring through the air like a dazzling flock of fiery birds. The soldiers stood transfixed, gazing upward as the blaze spread with unfathomable speed, covering a vast expanse of the sky. Those witnessing this spectacle were dumbfounded, even forgetting to shoot. What is happening? Why are the birds on fire? With a resounding crash, a charred bird plummeted from the heavens, its body blackened and emitting wisps of smoke, mingled with the acrid scent of singed flesh. Following this, an increasing number of burning, mutated birds descended one by one, none surviving the fall. Was there a deity to rescue us? The biochemically suited personnel hiding beneath a vehicle murmured in excitement at the sight. Just then, the true savior emerged, engulfed in flames. Running and shouting, "Sister, I ignite the fire, you expand it, blow for me." The sudden appearance of the flame-wielding figure left everyone momentarily stunned. But soon after, Luo Feng, standing behind him, let her clothes billow without wind, her body acting as the axis around which a tempest arose, soaring upwards in an instant. The flames, fueled by the wind, rapidly engulfed the entire sky, a spectacle of immense power that left onlookers in awe. The sky burned fiercely, a sight seldom witnessed in reality. Survivors, huddling in despair, and warriors, battling valiantly, instinctively raised their heads to behold the blazing sky. The fiery birds fell one after another, like dumplings dropping to the ground, meeting their demise. In the midst of despair, hope flickered, and the survivors wept tears of joy. The warriors fired their weapons, expressing both their fury and exhilaration in the hail of bullets. Zheng Wei, pistol in hand, shot towards the sky, catching sight of Luo Long and Luo Feng. The young duo inspiring both admiration and a peculiar envy within him, remembering their leader and the affection he held for them. Just as everyone believed the avian assault had concluded, a shrill cry pierced the air from the thick clouds above. A sharp sonic wave resonated across the sky, scattering the clouds. Long-awaited sunlight broke through the thin layers, casting a beam akin to divine light upon the safe zone, illuminating the figures of the fiery Luo Long and the gallant Luo Feng. Bathed in this ethereal glow, they appeared as pure as angels in a post-apocalyptic world, rescuing the ignorant sinners. Yet before anyone could regain their senses, the light beam was obscured by the shadow of a gargantuan bird, hurtling down from the cloud cover with astonishing speed, heading straight for Luo Long and Luo Feng. "Protect our heroes," the warriors roared in a frenzy, their voices hoarse from the effort. Chapter 42. Not yet finished. In every corner of the safe zone, armed soldiers unleashed a relentless barrage upon the colossal birds soaring above. The air was thick with smoke and the sound of gunfire. The giant bird rapidly folded its wings, resembling an arrow, accelerating at an alarming rate. With a thunderous boom, a shock wave erupted from its tail, moving faster than the eye could perceive. "Get back!" Zheng Wei shouted in terror, fully aware of the speed following a sonic boom, comparable to an assault from a supersonic fighter jet. No one could withstand such an attack. Against this supersonic force, all defenses were futile. Unafraid, Luo Long faced the sky and bellowed, "I shall not retreat. Come forth, you beast." Just as he prepared to meet the giant bird in a fiery clash, a slender figure suddenly emerged, stepping onto a tent and propelling herself into the sky. "Let me handle this." This graceful figure moved with remarkable speed, leaving everyone momentarily dazzled before her voice, slightly hoarse yet commanding, resonated across the area. In that instant, a sense of inexplicable calm washed over the crowd. The elegant figure appeared within the beam of light, almost within arm's reach of the giant bird. With a resounding clash, the collision generated a shockwave that surged forth, a tempest spreading rapidly, sending dust and debris swirling. Those closest were directly propelled away, while others stumbled in disarray. But when they looked up again, the giant bird was still circling the sky, now flailing about like a headless fly. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that a person was clinging to its head, the very figure that had appeared so suddenly. "Who is she?" Zheng Wei wondered, excitement coursing through him. Another superpower had emerged. "Sister Shui, be careful," Luo Feng shouted from the ground. Meanwhile, Yang Shui gripped a hidden dart firmly during the collision. It had lodged itself into the giant bird's eye. Now, in great agony, the bird flailed wildly in the sky, attempting to dislodge Yang Shui. Yet she would not relinquish her grip, using one hand to seize the massive beak while defending against the giant claws with swift kicks. Despite her efforts, Yang Shui's legs and waist were still clawed and wounded. Die! I will fight you to the end. Clutching the beak, she thrust the dart repeatedly into the bird's head with all her might. The giant bird screeched in agony, its cries deafening. Yet even as Yang Shui fought valiantly, the bird, weakened and near death, ultimately succumbed to her relentless assault, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. As the giant bird fell, it kicked up clouds of dust and debris. Yang Shui rolled several meters upon impact before finally coming to a stop in front of a makeshift shelter. Sister Shui. Luo Feng rushed over to assess her injuries. Yang Shui bore numerous wounds, the deepest one exposing bone. Sister Shui. Luo Feng cried, holding her tightly. Doctor. Call for a doctor immediately. With the threat of the mutated birds quelled, the warriors, amidst their excitement, began to attend to the aftermath. Zheng Wei, running amidst the chaos, instructed his subordinates, assess the casualties, find a doctor, and ensure the wounded receive immediate treatment. Yes, his subordinate replied, turning to comply. Zheng Wei hurried to Yang Shui's side, gasping at the sight of her injuries. Quickly, summon the military doctor. We need treatment here. Just then, a voice rang out from the entrance, belonging to Chen Tiansheng. Wait, Master, Luo Feng exclaimed, turning with tearful eyes to face him. Chen Tiansheng, supporting himself with one hand on his waist, approached rapidly, panting. You need not concern yourselves with her injuries. First, gather the other wounded and isolate them for treatment. If you want to avoid more deaths, execute them all. While Chen Tiansheng's words held a grim rationale, they struck a different chord with the others present. Many of the injured were comrades they had fought alongside daily. Execute them? Zheng Wei could no longer contain his fury, stepping in front of Chen Tiansheng and grabbing his collar. At such a time, you still seek to stir chaos. The other warriors glared angrily. He had not shown up during the attack, but now emerged to wreak havoc, suggesting the execution of their comrades. Tolerance for Chen Tiansheng had reached its limit. Get out of the way. Chen Tiansheng shoved the infuriated Zheng Wei aside, navigating through the hostile circle to crouch beside Yang Shui and examine her wounds. I sent you to scout, not to risk your life. If you die, it would be a great loss to me. He chided as he lifted Yang Shui. Just as he stood, the surrounding warriors encircled him, glaring fiercely. Zheng Wei, his face dark, coldly stated, I do not care what you intend. She is our hero, and the military doctor is on the way. You had best put her down. Chen Tiansheng scoffed. Take care of yourselves first. The aftermath of the attack is far from over. This is merely the beginning. Luo Feng. Luo Feng pushed aside the obstructing warriors. Clear the way. Let me through. With Luo Feng leading the way, Chen Tiansheng successfully carried Yang Shui away. However, the warriors were seething with rage, silently cursing. How could he deny her medical attention when she is in such a state? What kind of monster is Chen Tiansheng? Let him go? Zheng Wei clenched his fists, vowing inwardly that once the situation calmed, he would see to it that Chen Tiansheng was expelled from the safe zone. Such a person should never return to the survivor's base. As Chen Tiansheng hurriedly carried Yang Shui away, Luo Long peeked out from beneath a nearby truck, calling out, Master, Master. What should I do? Chen Tiansheng cast a glance at Luo Long, deciding to take matters into his own hands. He swiftly dashed out of the entrance, leaping onto the large truck. From his spatial backpack, he retrieved pure spring water and source water, administering it directly to Yang Shui. Master, is Sister Shui all right? Luo Feng anxiously inquired from the side. She is fine, she won't die, but those people might not be so lucky. Chen Tiansheng explained as he continued to feed her water. The genes of the evolved beings have already been modified, so even if they are scratched or bitten by mutated beasts, they won't undergo mutation. But ordinary people are different. He then solemnly instructed, you must return to the camp immediately. If you discover any injured individuals have mutated, you must eliminate them at once. Otherwise, it will lead to catastrophic consequences. Understood. Luo Feng nodded and turned to sprint back towards the safe zone. Just as she rushed in, she encountered several soldiers jokingly removing their shirts and handing them to Luo Long. Fireman, your abilities are so taxing on your clothes. Do you really end up naked every time you use them? Luo Long blushed at the teasing. Luo Feng hurried over, urgently stating, "Brother, hold off on getting dressed. It's not over yet. You might have to burn again." Luo Long was taken aback. Not over yet. At that moment, an unseen crisis erupted. Zombies, they have transformed. Chapter 43. The safe zone is no longer safe. The people's warriors have always prioritized the well-being of the populace, regardless of the calamities that befall them. Their mission remains to place the interests of the people above all else. Thus, after the attack, their immediate task was to transport all the injured to the treatment area. Current intelligence in the war zone indicates that being bitten by a zombie leads to mutation, but there has yet to be clear guidance regarding attacks from bird flocks. Everyone believed this was merely a typical bird attack, never considering the possibility of zombies. Just as the soldiers were carrying stretchers to take the injured for treatment, the mutations began to break out. One soldier assisted a comrade, chatting as they walked. "If it weren't for the zombie outbreak, I wouldn't have known there were so many extraordinary people in the world who could control fire and wind. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes." Would you believe it? As he continued to talk, his comrade's pupils began to cloud, and with a savage snarl, he bit into the neck of the soldier beside him. The mutations erupted throughout the safe zone, with both lightly and severely injured individuals transforming and attacking those around them. A second disaster ensued, gunfire erupting, and the entire safe zone descended into chaos. What is happening? Zheng Wei's heart raced at the sound of gunfire, but upon witnessing comrades tearing into each other, the horrifying scene of catastrophe flooded his mind, prompting him to instinctively take 2 steps back. How could this happen? The safe zone was no longer safe. Zombies were everywhere, gnawing on the survivors. Among them were valiant soldiers and innocent civilians. At that moment, they were all simply referred to as zombies. "Help! Help!" The uninjured survivors fled in a frenzy. The soldiers struggled to aim their weapons at the transformed individuals, each trembling uncontrollably, tears brimming in their eyes. Bang! A soldier fired, killing a former comrade, one hand clutching his bloodied neck, the other aiming at his own temple. He glanced around, ultimately fixing his gaze on the red flag. "Damn this apocalypse. I refuse to become a monster. Farewell, brothers. I won't be a burden to you anymore." Bang! The gunshot echoed as he ended his own life. Zheng Wei witnessed this, gritting his teeth, making a harrowing decision. "Open fire." "But they were all I said, open fire." Zheng Wei roared, his voice filled with anguish. The soldiers, suppressing their inner turmoil, reluctantly squeezed the triggers. More and more individuals transformed, but moments later, they were consumed by a hail of bullets. Luo Long and Luo Feng joined the fray, launching their abilities against the transformed, protecting the uninfected. Inside the truck, Chen Tiansheng fell into silence. In his previous life, he was rescued 14 days later, directly brought to the survivors' base, having passed through the safe zone and heard of the tragedies that had occurred. No matter how cautious he had been, calamity still struck. Even with his rebirth, nothing had changed. Severely injured, Yang Shui slowly regained consciousness. Opening her eyes to the sound of gunfire, struggling to sit up, she declared, "It's not over. I can still fight. Believe me, you definitely do not want to see the current situation. Stay in the vehicle and recover properly. You're not allowed to go anywhere." "I just want to do something." Chen Tiansheng replied firmly, "I saved your life, and your abilities come from me. You will do as I say. For now, you must stay put." His resolute tone left Yang Shui with no room for argument, and she reluctantly fell silent. Within the safe zone, the gunfire raged like rain, and the mutations continued for an extended period. Some were fearless, while others quaked in fear. Those who evaded the bird flocks did not escape the mutations, suffering scratches and bites. The timid civilians hid in corners, ultimately leading to hours of ongoing transformations. Zheng Wei transitioned from initial outrage to numbed resolve, arming the soldiers and ordering careful vigilance, ensuring that each survivor was checked for injuries before reassigning them to safety isolation points. Following this incident, the inhabitants of the safe zone became fearful, overly cautious, jumping at the slightest rustle. As the aftermath drew to a close, the soldiers reported the casualty figures, a sorrowful, unspeakable tally, each number representing a precious life. The soldiers endured their grief, tears streaming as they concluded their reports. Currently, these are the confirmed infected. And one more person. A communicator interjected, drawing everyone's attention. "The female hero who killed the giant bird. She is severely injured. Have we overlooked her?" Zheng Wei's heart sank. The female hero had displayed remarkable courage. If she mutated, her strength could pose a tremendous threat as a zombie. This is bad. Hurry and find Chen Tiansheng. We must ensure that scoundrel doesn't hide her away. The soldiers, sensing the urgency, quickly assembled and rushed towards the exit. As Zheng Wei walked, he loaded his pistol. His resolve solid as a rock. Regardless of past heroics, any infected individual must die. This was the best assurance for the living. The main force surged forth, swiftly surrounding the truck, weapons drawn and on high alert. Chen Tiansheng stepped out of the vehicle, surveying the scene with disdain. What is the meaning of this? Zheng Wei aimed his gun at Chen Tiansheng, demanding, "Where have you hidden her? What person?" "I'm a bit unclear," Chen Tiansheng replied, feigning ignorance. "Don't play coy with me. You know exactly who I'm referring to. All the injured have transformed. For the safety of the living, you'd better hand her over, or I won't hold back." "Huh?" Chen Tiansheng replied coldly. "Are you instructing me on how to do my job? Spare me the chatter. Where is she?" "I'm right here," Yang Shui called out, peeking her head out from the window. Just then, amidst the tension, someone, perhaps due to nerves, accidentally fired a shot. Bang! Gunfire erupted. Chen Tiansheng turned sharply, witnessing Yang Shui, startled, touching her ear as blood dripped down. "Who told you to shoot?" Zheng Wei bellowed angrily. The soldier who fired repeatedly apologized. But the damage was done. Yang Shui felt utterly disheartened. Had she not reacted quickly enough, that bullet would have surely been fatal. Zheng Wei seized the weapon from the soldier who had fired, yelling, "No one is allowed to shoot without my command." As he turned to confront Chen Tiansheng, he suddenly found his neck grasped tightly. "Are you trying to get yourself killed by shooting at me?" Zheng Wei struggled, his voice strained. "I truly did not mean to. I just wanted to verify if she had mutated and posed a threat to us all." Chen Tiansheng forcefully threw Zheng Wei aside, causing him to crash to the ground. Gasping for breath. "Listen, enhancers and superhumans will not turn into zombies when attacked by low-level zombies. Yang Shui is fine, and now you may leave." Chapter 44. Fill up the tank. The soldiers were merely following orders. Even though Chen Tiansheng explained this, the soldiers remained vigilant. Their guns still trained on him, as Zheng Wei had yet to speak. In the eyes of these hierarchically minded warriors, Chen Tiansheng's audacity to insult his superior warranted a death sentence multiple times over. Zheng Wei, panting heavily, rose to his feet, his complexion alternating between crimson and pale. "What you say is irrelevant to us, but for everyone's safety, we must isolate her for 14 days to ensure she does not turn into a zombie. Only then can everyone rest easy. Anyone who wishes to take her away must first seek my consent." Chen Tiansheng's authority surged, radiating an energy that suggested he would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who opposed him. The soldiers collectively aimed their weapons at him, ready to act should he make any reckless move. "Stop! I will go with you," Yang Shui suddenly interjected, stepping down from the vehicle with a limp, positioning herself protectively in front of Chen Tiansheng. "Boss, don't be agitated. They are only taking me for isolation." Her voice was hoarse as she shielded Chen Tiansheng, anxiously surveying the group. She raised her hands in surrender and said, "I volunteer for isolation. Boss, I understand you are concerned for my safety. But please do not clash with the soldiers. They are merely following orders." After speaking, she turned to Chen Tiansheng and said, "Thank you, boss." This simple phrase was laden with unspoken sentiments, encapsulating gratitude for saving her life, restoring her dignity, and offering her strength while ensuring her safety amidst uncertainty. Chen Tiansheng gradually tempered his imposing demeanor, his voice chillingly calm as he remarked, "Treat her well. She fought tooth and nail to save you fools." The soldier who had been preparing handcuffs flushed upon hearing this. Truth be told, had it not been for Yang Shui, the attack by the giant bird would not have concluded so easily, leaving them indebted to her. Zheng Wei, the soldier holding the handcuffs, hesitated, caught in a dilemma. After much internal conflict, Zheng Wei reluctantly nodded. For the safety of the secure zone, it was prudent to place her in handcuffs. Yang Shui extended her hand to the soldiers, voluntarily accepting the handcuffs, and was then escorted under their watchful eye into the exit. Witnessing this scene, Chen Tiansheng's emotions were tumultuous. In the early days of the catastrophe, when everyone else was bewildered, he alone remained lucid. Should he persist in helping the soldiers and repay the debt from his previous life? Indeed, he owed his life to the Jiangchen combat zone, wishing to repay that kindness. Yet this was no longer the same world. The obstinate soldiers clung to pre-catastrophe notions, proving to be of no assistance, ultimately becoming a liability. What should I do? From that moment on, Chen Tiansheng fell silent, sitting in the vehicle, staring through the window at the cold and harsh entrance of the secure zone. He remained in contemplation for the entire night. Luo Long and Luo Feng were extremely busy, as mutations continued to occur, with sporadic zombies emerging through the night. By dawn, both were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground in deep slumber. Throughout the night, Zheng Wei was also occupied, compiling a report on the day's events at the camp to submit to the combat zone, which would be forwarded to the highest command. During the night, a heated debate raged within the highest command. I find this report untrustworthy. It is so detailed that it seems as though he experienced the zombie outbreak firsthand. I agree. The new tactics of the apocalypse and the threat of genetically mutated beasts are absurd. According to his theory, even plants could mutate and consume humans. What a farcical notion. As the commanders vehemently criticized the report, the scientists' findings finally arrived. A secretary rushed into the conference room with the report, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. After the leader reviewed the document, he silently removed his glasses and wearily rubbed his nose. The scientists had experimentally verified that the pineal gland indeed contained energies beyond our comprehension. While I could not grasp the professional terminology, the gist was that the experimental results aligned closely with the report's content. Someone slammed their fist on the table. This is impossible. It must be a deception. Another chimed in. Basic alignment indicates there are some discrepancies. The experimental results were distributed to everyone, and upon reading, the room fell into a collective silence. Basic alignment meant that the results obtained from the experiments were entirely consistent, yet many variables prevented thorough verification. Suddenly, a messenger burst into the room, saluting sharply. An urgent telegram from the Jiangxing combat zone. The message swiftly reached the leader, who excitedly stood up after reading the report. 3 genetic enhancers have been discovered. One who can control fire, another who can manipulate wind, and a remarkably swift woman. The report notably stated that ordinary people attacked by mutated beasts would undergo zombification, while genetic enhancers who were injured would not. They were currently under observation. As the report circulated, the founding lord urgently stated, "Quickly, notify the scientific team to conduct experiments immediately to determine whether genetic enhancers can be infected." After issuing the command, the old founding lord solemnly remarked, "If it is indeed as the report suggests, I would very much like to visit Jiangxing. I too wish to go, particularly to meet this Luo Ming and ascertain how he came to know this information." By the later part of the night, experimental data from the scientific team arrived. Based on the logical relationships of genetic sequences, once modified, they would remain intact, but verification was impossible because the pineal glands used for the experiments had already been exhausted, leaving no materials for further research. Notify all combat zones, regardless of the cost. Collect as many pineal glands from the zombies' brains as possible. Bring in as many as you can. This news spread like wildfire across the national combat zones. In other regions, the situation was manageable, but when the Jiangxing combat zone relayed this information to the secure zone, Zheng Wei was left dumbfounded. Just as dawn broke, he hurriedly gathered his subordinates, bringing back supplies he had deceitfully obtained from Chen Tiansheng. The soldiers busily transported the supplies to the exit. Zheng Wei felt a twinge of embarrassment, but mustered his courage, approaching the truck and tapping on the door. "What now?" Chen Tiansheng lowered the window, his expression icy. "I wish to discuss something. I want to return the pineal glands I exchanged with you. I've returned all your supplies. Not a single item missing." "Fool." Chen Tiansheng coldly dismissed him, raising the window, unwilling to engage further. When had Zheng Wei ever been insulted in such a manner? His face flushed with anger as he pounded on the truck door. "Open up. This is a newly issued order from the government to collect the pineal glands from zombies' brains for scientific research. What use do you, a mere civilian, have for this? Hand it over for the benefit of all. Open the door. Did you hear what I said? Unlock it." The window lowered again. But Chen Tiansheng still did not meet his gaze, his voice devoid of warmth. "The goods have been sold and are non-refundable. I earned those pineal glands through my own efforts. Why should I return them at the original price?" "You." Zheng Wei's teeth ground in frustration. Just then, a pineal gland was thrown out of the vehicle. "Fill up the gas tank." With that, the window rose again, and no amount of knocking from Zheng Wei could elicit a response. Clutching a pineal gland, Zheng Wei found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 45. A sudden kiss. The first time it was over 100, the second time 500, with so many pineal glands. Zheng Wei felt like a mute suffering in silence. There was no choice. Chen Tiansheng was impervious to persuasion, and he ultimately only retrieved one. The thought made his heart bleed. Zheng Wei, why not just execute him? A soldier, unable to contain his disdain, suggested through clenched teeth. Zheng Wei shot him a fierce glare. We are soldiers, not thieves. After casting one last venomous glance at Chen Tiansheng inside the vehicle, he stomped his foot in frustration. Bring the oil, fill it up. This transaction was destined to be anything but fair, and Zheng Wei regretted his decisions, but it was already too late. Chen Tiansheng scoffed at the notion, asserting that he was not exploiting the experience of rebirth to bully the naive, but rather employing his own methods to consistently enlighten these warriors about the brutality of the apocalypse. Yet, the true thoughts of Chen Tiansheng remained a mystery to all. His peculiar temperament eluded comprehension. Entrenched prejudices had long since branded him in the minds of the soldiers with numerous labels: a fugitive, cold-hearted, cunning, selfish, and even irredeemably wicked. Zheng Wei had endured a significant humiliation, and his discontent had reached its zenith. Upon returning to the safe zone, he seethed with barely contained rage. How could such a detestable scoundrel have followers? This was utterly unacceptable. Those with abilities and enhancements must be utilized for his ends. With this thought, Zheng Wei set his plans into motion. He first approached the solitary isolation room, where he found Yang Shui deep in contemplation. Immediately, he adopted a subservient demeanor. He saluted her and began. First, I extend my apologies for yesterday's incident. Secondly, I express my utmost respect for your timely intervention to rescue us. Yang Shui replied in a detached tone, there is no need. Zheng Wei, unfazed, recalled his previous experiences in the war zone and settled into a chair beside her, reflecting. You truly are remarkable. Despite sustaining such grave injuries yesterday, you appear nearly recovered today. When Yang Shui remained silent, Zheng Wei began to lament his circumstances. If only I possessed your abilities. Even without devastating power, simply being immune to infection would suffice. Yesterday, during the bird swarm attack, our soldiers, as he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. I apologize, these are my comrades, and they succumbed to becoming zombies without warning. Seeing a grown man weep before her, Yang Shui instinctively recalled Chen Tiansheng's admonitions and blurted, don't act like a coward. It is the world's fault, not yours. Zheng Wei stiffened and earnestly said, I have a humble request. I'm uncertain if it is appropriate. May I speak freely? Speak your mind, she replied brusquely. Zheng Wei inwardly cursed, realizing he had adopted her character through association. I wish to invite you to join the war zone, not for our sake, but for the civilians still trapped in suffering. While you have been saved, they continue to endure hardship. The rescue team that ventured out yesterday suffered tremendous losses. Without your capabilities, our chances are diminished. Your assistance would undoubtedly bolster our efforts. Yang Shui closed her eyes. If my superior agrees, then I will. Do not discuss such matters with me. Speak with my leader. Dismissed and met with a closed door, Zheng Wei attempted to engage her further, but she did not open her eyes again. Very well, I shall consult others. He took his leave from Yang Shui and sought out the Luo siblings, who were napping soundly in the lounge. Not wishing to disturb them, he settled in to wait and ponder. Hours passed, and he contemplated the reality that rescue could not rely solely on soldiers. Placing all hope in enhancers was folly. The waters that carry a boat can also capsize it. Among the many survivors, there were certainly a few brave souls. With clarity, Zheng Wei summoned the publicity officer, instructing him to enter the isolation zone and promote the selection of volunteers for the rescue team, offering not only weapons, but also monetary compensation and guarantees of future living conditions. Indeed, it was true that under the allure of generous rewards, brave souls emerged, some driven by the promise of firearms, others by future benefits, while some were genuinely motivated to contribute. Su Wangqing was among them. Having been protected by her father and narrowly escaping with her sister the previous day, she eagerly signed up upon learning of the urgent need for volunteers. Her father attempted to dissuade her, but upon seeing the flyer's stipulation that families of volunteers who met with misfortune would receive martyr benefits, he reconsidered, thinking that if he lost one daughter, he still had another to care for. The temporary rescue team, composed of soldiers, busied themselves preparing for action after a morning of diligent work. As the rescue convoy slowly exited the gates, numerous passers-by spat in disdain at the sight of Chen Tiansheng. Su Wangqing, bewildered by their animosity, nevertheless spotted her hero behind the wheel of a large truck. Impulsively, she leaped down and hurried toward the vehicle, knocking on the window. What is it? Chen Tiansheng asked coldly, his expression unwavering. I have joined the rescue team and would like to ask a favor of you. Su Wangqing spoke rapidly. I have a sister named Su Wangqiu, and like me, she regards you as our hero. If anything were to happen to me, could you please look after her? I implore you. Without intending to engage, Chen Tiansheng considered her request, acknowledging her admiration. Reluctantly, he nodded. I will consider it. Thank you, Su Wangqing exclaimed, planting a quick kiss on his cheek before blushing and scurrying away. It was the first time in his life that a woman had initiated such a gesture. Though she might have had ulterior motives, her smile was genuine and sweet. As she fled, glancing back bashfully, it left Chen Tiansheng momentarily entranced. If I survive, I shall bring you a gift, Su Wangqing called out as she boarded the vehicle, waving goodbye. However, before she could finish her thought, the presence of several other occupants in the vehicle suddenly raised alarms for Chen Tiansheng. The henchmen of Bald Chong. What were they doing together? His heart, which had just fluttered, now felt a chill. Good luck, he murmured as the window rose, once again isolating him from the world. Meanwhile, the Jiangxing General War Zone received an urgent telegram, demanding Luo Ming to depart immediately for the Yuling Mountain secret military base. Yes, Luo Ming saluted but hesitated. Before I leave, may I visit the front lines? The commanding officer, with sharp words, retorted, What for? Time is of the essence. Get moving. He pushed Luo Ming out while continuously warning, Remember, the report is yours. If there are consequences, bear them yourself, and do not implicate me. Initially intending to inform Chen Tiansheng of the current situation, Luo Ming reconsidered. Whether this trip to the general staff would be a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Chapter 46. Oh, how tempting in the afternoon. After a night of disappearance, Luo Long and Luo Feng finally reappeared, accompanied by Zhang Wei from the front lines. Goodness, are you not tiresome? Luo Long exclaimed, clearly irritated by Zhang Wei's incessant chatter. I have told you countless times, as long as my master agrees, we have no objections. Luo Long exchanged a few more words, but Luo Feng refused to engage at all. Thus, they returned to the vehicle, and ultimately, Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and knocked on Chen Tiansheng's window once more. Is the fuel tank full? He asked, attempting to break the ice with a polite remark. Yes, was Chen Tiansheng's curt response. Then why are we still outside the safe zone? Shouldn't we be moving in? Zhang Wei inquired, puzzled. I am contemplating whether to take my people away from you fools, to avoid being dragged down, Chen Tiansheng replied bluntly. With that one statement, Zhang Wei's composure shattered. After laboring so hard to achieve progress, he could not bear the thought of losing people at the last moment. Whether Chen Tiansheng left was irrelevant. His 3 exceptional subordinates must not be taken away. You cannot say that. Humans are social creatures. We must band together for warmth to survive in this apocalypse. Can you survive alone? Chen Tiansheng's tone remained icy. From my perspective, we would fare better apart, at least free from disdain. Zhang Wei, furrowing his brow, exclaimed, You can't leave now. The world is teeming with zombies. Are you really suggesting we return to Jiangxing? Don't be absurd. Jiangxing has a population of millions, with survivors barely a fraction of that. Over 1 million zombies roam. Taking your people back is tantamount to walking into death. Chen Tiansheng quietly observed Zhang Wei. Continue speaking. Staying together isn't strength in numbers? Zhang Wei urged, his frustration mounting as he nearly revealed his true thoughts in his eagerness. Chen Tiansheng shifted his tone, saying, This is precisely what you begged me to do. With that, he started the car and slowly drove into the entrance of the safety zone. Zhang Wei stood there, fuming with clenched teeth. I didn't beg you. Inside the vehicle, as Chen Tiansheng drove, Luo Feng suddenly remarked, He wants to recruit me and my brother into the war zone. Luo Long promptly affirmed, but we declined. Yes, I'm aware. The heavy truck returned to the quarantine area, parking in its original spot. The cargo hold was now barren, with only 3 boxes of water remaining, devoid of any substantial food. I'm hungry. When do we eat? Luo Long rubbed his growling stomach. Luo Feng felt the same, but was too shy to voice it. Chen Tiansheng recalled the roasted chicken and duck in his spatial backpack, products of the system, wondering what effects they might have. Let us eat this. One for each of us. As he took out the roasted chicken, an enticing aroma instantly filled the cabin. The Luo siblings sniffed the air, unable to resist the mouth-watering scent, while Chen Tiansheng too was surprised by the delicious fragrance of the chicken. Wow, master, you always surprise us. Luo Long exclaimed as he snatched the chicken, inhaled deeply, and took a big bite. Luo Feng smacked her lips, but being shy, she refrained from asking for one. Chen Tiansheng produced 2 more, giving one to Luo Feng and keeping one for himself. A bite revealed an explosion of flavor, the meat tender and exquisite. Such culinary delight was unimaginable even before the cataclysm. This is incredibly delicious. Luo Long devoured it eagerly, and both Luo Feng and Chen Tiansheng followed suit. Meanwhile, the survivors outside were having a miserable time. Poor food and restless nights, having just endured a night of gruesome transformations and chaos, left them anxious. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted into their nostrils, and growling stomachs turned their attention to the heavy truck, swallowing hard and cursing under their breath. Zheng Wei insisted on recruiting the 3 formidable individuals into his organization. Although Chen Tiansheng was an obstacle, he had his strategies. After all, hadn't he acquired a substantial amount of supplies from the heavy truck, including many self-heating hot pots and frozen dumplings? He could easily offer some of those to Luo Long and Luo Feng, excluding Chen Tiansheng, to see whether they would remain stubborn or succumb to their hunger. However, as Zheng Wei approached the quarantine area, clutching his self-heating meals, he was met with an indescribable aroma. Instinctively, he swallowed and followed the scent until he reached the base of the heavy truck. Surveying the area, he noticed every survivor was drooling with desire. Inside the truck, the 3 were still voraciously consuming their food. Were they really so extravagant? Luo Long poked his head out, grease covering his mouth, and waved, asking, "Zheng Wei, what brings you here?" "Nothing, nothing," Zheng Wei quickly replied, hiding his self-heating meals behind him. Although he had brought premium goods, the tantalizing roasted chicken made it clear that there was no comparison, and he felt embarrassed to be in such a predicament. Luo Long continued to eat, gesturing with his fingers. "What are you doing here, then? Just mooching off our food?" Reluctantly, he tore off another chicken leg. "Here, take it and eat. Eat your grandmother." Zheng Wei nearly exploded with anger, for he was Zheng Wei, the head of the safety zone, and being mocked with a chicken leg was intolerable. "Oh, it smells so good." Despite his reluctance, he found himself reaching for the chicken leg, his brain acting on its own as he took a bite. After just one bite, tears streamed down Zheng Wei's face. Is this chicken? This must be a delicacy. Having lived a lifetime, he had never tasted such exquisite food. What would he do if he could never eat it again? "This is delicious. Where did this chicken come from?" Chen Tiansheng's casual remark nearly sent Zheng Wei into a panic. "It's mutated roasted chicken." Mutated? Had he not already swallowed, he would have gagged, but now he felt nauseous, unable to control his body. "Don't worry, processed mutated meat will only benefit the human body, not harm it." Chen Tiansheng was entirely correct, for he had already discovered the special properties of the chicken. By chance, after eating one, his physical attributes had increased by 0.01. Considering Chen Tiansheng's base attributes were over 40, a first-level crystal core only increased by 0.01, and a second-level core barely increased by 0.1. Eating a single chicken meant a permanent increase of 0.01, indicating that consuming mutated meat could enhance one's abilities. For an ordinary person, this was unfathomable. In the previous life, during the decade of the cataclysm, rumors circulated that scientists had developed a method to eliminate toxins from mutated meat, allowing it to be consumed without risk of infection. However, in his previous life, a person of his status had never had the opportunity to partake. This life, however, was different. Not only had he eaten it, but he had also discovered its unique benefits. An unexpected thought began to take root in Chen Tiansheng's mind. Chapter 47. A transaction. Get in the car. We need to discuss a transaction. Chen Tiansheng surprisingly invited Zheng Wei into the car for the first time. Zheng Wei quickly opened the door, placed his instant meal down, and smiled. "I thought I'd bring you something. It's past noon, and I assumed you hadn't eaten. Who knew your meals were this good? Do you have any leftovers for me?" Hearing this, Luo Long hastily devoured the last morsel of bone he had. "Enough small talk. Let us get to the point." Chen Tiansheng, wiping his hands, stated plainly. "You want to reclaim the pineal gland. I can help." Zheng Wei's expression shifted, instantly alert. The pineal gland was a pressing matter, urgently needed by the higher-ups for research. It was absolutely critical. "I can trade the pineal gland for you, but I have a few conditions." "Speak." Chen Tiansheng succinctly outlined his demands. First, upon entering the survivor base, each of us must be assigned a single apartment. Zheng Wei almost rejected this, the words on the tip of his tongue, but reconsidered. Separating them would allow for clandestine operations and recruitment to be easier. Fine, once we enter the survivor base. I'll arrange that. Second, we must not be subjected to any oversight. We require freedom of movement and action, without your commands or interference. Treat the base as your home. This time, Zheng Wei could hardly contain himself. Have you heard of Erlang Xinyangjian? Chen Tiansheng interrupted Zheng Wei's impending rebuttal. Listen to my words, not my declarations. I can assist you in resolving troubles and tackling difficult issues, but I reiterate, we are free individuals, not subject to your commands unless I am in charge of the operation. Otherwise, there is no discussion. Zheng Wei thought to himself. Does he truly believe he is in charge? Although he kept this thought to himself, Chen Tiansheng's terms were undeniably tempting. His meaning was clear. They would not join the organization but could still provide assistance. 3 super soldiers were essentially 3 free helpers. A deal that was all gain and no loss. All right, and what else? Finally, Chen Tiansheng spoke earnestly. If you wish for us to remain at the survivor base. Besides the 2 points mentioned, I would like to conduct business within the base, and you cannot obstruct us. Just as expected. Just when it seemed Chen Tiansheng was changing his ways, the final point was of utmost importance. What a wolfish ambition, a mercenary at heart. I can't give you a definitive answer on that last request so soon, but I assure you, I will apply for it upon returning to the base. After all, I am not the highest commander there, and it's not solely my decision. Zheng Wei reminded Chen Tiansheng that even if he were allowed to do business at the base, he wouldn't have unfettered freedom. You'd best contact your superiors right away. If they disagree, I will promptly leave with my people. We are not aligned in our paths. And everyone has more important matters to attend to, so let us not waste each other's time. Chen Tiansheng's trump card left Zheng Wei speechless. I'll contact them now. See you soon. Zheng Wei exited the vehicle. Though he spoke in such a manner, he certainly did not wish for Chen Tiansheng to succeed. Zheng Wei's strategy can be summed up in one word: delay. The longer, the better, as it is free labor. In the vehicle, Luo Long curiously asked, Master, why don't you join the organization directly? The explanation is quite complex, but you will understand in due time. Rest well tonight. They are likely to assign us a mission together tomorrow. Luo Long and Luo Feng failed to comprehend Chen Tiansheng's intentions, but given their limited perspective, they could hardly fathom Chen Tiansheng's grand vision. In a post-apocalyptic world, what is most crucial? Resources, particularly rare and advanced ones. As long as the focus remains in hand, the soldiers at the base will ultimately be at his beck and call. By evening, the search and rescue team returned to camp, having rescued very few survivors. Only about 200 people from over a dozen vehicles, a stark contrast to the first day. The team leader assembled to report today's situation to Zheng Wei. The rescue missions were growing increasingly difficult, while many survivors were found. The zombies were becoming more challenging to deal with, proving nearly indestructible. Indeed, for safety's sake, we must retreat for now. Each team was similarly cautious after yesterday's metamorphosis, resulting in no casualties, but also no notable achievements. Zheng Wei patted several team leaders on the shoulder. Rest assured, I have arranged for personnel tomorrow. You've all worked hard today. The team leaders left, pondering what he meant by arranged for personnel. The next day, the search and rescue team prepared to set off early. The vanguard team assembled, and tanks and armored vehicles departed the safety zone in a grand procession. The team leader gathered the volunteers for a hearty breakfast, fostering camaraderie and alleviating their anxiety. Su Wonking hastily finished her meal and, while the leader was distracted, stealthily slipped into the quarantine zone, heading straight for the large truck. Chen Tiansheng and his companions had risen early, and as he anticipated, the crafty Zheng Wei approached them last night, inviting them to bring personnel into the city center today. And as a gesture of goodwill, even released Yang Shui. When Su Wonking arrived, Chen Tiansheng was preparing to depart. Mr. Mask, she approached, her face flushed and gaze lowered. You've put on the gas mask again. You look quite dashing like this. Luo's siblings and Yang Shui stood, dumbfounded, at this gossip-worthy scene. Is there something you need? Chen Tiansheng asked coldly. Su Wonking pouted and handed him a gift. This is for you, something I found during the rescue yesterday. With that, she turned and ran off. A picture of bashfulness. The three were curious and leaned in to see what their leader had received. Chocolate. A girl is giving you chocolate, Chief. Your fortune is quite remarkable. Yang Shui teased half-jokingly. Stop adding to the chaos. Get in the vehicle, we are departing. Chen Tiansheng found himself perplexed by whether Su Wonking's actions were genuine or if she had ulterior motives. The heavy truck slowly started, departing the quarantine zone under the watchful eyes of many. Zheng Wei had already made arrangements. As the truck left, the guards turned a blind eye. Once the search and rescue teams were assembled, Zheng Wei had a few words to say, but upon seeing the heavy truck emerge, he nodded and remarked, "Today, the 3 exceptional individuals in the truck will accompany you in rescuing survivors. Be sure to cooperate." The team leaders were taken aback. "Cooperate with that scoundrel Chen? Zheng Wei, are you joking? Is he here to cause trouble or assist us? This will only complicate matters." Zheng Wei's expression hardened as he solemnly stated, "Are you all defying orders?" The team leaders fell silent. Zheng Wei continued in a lowered voice, "While Chen may be a scoundrel, his 3 subordinates are formidable. Having these 3 superhumans protect you on your mission means less fuss. Hurry and depart." Chapter 48. Search and rescue in the development zone of Jiang City. Dried bloodstains marred the streets at intervals, with occasional severed limbs and abandoned vehicles strewn haphazardly. The once thriving area lay in ruins. Water bottles rolled across the pavement, coming to a halt after colliding with bullet casings. The search and rescue convoy rumbled forward, crushing the bottles under their tires, while a civilian Dongfang heavy truck followed closely behind, racing through the desolate streets. "Attention all teams, we are approaching a danger zone. Everything is uncertain. Load your weapons and be prepared to fire at any moment. Good luck to everyone." The communication device clicked off, and the search and rescue teams split into 3 directions. Speeding away, the Dongfang heavy truck arrived last, and Chen Tiansheng gravely instructed, "Check the city map on the computer." Co-pilot Yang Shui was well prepared and reported, "This is the intersection between the development zone and the city center, primarily consisting of commercial housing and upscale villas." She pulled up a satellite map, and after a brief glance, Chen Tiansheng recognized the layout from his 10 years in Jiang City. Though the city had changed, this essential route remained etched in his memory. He remained vigilant, attentive to every sound and movement in the vicinity as they drove. The search and rescue team's route had been pre-planned. The decoy armored vehicle would lure the wandering zombies away while the rescue team entered the villa area to commence their operations. Chen Tiansheng was responsible for ensuring safety, essentially acting as a guardian, ready to address any threats. Following protocol, he parked the vehicle at the roadside, and the 4 exited swiftly. "Luo Long, Luo Feng, you 2 watch the east. Yang Shui, keep an eye on the west." With that, the 3 split up, effectively blocking the main routes leading to the development zone, a tactic Chen Tiansheng had arranged beforehand. Not far into their vigilance, they heard commotion from the villa area. "Why did you arrive so late? We've been waiting for days. Is there any food? I need something to eat. Help me pack these paintings. They are my most prized collection. I won't ride in your rickety vehicle. I have my own. You just need to protect us." The residents started clamoring even before the search and rescue team could commence their operations, oblivious to the noise level, as if believing the zombies were deaf. The soldiers maintained their guard while attempting to soothe the residents. Volunteers quickly disembarked to initiate rescue efforts. Of course, not all volunteers were altruistic. Some lowlifes took advantage of the chaos, demanding bribes in exchange for assistance. Individuals with strong personalities could stand their ground, but the elderly, women, and children were more vulnerable. An elderly person, eager to board the vehicle, discreetly handed over their valuables to a group of ruffians. "Please, take care of my grandson." The search and rescue team was not comprised of trained soldiers. They were hastily assembled, and their characters varied widely. Among the survivors was an irate businessman who, upon being approached for a bribe, shouted, "What do you mean? Where is your superior? I will report your behavior." The urgency of the rescue was palpable, and each neighborhood could only be visited for a maximum of 15 minutes. Any delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. Just 5 minutes in, disaster struck. Not far from the villa area was a large shopping mall. Many individuals had been trapped there during the acid rain the previous night. The decoy vehicle had arrived quickly, but the zombies within the mall were unable to escape. Now, drawn by the noise and scent, several zombies burst forth from the entrance. "I report that your soldiers are soliciting bribes. Are you not going to handle this?" The soldier responsible for guarding the area was entangled with the businessman, who was venting his frustrations, leaving him unable to maintain vigilance and creating a defensive gap. A large group of zombies spotted at 6 o'clock. A soldier stationed in another direction suddenly warned sharply. The chaos in the villa area escalated dramatically. Faced with the zombies, the residents panicked, running back into their homes, slamming doors and windows shut to prevent others from entering. Some of the survivors who boarded the vehicle were now huddled in corners, clutching their heads and trembling in fear. Fire! Fire! As the soldier redirected his weapon, the zombies had already infiltrated the villa community. The deafening gunfire mingled with the zombies' growls, the cries of children, and the frantic pounding on doors, each sound rising higher than the last. This cacophony seemed to announce to the surrounding zombies, "We are here, come quickly." The zombies, devoid of pain, crawled forth despite bullets not striking their heads, intent on devouring the survivors. Among the grotesque horde, one towering zombie, nearly 2 meters tall with a protruding belly, lumbered forward. Clad in a security uniform, its exaggerated abdomen had long since torn the fabric apart. Though its gait was unsteady, it uttered human words. Hungry, so hungry. It advanced like a tank, each footfall resonating with a dull thud. With a mighty crash, it barreled through the fence, shattering it effortlessly, continuing its frenzied chase. So hungry. Fire! Fire! Shoot the largest one. Almost all weapons were aimed at it. Yet this zombie not only spoke, but also displayed a modicum of intelligence. When shot, it raised its arms to shield itself and continued its beastly charge. Bullets struck its flesh, tearing through skin and spilling black blood, but they failed to penetrate deeply. The distance was still 10 meters. The ground trembled under the zombie's weight, sending shockwaves through the hearts of the onlookers. The nearest soldier was drenched in sweat. How can we kill this beast? Just then, at the most critical moment, the ammunition ran dry, and there was no time to reload. As the zombie drew within 5 meters, its horrific visage became clear, and the stench emanating from its mouth was palpable. We're doomed. Just as the soldier prepared to resign himself to fate, an inexplicable explosion erupted, sending dust and debris swirling. The monstrous creature was hurled backward, landing several meters away on the road. What is happening? The soldier stared, bewildered, at the center of the chaos, his eyes wide with disbelief. It was Chapter 49, the third stage zombie. It was him. As the dust settled, a figure he despised stood before him. To his utter astonishment, the one who had come to his aid in this dire moment was none other than Chen Tiansheng, the scoundrel. At that moment, Chen Tiansheng appeared as if a deity had descended, striking the massive zombie and sending it flying more than 10 meters away. Then, he muttered to himself, "A third-stage zombie has emerged." With a scornful glance, he commanded, "Hurry up. You cannot handle these zombies. Take the survivors and leave quickly, or you will all be trapped." The rescued soldier instinctively felt resistance. "Why should we listen to you?" But before he could finish, Chen Tiansheng dispatched the clawing zombies with a single punch each. The third-stage zombie, having been struck away, got back up, roaring with a voice that sent chills down everyone's spines. Chen Tiansheng calmly declared, "If you don't leave now, none of you will escape. You will stay here to die." The soldier, pale with fear, turned and shouted, "Everyone, evacuate quickly. Move." At his command, both soldiers and survivors hurriedly rushed towards the vehicles, and as soon as they could, the soldiers leaped onto the trucks. However, a few volunteers and survivors had yet to board, frantically chasing after the convoy, crying out, "Wait for me. Please don't leave me behind. I don't want to die." The soldiers in the truck reached out, helping each volunteer aboard one by one. Meanwhile, those who had locked themselves away at home shouted in anger as they witnessed the rescue convoy depart. "Wait, don't leave me. You just run away like this? Do you deserve your title? You betray the people. You are unworthy to be soldiers." Their desperate cries were in vain as the rescue convoy drove away. Frantically, he turned and ran into the garage, sweat pouring down as he fumbled with the car keys, pressing the accelerator. Yet, his beloved vehicle seemed like a dying old man, wheezing but showing no sign of life. Please start." Just then, a massive zombie crashed into the garage, its enormous body landing on the hood, shattering the windshield. Cracks spiderwebbed across the glass, and black blood seeped through the fractures, filling the air with a nauseating stench. The middle-aged owner, gripping the steering wheel, froze in terror, trembling uncontrollably as a stream of warmth soaked his pants. The third-stage zombie struggled to lift its head, baring its fangs in a furious roar. "Ah, so hungry." But then, Chen Tiansheng leapt onto the hood, raising his fist and unleashing a relentless barrage of blows. "Let me show you hunger." His fists rained down like a tempest, creating afterimages in their wake. With each strike, the luxury car shuddered, the impact causing the hood to cave in, while the windshield shattered entirely, distorting the car's front end. Just as Chen Tiansheng was enjoying the fight, he noticed the terrified middle-aged owner glancing up at him. The owner, recognizing the masked figure before him, instinctively flashed a pained smile, one more grotesque than tears. Chen Tiansheng continued his assault, undeterred. The third-stage zombie, despite being battered relentlessly, fought back desperately, pushing Chen Tiansheng aside with a powerful shove. Hungry. The roar of the third-stage zombie echoed, shaking the heavens. The owner inside the car turned pale, instinctively burping in fear. The third-stage zombie turned, its monstrous hand reaching out to grasp the middle-aged owner. Hungry. Faced with food so close, the temptation was irresistible for the zombie. The owner trembled, his teeth chattering, eyes wide with terror, utterly powerless to act. Just as the bloodied claw was about to seize his face, time seemed to freeze. The claw lingered just inches away. Burp. The owner belched again, as if time resumed. The third-stage zombie, bewildered, turned, only to be yanked away with tremendous force. Chen Tiansheng gripped its ankle fiercely, snarling, "Do you dare push me?" Suddenly, he exerted all his strength, flinging the third-stage zombie, which crashed through the villa's outer wall and disappeared into the neighboring building. Dust and debris filled the air. Chen Tiansheng turned back to the now-dazed middle-aged owner. "I'll be back for you." With that, he dashed forward, vanishing into thin air. The middle-aged owner, shivering, was left bewildered by the terrifying scene. The third-stage zombie smashed into the villa's wall, landing in the living room where a disheveled woman, clutching a sharp knife, cowered in a corner, trembling. Upon the zombie's entrance, she screamed in terror, eyes shut tight, wildly swinging her knife. "Stay away. Go away, ah." The third-stage zombie was close, its foul odor overwhelming her senses. Fear and panic enveloped her. She could not face the zombie, nor the grim fate of being devoured. Just when she thought her end was near, a man suddenly spoke up. "Could I borrow your knife for a moment?" The woman instinctively opened her eyes to behold an astonishing scene. A man clad in a gas mask was standing atop a zombie's head, speaking directly to her. "Hey, can I borrow the knife in your hand?" Chen Tiansheng reiterated. The woman remained incredulous, trembling as she gazed at the surreal sight before her. At a loss for words, Chen Tiansheng reached out, snatching the knife from her grasp, and turned to face the zombie. "You think you're so tough? Time to die?" With a swift motion, the blade fell, and black blood sprayed forth. The third-tier zombie struggled in vain, collapsing to the ground, breathless and devoid of any spark of life. Chen Tiansheng extracted the crystal core and examined it closely. Not bad at all. Indeed, a third-tier specimen. Given a few more days, it could have evolved into a fourth tier. Fortunately, I discovered it in time. After securing the crystal core, he glanced at the woman, who was utterly dazed, muttering to herself, "Don't come near. Don't come near." Such occurrences were familiar from his past life. Many had lost their wits under similar circumstances due to inadequate psychological resilience. Ignoring her neurotic behavior, he turned to the middle-aged boss in the vehicle, who was still shaking. "You come here immediately." The middle-aged boss, initially pointing to himself in disbelief, eventually stumbled out of the car, fearfully approaching Chen Tiansheng. Weak in the knees, he fell to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. "Hero, please don't kill me. I don't wish to die. I have money. I can give you whatever you want. I know who you are, Jin Yuan, the owner of the Jiangxing steel plant. I don't want your money." Chen Tiansheng crouched before him, a wry smile playing on his lips. "What I want is for you to lead me to your steel plant." Jin Yuan, bowing his head incessantly, replied, "As long as you spare my life, I will take you wherever you wish." Chen Tiansheng calmly raised his gaze toward the woman still crouched in the corner, completely paralyzed by fear. "Take her with you." Jin Yuan scrambled to his feet, navigating around the massive zombie, suppressing his nausea as he hurried to the woman's side, urging, "Get up, Chief Editor Gu Hong. Let us go, don't just sit there." Chen Tiansheng recognized both of them, Jin Yuan, the steel factory owner, and Gu Hong, the editor-in-chief of the Jiangxing Daily. In his previous life, when he was rescued and integrated into the survivor base, these two were responsible for welcoming him and arranging his subsequent life. However, shortly thereafter, Jin Yuan was reassigned and reportedly sent to the steel plant for a major operation, transporting all the steel and lathes back to the survivor base. Jin Yuan made significant contributions and was appointed as the Minister of Steel Processing, responsible for crafting cold weapons for the survivors, including the legendary longsword wielded by Yang Shui, which was forged by his hands. Meanwhile, Editor Gu Hong managed the internal affairs of the base and personnel arrangements, effectively overseeing human resources. In his past life, Chen Tiansheng had often sought to curry favor with Gu Hong for the sake of an easier job. Little did he expect that in this lifetime, he would be saving both of them. Truly, the tides of fortune can shift dramatically. As Jin Yuan assisted the still-shocked Gu Hong out of the ruins, Chen Tiansheng dispatched a zombie with a single punch, then without looking back, commanded, "You two follow closely behind me." Jin Yuan, trembling, asked, "Hero, I have many valuable items at home. Could we know?" Chen Tiansheng interjected, "If you wish to die, you may take them with you. I will not stop you." No, I retract that." Jin Yuan hastily waved his hands, indicating he was merely speaking out of impulse. Chen Tiansheng forged ahead, dispatching the zombies that crossed their path, while the two of them supported each other closely behind. Upon exiting the community gate, Chen Tiansheng stood on the desolate street, gazing at the only large shopping mall in the development area. Since third-tier zombies had appeared in this region, it was certain that no living soul remained within that mall. Thankfully, he had detected the threat in time. Otherwise, had the zombie evolved into a fourth tier with special abilities, he would have faced grave peril. However, with the third-tier zombie now dead, this area posed no further threat. Leading the way, he guided the two back to the front of the Dongfang heavy truck and instructed them to enter the rear compartment while he took the wheel, speeding off to rendezvous with the three others. The sounds of the rescue operation were thunderous, attracting zombies from several miles around. Luo Long and Luo Feng were engaged on the main road, working in tandem, igniting a fiery spectacle. Yang Shui, swift and efficient, avoided direct confrontation with the zombies, delivering lethal strikes without hesitation. The three of them were responsible for 2 transportation hubs, vigilant against distant zombies encroaching upon their search and rescue efforts. As the heavy truck approached, Chen Tiansheng honked the horn, signaling Yang Shui. In a flash, she pierced a zombie's skull and appeared before the heavy truck. Chen Tiansheng accelerated, crashing through the remaining zombies, heading directly toward the Luo siblings' defensive position. At that moment, Luo Long and Luo Feng were wreaking havoc, engulfing the entire street in flames, leaving not just zombies but also nearby shops and billboards charred and blackened. The heavy truck's horn announced its arrival before it could be seen, prompting Luo Feng to glance back. "Brother, stop playing around. We need to hurry." Luo Long, reluctant to leave, turned to follow his sister toward the heavy truck. Leaping onto the vehicle, Luo Long excitedly declared, "Master, I've made considerable progress. I can control the flames without burning my pants now." "Not enough," Chen Tiansheng replied, sharply turning the steering wheel and racing back the way they had come. The rescue team had agreed to regroup at the edge of the development area after their search was complete, intending to return together. Although the heavy truck was slower, it was not the last vehicle. They had already traveled a considerable distance when other rescue teams began to emerge from different directions, speeding toward the rendezvous point. The convoy, which had already arrived at the gathering spot, saw the soldiers peering anxiously from their vehicles, waiting impatiently. The rescued survivors were agitated, murmuring incessantly, "Why aren't we leaving yet? It has been several minutes. Who knows what we are waiting for? If we don't leave soon, the zombies will catch up. Hey, soldiers, let us go. We are just ordinary people and can't fight zombies." "Exactly. We don't want to die alongside you." The survivors were clamoring, their voices a cacophony of distress. "Silence." The squad leader, exasperated by the noise, turned and shouted at the survivors. After several days of action, enduring such painful remarks had exhausted all his patience. "You dare raise your voice at me? I'm a civilian. What kind of attitude is this? Do you want me to file a complaint?" A woman shrieked, as if the soldiers owed them something. "Everyone, let us keep our voices down. The rescue team still has members unaccounted for. We agreed to return together." Su Wangqing intervened, attempting to mediate the conflict. However, as soon as she spoke, the woman shouted back, "We don't want to wait around and die with you." At that moment, the sound of a horn echoed from around the corner, and everyone turned to see the heavy truck slowly approaching. It's not the rescue team. The soldiers' excitement turned into despair, some even expressing regret. "Good people don't live long. The wicked thrive for 1,000 years, muttered a volunteer. But soon after, another rescue vehicle emerged behind the heavy truck. "It's our people." The soldiers collectively sighed in relief. No one had fallen behind, and it was a blessing to return alive. The heavy truck and the rescue vehicle arrived in tandem. As the team leader prepared to issue the retreat order, Chen Tiansheng abruptly slammed the brakes, halting the truck in the middle of the road. Everyone was taken aback, unsure of why he had stopped. The heavy truck's door swung open, and Chen Tiansheng began issuing orders while running toward the back of the vehicle. Leave me a group of people. We will occupy the development area and establish a forward base. As he spoke, he opened the rear compartment and pointed at Gu Hong. You get out and return to the safe zone with them. Jin Yuan quickly pointed to himself, asking, what about me? You stay? I have use for you. Without paying heed to Jin Yuan's expression, which resembled that of a man about to weep, Chen Tiansheng pulled Gu Hong out of the vehicle and pushed her toward the approaching soldiers. What do you mean? Chapter 51. The counterattack. The soldiers harbored deep-seated prejudices against Chen Tiansheng. They had anticipated his disruptive tendencies, yet were taken aback when he audaciously assumed command. Showing blatant disregard for organizational discipline, the rescue team, particularly several squad leaders, surrounded him. Clarify your intentions, they demanded. Chen Tiansheng surveyed the group, gestured, and crouched down. The soldiers looked at him in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by his actions. He picked up a pebble and began to sketch on the ground while muttering, Look, it takes 4 hours to travel from the safe zone to the development area. We are wasting precious time on the road. I've observed that the number of zombies in the development zone is currently low, posing minimal threat. Therefore, I propose that we establish the current outpost at the mall in the development area to search for survivors and consolidate our efforts there. You will set up a rendezvous point here, solely responsible for transportation and ammunition supply. This arrangement will significantly accelerate our rescue operations, far more effective than your previous methods. Do you all understand? With that, he tossed the pebble aside, leaving the soldiers speechless. One murmured, So, those left at the outpost must remain vigilant against zombie ambushes. Isn't that too risky? Well, it's up to you. I want to stay, he replied. The soldiers began to murmur among themselves, sharing their opinions. Chen Tiansheng turned to the squad leaders, his tone serious. I only need 10 brave souls. Who among you is willing to step forward? His call ignited a surge of adrenaline among the soldiers. Though they often found each other disagreeable, they felt insulted by the notion of being belittled. Team leader Wang Feng grit his teeth and declared, I will stay. Anyone willing to join me, step forward. Special Operations Soldier Wang Kai volunteered, followed by Zhao Tinyu from the 7th Squad, and Li Hao. In an instant, 6 soldiers, all from the same unit, stepped forward. Volunteer Su Wangqing raised her hand as well. I'll stay too. Nearby, a subordinate of Bald Chong hastily pulled Su Wangqing aside. What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Other squad leaders echoed similar sentiments. Wang, don't act impulsively. Chen Tiansheng's actions have not been authorized. This is insubordination. Wang Yang understood the implications of this insubordination, but found merit in Chen Tiansheng's reasoning. Although the plan was bold, it was worth a try. If they successfully established the outpost, future operations would be far more efficient, greatly enhancing their rescue efforts. Stop trying to dissuade me. For the sake of our suffering compatriots, we are willing to take risks. Wang, do you really trust him? A skeptical leader pointed at Chen Tiansheng, incredulity etched on his face. Believe it or not, leave your ammunition behind. This afternoon, the rescue team will head straight to the mall in the development area. You will see for yourselves. Chen Tiansheng continued, unfazed, as he pointed to a truck full of survivors. Everyone, get off this vehicle and transfer to others heading to the safe zone. The survivors were indignant. Who do you think you are? Why should we listen to you? They were already irritable, and Chen Tiansheng's outburst only exacerbated their frustration. There are too many of us. Those vehicles can't accommodate everyone. Are you trying to make things difficult for us? We will report you. Chen Tiansheng was not one to be trifled with. Get off the vehicle immediately, or I want to be polite. A middle-aged woman, hands on her hips, scoffed defiantly. What are you going to do about it? My son is the district chief. Without a word, Chen Tiansheng seized her and declared, if you don't leave, I'll help you. With a swift motion, he tossed her from one truck to another, her landing nothing short of catastrophic. You scoundrel. I want to let this go. My son is the district chief. You'll pay for this. Chen Tiansheng ignored her threats, scanning the area with a cold gaze. Still not leaving? Do you want me to assist you further? The ordinary civilians had never witnessed such authority and, with heads bowed, hurriedly vacated the vehicle, boarding other trucks without uttering a word. The soldiers were astounded. They had expected Chen Tiansheng to falter, yet his display of force yielded remarkable compliance from the civilians. Had they known this approach would be effective, perhaps many of their comrades would have been spared in the days prior. Split into 2 groups. After returning the volunteers to the safe zone, come back to take over the outpost. Vanguard Squad, return with me. We leave immediately. With that, he leapt from the vehicle, swiftly boarding the Dongfang heavy truck. starting the engine and preparing to depart. The other soldiers, faced with the situation, grudgingly relinquished their magazines and grenades to Wang Yang's squad. Take care of yourselves. Don't take unnecessary risks. We'll drink together when you return. Though reluctant, the mission took precedence over camaraderie, and they watched the two trucks head back towards the development area. We should go as well. Report back to the safe zone quickly. The two vehicles sped back into the development area, halting abruptly near the mall. Four individuals disembarked rapidly. Chen Tiansheng commanded, Yang Shui, Luo Long, and Luo Feng. Clear the nearby zombies. Rescue team, park the vehicles beneath the mall. As the soldiers jumped from the truck, Chen Tiansheng dashed across the street, lifting the hood of a vehicle and began tinkering with it. Wang Yang approached cautiously, weapon drawn, and inquired, "What are you doing?" "I'm dismantling this car." Chen Tiansheng replied as he forcefully removed the battery and then kicked the headlight off with fervor. Once the headlight illuminated, he waved for everyone to follow him into the mall. Leading the charge, the search team followed closely. Yang Shui, swift as the wind, reached Chen Tiansheng in a matter of breaths, while Luo Long and Luo Feng lagged behind. By the time the others entered the mall, they had to retreat while igniting a fire, ultimately joining their comrades inside. Outside, the acrid scent of burnt debris mingled with the stench of decay in the air. Chapter 52. The Development Area Mall. The Development Area Mall was once a vegetable field. After the developers acquired the land, they transformed it into a sprawling shopping complex. The structure resembled a massive tofu block, situated at the edge of the development zone, covering over 10,000 square meters, including an underground supermarket and parking garage, spanning 7 levels. The first floor boasted 4 grand entrances on the east, south, west, and north. If the main doors were securely sealed, the mall could comfortably accommodate thousands of survivors. In the previous life, the rescue team had done just that, utilizing the mall as a forward outpost for ammunition resupply, personnel adjustments, and survivor transfers for nearly a year and a half, until its eventual downfall due to an attack by high-level mutated beasts. However, at this moment, it stood as the optimal choice. At least for the first year following the cataclysm, no significant crises were expected to arise. Chen Tiansheng, clutching the battery in one hand and the headlight in the other, led the way. The search team followed closely, their tension palpable. Wang Kai, in a moment of confusion, muttered, "Why is it so dark inside the mall? I can't see anything." "Of course, it's dark. There's no electricity, you fool," Captain Wang Yang retorted, clarifying the group's confusion. It was understandable. In times of peace, malls were always brightly lit and bustling with activity, and everyone had grown accustomed to a life with electricity. However, following the cataclysm, not only acid rain but also thunderous strikes wreaked havoc on the majority of electrical infrastructure, plunging the entire world into darkness. Entering the shopping mall, only a few days had passed since the disaster, and the adaptation to this grim reality was still lacking. To speak honestly, the mall, with its glass doors and illuminated entrance, hardly appeared dark. Yet, the vastness within resembled a descent into an abyss of impenetrable darkness. Human nature instinctively recoils from such profound shadows. Chen Tiansheng led the way, and with each step forward, trepidation grew among the group. After traversing approximately 20 meters, they finally entered the mall's interior. The beam of the headlights illuminated the ground, revealing a landscape strewn with shards of glass, fallen merchandise, and numerous desiccated bloodstains beside the counters. Under the light, a pair of elegant legs adorned in stockings came into view. "There's someone. Come out." A soldier's trembling hand clutched his weapon, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. Chen Tiansheng, holding the flashlight, cautiously approached, revealing only the lower half of a body behind a display. Its upper half had vanished. "Ah!" Su Wanqing suddenly screamed at this sight, but quickly covered her mouth in panic, apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry, I was just so frightened." Captain Wang Yang attempted to console her, saying, "Fear is a natural response. Even I feel a chill at such a bloody scene." Yet, Chen Tiansheng spoke in a calm tone. "There's nothing to fear, aside from the corpses. There should be no zombies in the mall. Everyone, split up and follow my orders." "How can you be so sure there aren't any? What if there are hidden zombies?" Soldier Zhao Tianyu retorted, voicing the group's concerns. The first to object was Luo Long, defending his master. "My master says there are no zombies, and that's that. Why all the unnecessary chatter? What is it to you? I'm only thinking of everyone's safety." Sensing the tension rising, Captain Wang Yang quickly intervened. "All All right, let us all calm down. Chun, I believe we should exercise caution. After all, in such a large mall, it's inevitable that dangers may lurk in the shadows. If we recklessly press forward, we could invite disaster. Chen Tiansheng remained unfazed, advancing with a cold demeanor. For 3 consecutive days, the bait armored convoy has taken the same route, and the remaining zombies in the development zone are few. During the previous rescue in the villa area, a 3rd-tier zombie appeared unexpectedly, marking it as a minor leader among the undead. I knew then that it had occupied the mall to control the lower-level zombies and would launch an attack on the rescue team, prompting my suggestion to return to the mall. At this moment, the mall poses no danger. Only the fears and obsessions within your hearts remain. Wang Yang furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Why should I trust you? Chen Tiansheng then raised his voice. Why should I trust you? His loud cry echoed throughout the mall. You've lost your mind. Wang Yang, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly intervened. Chen Tiansheng shrugged. If there were zombies, wouldn't they come rushing out at my shout? So stop scaring yourselves. Time is of the essence. Listen to my commands. Luo Feng, Yang Shui. You 2 head to the supermarket and bring back as many boxes of cooking oil as you can. The more, the better. Luo Long. You are in charge of clearing and burning the corpses. I do not wish to see such remains in the mall again. 2 members of the rescue team will monitor the surroundings from the mall's rooftop, while the rest will secure all 4 entrances, ensuring not a single fly can enter. What are you going to do while we handle the work? Wang Kai questioned. I will, of course, secure the parking lot to ensure the sole entrance is safe. Otherwise, would you like to go down? Team member Wang Kai waved his hands dismissively. Forget it, I'll follow the captain's orders. Without further hesitation, Wang Yang turned and began to allocate tasks. Chen Tiansheng and the others swiftly set off to fulfill their assigned roles. Su Wangking stood frozen, realizing she had not been given a task. She raised her hand hesitantly, but dared not speak up. Watching everyone depart, she was left alone in the darkness. A sense of fear overwhelming her, prompting her to follow Chen Tiansheng closely. Mr. Mask, wait for me. Chen Tiansheng did not halt, and Su Wangking hurriedly caught up. Clutching his arm, I'll follow you to the parking lot. Please don't leave me here alone. I'm scared. You can follow me, but please don't cling to my arm. Su Wangking immediately released her grip, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, though the dim light concealed her blush. They navigated to the edge of the mall, pushing open the door to reveal a long, dark staircase that sent chills down their spines. Undeterred, Chen Tiansheng descended with resolute determination. Su Wangking's heart raced incessantly as she closely followed him. If he slowed even slightly, they would collide. The first basement level housed the underground supermarket, while the second basement level contained the parking lot. Without the emergency lights, this place would have been utterly shrouded in darkness. Even with the flashlight, it felt as though they were traversing an abyss. Stop tugging at my arm. Chen Tiansheng, growing impatient, tugged forcefully, prompting Su Wangking to release her grip. It had been a reflexive action, unthinking. The terror of the parking lot's darkness was far more harrowing than facing a zombie head-on. Chen Tiansheng did not harbor disdain for Su Wangking, but rather a deep-seated aversion to being clung to, especially in perilous, unfamiliar territories. When one's arm is held, it compromises their ability to respond to danger, leaving them vulnerable to attacks. Many couples had met their demise in the early days of the disaster in such a manner. Those who had experienced the apocalypse loathed this behavior intensely. I apologize, it was unintentional. Su Wangking felt a mixture of fear, tension, and a hint of grievance. After pushing open the underground garage door and circling the walls, they spent over 10 minutes silently calculating the perimeter of the garage and the number of passageways leading upstairs. There were 4 parking areas labeled A, B, C, and D, with a total of 6 exits, 2 of which were elevators. Having surveyed the area, Chen Tiansheng devised a comprehensive plan. He handed the flashlight and battery to Su Wangking, instructing her to hold them securely before approaching a small car. With a forceful shove, the vehicle was pushed sideways, its tires screeching against the pavement. The car completely obstructed the elevator entrance, ensuring that no zombies could ascend from that direction. Based on the positioning of the 4 parking areas relative to the parking lot entrance, he decided to keep the farthest D exit open. He first approached the parking lot entrance and, using it as a starting point, arranged nearby vehicles in a neat line, connecting their fronts and rears to extend toward exit D. Once the layout was complete, the underground parking lot resembled a go-kart racetrack. With barriers formed entirely by the parked vehicles, directing any incoming vehicles to the correct entrance. In the event of a zombie intrusion, the cars could serve as cover, enhancing the effectiveness of their fire. After completing this task, Chen Tiansheng did not rush to leave. Instead, he pried open the electric car's hood, removed the battery, and forcefully kicked the flashlight, crafting several makeshift lighting tools in the underground parking lot. Throughout this process, Su Wangqing held the light, trembling and glancing around nervously, continually frightening herself with imagined scenarios of zombies leaping out at them. Despite her fear, she did not leave. Her arm grew weary from holding the battery. Yet she persisted in illuminating Chen Tiansheng's work. Nearly 2 hours later, when Chen Tiansheng finally finished, he clapped his hands and nodded in satisfaction at the parking lot's arrangement. Can we head upstairs now? Yes, let us go. Before ascending, Chen Tiansheng had one final task, to block all 3 exits labeled A, B, and C with vehicles, and then seal the doors completely from the inside, leaving only one entrance. Even if zombies attacked, it would be a formidable barrier. Returning upstairs with Su Wangqing, they had scarcely entered the mall's atrium when they overheard 2 individuals muttering inside, their words dripping with skepticism. I really don't understand what the captain is thinking. Why he would heed that scoundrel Chen. There are many things that defy comprehension. Look at those 3 deities. Despite their remarkable abilities, they still follow the orders of that scoundrel Chen. I truly feel sorry for the 3 of them. I've heard rumors from above that if they join the organization, they will be directly awarded the title of Grand General. That's a title we could only dream of while we remain mere foot soldiers. As you observe others swiftly ascend to greatness upon joining organizations, one cannot help but wonder about the disparities between individuals. At that moment, Chen Tiansheng pushed the door open. The sudden intrusion startled the 2 armed individuals, who instinctively aimed their weapons. However, when they noticed Chen Tiansheng brushing past them, a wave of embarrassment washed over them. Su Wangqing, holding a searchlight, offered an awkward smile and hurried after Chen Tiansheng as he moved away. The shopping mall was illuminated by oil lamps, casting a soft glow that alleviated the darkness somewhat. Yet the pervasive odor within was particularly pungent and unbearable. Even with a gas mask, Chen Tiansheng could not escape the acrid scent of burnt protein. Luo Long, you fool, get out here this instant. Luo Long appeared at the railing of the 2nd floor. What is it, master? Chen Tiansheng erupted in anger. Are you out of your mind? I instructed you to burn the corpses, not within the premises. Could you not have taken them outside? Now the entire mall reeks of smoke. Do you not fear carbon monoxide poisoning? Luo Long sheepishly scratched his head. I'll move them right away. Please don't be angry, master. A soldier approached slowly, attempting to mediate. Why are you shouting? Do you have any idea how many bodies are in the mall? You leave the dirty work to us, and now you're complaining? Su Wangqing quickly interjected. That's not how it is, Mr. Chen. Silence. What is there to explain to these brutes? The soldier, incensed, pointed an accusing finger at Chen Tiansheng. Li Hao, witnessing the tension, rushed to intervene. Lu, show some respect and let it go. We don't want to ruin the atmosphere. The soldier looked at him in disbelief. Li Hao, why are you siding with him? Li Hao, feeling conflicted, replied, regardless, he saved my life this morning. Indeed, it was Chen Tiansheng who rescued the young soldier from the jaws of a 3rd-tier zombie, an act of bravery that had drastically transformed Li Hao's perception of him. Chen Tiansheng, however, had no time to ponder the thoughts of these soldiers. In the initial chaos of the cataclysm, as the world descended into turmoil and laws unraveled, life became increasingly arduous. Such an intact shopping mall would be a rarity in the future. Taking the opportunity to explore the mall and select some useful items was a luxury that would soon be unthinkable in the post-apocalyptic world. And presently, it wouldn't cost a penny. The 1st floor of the mall was largely occupied by brand-name boutiques, selling clothes that were not only exorbitantly priced, but also made from the least durable fabrics. In this new world, such garments were of little use beyond serving as makeshift coverings. After a cursory glance through the stores, Chen Tiansheng found nothing that captured his interest. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he passed a custom leather jacket shop and stepped inside, with Su Wangqing closely following, her arms trembling under the weight of the battery and headlamp. Mr. Mask, I am Chen Tiansheng. You may call me Tiansheng, not Mr. Mask. Finally removing his gas mask and goggles, he tossed them aside and picked up a fitted women's leather outfit. Come here. Su Wangqing instinctively approached. Chen Tiansheng measured the leather outfit against her. Are you helping me choose clothes? She asked excitedly. just as she began to feel a thrill of anticipation. Chen Tiansheng's subsequent words doused her enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Among all these clothes, choose what you like yourself. Then what about this? Yang Shui, Yang Shui, Yang Shui. Chen Tiansheng called out loudly 3 times. Before long, Yang Shui appeared at the entrance, panting heavily. Did you call for me? Chapter 54. I almost forgot you. Chen Tiansheng tossed the leather outfit at Yang Shui. Get rid of those clothes and wear this leather jacket. It's durable and resistant to bites. If it gets dirty, just wipe it with a damp cloth, far superior to what you're currently wearing. Okay. Yang Shui glanced at the leather jacket in her hands and, without a moment's hesitation, began to change. Chen Tiansheng continued to select items. Noticing that the light source Henti followed him. Turning around, he saw Su Wonking pouting, her arms sore from the strain, looking somewhat miffed. If you're tired, put it down. Hurry and choose a set for yourself. Ordinary clothing won't withstand wear and tear in the apocalypse, but leather will. Humph, Su Wonking. Feeling a twinge of jealousy, set down the battery and headlamp, pouting as she began to browse for desirable clothing in the leather shop. Chen Tiansheng inadvertently spotted a leather trench coat, a black outer garment that fell below the knee, loose yet fitting, reminiscent of Morpheus from the Matrix. He pulled it from the rack, tried it on, and found it quite satisfactory. Yang Shui suddenly interjected. Aren't you going to change what's underneath? Chen Tiansheng turned to see Yang Shui slipping into leather pants, her slender legs illuminated in the dim light, exuding an ethereal beauty. What? Realizing the implications, he quickly turned his head to the side. Yang Shui adjusted her pants and continued. Aren't you going to change what's underneath? Yes, change everything. Only then did Chen Tiansheng remove the leather trench coat, revealing a fitted leather top, leather pants, and boots, presenting a fresh new look. Once all 3 had changed their attire, Chen Tiansheng glanced over, admiring how the leather accentuated the women's curves beautifully. However, women tended to deliberate longer over their clothing choices, particularly Su Wonking, who was trying on pieces one after another. Chen Tiansheng, feeling a bit helpless, decided to sit down and reflect. Currently, clothing was not his primary concern. Next on his agenda was weaponry. Wait a moment. Chen Tiansheng scratched his head, pondering and replaying memories. Was there something he had forgotten? It was right on the tip of his tongue, yet he could not recall. What had he overlooked? Clothing. Weaponry. Suddenly, he smacked his thigh. Damn it, I forgot about him. He sprang to his feet and rushed out, calling back over his shoulder, Yang Shui. I'm stepping out for a moment. I'll return shortly. You need not follow. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Tiansheng had vanished from the second floor. He leaped from the second floor, startling several soldiers working nearby. What the hell? Then they saw Chen Tiansheng sprinting away. Are you out of your mind? He dashed toward the entrance, where Captain Wang Yang was busy nailing wooden boards, the entrance already sealed off completely. What is going on? Upon seeing Chen Tiansheng approach, he paused, believing something was amiss. Continue what you're doing, it's nothing. Chen Tiansheng hurried downstairs and burst out of the underground parking garage, panting as he stepped into the outside world. The street was desolate, newspapers and debris swirling in the wind. A limping zombie wandered aimlessly, sniffing the air as if searching for human scent. It was not far from the heavy-duty truck, and it emitted a growling howl as it continued to meander around the vehicle. Chen Tiansheng stepped forward and delivered a punch that obliterated the zombie's head, then opened the rear truck door. As the door swung open, Jin Yuan inside nearly burst into tears from excitement. Finally, brother, I thought you had forgotten about me. How could I forget you? I only remembered you when thinking about acquiring a suitable weapon. However, he kept this thought to himself as Jin Yuan jumped out of the truck, surveying the surroundings in astonishment. Isn't this still near my home? You locked me in the truck for so long, only to bring me back here after wandering around for hours? Chen Tiansheng grasped his arm and urged him forward. Stop talking nonsense, just come with me. Jin Yuan, known for his short temper after years of being a boss, was not one to be easily swayed. Had he not witnessed this formidable individual tear a zombie apart with his bare hands, he would have challenged him. Brother, where are you taking me? Less chatter. Just follow me. They re-entered the underground parking garage and retraced their steps upstairs. Upon entering the lobby, they found several soldiers whispering among themselves. Where did he rush off to? When Chen Tiansheng pushed the door open, the soldiers visibly froze. Where did you find a living person? I brought him from the truck. Hand him over to you, and have him find some work. With that remark, Chen Tiansheng turned and left. Jin Yuan, incensed, vented his fury once Chen Tiansheng had vanished from sight. Am I not your elder? Have you truly forgotten me? Regardless of the situation, Jin Yuan was still alive, which provided Chen Tiansheng with a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Yang Shui swiftly darted forward, sliding a few meters before coming to a halt, and urgently inquired, "Is something amiss?" "Nothing's wrong. By the way, please head to the supermarket and procure some white liquor. Exit through the parking lot's D door and sprinkle it outside to mask our scent. Remember to do this daily." "Understood." Yang Shui promptly set off to fulfill the task. From the second floor, Su Wangqing's voice echoed, "Where are you? Come out. Don't scare me. I'm frightened alone." With no other choice, Chen Tiansheng hastily returned to the second floor, following the sound until he spotted Su Wangqing holding a car headlight. Upon seeing Chen Tiansheng again, tears streamed down her face. "Where have you been? You frightened me to death." "Stop crying," Chen Tiansheng admonished, having no talent for consolation. After a brief reprimand, he turned and continued to guide Su Wangqing through the expansive shopping mall. The first and second floors were predominantly clothing stores, while the third floor catered to children's products, offering daily necessities, apparel, footwear, and toy gift shops. Although there seemed little of interest, an unexpected sight caught Chen Tiansheng's eye, a shop displaying urgently needed items. "Wait, hand me the light." He snatched the battery and headlight and strode into the store. This was a comprehensive gift shop, cluttered with merchandise, and within the counter lay a severed arm. However, what captured Chen Tiansheng's attention were the various controlled knives displayed on the shelves. Most controlled knives sold in the city were decorative, and this shop was no exception. He picked up a Frostmorn, gripping the hilt with one hand while testing the blade with the other. With a slight exertion, the sword shattered into two pieces. Trash. He carelessly tossed it aside and sampled other cold weapons. Ultimately, he settled on two sturdy Tang swords, one for Yang Shui and one for himself, albeit regrettably unsharpened. Let us leave it at that for now. He secured the gathered weapons in a pack and continued to explore the mall with Su Wangqing. Chapter 55. Entering the city for rescue. The mall was brimming with an array of goods, yet after several rounds of searching, Chen Tiansheng had yet to find a usable weapon. Just as he furrowed his brow in frustration, Luo Long approached, drenched in sweat. "Master, I finished the task. Hundreds of corpses are disposed of on the rooftop, and it nearly exhausted me. Thank you for your hard work. Take a break. We'll need to head out for rescue later this afternoon." As he spoke, he tossed Luo Long a bottle of spring water. "Thank you, master." Luo Long unscrewed the cap and gulped it down, wiping his mouth and asking, "What are you searching for?" "Weapons. Usable ones," Chen Tiansheng replied. Luo Long recalled something and said, "You won't find them here." "Oh, where should we look then?" Chen Tiansheng countered. "Follow me, master." Luo Long led the way to the mall's edge and not far ahead. He kicked open a fire hydrant, revealing firefighting equipment, hoses, extinguishers, and a sharpened fire axe. He handed it to Chen Tiansheng. "Just like the one you used before. Try the feel." Chen Tiansheng smiled wryly. Without Luo Long's guidance, he would have been lost like a headless fly. "All right, let's find a few more as backups. These axes aren't durable. They wear out in a few days." "Got it." Luo Long eagerly dashed off. With the fire axe in hand, Chen Tiansheng felt a renewed sense of confidence. Since returning from the breeding farm, his previous axe had been rendered useless, leaving him to confront zombies barehanded, which was quite discomforting. Around 2 p.m., the rescue convoy arrived. "Should we go greet them?" A soldier on lookout shouted from the top floor. "No need." Chen Tiansheng shouted back. "There are people outside to assist." Indeed, Yang Shui was outside sprinkling liquor for disinfection, and upon the convoy's arrival, she would undoubtedly guide them inside. With reinforcements arriving, everyone hurried downstairs to the underground parking lot, where military trucks navigated the winding course. The driver wondered aloud, who did this? Aren't they supposed to be idle? The convoy came to a slow stop, and as the doors opened, Zheng Wei leaped out, striding purposefully towards Chen Tiansheng. "We'll settle this later. Are you out of your mind, taking my people into danger? What will I tell the higher-ups if something goes wrong?" Zheng Wei grabbed Chen Tiansheng by the collar, his voice rising in anger. Chen Tiansheng dismissed his rudeness. "I once thought you had some sense, but now I see you're merely a fool." He forcefully pushed Zheng Wei's hand away and coldly continued, "The decoy armored vehicles have their purpose in the development zone. But once in the city, facing hundreds of thousands of zombies, do you believe they remain decoys or become food for the undead?" The retort left Zheng Wei momentarily stunned. Chen Tiansheng pointed at his chest, speaking deliberately, Such a vast mall can shelter tens of thousands. Yet you reject it as a forward outpost. Have you lost your mind? Zheng Wei swatted Chen Tiansheng's hand away, glaring at him in frustration. Eventually, he turned and shouted, "Unload the cargo and set up the position." On the way there, Zheng Wei had already recognized the wisdom in such arrangements. The distances between the base, safe zone, and the mall were too great. Establishing a base in the development zone would significantly enhance rescue and search efforts. The development zone mall was indeed the optimal choice. And Zheng Wei had already acknowledged this bold venture, or else he wouldn't have come personally. Yet, his frustration compelled him to berate Chen Tiansheng. If you have good suggestions, voice them. Discuss. Acting first and reporting later is unacceptable. Having dealt with Zheng Wei's ire, Chen Tiansheng motioned, "Luo Long, Luo Feng, Yang Shui, let us move." As Chen Tiansheng led the team out, Zheng Wei called after them, "Where are you going?" "To search for survivors. A round trip will take 4 hours. I want to waste time. Have your people familiarize themselves with the area while I'm occupied." Though Chen Tiansheng meant well, his words felt off-putting. The 4 of them strode out of the underground parking lot. Yang Shui retrieved a bottle of white liquor from a flower bed and poured it onto the ground to neutralize the scent. Chen Tiansheng drove up, and after the 3 of them got in, they set off towards the city. Luo Long distributed the axes he had collected, handing one to Yang Shui. "See if this weapon suits you." As Yang Shui accepted it, she found it heavy and awkwardly replied, "It's too heavy for me." Chen Tiansheng added, "I found a few knives, but they're unsharpened." Yang Shui had anticipated this, waiting for Chen Tiansheng to offer them, feeling too shy to ask outright. "It's all right. As long as we're fast enough, the blade's sharpness doesn't matter." Chen Tiansheng removed his backpack and handed it to her. "Take them." Thus, the journey continued with Chen Tiansheng driving, Yang Shui sharpening the knives, and Luo Long humming a tune as they gradually approached the city's edge. Adjacent to the development zone was an overpass, leading directly down into the city. Before even descending, they could see zombies wandering the streets, congregating in shops, on sidewalks, in floorbeats, and on roads. "Is there this many?" Chen Tiansheng parked the car on the bridge, engaging the handbrake. "Remember, we search one building at a time, prioritizing speed. We must avoid prolonged engagements." As he finished speaking and stepped out of the car, a foul stench assaulted him. Chen Tiansheng instinctively touched his face, taken aback. "Where's my gas mask?" Yang Shui brandished a knife defensively. "It was left at the leather shop." I exclaimed, "No wonder it smells so foul." To be honest, the most momentous decision upon my rebirth was purchasing a gas mask. It not only blocked harmful bacteria, but also mitigated the overwhelming stench by 90%. Encountering the scent of the apocalypse once more was indeed an adjustment. "Charge forth. We must rescue the survivors from the first apartment building." The 3 of them dashed ahead, with Yang Shui disappearing like a wisp of smoke. The zombies, catching the scent of humanity, shrieked and lunged toward them. "Ignite the flames, wind and fire." Luo Long and Luo Feng halted, one conjuring flames while the other directed the wind, allowing a conflagration to sweep over the zombies. Lacking pain receptors, the zombies pressed on relentlessly, oblivious to the flames engulfing them, as long as their brains remained intact. Chen Tiansheng wielded a fire axe, felling every oncoming zombie, each swing sending heads soaring. The survivors within the building, witnessing this spectacle, felt an exhilarating thrill for the first time in their lives, opening their windows to shout desperately, "Help us. We have elderly and children. Save us first. There are zombies outside our door." Chapter 56. Carving a bloody path as the survivors' cries attracted more zombies. The trio fought with unyielding determination, gradually advancing. Yang Shui reappeared beside Chen Tiansheng. "Boss, the corridor of the first apartment building is blocked by someone. They've sealed themselves inside, and we cannot enter." After dispatching a zombie with his axe, Chen Tiansheng commanded, "You go negotiate with the residents. Tell them we are here to rescue them, and demand they open the door immediately." Yang Shui turned and shouted at the apartment building, "Open the door. We are here to save you. Your corridor is locked from the inside, and we cannot get in." No sooner had Yang Shui's words left her lips than a loathsome man bellowed, "Save you? With just the 4 of you pathetic miscreants? Have you no shame claiming to be rescuers? Open your eyes and look around. You've drawn every zombie in the street upon us. You might as well await your demise." Yang Shui's face flushed crimson with indignation as she looked at Chen Tiansheng. "Boss, forget about these people. Let us move to the next building." Chen Tiansheng, after dispatching yet another zombie, glanced up at the man shouting, This individual wore a ferocious expression, his eyes gleaming with a murderous intent, an aura that suggested he had taken lives before. Chen Tiansheng's eyes narrowed, coming to save lives only to be met with scorn. It was clear that this man had sealed the corridor, ruling over the residents like a tyrant, perhaps even having partaken in cannibalism. Could it be? But Chen Tiansheng had no time to ponder. The zombies drawn by the uproar were multiplying, the flames from wind and fire already spreading across 100 meters. Despite this, the relentless tide of zombies continued to surge forward. If they did not enter the corridor swiftly, retreat would be their only option to regroup and strategize. Just then, Yang Shui reappeared. "Boss, follow me. The door of the second building is open." Clearing a path, Chen Tiansheng led the way as they quickly approached the second apartment building, entering the corridor with haste while he secured the door behind them. "Yang Shui, lead the way. Luo Long, Luo Feng, follow me." With her single-edged knife, Yang Shui dashed ahead, swiftly decapitating 2 wandering zombies in the corridor. Upon reaching the second-floor staircase corner, Chen Tiansheng smashed the corridor's glass with his axe. "Luo Long, Luo Feng, you two stay here and set fire below. Burn them fiercely." Having issued his orders, Chen Tiansheng shouted, "Residents in the corridor, listen. We are the rescue team from the survivor base. All those still alive, you have 2 minutes to come out from your homes. We will protect you to safety. If you stay hidden, we cannot save you." Chen Tiansheng's voice was effective. Even the most timid residents felt compelled to respond. Many households opened their doors, elderly, women, children, and young adults. A throng of over 20 people emerged. Now this was true rescue. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chen Tiansheng instructed Luo Long and Luo Feng to continue burning, while he positioned himself at the entrance, announcing, "Luo Long, Luo Feng, I will count to 3. And then you cease your actions. After 10 seconds, protect the survivors as they rush out. Stay close to me. Understood?" "Understood, master." 3, 2, 1. With a thunderous crash, the corridor door was flung open, launching the burning zombies at the entrance aside. Chen Tiansheng charged forth, wielding his fire axe. "All who stand in my way shall perish." Where his axe swung, heads fell, and he single-handedly slaughtered the zombies that swarmed the community, embodying the valor of Zhao Zilong breaking into enemy ranks. "Kill!" A roar erupted as he carved a bloody path. Before the approaching zombies could close in, Chen Tiansheng surged ahead, continuing his relentless assault. With a route cleared, Luo Long and Luo Feng led the survivors out in droves, the flames of their powers shielding the flanks, ensuring the survivors were not hindered by the zombies. Yang Shui dealt with any stragglers. Thus, the 4 of them escorted over 20 survivors out of the residential area and back onto the street, where Chen Tiansheng single-handedly faced all the zombies, urging everyone to board the vehicles. "Master, what about you?" one asked. "I never said I would stay behind. First, get the survivors into the vehicle, quickly, then come back to support me," Chen Tiansheng shouted as he fought. Luo Long and Luo Feng wasted no time, guiding the survivors toward the truck, swiftly helping them aboard. The entire process took merely 5 minutes, far more efficient than the previous efforts of the soldiers. Just then, a kitchen knife sliced through the air, hurtling toward the desperate Chen Tiansheng. Yang Shui, quick as lightning, appeared and deflected the knife with a swift strike. Both she and Chen Tiansheng glared at its source. The loathsome man who had previously shouted and cursed roared, "This damned apocalypse should claim us all. If I cannot live, neither shall you. Let us perish together." He brandished another knife, throwing it toward Chen Tiansheng. A sense of foreboding washed over him. At this distance, most could not muster such strength, yet this man could not only hurl it, but with formidable force. "Dodge!" Chen Tiansheng swung his axe, severing the knife mid-flight. But the tremendous recoil left his arm tingling. Glaring at the man, he noticed his eyes were bloodshot, and his complexion was unnaturally pale. Heavens! It's a mutated cannibal. This was dire. They had to flee. Chen Tiansheng ceased his engagement, strategically retreating to a position 10 meters behind the truck. By now, all the survivors had boarded. Though terrified, they gazed at Chen Tiansheng with fervent eyes. An elderly person clasped their hands in prayer, earnestly wishing for their survival. "Master, we're here." Luo Long and Luo Feng rushed over to provide support, combining their powers to incinerate the hundreds of zombies pursuing them, creating a blazing barrier to thwart the relentless onslaught. "Hurry, let us go!" Chen Tiansheng shouted, swiftly leaping into the driver's seat of the truck, releasing the handbrake. Igniting the engine, and flooring the accelerator in a seamless motion. With a roar, the truck surged forward like a raging beast. "I'll go fetch Luo Feng." Yang Shui sprinted out of the vehicle, scooping up one survivor and ushering them inside, followed closely by another. As the three of them finally entered the truck, the horde of zombies, losing their target, thrashed against the truck's exterior, their bodies ablaze yet undeterred, a relentless tide. Chen Tiansheng slammed the accelerator to the floor, the speed rapidly climbing from 40 to 60, then 80 miles per hour, quickly reaching 100. The zombies at the rear grew ever more distant, and aside from Chen Tiansheng, the trio felt a mix of relief and exhilaration. What a thrill! Chapter 57. Cannibalism. It was not just the trio who felt exhilarated. Chen Tiansheng shared in their excitement. The points surged like a tidal wave, alongside the enigmatic worship value. Upon accessing the system's reputation page, over 20 unfamiliar names appeared at once. While contributing to worship, loyalty oscillated between 20-30. Upon closer inspection, Jin Yuan's worship level reached 35, while the last person on the list, Li Hao, had a dismal loyalty of merely 2. The name seemed vaguely familiar. Upon reflection, it dawned on me that he was a young soldier from the rescue team. If one must worship, why waste such emotions on someone so lacking in merit? At this point, my worship points had exceeded 1,000, finally settling at 1032. I was uncertain about the utility of this worship, but I decided not to dwell on it further. As I closed the system page, I overheard 3 individuals deep in conversation. Truly, all sorts of people exist in this world. We go to rescue them, and instead of gratitude, they resort to treachery. What a scoundrel! Indeed, such a person is not worth saving. The trio expressed their grievances, venting their dissatisfaction. Chen Tiansheng interjected, "Listen, if you encounter such individuals again, ensure a swift and decisive strike. Otherwise, flee as far as you can." The 3 exchanged puzzled glances, with Luo Long asking in surprise, "Master, is that person truly formidable?" Chen Tiansheng pondered for a moment before exhaling deeply. "It's not merely that he is powerful, he is utterly terrifying." Their eyes widened in shock. Anyone who could instill fear in Chen Tiansheng must be extraordinary. Perhaps this individual held secrets unknown to them. Noticing their bewilderment, Chen Tiansheng patiently explained while driving. After the acid rain, humanity underwent mutations. There are either healthy new humans or evolvers, and in between lies a grotesque existence, ogres. At the mention of this term, a chill ran down their spines. Cannibals. How could such vile and brutal beings still exist in this world? Chen Tiansheng continued. As far as I know, acid rain altered human genes, allowing our bodies to break free from genetic shackles. Regardless of direct contact with the rain, our genes have been subtly rewritten. Zombies consume flesh due to direct exposure to acid rain, which causes their genetic chains to shatter, rendering them mindless corpses. Conversely, while ogres may not have their genes directly damaged by acid rain, their cannibalistic behavior leads to genetic evolution. Once they savor the thrill, they become uncontrollable, existing as hybrids of zombies and humans. Their horror lies in possessing human intelligence and the abilities of new humans while being immune to zombie attacks. Immune to zombie attacks? How can this be? The trio gasped in alarm, because after consuming human flesh, the odor they emit is similar to that of zombies, causing the latter to mistake them for kin and refrain from infighting. Evolved ogres can even control zombies to launch assaults on humans. They are the dregs of humanity, the madmen of the apocalypse, a group of extreme aberrants. The 3 stared in disbelief for a moment, before Yang Shui urgently inquired, "How can we distinguish ogres from ordinary people?" "Yes, how do we recognize them?" Luo Long echoed. Chen Tiansheng replied, "There are 3 indicators: blood-red pupils, snow-white skin, and an unmistakable aura, an indescribable sensation that induces nausea upon proximity." Yang Shui pressed on, "The ogre we encountered earlier, can we kill him?" "Yes, but we must prepare beforehand," Chen Tiansheng asserted. "He has confined himself in the corridor and hasn't yet encountered the outside zombies, so I surmise he is unaware of his immunity to their attacks." Luo Feng murmured, "Thank heavens he remains oblivious. Should he infiltrate the survivor group, the consequences would be dire." Indeed, Chen Tiansheng concurred with Yang Shui's assessment. From the kitchen knife he discarded, it's evident he has acquired first-tier abilities. He must have consumed the brains of at least 10 individuals. If this lunatic is not eliminated, he will undoubtedly become a future menace. Retching, Luo Feng felt her stomach churn violently as she opened the car window to vomit profusely. Yang Shui also felt queasy. Enough, this is too revolting. I might be sick as well. Chen Tiansheng remained resolute, his gaze unwavering. They were approaching the development zone's mall, and with a large contingent, they would re-enter the city, determined to eliminate him. This type of person must not be allowed to roam free. The heavy truck sped back to the development zone, and upon entering the underground parking lot, the soldiers awaited their return. Chen Tiansheng and his team had been gone for less than half an hour, leaving uncertainty about whether they had brought back any survivors. The soldiers had endured grueling days of searching, and organizing people to board the vehicle within 30 minutes was nearly impossible. They certainly wouldn't make a round trip. Many soldiers were eager to witness the unfolding events. Yang Shui was the first to leap from the vehicle, casting a glance at the onlooking soldiers. What are you staring at? Come help. Help? With what? The soldiers were puzzled. Could they have truly rescued survivors? If they did, I shall write my surname backwards from now on. Just as he finished speaking, the truck doors swung open, and the sounds of survivors filled the air. Where are we? Are we safe now? Yang Shui assisted the survivors in descending, one after another, with dozens continuously emerging. The soldiers stood aghast as the most shocking scene unfolded before them. The rescued survivors expressed their profound gratitude, tears streaming down their faces, with some even kneeling before Chen Tiansheng. Benefactor, thank you for saving our family. We shall never forget your immense kindness. With some leading the way, all 20 survivors knelt in unison, bowing in gratitude for Chen Tiansheng's life-saving intervention. Am I seeing things? When we rescued people before, no one ever bowed to us. The soldiers felt a pang of envy, having never experienced such adoration. Everyone, please rise, Chen Tiansheng said. Then turned to the onlooking soldiers, shouting, what are you waiting for? Come help. The soldiers snapped to attention, rushing forward to assist the survivors upstairs. Chen Tiansheng made his way directly to Zheng Wei. There was no need to seek him out deliberately. Zheng Wei had been waiting in the mall's lobby since he heard the reports, his disbelief palpable as he witnessed the survivors emerging one by one. It was hard to fathom. After days of search yielding minimal success, Chen Tiansheng had returned with more than 20 people aboard. How had he accomplished this? While lost in thought, Chen Tiansheng approached hurriedly, his tone serious. Old Zheng, I need to discuss something with you. Wait a moment, Zheng Wei quickly interjected. How did you manage to bring back so many people in just 30 minutes without a bait vehicle? Chen Tiansheng replied candidly. If you had sent someone with me, you would know. However, there is another very important matter I wish to discuss. Discuss? Zheng Wei felt a tightening in his chest. Chen Tiansheng was known for his unilateral decision-making, and for him to mention discussion meant this was no trivial matter. What are you planning? Don't tell me you want to change strategies again. Zheng Wei's anxiety was understandable, given the indelible impression Chen Tiansheng had left on him. No, I need a gun, a sniper rifle. Zheng Wei stared in astonishment for a long moment, grappling with an indescribable sensation. Relax, I can apply for one. But can you at least tell me what you need it for? Why the formalities? I want it now. Will you give it to me? Chen Tiansheng's icy gaze and solemn tone brooked no refusal. All right, I'll get you one. Zheng Wei was unnerved by Chen Tiansheng's intensity and agreed on the spot, regretting it almost immediately. But you must agree to one condition. Bring my people along for the rescue. With a few hours until dark. If we make a 30-minute round trip, we should be able to run a few more. Absolutely. Chen Tiansheng readily agreed. Gather your teams in 5 minutes. We will depart immediately afterward. Zheng Wei, caught off guard, turned around and shouted, Rescue team. Assemble swiftly and prepare for the search and rescue operation. 3 minutes later, the soldiers had gathered in the underground parking lot, lined up in an orderly fashion, counting off as they went. Zheng Wei, accompanied by a soldier, approached Chen Tiansheng. Hand over your weapon to him. The soldier, visibly reluctant, complied but could not resist quipping. Do you even know how to use that gun? I could shoot better. Chen Tiansheng took the gun, turned, and commanded, everyone, get in the vehicle. We are departing at once. Despite their biases against Chen Tiansheng, the soldiers set aside their grievances in the face of national duty. A heavy truck led the way, followed by other vehicles, forming a grand procession as they exited the underground parking lot. Chen Tiansheng spoke while driving. Listen up, once we enter the city, you will clear the path of zombies while I take out the cannibal. Once I succeed, we will coordinate our efforts. Yang Shui presented a gas mask to Chen Tiansheng, which she had specifically retrieved for him earlier. Boss, after you eliminate the cannibal, may I enter the corridor to assess the situation? If there are survivors, I hope to assist. You may, but do not hold on to false hope. Chen Tiansheng did not dwell on the matter. They soon returned to the entrance of the overpass. The zombies they had pursued earlier were now nothing more than charred remains. Even those still alive were crushed beneath the speeding trucks. The heavy truck halted on the bridge, and the following vehicles stopped one by one. The four of them swiftly disembarked, splitting into two groups. Three rushed down the overpass to clear a path, while Chen Tiansheng, armed with a sniper rifle, began directing operations. Everyone, disembark quickly. Once a safe passage is cleared, you will re-enter the building to rescue any survivors. Remember, time is of the essence. Each team has only 5 minutes. No delays. 5 minutes was hardly sufficient. Previous rescue efforts had shown that even 30 minutes would be inadequate. However, upon witnessing the scene on the main road beneath the bridge, dread swept over them. So many zombies, my heavens. The soldiers, from their elevated position, could see clusters of zombies lurking in every corner of the street, a sight that was nothing short of terrifying. Yet, before fear could take hold, the three had already charged ahead, with Yang Shui leading the charge, dispatching foes with precision as Luo Long and Luo Feng provided cover. The air thick with gunpowder and bloodshed. Chen Tiansheng donned the gas mask, concealed within the truck, aiming to locate the cannibal within the residential buildings. Nothing. Still nothing. Where could he be? Chen Tiansheng was drenched in cold sweat. If the cannibal had escaped during their earlier retreat, finding him again would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Just then, a window in the residential building suddenly swung open. The cannibal's grotesque visage reappeared, cackling maniacally as he shouted, "The apocalypse has come. You mortals keep coming to your doom. No one can save this world. Let us all perish together." Chen Tiansheng steadied his breathing, fingers poised on the trigger, the crosshairs focused on the cannibal's head, prepared for the shot. At that moment, as the cannibal brandished a kitchen knife in a fit of deranged laughter, Chen Tiansheng squeezed the trigger. The sudden gunfire startled everyone, including Wang Yang, who was opening the door. What the? Just as Chen Tiansheng fired, the act of opening the door disrupted his rhythm. The bullet whizzed past the cannibal's ear, narrowly missing him. The cannibal, realizing the danger, recoiled into the shadows of the wall. "What are you doing?" Wang Yang asked, bewildered. "Who were you shooting at?" Chen Tiansheng, unaware of the cannibal's presence, turned to Wang Yang and unleashed a torrent of curses, leaping from the vehicle in righteous fury. "Are you out of your mind? Did your brain short-circuit or something?" As he berated Wang Yang, the captain was pushed back repeatedly. Wang Yang, indignant, retorted, "I just wanted to ask when we would act. Why are you exploding in rage? How dare you ask me that?" Chen Tiansheng pointed at his own nose and gestured to the zombies on the street. "Do you even realize what you just did?" Wang Yang felt unjustly accused, while the incoming rescue team members were equally incensed, rushing forward to confront Chen Tiansheng. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Earlier, Yang Shui had asked if she could enter to rescue survivors once the cannibal was eliminated. After Chen Tiansheng fired, Yang Shui assumed he had succeeded, delegating the task of clearing zombies to Luo Long and Luo Feng while she rushed towards the residential building, completely oblivious to Chen Tiansheng's explosive anger on the bridge. "You lunatic. I think you're just looking for trouble. Do you even know how to use a sniper rifle? And you dare say you're more accurate than me? If you miss, who do you blame?" The soldiers bombarded Chen Tiansheng with questions, inciting his wrath further. He turned and stormed back to the vehicle, brandishing a fire axe and shouting, "I'll show you what true scum is." "What are you doing?" Seeing Chen Tiansheng wielding a weapon, the soldiers instinctively aimed their guns at him. Chapter 59, Bloodbath. Chen Tiansheng paid no mind to the threats posed by the numerous firearms, grabbing Wang Yang by the collar and pulling him along. "Come with me. I'll show you what hell on earth looks like. Protect Captain Wang." The soldiers, filled with righteous indignation, attempted to intervene, but at that moment, a crash echoed from the window of the corridor where the cannibal resided, followed by the flying of a long knife, unmistakably Yang Shui's weapon. "This is bad." Chen Tiansheng's expression hardened as he released Wang Yang and dashed toward the residential building. The soldiers consoled Wang Yang, but he sensed something was amiss. "Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Go see what that scoundrel Chen is up to." Chen Tiansheng charged into the residential complex, finding the corridor door blocked. However, the second-floor corridor window was shattered, suggesting that Yang Shui had entered through there. Taking a few steps back to gather momentum, he leaped forward, shielding his face with his arms. With a thud, Chen Tiansheng plunged into the corridor. unsteady on his feet as he was hit by an overwhelming stench of blood. Even with the gas mask on, the nauseating odor was inescapable. "I will devour you. I will devour you." The sounds of a struggle echoed from above, the cannibal's roars reverberating down. "Not good." Chen Tiansheng sprinted upstairs, his form flickering as he rapidly reached the room where the battle raged. Yang Shui was pinned to the ground, the cannibal gripping her throat. His face twisted in grotesque delight. "Such a delectable woman. I must have you today. Let her go." Chen Tiansheng bellowed, charging forward with the axe raised. The axe sliced through the air with incredible speed. Yet the cannibal's reflexes were equally sharp, sensing danger behind him. He released Yang Shui and turned just in time to evade the deadly blow. He rolled to the side, narrowly escaping the subsequent attack. Chen Tiansheng crouched down, helping Yang Shui to her feet. "Are you all right?" Cough, cough, cough. Yang Shui struggled to catch her breath. "His defense is impenetrable. I couldn't break through." She was right. While Yang Shui possessed remarkable speed, her strength was that of an ordinary woman, and with a blunt weapon, she could not penetrate the mutated cannibal's toughened flesh. Another one. Fresh blood and flesh await. The cannibal licked his lips, his face contorted in a menacing grin as he lunged at Chen Tiansheng with hands like claws. Chen Tiansheng swung his axe with ferocity, a skill that had always served him well in the past. Yet, at this moment, the axe handle was seized by the ogre with a singular grip, its strength, speed, and defensive prowess far surpassing his own, revealing the true terror of this creature. "I will devour you." With a sudden tug, the axe was wrenched from his grasp and sent flying. The ogre, seizing the opportunity, sank its claws into Chen Tiansheng's shoulder. "You shall all become my sustenance." A sharp pain radiated from his shoulder, and with no means of escape, he roared, "Activate mental shockwave." His eyes ignited with a fierce brilliance, unleashing a torrent of psychic energy that crashed against the ogre's mind. Taking advantage of its momentary daze, Chen struck a powerful blow to its face, forcing it backward and seizing the chance to strike again. Yang Shui regained her fighting spirit, clinging to the ogre's leg and toppling it. Drawing a throwing dart from her person, she unleashed a flurry of stabs into its abdomen. Blood erupted, a foul, dark ichor spilling forth, accompanied by a putrid stench. The searing pain jolted the ogre back to awareness, and it thrashed about, yelling in fury. Yet, Chen Tiansheng remained mounted upon it, delivering blows like a tempest. The ogre, shielding its face with its hands, fought desperately, revealing not only its formidable defenses, but also an astonishing resilience. Despite Yang's relentless stabbing, its innards spilling onto the ground, the ogre seemed invigorated, its combat prowess far exceeding that of zombies or mutated beasts. "I will consume you, make you a part of me," the ogre bellowed as it endured the onslaught. Just then, warriors surged forward, momentarily stunned by the scene before them, before raising their weapons to aim. "Assistance, I command you to intervene immediately. If you continue to assault the civilian, we will fire." Chen Tiansheng did not relent in his assault, shouting back, "He is not a civilian. He is an ogre. And he must be slain today. Stand aside." The ogre erupted with newfound strength, sending Chen flying with a punch and kicking Yang Shui aside, clutching its wounded abdomen as it lunged towards the warriors. "Help me, save me." As the warriors prepared to assist, Yang Shui clutched the ogre's leg once more, bringing it crashing down. With her dart, she viciously stabbed from its leg to its waist. "Do not let him escape. Kill him quickly. He is an ogre." Yang Shui's desperation surged. The appearance of this ogre unearthed haunting memories of her recent captivity. She loathed these beings, realizing that if Chen Tiansheng had not rescued her, she might have suffered the same gruesome fate, becoming prey to these monstrous entities. The warriors were taken aback. They could tolerate Chen Tiansheng's madness, but Yang Shui's fervor was perplexing. The weapons aimed at the ogre now turned toward her, leaving them in a moral quandary. The ogre, sensing hope, resisted Yang Shui's attacks while pleading for mercy. "I am not an ogre. Please, save me. They are madmen. They want to kill me. I am innocent." In its weakened state, the ogre feigned vulnerability. Just as the warriors resolved to act, a glint of the axe flashed, severing the ogre's head, which rolled to the feet of the bewildered soldiers. "You!" With a clatter, the axe fell as Chen Tiansheng staggered and collapsed onto the ground, swallowing hard before coldly commanding, "Search this building for any remaining survivors. I will report your actions." The warriors, filled with righteous indignation, turned and began their search. However, as one kicked open the door to the adjacent room, an image seared into his memory, destined to haunt him forever. The room's windows were sealed, and the walls were festooned with ropes, from which hung the remains of the unfortunate, including a minor child. Confronted with such a horrific scene, even the most steadfast warrior could not hold back, retching uncontrollably. The others fared little better. All who witnessed the atrocity succumbed to waves of nausea, overwhelmed by despair. Captain Wang Yang, overseeing the rescue efforts outside, rushed in upon seeing his comrades in distress. He approached the retching soldiers with confusion, only to glance into the room and feel as if struck by lightning, collapsing into unconsciousness. Chapter 60. Two choices when Captain Wang Yang regained consciousness. He found himself back in the commercial district, urgently inquiring about the situation. Upon the return of the rescue team, a second search had not commenced, and the atmosphere was heavy with dread. The soldiers appeared profoundly shaken, their spirits dulled. As captain, Wang Yang felt compelled to ascertain the circumstances, seeking updates from his subordinates. This rescue operation had consumed considerable time, 40 minutes to save residents from 10 apartment buildings, totaling 240 individuals. Remarkably, there were no casualties. Yet the psychological scars on the soldiers were indelible. Why? Did every rescue team encounter the same horrors? Wang Yang asked incredulously. The reporting soldier nodded somberly. After Chen had departed, he had informed the warriors that those entering the apartments encountered grave difficulties, urging him to evacuate everyone. And then, Wang Yang pressed eagerly. Those who entered could not emerge on their own. They were all retching uncontrollably. If not for Chen and his formidable combat prowess, we might have been lost. The squad leader Wang Yang gasped, recalling the nightmarish visions that had assaulted him, causing him to retch anew. Emotions are contagious, and so too is nausea. Among the rescue teams, every soldier seemed afflicted by a contagion of distress, each one succumbing to the urge to vomit, even when their stomachs were empty. On the 5th floor of the shopping center, in a furniture store, Chen Tiansheng and his companions rested on a sofa. Zheng Wei, furious, demanded, "What transpired during this outing? What has become of our soldiers? One may indulge in food indiscriminately, but one must not speak recklessly." Chen Tiansheng retorted, "Their retching is the result of witnessing what they should not have seen. How is that my concern?" Zheng Wei remained unconvinced. The soldiers were resolute, and the nature of their harrowing experience must be clarified. If you do not explain, our dispute is far from over. Chen Tiansheng dismissed him. "I am not your subordinate. If you wish to know details, inquire with your own men." Just then, a communications soldier hurried in, whispering urgent tidings, prompting both to depart hastily. Chen Tiansheng muttered, "With such fragile mental fortitude, they are nothing but worthless." Luo Long and Luo Feng exchanged puzzled glances. They had been unable to witness the events firsthand, primarily due to Chen's prohibitions. However, they were aware of the underlying truths and could envision the scene, albeit with less impact than reality. Not only the soldiers, but even Yang Shui appeared pale, devoid of appetite. In the following days, Luo Long and Luo Feng continued their rescue efforts, urging Yang Shui to take a break. "No need. I am capable," Yang Shui insisted, yet Chen Tiansheng's following words drained the color from her face. "Trust me, such occurrences will become commonplace. You must ready your mindset." As Chen's words settled, a young soldier named Li Hao approached timidly, asking, "Will such occurrences truly become frequent?" The group turned to see him. Apprehensive, "Mr. Chen, is it true that we will frequently encounter such horrors?" Chen Tiansheng glanced back, recognizing Li Hao from his list of admirers, and patiently explained, "Let us not forget that we live in an apocalyptic era with zombies rampant. Historically, during famines, there exists a phrase to describe such dire situations: to eat the flesh of one's kin. Do you comprehend its origins?" Li Hao felt his stomach churn violently. "Please, spare me any more." Chen Tiansheng continued undeterred, reclining on the sofa. "Awaken, young man. We are in a world where survival is uncertain and sustenance is scarce. You are left with two choices: preserve your humanity and be devoured, or succumb to your primal instincts and consume others. What will you choose?" Li Hao found himself at a loss for words. Yang Shui resolutely declared, "I choose to preserve my humanity. I will never resort to cannibalism, nor will I allow myself to be consumed. Therefore, I must become stronger, so formidable that no one can shake me." Luo Long echoed her sentiment. "Indeed. What distinguishes cannibals from beasts? If I encounter such individuals again, I will slay them without hesitation. I shall not stand for their atrocities." Chen Tiansheng poured cold water on their fervor. With your current strength, encountering a man-eater would only lead to your demise. In their eyes, you are merely a delectable morsel, and they would devour you to the last bone. Luo Long protested indignantly. Master, I am quite powerful now. Powerful, you say? Let Yang Shui strike you, and see if you can withstand it. Yang Shui stood up, ready to take action, causing Luo Long to immediately wilt. No, master. I could never harm my own comrades. Chen Tiansheng shrugged. If you cannot even best Yang Shui, what hope do you have against a man-eater? Remember, that creature was a formidable foe that both of us struggled to defeat. Yang Shui nodded in agreement. Had our leader not arrived in time, I might have perished at his hands. What sort of creature was that? Luo Long scratched his head. The 4 members of the squad engaged in lively conversation, completely leaving Li Hao in a state of astonishment. Reflecting on recent events, he felt a flush of embarrassment. It seemed as if the world had misjudged Chen Tiansheng. Yet why did he not offer a single explanation? As such thoughts crossed his mind, an inexplicable admiration welled within him. Suddenly, a system notification startled Chen Tiansheng, prompting him to glance at Li Hao. What are you thinking? I wish to apologize on behalf of everyone for the misunderstandings directed at you, Li Hao replied. Chen Tiansheng's expression hardened. Let them come to apologize themselves. You need not speak for them. Regardless, I must thank you. If it weren't for you that day, I might have met my end at the hands of a zombie. Saying this, Li Hao stood and saluted Chen Tiansheng with utmost respect. Meanwhile, when Zheng Wei faced Wang Yang and listened to their report, he was taken aback. What? Zheng Wei rose, his fists clenched tightly. How could this happen? Were there no other food sources? Must they resort to cannibalism? Another squad leader added, we are uncertain of the specifics, but we searched the entire residential building and discovered approximately 18 corpses, all mangled and dismembered. Zheng Wei slammed his fist in frustration. What differentiates these monsters from zombies? There is a distinction, reported several soldiers who had witnessed Chen Tiansheng's battle with the man-eater. They possess intelligence and are more formidable than zombies. Moreover, even with the combined efforts of Chen and Yang Shui, we nearly failed to vanquish the man-eater. Another soldier pounded his fist in anger. Had we known this, we should have opened fire sooner and eliminated this beast. Wang Yang felt a weight in his heart as he recalled the moment Chen Tiansheng had been interrupted while preparing to shoot, leading to a heated argument. Guilt washed over him, leaving him feeling utterly ashamed. Reporting to Zheng Wei, I wish to resign from my position as squad leader. Chapter 61. Upgrade. A surge in strength. Zheng Wei was momentarily taken aback and quickly attempted to dissuade him. Please reconsider. If you are feeling unwell, I can grant you a couple of days off. However, this is not the time to act impulsively. We are short on personnel, and your resignation would leave us in a difficult position. Who would take over your duties? Wang Yang's resolve was unwavering. Zheng Wei, you misunderstand. I merely wish to relinquish my role as squad leader. I have no intention of withdrawing from the rescue efforts. I have a proposal. He turned to face all the soldiers. I propose that Chen Tiansheng be appointed as the commander of the rescue team. I believe he is the only one capable of fulfilling this role. None of us can lead effectively. The other soldiers collectively lowered their heads. This outing had dealt them a significant blow. Not only had they been unable to assist, but they had also become a burden. Had it not been for Chen Tiansheng rescuing them, it was likely none of them would have survived. Remarkably, the entire rescue operation had only taken 40 minutes. A marked improvement in efficiency compared to previous attempts. Chen Tiansheng was not only familiar with the post-apocalyptic environment, but also acted decisively. I personally believe he is more suited to lead the team, while our leadership would only hinder progress. Zheng Wei pondered deeply. To be candid, I am not particularly fond of your suggestion. Zheng Wei, please allow me to finish, Wang Yang interjected. I respect your opinion, but his demeanor is somewhat unruly. While he is capable of leading actions, he cannot be officially appointed, as individuals of his temperament are unlikely to be accepted within the organization. Zheng Wei's intentions were clear. He agreed to Chen Tiansheng leading the rescue team, but would not acknowledge his authority as the overall commander. His motive was transparent. Should there be blame, he would bear it, but any accolades would be shared. After all, it was a cooperative endeavor. And Chen Tiansheng had made it clear that he would assist, but would not submit to organizational dictates. This doesn't seem right, the others murmured in confusion. Whether it is good or bad is not for you to decide. He is not a soldier and has no desire to join the organization, Zheng Wei stated, rising from his seat. Very well, you may make decisions regarding the operation. I will not interfere. This discussion ends here. On the fifth floor, Chen Tiansheng lay on the comfortable mattress, feeling its warmth, yet he tossed and turned, unable to find rest. It was not due to troubling thoughts, but rather the discovery of the system's additional capabilities. With over 1,000 accumulated points, he had enough for a tenfold draw. After absorbing all the crystal cores, his base attributes had also surpassed the 50 threshold. Host, Chen Tiansheng, Level 2 Enhancer. Stamina, 516. First skill, Stamina Recovery. Rapidly restores consumed stamina upon use. Second skill, awaiting activation, Strength, 513. First skill, Strength Burst, doubles strength upon use. Second skill, awaiting activation, Speed, 5725. First skill, Speed Doubling. Doubles speed upon use. Second skill, awaiting activation, Mental Power, 5011. First skill, Mental Shock. Delivers a mental blow upon use. Second skill, awaiting activation. What kept Chen Tiansheng awake was the fact that Level 2 had unlocked a second skill slot for his base attributes. This revelation nearly caused him to cry out in excitement. I knew it. The plethora of skills from the exchange package must have a purpose. He opened his system backpack to meticulously review all his skills. Currently, he possessed Stamina Recovery, Strength Burst, Speed Doubling, Mental Shock, and a unique skill, Barbaric Charge, a total of 5 skills. Following his enhancement to Level 2, each attribute had unlocked an additional skill slot, signifying that he could learn 4 more foundational skills. He examined each skill paper. Stamina Recovery, once more Stamina Recovery. It seems Stamina Recovery can be upgraded. He tentatively clicked to upgrade. A flash of light revealed that Stamina Recovery indeed ascended to Level 2, with the note, Level 2 Stamina Recovery, fully restores stamina upon activation, with a cooldown of 20 hours. The cooldown has decreased by 4 hours. Since upgrades were possible, he proceeded to upgrade Strength Burst, which noted, upon activation, strength triples, lasting for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 55 minutes. Tripling strength, with a cooldown reduced by 5 minutes. Thus, at level 10, it would yield 12 times strength, with only a 10-minute cooldown. Is this not akin to wielding infinite power? Onward, let us upgrade speed. Speed doubling, upon activation, would yield triple speed, lasting for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 55 minutes. Amazing. Mental Shock has also upgraded. Mental Resonance, upon activation, it generates a mental tremor within a 20-meter radius, with a cooldown of 55 minutes. After upgrading all 4 skills, he began to carefully select level 2 skills. Presently, he had access to Stamina, Sustenance, which, upon activation, continuously restores consumed stamina for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Stamina, Enhancement, which, upon activation, doubles stamina for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Strength, Critical Hit, which, upon activation, delivers a 10-fold critical hit in a single attack, consuming stamina, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Strength, Frenzy, which, upon activation, doubles attack power but causes loss of consciousness, consuming stamina, with a cooldown of 1 day. Speed, Teleportation, which, upon activation, allows instant relocation within a 10-meter radius, consuming stamina, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Speed, Gale Steps, upon activation, grants a speed of 100 for a duration of 10 seconds, consuming stamina, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Mental Telekinesis, upon activation, allows the manipulation of objects, with power scaling with mental strength, consuming mental energy for 10 seconds. After considerable deliberation, the selection of secondary skills has been made. Endurance, Critical Strike, Teleportation, and Telekinesis, all elevated to level 2. Chen Tiansheng's strength has significantly increased, boasting a total of 8 foundational skills. Stamina skills include Stamina Recovery and Endurance. Strength skills comprise Strength Burst and Critical Strike. Speed skills feature Speed Doubling and Teleportation. Mental skills encompass Mental Shock and Telekinesis. The enhancement to level 2 fills Chen Tiansheng with exhilaration. The sole regret is that his special skill remains unupgradable, leaving 1 special skill slot vacant. Should he attempt a 10-fold draw? The anticipation is unbearable. Draw the system grants a special skill. Fortune favors the bold. The colors white, green, blue, purple, and yellow flash before him. Indeed, the system is generous. It has truly bestowed upon him a special skill. Upon inspection, It reveals the invincible golden body, an extraordinary boon. Invincible golden body, when activated, grants invincibility for 10 seconds, rendering him impervious to any attack. Ha ha ha. He is indeed fortunate. This is nothing short of an invincible existence. If he were to confront ogres today, armed with these skills, would they not be felled in an instant? Why engage in prolonged battles? As a level 2 enhancer, he can only imagine the prowess he will possess upon reaching level 10. Does anyone in this world stand as his rival? Chen Tiansheng envisions ascending from level 1 to level 2, wielding 8 level 2 skills alongside 2 special skills. With 10 skills at his disposal, he would stride boldly. No, he must venture into the city tomorrow to unleash his might, not for any other reason, but to truly experience what it means to be at level 2. For in his previous life, a decade had passed, and in the final years, he barely managed to clamber onto the tail of the new human race, struggling to achieve a level 1 strength enhancer. Yet now, merely days after the great calamity, he has attained level 2. How can he not feel a sense of indignation? Chapter 62. Unleashing Fury the following morning. After a hasty breakfast, Chen Tiansheng and his companions descended to the parking lot. The warriors had long awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Chen Tiansheng, Captain Wang Yang bellowed, "Assemble." The sudden shout startled a few, but upon witnessing the soldiers quickly form an orderly line, Chen Tiansheng paid little mind. Just as he prepared to pass the ranks toward the heavy truck, Captain Wang Yang roared again, "Salute." All soldiers saluted in unison. This time, he was genuinely taken aback, for the fervent sincerity in the eyes of each soldier facing him was palpable. What was happening? Luo Long appeared somewhat perplexed. With a proud posture, Wang Yang stood at attention before Chen Tiansheng and solemnly declared, "The search and rescue team is fully assembled. Please provide instructions." Understood. Chen Tiansheng was still adjusting to the situation. "Then let us board the vehicle and depart," Wang Yang reminded. "Will you not say a few words before we set off? Perhaps regarding the rescue strategy?" "Very well, I shall say a few words." Chen Tiansheng turned to the soldiers, contemplating before speaking. "Once we enter the city, Yang Shui, you will oversee the left flank safety. Luo Long and Luo Feng, you two will manage the right flank. I will handle the front. Soldiers, focus solely on rescue. Upon spotting survivors, carry them away without delay. Once aboard, depart immediately. Do not linger for even a moment." Huh. Not only were the soldiers dumbfounded, but even Yang Shui, Luo Long, and Luo Feng were left speechless. Volunteer Su Wonking quickly inquired, "What about us? How should we be arranged?" Chen Tiansheng glanced towards the lackadaisical line of volunteers. "You need not descend the bridge. Remain on the bridge's side to direct survivors onto the vehicles." "Wow, what is this tactical arrangement? Are we not to eliminate the zombies? What about the zombie attacks in the city?" Had Chen Tiansheng forgotten? The question lingered in everyone's minds. Chen Tiansheng offered no further explanation, succinctly concluding and instructing them to board and depart. As they arrived in the city and commenced the rescue operations, everyone soon grasped the rationale behind Chen Tiansheng's strategy. The heavy trucks surged ahead, leading the charge down the bridge. Chen Tiansheng, wielding an axe, was the first to leap from the vehicle, hacking away while shouting, "Follow my earlier instructions. You three manage the flanks, while I handle the zombies on the street." Then, all were left agape as they witnessed Chen Tiansheng single-handedly withstand the onslaught of zombies. With one axe in hand, he charged left and right, sweeping through the horde with unstoppable force. Was he even human? Wang Yang was the first to snap back to reality. "Stop dawdling. Quickly enter the residential buildings and conduct the rescue. We cannot afford to waste time. Upon sighting survivors, carry them away and run." "Understood? Understood. Move." All soldiers surged forth, instantly splitting into multiple teams, rapidly infiltrating the lower levels of the residential complex. Any zombies encountered were swiftly dispatched by Yang Shui, Luo Long, and Luo Feng on the flanks, while the soldiers focused solely on rescuing the living, leaving the extermination of foes to others. With a powerful kick, he shattered the hallway door, urging the soldiers to charge inside. Armed soldiers ascended the stairs in tactical formation, swiftly eliminating any zombies they encountered and quickly securing the hallway. "Residents, we are the search and rescue team. Time is of the essence. Survivors, please step forward and follow us." The residents had long awaited this moment, opening their doors with tears of gratitude. Yet before they could express their thanks, the soldiers whisked the survivors away. The swift return to the bridge was nothing short of a whirlwind, transferring survivors to the volunteers before promptly returning to continue the rescue. Speed, speed, speed. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Every second counts. Wang Yang commanded while maintaining vigilance. With Chen Tiansheng's prowess aiding them, the threat of zombies was negligible. The only thing worth pursuing was time. Tilting his head to survey the street, Chen Tiansheng had already cut through several hundred meters, yet ahead lay an uncountable horde of zombies. But Chen Tiansheng, like a deity of slaughter, stood firm against the entire wave of zombie attacks. Beneath his feet lay a sea of corpses, littering the street and presenting a chilling sight. Truly, what a transformation. On the overpass, survivors were gradually released. Having been trapped for so long, many were gaunt, barely able to walk, let alone run. Volunteers assisted the survivors onto the vehicles, while Su Wangqing was drenched in perspiration from the frantic pace. Not far off, several volunteers lounged against the bridge railing, doing nothing to assist, instead whispering disparaging remarks from their hidden vantage point. Look at him, all full of himself, drowning in water, killing the stubborn. He'll be devoured sooner or later, just wait and see. These individuals were underlings of Strong Brother, having joined the volunteer group purely for personal gain, seeking to rob survivors of valuables during rescue operations. However, Chen Tiansheng's interference had disrupted their plans, leading them to harbor resentment. As Su Wangqing busied herself, she overheard their incessant chatter, her agitation mounting. Some were principled, while others were treacherous. Compared to Chen Tiansheng, these individuals were particularly irksome. A soldier sprinted onto the bridge, carrying a survivor, prompting Su Wangqing to rush to assist. One vehicle was filled and ready to depart. Exhausted, the soldier glanced back at the ongoing rescue efforts on the street. Find a driver to take the first group away. The rest will continue the rescue. The soldiers' morale surged. And as they ran, they called out, have the driver drop off the survivors and return quickly. With Mr. Chen's support, we can keep rescuing. Understood. Su Wangqing replied hurriedly, turning to locate those lazy volunteers. Which of you can drive a heavy truck? The captain wants someone to take the first wave away. A few slackers retorted sourly, oh, so you're really trying to issue orders with that feather? Who do you think you are to command us? Su Wangqing was furious, her frustration boiling over. How could these people behave in such a manner? Fortunately, at this moment, Captain Wang Yang escorted the team back, each member bearing a survivor on their back. Upon seeing Wang Yang, the ruffians immediately altered their demeanor, approaching with grinning faces to flatter him, taking the survivors and repeatedly promising to care for them. Captain Wang Yang paid little heed to them, first assessing the situation of the survivors in the convoy, then commanding, who can drive a large vehicle? Given our successful rescue, we must make haste. I can. I'll drive. One of the ruffians volunteered, his attitude a stark contrast to moments before. Quickly now, after delivering the survivors, return promptly. At this moment, Wang Yang felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The rescue had gone exceptionally well, all thanks to Chen Tiansheng and his team members. This event transformed the mindset of Wang Yang and all the rescue teams. Chen Tiansheng, once regarded as a scoundrel, had now become Mr. Chen in their eyes. Anyone daring to speak ill of him would face their wrath. Since last night's upgrade, his strength had increased significantly, even without utilizing skills, merely relying on basic attacks. Dispatching zombies was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Initially, he sought to rampage through the hordes, familiarize himself with his second-tier abilities, and accumulate points. Wang Yang held a reverence of 50. Su Wangqing held a reverence of 100. What exactly was this reverence for? Chapter 63. Zheng Wei's confusion in the heat of battle. There was no time for distractions. He pushed aside thoughts of the rapidly accumulating reverence points and continued to vanquish the pitiful low-tier zombies. Upon returning to the commercial area, the rescue vehicle parked in the underground lot, where the soldiers responsible for reception were astonished, questioning, "What happened? It's only been 15 minutes. How can you be back? Surely, you didn't flee in panic?" However, upon seeing a vehicle full of survivors, they were rendered speechless and immediately set to work on recovery efforts. One soldier inquired of the ruffian driver, who sheepishly replied, "I can't quite explain it. Just hurry. The front lines are tense, and I need to get back." "What? Tense?" The ruffian did not grasp the significance of the term tense in the soldier's context. It was a casual remark, but it spread like wildfire among the ranks, igniting a great uproar. They claimed they could not trust Chen Tiansheng. Upon hearing the report, Zheng Wei was flustered. It was too late to request reinforcements, and he could only dispatch as many as he had on hand. even preparing to head to the front lines himself. Get out. The soldiers, impatient, yanked the ruffian out of the vehicle. They swiftly boarded and sped out of the underground parking lot, but just a short distance away, they encountered another truck brimming with survivors returning. The soldiers felt a chill. Rescue operations typically meant departing and returning together. Yet this time they were coming back one by one. Had they encountered a massive zombie wave that scattered the team? Quickly, floor the gas. Drive this vehicle like it's an aircraft. Zheng Wei, seated in the passenger seat, was in a state of distress. However, when they reached the city, they were taken aback by the orderly rescue operations and the multitude of zombie corpses littering the ground. Young soldier Li Hao had just set down a survivor and approached. Panting, Zheng Wei, what brings you here? What is happening? Did you encounter a large-scale zombie wave? Zheng Wei gazed intently at the street, where corpses filled every corner. This was the aftermath of a fierce battle. No, the rescue operation is proceeding smoothly. Li Hao exclaimed excitedly. Mr. Chen single-handedly held back all the zombie attacks. We only focused on rescuing people. As he finished speaking, another rescue team burst forth from a nearby community, every soldier carrying a survivor on their shoulders, followed by several agile survivors. Zheng Wei was momentarily dumbfounded. This scene was utterly astonishing. Before he could collect himself, yet another team emerged from the opposite side of the community, also carrying survivors in a grand procession. At that moment, Su Wangqing's voice rang out. This vehicle is full. We need to make another trip. Young soldier Li Hao quickly replied, Zheng Wei, I can't chat now. I have to deliver another wave of survivors and then return to rescue more. With that, he leapt onto the truck and sped away. Zheng Wei stood there, stunned, unable to fathom how smoothly the rescue was proceeding. Nor could he comprehend how ferocious Chen Tiansheng had become. Wasn't he an ordinary person? How could he be a superhuman? For a moment, Zheng Wei's mind struggled to process this revelation. Zheng Wei, should we assist? A soldier accompanying him tentatively inquired. Yes, everyone, let us go. While it's safe, we must hurry. The soldiers eager to assist quickly dashed down the overpass, joining the rescue efforts. Wang Yang had already made countless trips and, upon seeing Zheng Wei at the front lines, quickly approached to salute. Zheng Wei, what brings you to the city? Observing the soldiers drenched in sweat, Zheng Wei felt a pang of sorrow and solemnly returned the salute to Wang Yang and the soldiers. You have all worked hard. Not at all. Wang Yang's face bore an indescribable excitement. Though the scene is daunting, there is no danger at all. Look, Zheng Wei. He pointed to Chen Tiansheng. Several hundred meters away on the overpass, Mr. Chen is single-handedly holding back the majority of the threats, supported by 3 others on the flanks. The entire rescue process is remarkably safe. We focus solely on saving people without any danger. It's not arduous at all. Zheng Wei's heart swelled with mixed emotions, exclaiming, Incredible. I can't talk any longer. I'm off to rescue. Wang Yang called out before turning back to rejoin his team in returning to the battlefield. I'll accompany you. More hands mean more strength. Zheng Wei, a soldier at heart, felt the blood coursing through him and the mission ingrained within him. Although, as a commander, he need not personally partake in the rescue. What was needed now was not a commander but laborers. He plunged into the fray, treading upon heaps of corpses, enduring the pervasive stench, witnessing the formidable strength of a superhuman, ultimately breaking through perilous situations while carrying gaunt survivors back to the overpass. Zheng Wei's perspective shifted. This was the apocalypse. Experiencing firsthand was far more impactful than hearing or seeing. Only through direct involvement in the rescue, stepping over severed limbs and bearing hope for survival, could one truly grasp the horror of this new world. At that moment, Zheng Wei's inner transformation began. He regretted his previous misjudgment of Chen Tiansheng, and upon witnessing him confront hundreds of zombies without flinching, feelings of admiration welled up within him. Zheng Wei, reverence level 100. The sudden system notification momentarily distracted Chen Tiansheng. After cleaving down a horde of zombies with his axe, he paused for breath and turned to discover he had charged forth a considerable distance. Glancing at the sky, he noted it was still only a little past 10 in the morning. After 2 hours of combat, he had rescued around 20 survivors from numerous buildings. This pace was unprecedented. It wasn't yet noon. There was still time to continue fighting. Gripping his axe, he turned to face the renewed onslaught of howling zombies, raising his weapon and shouting, Kill! The battle raged on until noon, from the overpass deep into the heart of the district, the thoroughfare strewn with the remnants of corpses. Chen Tiansheng became an unrelenting machine of slaughter. Armed with only his axe, he fended off the relentless waves of zombies. Upon reaching the intersection, he halted his advance, waiting for the rescue teams to evacuate all survivors from this residential area without leaving a single one behind. Only then did he bellow, roar, dragons and phoenixes, incinerate. Reduce this entire street of zombies to ashes. The rest, withdraw with me. After issuing the command, he turned to flee, brushing past the two who, due to excessive energy expenditure, appeared pale and exhausted. Here, he tossed 2 bottles of spring water to them. After they gulped them down, their spirits revived. They combined their elemental powers, igniting a conflagration while retreating. Chapter 64. The Gratitude of Admirers Retreat. Everyone, withdraw swiftly, Chen Tiansheng shouted as he ran, and the soldiers, upon hearing his call, regardless of their exhaustion, shouldered another wave of survivors and sprinted away. In the residential building, the survivors, restless and awaiting rescue, saw hope on the horizon, only for it to recede. Many residents cried out, "Don't go. There are still people here. Save us. Please, don't leave us behind." Chen Tiansheng paused, surveying the nearby apartment buildings at the intersection. With a stern expression, he commanded, "We have not completely departed yet. If you wish to live, come down and follow us. Those afraid of death can wait. We will return this afternoon." "That's unacceptable. You must take us all. Why save others, but not us? We were all born from the same parents. Why the discrimination? If you possess such capability, rescuing us ordinary people should be a simple task. How can you choose not to save us? Are you even human?" Chen Tiansheng's gaze turned icy. "Then you may wait for death," he declared, turning to leave. Yet, before he could take many steps, Zheng Wei rushed over, breathless and clutching his waist. "Save them all. It won't take much longer." Chen Tiansheng's tone was frigid. "If I say we won't save them, we won't. I'm exhausted." He turned and walked away, leaving no room for negotiation. "Let us discuss this further." Zheng Wei attempted to protest, but at that moment, a horde of zombies surged into the fiery chaos from 3 sides, akin to a tsunami. "Master, the numbers are increasing. We can't hold them off," Luo Long shouted, drenched in sweat, as he set fires and yelled. "Burn and run." Chen Tiansheng responded, starting to sprint. Zheng Wei glanced back, cold sweat trickling down his back. Zombies poured onto the streets, climbing over one another, their sheer numbers extinguishing the flames as if a landslide had erupted. "Oh my God!" Zheng Wei yelled, sprinting, "Fall back. Everyone run." Not just them. Everyone witnessing this scene was filled with terror, each experiencing it differently. Zheng Wei felt as if it were a mudslide. Some likened it to an avalanche, while others saw it as a tsunami. In any case, everyone had one thought: run as fast as you can. Yang Shui appeared, startled by the scene. Though exhausted, her latent potential surged, and she swiftly reached the nearest survivor, utilizing her utmost speed, vanishing onto the overpass. After several back and forths, Chen Tiansheng charged back, tossing Yang Shui a bottle of spring water. "Drink quickly. Afterward, go save more people." After she drank, before she could fully recover, she vanished again, returning with Zheng Wei, who collapsed on the overpass, gasping heavily. "That was terrifying," Chen Tiansheng asserted. "Why aren't you saving anyone?" No, I can't save anymore." The warriors were brought back one by Yang Shui, leaving only Luo Long and Luo Feng. "Everyone, get in the car." After issuing orders, he turned to Yang Shui. "You take care of Luo Feng. I will handle Luo Long. Let's go." With that, he activated his speed, doubling and tripling it, even surpassing Yang Shui slightly, and before Luo Long could react, he vanished completely. "Oh my God, brother!" Luo Feng turned just in time to see Yang Shui embrace her waist, then they both disappeared. The tide of zombies steadily approached. The rescue convoy on the overpass rapidly accelerated, fleeing the outbreak of the horde. "Huh, you beasts can't catch us. It drives you mad," Luo Long shouted excitedly, leaning out of the vehicle. "All right, brother, stop messing around," Luo Feng said, pulling him back. Chen Tiansheng drove, feeling considerably relieved. After today's battle, he finally grasped his current strength, yet it was still insufficient. He felt utterly powerless against a true zombie tide. Nonetheless, this was only the second-tier enhancement. The convoy returned triumphantly to the development zone mall, where everyone disembarked, feeling as though they had survived a catastrophe. Zheng Wei approached Chen Tiansheng as they walked upstairs, expressing, "Brother Chen, today I truly see you in a new light. I admire you immensely." "I know," Chen Tiansheng replied, leaving Zheng Wei momentarily stunned. How could he know? Chen Tiansheng's awareness stemmed from the system's prestige page. Zheng Wei had provided him with 100 points of admiration. How could he not be aware? Opening the system page, he found his prestige nearing 3,000, with the list of admirers swelling to 148 individuals, including both warriors and survivors, countless acquaintances and strangers. Upon entering the first-floor hall, Chen Tiansheng was still immersed in the joy of his burgeoning adoration. However, soon after, the gathered survivors, upon witnessing Chen Tiansheng and his companions' return, fixed their earnest gazes upon them and began kneeling one after another in gratitude. Benefactor, thank you for saving us. You must be sent by heaven. A messenger of the divine. You are our savior. Please accept our kneeling. In this encounter, nearly 1,000 were rescued, filling the first-floor hall with grateful survivors. All tearfully appreciative. Faced with such overwhelming devotion, Chen Tiansheng felt a bit lost, momentarily unsure how to respond, until Zheng Wei nudged him, prompting a reaction. Everyone, please rise. This is not solely my accomplishment. It also belongs to the selfless warriors. The survivors were aware of this, yet in their hearts, they were most grateful to Chen Tiansheng, for he possessed extraordinary abilities. Everyone, please rise. The rescue effort is a national endeavor. You need not be so formal. The warriors returning to the first-floor hall helped Zheng Wei assist the survivors to their feet. As Chen Tiansheng and his companions passed through the crowd, the admiration and sincere gazes of the survivors filled him with quiet satisfaction. However, he still pondered whether this admiration value was merely superficial. Was it solely to receive the worship of the survivors? To fulfill his own inner satisfaction? Was there no other purpose? Never mind. If he couldn't comprehend it, he would not dwell on it. There was an important task at hand. He searched among the survivors and eventually found Jin Yuan cowering in a corner. Why are you hiding here? Come with me. What did I do now? Jin Yuan nearly cried, fearing he would be cast out again. You haven't done anything. I merely need you to guide me to your steel processing factory. Chapter 65. A change in attitude. The adage, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools, rings true. For enhancers, a suitable weapon is of utmost importance. Unlike ability users who can wield elements to slaughter zombies, enhancers suffer greatly if their weapons do not suit them. Chen Tiansheng had significantly increased his strength, yet he lacked an appropriate weapon. Let us not even mention him. Take Yang Shui, for instance, wielding a dull tang knife, which had become so battered that it was no better than a piece of scrap metal, much less capable of opposing a horde. Thus, the urgent priority was to secure suitable weapons for both himself and Yang Shui. Just as he found Jin Yuan and was about to take action, Zheng Wei arrived with several squad leaders beside him. Can we have a word? Is there something on your mind? Chen Tiansheng asked, maintaining an indifferent demeanor. Yes, I wish to discuss the upcoming rescue operations. Witnessing the outbreak of the zombie tide had genuinely frightened Zheng Wei, and he no longer felt overconfident. Thus, he sought to consult Chen Tiansheng on how to proceed with the next rescue. Just as I wanted to discuss this with you. Chen Tiansheng surveyed the surroundings and pointed. Let us talk inside. He entered a jewelry store, and the others followed suit, including Yang Shui and Luo Long. Upon entering the jewelry store, Chen Tiansheng directly removed the precious jewels from the counter, shoving aside gold and silver, using the tray to arrange them on the glass display. Once he had set up a makeshift sand table, he began to strategize. Behold, here stands the overpass, and this is the territory we have secured today. Everyone comprehended Chen Tiansheng's intent, refraining from interjecting and listening intently. The forthcoming rescue operation required your utmost prowess. The soldiers' firepower was now poised to be unleashed. The warriors felt a surge of joy, finally having a chance to wield their skills. In the present circumstances, advancing further would lead to an intersection where millions of zombies would surge through 3 crossroads, continuously replenishing their ranks. As long as the soldiers captured the high ground, they could assign machine gunners to every building, raining fire upon the zombies below, akin to a tower defense game. Have you played it before? I have. Luo Long suddenly raised his hand. Zombies are mindless, driven solely by aggression. Shooting from an elevated position would result in a one-sided massacre, posing no danger, right, Master? The others grasped the gist, acknowledging the validity of Chen Tiansheng's reasoning. Yet Zheng Wei pointed out the crux of the issue. Such a strategy requires a substantial arsenal. Chen Tiansheng nodded, affirming, precisely. This is why I instructed you to retreat first. Until the horde is dealt with, rescue efforts cannot proceed. Should a horde emerge in one area, Others may remain relatively safe, allowing us to seek new points of entry and gradually advance into the city. How do you plan to address the ammunition and manpower situation? Zheng Wei inquired further. Chen Tiansheng leaned back, exasperated. Are you foolish? The safe zone is brimming with tanks and artillery. Is it meaningful to leave them as mere decorations? Zheng Wei faltered. But if we send all the forces from the safe zone, what will happen to it? Chen Tiansheng slapped his forehead, realizing the absurdity. The development area is already a safe zone. The outskirts are of no consequence. All survivors capable of evacuation should be transported to the base, redirecting all firepower to the front lines. Every soldier must be utilized efficiently. Do you understand? I understand, Zheng Wei replied, suddenly enlightened, and immediately turned to shout. You all maintain full vigilance here. I will return to the safe zone to arrange for the swift transfer of troops. With decisive authority, Zheng Wei hastily departed. Chen Tiansheng then addressed the squad leaders. I have tasks for you. Gather all survivors in the mall and manufacture Molotov cocktails. The more, the better. Ensure the completion of this mission. Wang Yang saluted solemnly. Chen Tiansheng turned to Luo Long and Luo Feng. I, along with Yang Shui, will be away for 2 days. You two will coordinate with the soldiers. Once they occupy this community, set everything ablaze. As he spoke, he produced bottles of spring water from his leather jacket, placing them on the table. This is your supply. Do not waste it. Everyone was taken aback, instinctively tilting their heads, curious about where Chen Tiansheng had procured such an abundance of water. Ignoring their bewildered gazes, he departed with Yang Shui, flanking Jin Yuan. Heroes, can we discuss this? Bring a few more people. It's just the 3 of us, and I'm terrified. Less chatter. They escorted Jin Yuan to the underground parking lot, where the soldiers on guard greeted Chen Tiansheng with respect. Disregarding their reactions, they pushed Jin Yuan onto the truck, starting it up and speeding out of the parking lot. Upon exiting the mall, Jin Yuan trembled uncontrollably. Although there were no zombies in sight, the air was thick with the stench of decay, making him shudder. Boss, why must we go to the steel factory? Because we both need effective weapons. We can't keep wielding scrap metal against zombies, can we? He then barked. Which way? Left up ahead, Jin Yuan stammered, pointing nervously. Tell me about the steel processing plant situation, Chen Tiansheng asked. Jin Yuan, though forthcoming, only provided trivial information. My factory operates fairly well, processing rebar for construction. Last year, we made a modest profit. Not what I asked. Chen Tiansheng's tone turned icy. How many workers are at the plant? What is its area? Were there still employees on site during the cataclysm? After pondering, Jin Yuan replied, there should have been. I'm not entirely sure. What a waste, Chen Tiansheng muttered, falling silent as they approached the edge of the development area. Before reaching the factory, the overpowering stench became nauseating, causing both men to feel dizzy. Wearing a gas mask, Chen Tiansheng felt slightly relieved but sensed something was amiss. Why is the smell of decay so intense? As they pressed forward, the answer became clear. The route of the bait armored vehicle skirted the development area, leading to a vast low-lying area in front of the factory, where countless zombies had been eliminated without the subsequent incineration. Thus, the stench of decay was potent enough to incapacitate. We've arrived. Exit the vehicle. Chen Tiansheng brandished a fire axe and leaped from the truck. As the door swung open, Jin Yuan was nearly overwhelmed by the stench, covering his mouth and nose, battling nausea. Just as Chen Tiansheng prepared to open the factory door, a wave of intense foreboding washed over him, a threat that even he found terrifying. No. How can there be such a powerful mutated beast's presence? His grip on the axe trembled. Chapter 66. Exceeding Levels and Swift Execution. The ominous aura emanated from a mass grave, where, logically, zombies should have been dispatched, yet the formidable threat lingered, suggesting that a mutated beast had devoured the fallen zombies, consuming their cores. Realizing this, Chen Tiansheng felt goosebumps rise. Having ascended to a secondary enhancer, a primary core no longer augmented his abilities, while a secondary core offered a meager 0.01 increase to his base attributes. However, mutated beasts thrived on cores, continuously evolving. With over 10,000 zombies perishing in the mass grave, the supply of cores would empower the beast to at least level 4. A level 4 mutated beast would possess unique abilities, doubling its combat prowess and developing territorial instincts. Stepping into its domain would result in an unending conflict. Run, we must hurry. Understanding this, Chen Tiansheng turned to flee, But before he could reach the vehicle, Jin Yuan gaped at the mass grave, uttering, "Is that my Tibetan Mastiff? When did it grow so large?" Chen Tiansheng glanced back to see a Mastiff the size of a cow, baring its fangs and fixating menacingly on them. "You had a dog in the factory, and didn't he mention it? Not just any dog, but a canine warrior, a Tibetan Mastiff." However, retreating was now futile. Yang Shui sensed the oppressive pressure and dashed to Chen Tiansheng's side, drawing her long knife with trembling hands. "Boss, how do we kill it?" Chen Tiansheng found it amusing. "Kill. If we survive today, we'll be lucky." Woof, woof, woof. The Tibetan Mastiff bared its fangs, letting out a thunderous growl that reverberated in their ears, momentarily stunning their minds. A mental assault. This level 4 mutated Tibetan Mastiff possessed an exceedingly rare ability for psychological warfare. Chen Tiansheng broke out in a cold sweat. Gripping the axe tightly, a droplet of sweat cascading down his cheek, splattering on his hand. At that moment, the level 4 mutated Tibetan Mastiff lunged, its forepaws propelling it through the air, landing a dozen meters away, shaking the ground with its immense force as it charged forward with reckless abandon. "I'll face you head on." Chen Tiansheng charged forward, shouting, "Yang Shui, stay back and wait for an opportunity. If I fall, flee as far as you can." "Boss." Yang Shui's grip on the knife quivered, not from excitement, but from fear of the level 4 Mastiff's intimidating presence. "Be careful." With several hundred meters between them, both parties moved swiftly, closing the distance in an instant. With a fierce collision and a critical strike, I unleashed 2 skills instantaneously, bringing my axe down upon the Tibetan Mastiff's face. The axe struck the creature's head with a resounding thud, yet it failed to breach its defenses. Instead, it merely caused the massive body of the 4th-tier, mutated Mastiff to stagger. The simultaneous use of both skills not only failed to break through its defenses, but also dulled the axe's blade. My arms trembled from the impact, and I couldn't help but exclaim, "What incredible toughness!" The Tibetan Mastiff howled in agony, swiping its claws at me. I quickly crouched and leapt aside, narrowly evading the massive paw that swung down. Upon landing, I swung the axe in a wide arc, channeling double the strength. With a threefold surge of power, the axe sliced through the air and struck the Mastiff squarely on its face. Yet, despite the amplification of my strength to 150, no wound was inflicted. Instead, the Mastiff's head merely tilted backward. Upon inspecting the axe, I noted the edge had become more akin to that of a hammer. Surely, it must possess some defensive attribute. The Tibetan Mastiff was now enraged, baring its enormous jaws and lunging at me. Its gaping maw was so vast that, at my height of 1.7 meters, it could easily swallow me whole. In a flash, I found myself ensnared within its monstrous jaws, unable to evade its swift assault. Desperate, I activated my invincible body ability, holding my axe against its fangs, resisting the impending doom of being devoured. However, the stench emanating from its mouth was unbearable, even with a gas mask on, causing my stomach to churn. The invincible body was activated, granting me 10 seconds of invulnerability, but at a tremendous cost to my stamina. Within mere moments, my energy was nearly depleted. Just as I was about to succumb, a familiar voice pierced through the chaos. It was Yang Shui. In a flash, she appeared beside me, her dagger darting through the air like lightning. With a decisive upward thrust, she aimed for the Mastiff's vulnerable spot. Having witnessed the earlier struggle, she realized that if even the leader could not breach its defenses, then the only possible weak point lay within. As I was about to be bitten, she seized the moment, recognizing this rare opportunity. With a swift thrust, her dagger penetrated the skin beneath the Mastiff's fangs. The creature let out a pained howl, retreating in shock. Yet, the speed of its withdrawal was too rapid for Yang Shui to react, causing her dagger to remain lodged in its upper jaw. The Mastiff writhed in agony, kicking up clouds of dust around it. I was undeterred. This was our last chance to defeat the 4th-tier Mastiff. With my stamina recovering and a surge of mental energy, I called upon my abilities. I unleashed 3 skills simultaneously. A powerful psychic wave radiated outward, counteracting the Mastiff's psychological pressure. I simultaneously activated my secondary psychic skill, telekinesis, propelling Yang Shui's dagger deeper into the Mastiff's brain while it was distracted. The second-level telekinesis skill allowed me to manipulate objects, its potency amplifying with my psychic energy, though it consumed stamina for 10 seconds. With only a little over 50 points of psychic energy remaining, I could maintain it for 5 seconds. That was sufficient. Die, I commanded. my hands reaching towards the mastiff as I gathered all my strength, pulling inward. The dagger in the creature's mouth continued to burrow deeper, blood spurting from its teeth. 1 second, 2 seconds. My face reddened with effort. 3 seconds. The dagger had only penetrated less than 5 centimeters. For seconds, blood began to trickle from my nose. I had reached my limit. I roared, the final second concluding. With a sudden upward motion of my hands, I heard a sickening squelch. The mastiff collapsed, lifeless on the ground. I, too, fell back, my mental energy drained, a ringing in my ears, and my vision blurred. Boss, are you all right? Yang Shui cried out, alarmed. Yet, the deafening ringing consumed my thoughts. Summoning my last ounce of strength, I opened my space backpack and reached into the void, but I succumbed to unconsciousness. Seeing me collapse, Yang Shui was frantic, nearly losing her mind. Although she did not understand how I had vanquished the 4th-tier mutated mastiff, that was of little consequence. If I were to perish, there would be nothing left for her in this cruel world. Boss, wake up. Are you okay? Don't scare me. My eyes rolled back. Blood trickled from my nose, sliding from the depths of my gas mask. Yang Shui, panicking, hurriedly removed my mask, her shock deepening as she beheld my condition. Boss. I raised my hand, gesturing weakly in the air, and to her astonishment, a glass bottle of water appeared in my grasp. However, before she could comprehend, I slumped back into unconsciousness. Yang Shui was momentarily stunned, but disregarding the origins of the water, she snatched it, biting the cap off and pouring it into my mouth. Yet, with my consciousness faded, I could not swallow. In a state of desperation, she could not afford to waste a single drop of this precious water. Without hesitation, she took a gulp herself and administered mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, feeding me the water. As the life-giving liquid flowed down my throat, my consciousness began to return, the deafening ringing dissipating, replaced by the nauseating stench. As I stirred, I gagged, a warm sensation enveloping my throbbing head. My senses gradually sharpened until clarity returned. Boss, open your eyes. Please don't scare me. I felt myself being shaken, and reluctantly, I opened my eyes to see Yang Shui's tear-streaked face. Is that the water you fed me? I inquired, and she nodded vigorously. It stinks. I quickly covered my nose and mouth, while Yang Shui's expression shifted as she realized the implication of my words. She had thought it was her breath that stank, and she immediately turned her head away to breathe into her hand, sniffing it. I ignored her, my gaze drifting to the 4th-tier mutated mastiff, lying nearby, lifeless. With a sense of foreboding, I accessed the system. Mental energy, 5011, weak. Currently 47. I retrieved another bottle of spring water from my backpack, opened it, and drank deeply. My mental energy gradually replenished, but the exhaustion weighed heavily upon me. All my skills were on cooldown, and I could only hope that no stronger mutated beasts would appear. Sitting upright, I turned to Yang Shui, issuing my command. Stop dawdling. Hurry and take the gold source to the processing plant. Aren't you coming? She asked urgently. I need to deal with this first. These soldiers brought the monsters here to ambush us, but left the corpses unburned. This just provides food for the mutated beasts. I struggled to my feet, kicking the 4th-tier mastiff with urgency. Hurry up. With a swift motion, Yang Shui dashed to the heavy truck, retrieving the gold source and rushing toward the processing plant. I watched her go, then picked up the gas mask from the ground, stained with blood. I touched my nose, reflecting, how humiliating. Using my psychic powers to the limit and ending up with a nosebleed. What if someone sees me? Once they were completely gone, I turned back to the system. 4th-tier, mutated beast, assimilate. A radiant glow enveloped the massive body of the 4th-tier, mutated mastiff, and in an instant, it vanished from sight. I glanced around to ensure no one was watching before I collapsed onto the ground, reapplying my gas mask. In the morning, I vanquished zombies and accumulated over 2,000 points. By afternoon, I encountered a 4th-tier mutated beast. System, if my conjecture is correct, you ought to bestow upon me some splendid rewards, correct? I proceeded with a tenfold gift draw. As the dazzling lights of green, white, blue, purple, and gold flickered before me, the results unfolded. Green, 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 blue, white, blue, white, 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 green, green. Astonishingly, I received 4 whites, 5 greens, and 1 blue. Truly, the rewards were plentiful. I drew again. 6 whites and 4 greens. Another draw. 9 whites and 1 purple. How peculiar. I uncovered a purple item. Let us see what treasure it holds. Upon opening the purple chest, I was momentarily taken aback. A purple treasure, blood slaughter, a purple golden saber. It bore the design of a tang knife, emanating a faint purple aura, glistening coldly, exuding a menacing aura. My heavens! Another tangible weapon. And it's purple. Chen Tiansheng could not help but glance sideways, where there was nothing but the lifeless body of the fourth-tier mutated beast that had just fallen. If memory serves, I had slain a Tibetan mastiff, and the tang knife should still be lodged in its maw. This implies that the system can absorb not only the corpses of mutated beasts, but also material objects. System. It seems I have stumbled upon your new bug. Chen Tiansheng's heart raced at the thought. In the future, should I slay higher-tier mutated beasts and leave the weapons within their bodies, I could exchange them in the system's lottery for a high-tier weapon produced by the system. What a lucrative endeavor. In my excitement, I drew forth the purple saber, blood slaughter. To my surprise, it bore no weight at all, gliding effortlessly in my hand. The sound it made was a clear and melodious chime. Such a fine blade, yet it felt too light, akin to wielding air, ill-suited for my use. Yang Shui, being a speed-focused evolver, would find this blade perfect. But how to explain its origin should I gift it to her? Upon reflection, with such an ability to obtain system-produced weapons, it seemed that Jin Yuan had become somewhat obsolete. No, that is not entirely accurate. This method is indeed feasible, but it necessitates having a tangible weapon first. Resolving the implications in my mind, I made a decision. I wouldn't give the saber to Yang Shui just yet, to avoid future complications in explaining its provenance. Instead, I would have Jin Yuan forge my weapon, and after departing with Yang Shui, I could present her with the saber at an opportune moment, claiming it was crafted by Jin Yuan, a win-win scenario. Thus, I resolved to keep the remaining points for future use rather than redeeming them immediately. Next on my agenda was to incinerate the mass grave, if left unattended. Not only could common pests evolve into fourth-tier creatures, but even flies and mosquitoes could pose a threat. The most efficient method to deal with the mass grave was to burn it, saving both time and effort. Standing before the pit, I noted the dire need for gasoline. System, knowing your tendencies, surely you've prepared some gasoline within the white chests? I opened the white chests one by one. To my astonishment, not only did I find gasoline, but you even provided me with fire. Chapter 68. A craftsman must refine his tools. As I poured the gasoline, I couldn't help but lavish praise upon the system. I've come to realize your increasing understanding of human needs. Where else could one find such a considerate system? You are the finest, most versatile, and most empathetic system in history. Once the gasoline was poured, I ignited it, and the mass grave was instantly engulfed in flames. The roaring fire blazed, thick smoke billowing skyward. Chen Tiansheng gazed upwards. Since the acid rain, the sky had been perpetually overcast. In 10 years of the apocalypse, I had never witnessed blue skies or white clouds, and I wondered if I would ever have the chance to see the sun again in this life. Boss, Yang Shui suddenly appeared behind me, startling Chen Tiansheng. What are you doing, sneaking up on me like that? Yang Shui's face flushed slightly as she lowered her head and said, the processing plant is very safe. I've checked, and there is no threat from zombies. Isn't that obvious? The bait armored vehicle comes daily, and there is even a fourth-tier mutated beast. If the processing plant still had zombies, that would truly be a marvel. Chen Tiansheng turned and walked away. In the future, don't appear behind me so suddenly. Yes, I want to do it again. The two entered the processing plant yard, where countless steel materials lay scattered about, various bundles of rebar piled high like small mountains. Boss, this way. Leading Chen Tiansheng into the processing plant's office building. They found the interior in disarray, papers strewn across the floor, with dried bloodstains in some areas, indicating that this place had undoubtedly suffered a zombie attack. I've arranged for Boss Jean to be in this room. Chen Tiansheng pushed the door open and stepped inside, glancing at the trembling Jin Yuan. He moved a chair aside, took out a bottle of spring water, and while drinking, said, "Don't be nervous. I brought you here to help me forge a suitable weapon." "All right, no problem, I'll handle it." Chen Tiansheng tossed the glass bottle into the trash can and continued. "First, prepare the blueprints. I'll sketch out my ideal weapon, and you and her can prepare to start working. Oh, by the way, do you have a backup generator at your plant?" Jin Yuan paused for a moment before replying. "There is a diesel generator, but it's been abandoned for a long time, so I'm not sure if it still works. You two can get to work. She will ensure your safety. And you just focus on your tasks." Jin Yuan nodded eagerly. Understood, understood. Chen Tiansheng carefully picked up a pencil, grabbed a sheet of paper. and pondered for a long time before beginning to draw on the back. In my previous life, as a strength-enhanced individual, my most suitable weapon was the common fire axe. This life is different. My strength is unparalleled. While I am most familiar with axes, my design preferences and requirements have significantly evolved. Based on my experience with axes, a length of 2 meters is ideal, with one end featuring a massive axe blade measuring at least half a meter, while the other end should be sharp, resembling a pick. However, such a design would compromise balance, being too heavy on one side and too light on the other. After much contemplation, I decided to use the Storm War Axe as a prototype for designing my own battle axe. Alas, my drawing skills left much to be desired. After several attempts, none resembled the intended design. After a few hours of diligent work, the duo returned, and Jin Yuan, wearing a face of admiration, said, "Hero, the workshop is basically ready. Do you have any further instructions?" Chen Tiansheng handed him the blueprint. "Can you understand this?" Jin Yuan grimaced. "I can understand it. But what on earth is this bizarre shape? An axe? Haven't you seen Thor's Storm War Axe?" Jin Yuan shook his head vigorously and turned to ask, "Who is Thor? Is he from our country?" Yang Shui leaned in for a closer look and sighed. "Boss, this doesn't resemble a Storm War Axe at all. It looks more like a crooked letter T." Chen Tiansheng scratched his head in frustration, while Yang Shui hastily shook her head and waved her hands. Jin Yuan chuckled. "I'm a blacksmith. I can work with hammers, but asking me to handle a pencil is quite the challenge. What to do now?" Chen Tiansheng felt increasingly anxious. Just then, he stumbled upon a sketchbook in his pocket and, upon opening it, suddenly remembered someone. Su Wonking. This woman is adept at drawing comics. She would surely know the Storm War Axe and could draw it. "You two wait here. I'll be right back." With that, Chen Tiansheng dashed off, jumped into the vehicle, and sped back to the mall. However, the scene outside the mall had changed dramatically. The once empty streets were now packed with various armored vehicles and tanks. Soldiers hurriedly moved supplies, their numbers and efficiency astonishing. Ignoring what the soldiers were doing, I rushed into the mall, where the first floor was filled with people. The rescued survivors were busy crafting Molotov cocktails. Someone shouted, "Be careful. These are for the front lines. We can't afford to waste any alcohol." Bald Chong's subordinates were not working, but instead were supervising, their inherent flaws glaringly evident. After inquiring around, I finally spotted Su Wonking among the survivors, pouring oil into bottles for the Molotov cocktails. "Come with me." Chen Tiansheng grasped Su Wonking's hand and attempted to leave, but as he stood up, one of the thugs brandished a gun, blocking their path with an air of bravado. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Don't you know you're supposed to work? You're nowhere to be seen when it's time to labor. Yet you're quick to be lazy, even dragging someone along with you. With all these Molotov cocktails, if you don't finish your tasks today, you'll be in trouble." His loud voice drew the attention of all the survivors nearby, who began to murmur amongst themselves. Indeed, how can someone be so lazy and yet expect to evade work? No one came to Chen Tiansheng's defense, as he was unrecognizable without his mask, which the grateful survivors wore. Chen Tiansheng, disinclined to explain, tightened his grip on Su Wonking's hand and coldly declared, "Get out of my way, or I'll kill you." The thug hesitated, gesturing animatedly, but ultimately refrained from responding, fully aware of Chen Tiansheng's capabilities. Once the thug stepped aside, Chen Tiansheng, under the scornful gazes of many, led Su Wonking into a shop, where he placed paper and a pen on the counter. "Do me a favor and draw the Storm War Axe. The more detailed, the better." "The axe used by Thor?" "Yes, can you draw it?" Su Wonking nodded solemnly. "I can." She then took the pen and began sketching, her lines precise and lifelike. Chen Tiansheng watched intently, continuously offering praise. "Your drawing skills are impressive. It looks remarkably similar. Truly exceptional." Su Wonking's cheeks flushed with pride, realizing that her efforts in learning to draw were not in vain. Chapter 69. The right tools must be sharpened. Once the drawing was complete, Chen Tiansheng examined it closely, growing more satisfied with each glance. As if the axe had already been forged, and he wielded it amongst the horde of zombies. Su Wonking shyly inquired, "May I ask, what do you need this drawing for?" "I lack a suitable weapon, and after much thought, this Storm War Axe is precisely what I desire." Su Wonking paused for a moment, and seeing Chen Tiansheng prepare to leave, she called out, "Wait, don't go just yet." "What is it?" Chen Tiansheng asked, puzzled. "If you're looking for someone to forge the weapon, my drawing isn't suitable." Chen Tiansheng was taken aback. "What is wrong with it? Isn't it good?" Su Wonking, unsure how to explain, stomped her foot in frustration. It's just not right. Drawings and blueprints are different. If you want to forge a weapon, this isn't how you should do it. Unable to articulate her thoughts clearly, she picked up the pen once more, asking a barrage of questions about dimensions, length, width, and thickness. Chen Tiansheng could only provide rough estimates. After about half an hour, a detailed blueprint of the Storm War Axe was finally completed. With this drawing, the craftsman will understand. They need precise data to create the mold. Ah, you truly understand. Why don't you accompany me? Chen Tiansheng casually suggested. I think I'm more needed here. Su Wonking gently declined, lowering her head shyly. I can help more people by staying, so I won't burden you. All right. Thank you, Chen Tiansheng replied, turning to leave. Can I see the axe once it's made? Su Wonking called after him eagerly. Of course, with the blueprint in hand. He left the mall, driving back to the steel processing plant. Upon receiving the blueprint, Jin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Incredible! You found a master. The details in this 3D drawing of the axe are so complete. Chen Tiansheng cut straight to the point, asking, Can you make it? Absolutely, Jin Yuan replied, and promptly got to work. Following the process, he first crafted the mold. The steel processing plant was well equipped. He used a carving knife to shape the soft material into the form of the Storm War Axe, poured sand into the mold, placed it inside, and then layered more sand, pressing it flat multiple times, finally pouring tempered water into the mold's entrance. By the time they awaited cooling, it was already evening, and the three decided to rest for the night. The next day, Chen Tiansheng brought roasted chicken and spring water for their meal, after which Jin Yuan resumed work. He used a heavy hammer to break open the hardened mold. The casting of the Storm War Axe was complete, but this was merely the beginning. Further steps included polishing, grinding, and refining, repeated several times. In the morning, the air was suddenly filled with the deafening sounds of cannon fire. Chen Tiansheng and Yang Shui stood atop the office building, gazing towards the war-torn district. Boss, are you worried? Not in the slightest. The conflict raged for the entire morning, followed by occasional gunfire. The weapon forging took considerable time and effort, with Jin Yuan working alone. The major drawback was the axe's weight, over 80 pounds, making it exhausting for Jin Yuan to handle. Chen Tiansheng was generous, providing him with spring water and roasted chicken. And after 3 days of tireless work, the Storm War Axe was finally complete. At the processing plant, the machines hummed, and sparks flew. The final sharpening process was not to be taken lightly. After Jin Yuan switched off the machine and paused his work, he sheepishly grinned at Chen Tiansheng. Hero, I've finished your axe, but it's quite heavy. Do you think you can wield it? Chen Tiansheng picked up the axe with one hand, testing its balance. It feels quite suitable. Wow, you must be incredibly strong, Jin Yuan complimented discreetly. Chen Tiansheng swung the axe with pride, feeling a rush of power. With this formidable weapon, he felt ready to face even the fourth-tier mutated beasts. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed from outside the factory, shaking the ground, indicating a convoy's arrival. Without needing to be told, Yang Shui darted outside, returning shortly with news. A convoy is coming. It's an armored vehicle team from the war zone. And there are many of them. Are they bringing more monsters to kill? Chen Tiansheng frowned, grabbing his axe and rushing out to investigate. Although he saw the convoy approach in full force, there were no zombies trailing behind. As Chen Tiansheng pondered this, a soldier who had arrived at the mass grave exclaimed, "This is bad. All the zombies have been burned away." What? The leader, a military officer, turned pale and rushed towards the smoldering pit of ashes. Who did this? Chen Tiansheng stepped forward, axe in hand, shouting, "I did. What is the issue?" The officer, furious, approached with his men. "Why did you burn the zombies? Don't you realize the pineal glands in their brains haven't been extracted yet?" Chen Tiansheng understood now. They had kept the zombies alive for the sake of the pineal glands. "I know. Not only do I know, but the nearby beasts are also aware. If I hadn't acted swiftly, the zombies here would have been sufficient to nurture a 6th-tier mutated beast." Chen Tiansheng's response stunned the officer. He had just received confirmation from higher-ups about the scientists' findings regarding the classification of zombies and the strength of mutated beasts. But how did this young man know so much? "I am the commander of the Jiangcheng War Zone base. May I ask your name?" The commander introduced himself, seeking Chen Tiansheng's identity. It was rare to find someone knowledgeable about mutated beasts and their classifications. "So you're the commander of the Jiangcheng base." "I'm Chen Tiansheng." The commander initially intended to recruit the young man, but upon hearing his name, his expression darkened instantly. In recent days, Chen Tiansheng's name had become notorious. Setting aside his status as a wanted criminal, the commander's first impression was already unfavorable, and Chen Tiansheng's subsequent actions had only intensified his disdain. Particularly in recent days, Chen Tiansheng had acted unilaterally, pushing the safe zone forward by several dozen miles, leaving the base's forces entangled with zombies, resulting in continuous battles. No matter how abundant their resources, they could not withstand such turmoil. You are the culprit who dragged the Jiangxing base into the mire, Chen Tiansheng? What do you mean by that? Chen Tiansheng detected the underlying sarcasm in the commander's words and retorted with equal displeasure. You still have the audacity to speak. Are you aware that due to reckless ambition, the entire force at the Jiangxing base has become entangled, leaving our rear vulnerable? If an enemy were to attack now, the consequences would be catastrophic. Chapter 70. The hero returns. Chen Tiansheng disdainfully scratched his ear and retorted, do you think the zombies possess the intellect of humans? They wouldn't launch a surprise attack on the rear. As long as the base does not act foolishly and refrain from signaling with flares, the zombies will remain oblivious. The commander was left speechless by the retort. I cannot be bothered to waste my breath on someone like you. Chen Tiansheng turned to leave, but not before calling out, by the way, since you're here, I'll give you a gift. Move the entire steel processing plant back to the base. You will surely find it useful. No need to thank me. Thank you and your whole family. The commander was infuriated, having already known of Chen Tiansheng's naivete. Yet witnessing it firsthand was indeed remarkable. Wait, did he mention a steel processing plant? It took a moment to comprehend that there was actually a steel processing plant here. With the ongoing construction at the base, the need for reinforced concrete was paramount. Since they had discovered the processing plant, they should not return empty-handed. Negotiate and bring the entire plant back to the base. Understood. The soldiers saluted. Back at the processing plant, Chen Tiansheng negotiated with Jin Yuan, saying, these individuals are warriors from the Jiangxing base. I am entrusting you to accompany them and deliver the plant to the base. Once settled, you can craft her a suitable weapon. Although Jin Yuan felt displeased, he did not show it on his face. All right, thank you for your heroic consideration. Yang Shui, let us depart. He got into the vehicle with Yang Shui, passing by the soldiers, and drove the Dongfeng heavy truck back to the development area shopping mall at breakneck speed. In just 3 days, the shopping mall had undergone a dramatic transformation. Once desolate, it was now bustling with activity. The eastern gate near the parking area was wide open, with teams of soldiers busily moving about, creating an atmosphere of warlike tension. Chen Tiansheng halted the vehicle, saying, let us go inside and assess the situation. After exiting the vehicle, he entered the mall with Yang Shui. Inside, the gold shop no longer contained precious metals, but had been replaced with a makeshift sand table surrounded by chairs. Numerous soldiers were gathered around the sand table, analyzing offensive strategies. Upon Chen Tiansheng's arrival, Zheng Wei was the first to leap up. You're back. Come help us analyze why the battle has reached a stalemate. Chen Tiansheng was puzzled. Logically, it shouldn't have happened. However, standing before the sand table, clarity struck him. You 3 fronts have opened the roads near the zoo? Zheng Wei inquired in astonishment. Yes, is there a problem? Are you all foolish? The zoo is teeming with mutated beasts. How could you venture there? A soldier retorted defiantly. Why not? Shouldn't we rescue the survivors at the zoo? Chen Tiansheng's anger surged, his finger tracing a circle around the zoo's perimeter. I swear, there isn't a single survivor within this area. By opening this route, you're signaling to the mutated creatures, alerting them that there are living humans here for the taking. His scorn left the soldiers feeling both ashamed and furious, while his words bore truth. They were irksome to hear. Zheng Wei, looking troubled, said, it's too late to say anything now. We want to retreat, but we're stuck in this stalemate. Chen Tiansheng was taken aback. Why can't you withdraw? Simply retreat as far as possible. The zombies will fill this road again, causing the mutated beasts and zombies to turn on each other, leaving humanity as mere spectators. Zheng Wei's expression darkened further. Because Luo Long, Luo Feng, and our rescue team are trapped. What did you say? Chen Tiansheng seized Zheng Wei by the collar, erupting in fury. Why didn't you say this sooner? With that, he turned and dashed out of the mall, Yang Shui already in the vehicle. Boss, how do we save them? Bang. The vehicle door slammed shut as he ignited the engine, saying, I intended to explain later, but there's no time now. As he spoke, he tossed a tang knife over, which Yang Shui caught, her eyes widening at the sight of the finely crafted weapon. Don't ask anything. With that, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, the heavy truck roaring as it sped away, leaving chaos in its wake. As the truck tore down the elevated highway, soldiers stationed above, who had been shooting zombies, ceased their fire, cheering and welcoming their hero's return. The truck barreled through the wreckage, crushing any zombies in its path, charging unrelentingly toward the zoo. The zoo was fraught with peril, inhabited solely by mutated beasts. This venture could very well be a matter of life and death, thus requiring ample mental preparation. Yang Shui, resolute, declared, "As long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid." "Don't say that. Everyone fears something." "I'm afraid too," Chen Tiansheng replied solemnly. "Remember, if you encounter a mutated tiger, run as far and as fast as you can. Don't concern yourself with anything else." Chen Tiansheng was not exaggerating. In his previous life, the refuge at the development area mall had fallen to the leadership of the fifth-tier mutated tiger king. The tiger was the king of beasts, and its mutated form was even more terrifying. In terms of comparable threats, a fourth-tier Tibetan Mastiff was utterly inferior to a fourth-tier Tiger King. A single swipe from the tiger could turn the Mastiff into mush. Moreover, the mutated beasts had their unknown aspects. For instance, a mutated tiger would not prey on its own kind, but would mercilessly hunt down other mutated creatures, willingly sacrificing themselves, a testament to the fearsome nature of these beasts and one of the reasons for Chen Tiansheng's trepidation. As the heavy truck sped onward, soldiers were stationed at every corridor, and it was clear that an assault should not have been initiated from this direction. It was best not to speak. The truck charged toward the front lines, where a massive mutated beast was wreaking havoc under heavy fire. The windshield wipers swiped away the blood, revealing that the mutated beast was, in fact, a black bear. A bear the size of a Hummer was furiously battering the trench vehicles, while soldiers on the upper floors unleashed a barrage of bullets. Yet the impacts merely irritated the bear, serving no purpose other than to further incite its fury. A third-tier black bear? Are you all feeding it? Around 500 meters from the bear, Chen Tiansheng slammed on the brakes. Grabbing his axe, he shouted, "Yang Shui, lure the black bear away and lead it back to the zoo. Do not let it charge this way." "Understood." Yang Shui sprinted forward, her graceful figure leaving a trail of illusion as she charged toward the black bear. "Kick it in the nose." Yang Shui leaped high, delivering a kick to the bear's nose. The bear, unfazed, retaliated with a swipe, but Yang Shui elegantly flipped over it, provocatively beckoning with her fingers before sprinting back toward the zoo. The bear roared in anger, its massive form shaking the ground as it took off in pursuit. "Impressive. Awesome. Yang Shui, you are my goddess." The soldiers cheered, rallying around Yang Shui. Chapter 71. A glimmer of hope in despair. Chen Tiansheng was incensed. These soldiers seemed to think they were mere spectators. "What are you all shouting for? Everyone, evacuate immediately. Abandon the zoo front. All of you, get out now." His voice boomed like thunder, resonating with every soldier present. However, their orders required them to hold this position, and without a withdrawal command, leaving would mean defying military orders. "Stop dawdling. Don't be foolish. Hurry up and go. Move to support other battle zones. We will handle this." Upon hearing Chen Tiansheng's words, the soldiers ceased their hesitation, swiftly gathering their belongings to retreat. Chen Tiansheng, wielding his battle axe, surged forward, determined to charge toward the zoo. Having been away for 3 days, the first day had gone relatively smoothly, with 3 fronts advancing and rescuing hostages, yielding commendable results. However, on the second day, it seemed the commander had grown complacent, harboring delusions of reclaiming the city, deploying tanks and armored vehicles into the urban area, advancing on 3 fronts and expanding the search and rescue operations. Everything initially progressed smoothly, with the rescue team advancing into the vicinity of the zoo to search for survivors. Yet, crises often erupt unexpectedly. Perhaps it was the sound of gunfire, or perhaps it was the zombies. The mutated beasts of the zoo had broken loose and commenced a slaughter of the undead. At first, the soldiers were somewhat pleased, as this spared them ammunition and alleviated their burdens. However, once the zombies were eradicated, the mutated creatures turned their aggression towards humans, prompting the soldiers to realize the peril they faced. They unleashed their full firepower, yet their efforts proved futile amidst the chaos. Reinforcements were dispatched, including the elemental warriors, Luo Long and Luo Feng, who bravely ventured into the fray to locate the rescue team, but they never returned. The battle raged on throughout the night, leaving every soldier utterly exhausted. The relentless onslaught of the mutated beasts continued, attacking in waves as if engaged in a war of attrition. Outside a bank near the zoo, flying mutated creatures roamed, with peacocks and wild chickens visible everywhere. Inside the bank, a few individuals huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. The volunteers of the search team, a few subordinates of Bald Chong, were despondent, endlessly lamenting their fate. We're doomed, truly doomed. If I had known it would come to this, I would never have come. It's all that scoundrel Chun's fault. What dreadful idea did he concoct to bring about our demise? I curse him to an ill fate. Inside a supermarket nearby, Captain Wang Yang and several comrades sought refuge in a storage room, shivering in fear. Su Wangqing was tending to a soldier's wounds. He had sacrificed himself, holding a grenade while embracing a monkey in a tragic act of desperation. The monkey was killed instantly, and he had lost an arm in the explosion, his body marred with numerous injuries that were harrowing to behold. Captain, the soldier coughed up blood, trembling as he handed over his magazine. This is mine, take it. And you must survive. The bond of brotherhood, sharing life and death, was palpable. Tears streamed down the faces of Wang Yang's team as Su Wangqing wiped her tears and reassured him. It's all right. You will be fine, mister. Chen will surely come to rescue us. Beside them, a soldier, visibly agitated, retorted, Stop talking nonsense. That scoundrel Chen has no idea where he is. His two subordinates are trapped nearby, and if he could save them, he would have done so long ago. He wouldn't have left us waiting all night. Silence. Wang Yang rebuked sharply. I believe in Mr. Chen. He is our only hope for survival. Though the soldier who had spoken out remained silent. He spat to express his discontent. In an apartment building, Luo Long and Luo Feng crouched by a window, silently observing the mutated beasts outside. A monkey suddenly darted past the window, causing them to quickly withdraw. Do you have any water left? Luo Long produced the last glass bottle, which contained only a few drops. Here, you drink it, he offered. Luo Feng, smacking her lips, insisted, you should keep it. Your fire is more valuable than mine. Luo Long opened his palm in a futile attempt to summon flames. Just then, a massive black bear thundered past outside, shaking the building as dust cascaded down. What on earth? Luo Long peeked out, witnessing the enormous black bear bellowing, seemingly issuing commands to the surrounding mutated creatures, which surged towards the zoo. What madness was this? Once the bear vanished into the zoo, the animals followed suit, leaving the streets eerily tranquil. It was an opportunity. Not just Luo Long and Luo Feng, but the search team and volunteers recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime chance to escape. Run. 3 volunteers bolted from the bank, sprinting towards the main thoroughfare. One individual dashed around a corner, but suddenly lost his footing, tumbling backward. The others halted, leaning against the wall, panting heavily. What's wrong? Did you see something? I don't know. I didn't catch a clear glimpse, but something is coming. Their faces turned pale with terror as they crouched low, preparing to retreat back to the bank. The sounds from the main road grew closer, accompanied by a shrill, metallic scraping noise. We're doomed. We're truly doomed. The 3 were drenched in sweat, fear consuming them. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm them, a figure emerged rapidly. It was a man, donned in a gas mask, wielding an axe that scraped against the ground, sending sparks flying. It's that scoundrel Chen, they exclaimed in unison. Chen Tiansheng heard them, halting his flight to turn around and spot Bald Chong's subordinates hiding behind a trash bin. His brow furrowed in irritation. Truly, good men do not live long, while the wicked thrive for millennia. Where are the others? He coldly demanded. The first thug quickly reacted, slapping his comrade on the head. What scoundrel Chen? This is our brother Chen, our hero. He hurriedly approached Chen Tiansheng, bowing and scraping with the deference of a servant before his master. Brother Chen, you finally arrived. We've been waiting in anguish. If you hadn't come, we would have perished. Their obsequiousness only deepened Chen Tiansheng's disdain, and his demeanor remained icy. I asked, where are the others? The 3 thugs stammered, one stuttering. We got separated. We don't know where they are. Just then, a piercing shriek echoed from the sky. Looking up, they beheld a vividly colored flying mutated beast, an advanced mutated peacock. Chen Tiansheng recognized it immediately, but before he could react, the thugs displayed the most wretched aspects of human nature. It's a monster, run. Brother Chen, save me. One thug quickly hid behind Chen Tiansheng, shoving him aside in a panic. You're strong. You take the hit while we escape. Chen Tiansheng staggered forward, his eyes narrowing with fury. You're seeking death. In the face of danger, pushing oneself forward to shield against a mutated beast is not inherently wrong. However, mutated beasts possess a degree of intelligence. Leaving one behind while three flee is akin to a choice between a $1 bill and a $5 bill. If one possesses even a modicum of intelligence, they will select the 5. The same applied to the beasts, who pounced upon the fleeing trio. The 3 thugs ran with all their might, conversing breathlessly. Let Scoundrel Chen shield us. Ahead lies the front line, and we will surely escape. If Scoundrel Chen dies, we can at least avenge Brother Chong. They were oblivious to the fact that their actions transformed them into bait. With a piercing cry, the peacock descended upon them, and the trio felt a chill run down their spines. While running, they glanced upward, only to witness the most magnificent spectacle of their lives. The peacock soared high above, diving towards them, its wings unfurling to reveal a kaleidoscope of colors that starkly contrasted against the dreary sky. For a fleeting moment, they were entranced by the beauty of the scene, as if witnessing a painting in the midst of the apocalypse. With a swift strike, the peacock's claws mercilessly crushed one thug's skull, blood splattering everywhere. The remaining 2 finally snapped back to reality. Startled, they stumbled and fell, too terrified to feel pain as they scrambled away. The peacock, with a flap of its wings, targeted the closest thug, piercing his skull with its sharp beak, then triumphantly swallowing the remnants of his brain. Now left with only one thug, witnessing the gruesome deaths of his companions, he was paralyzed with fear. Warmth spreading beneath him as he cried, "No, I don't want to die." He stubbornly struggled to his feet, desperate to escape. The speed of the flying mutated beast was terrifying. As it turned, the peacock's sharp beak pierced through the back of his head, snatching out the pineal gland before swallowing it whole. The mutated peacock emitted an excited cry, its wings contracting and body trembling, only to suddenly expand, now larger than before. The second-tier mutated peacock had astonishingly advanced to the 3rd tier. The 3 reckless individuals met their demise, and Chen Tiansheng felt no obligation to rescue them. Their fate was of no concern to him. Since they had chosen to be bait, there was no need to intervene. By the time the peacock dispatched the 3, Chen Tiansheng had already made his escape, dashing through the streets with an axe in hand. He firmly believed that Luo Long and Luo Feng were still alive. And where there were survivors, there must be others as well. Mr. Mask. As Chen Tiansheng ran and searched, a faint call emerged from the supermarket behind him. He halted abruptly and turned to see that it was Su Wonking calling him. At that moment, she was a mix of surprise and joy, her face unable to conceal her delight. Yet due to the perilous situation, she dared not expose herself or speak loudly, striving to mask her presence. This rendered her state quite amusing. Chen Tiansheng quickly approached her, asking, "Where are the others?" In truth, he wanted to inquire about Luo Long and Luo Feng. "Follow me." Su Wonking swiftly turned and led the way. Chen Tiansheng felt a surge of joy and hurried after her into the storeroom of the supermarket. The cramped space was filled with people, squad leader Wang Yang, soldier Li Hao, and a total of 4 individuals. After a quick glance around, he did not see Luo Long and Luo Feng. "Mr. Chen, you possess great abilities. Can you save him?" Su Wonking pulled Chen Tiansheng's arm and pointed to the warrior on the ground, barely clinging to life. His injuries were shocking. One arm was completely blown off, wrapped in bandages but still bleeding profusely. His face bore extensive burn marks. He coughed up blood, and his eyes were vacant, indicating he was on the brink of death. Chen Tiansheng crouched down quickly. "What is your name?" The soldier, spitting blood, muttered indistinctly, "I am Zhao Tianyu." Chen Tiansheng recalled that he was among the first to reclaim the development zone mall alongside Wang Yang. However, his injuries were too severe, and Chen Tiansheng felt utterly helpless. "Listen to me." Everyone looked at him solemnly, their eyes filled with hope. "Your injuries are too grave. I am powerless to assist you. Moreover, I cannot carry you away. It would only hinder everyone." "What do you mean?" The soldier Wang Kai erupted in anger, gripping Chen Tiansheng's collar and fuming. "What are you implying?" "Calm down, let Mr. Chen finish speaking." Wang Yang hurriedly intervened, with Li Hao joining to mediate. Chen Tiansheng's gaze hardened as he spoke coldly. "The scent of blood will attract zombies and mutated beasts. We are in a zoo, with hundreds or thousands of mutated creatures nearby. If I take him away, do you believe we could escape?" Wang Kai's fury intensified. "We are comrades. We agreed before we set out. No abandonment, no giving up. Now you tell me to abandon him?" Tears welled in Wang Kai's eyes, a mix of stubbornness and despair. Otherwise, in his current state, he won't survive more than a few meters. Are you suggesting we carry a corpse out of this perilous place? Chen Tiansheng's words struck hard, and Wang Kai's emotions crumbled as Wang Yang and Li Hao quickly pulled him away. Zhao Tianyu, lying on the ground, coughed up blood. Yet a faint smile appeared on his lips. Mr. Chen, grant me a favor, give me a swift end. Su Wanqing could no longer contain her sorrow, tears streaming down her face. Despite this, she covered her mouth, desperately suppressing her cries. I am a soldier of the people. My mission is to protect my homeland and the common folk. I have fulfilled my duty. Let me rest in peace. Do it. I, Zhao Tianyu, fear not death. With his last ounce of strength, he shouted these words before his eyes glazed over, devoid of life. The other soldiers were in tears. Squad leader Wang Yang, fighting back his grief, straightened his collar and stood at attention, saluting. Li Hao and Wang Kai also held back their tears, standing at attention in salute. This salute was for their fallen comrade, for their brotherhood, and a tribute to the hero. Chen Tiansheng stepped forward slowly, gently closing Zhao Tianyu's eyes. Zhao Tianyu, I will remember you. Though I cannot carry you out alive, I will not allow you to become fodder for the mutated beasts. I will carry your final will back to the pure land, allowing your soul to find peace. With that, he raised his axe. What are you doing? With a sharp sound, Zhao Tianyu's body was severed. At that moment, even Wang Yang could not suppress the fury within him. He is already dead. Why do you still do this? I will kill you. Wang Kai's anger flared as he raised his gun at Chen Tiansheng. Chapter 73. Assemble ignoring the soldiers' reactions. Chen Tiansheng grabbed a box from a nearby shelf, dumping its contents onto the floor before placing Zhao Tianyu's head inside. I will take him back for burial. After doing this, he turned to face the others. If one day I also perish, I hope someone will do the same for me, taking my head away and finding a safe place to lay me to rest. This way, I will not provide sustenance to zombies or mutated beasts. I cannot protect his whole body, but I can ensure that his spirit endures. Wang Yang was profoundly impacted, placing his hand on Wang Kai's gun. He speaks the truth. Allowing the spirit to return home is the best conclusion for Zhao Tianyu. Wang Kai, gritting his teeth, lowered his gun, closing his eyes and unwilling to look at his fallen comrade again. Chen Tiansheng then gathered more items, wrapping the box securely and tying it with a tight knot, stating solemnly, "Now tell me, where are Luo Long and Luo Feng?" Before the three could respond, a long, piercing cry echoed from outside, sending chills down their spines. It was the mutated peacock. After consuming the three, it had begun to search for Chen Tiansheng's scent. Hide, do not show yourselves. Chen Tiansheng hurriedly left the storeroom, shutting the door to prevent the scent of blood from spreading. Moving stealthily to a shattered window, he crouched down to peek outside. The peacock stood proudly atop a car in the street, its sharp red eyes scanning for human presence. Compared to zombies, the mutated beasts possessed even more terrifying senses. Detecting an unusual scent in the air, the peacock's wings fluttered, and a gust of wind swept through, its massive form slowly descending near the supermarket. Chen Tiansheng pressed against the wall, acutely aware of the proximity of the mutated beast. Although he was confident he could kill the peacock, what would happen afterward? The zoo was nearby, with hundreds of mutated beasts surrounding them. If entangled in a battle, how could he possibly defeat a flying beast? Just as Chen Tiansheng was rapidly contemplating a decisive strike, suddenly, the window of the neighboring apartment shattered. The loud crash instantly attracted the attention of the approaching peacock. It tilted its head, its wings beating as it soared into the sky. The wind sent debris scattering from the shelves, and Chen Tiansheng quickly leaned out to check. The peacock had indeed taken flight. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the peacock emitted a sharp shriek as it attacked, drawing Chen Tiansheng's focus once more. What was happening? Who was it attacking? There could not possibly be survivors near the zoo. Not even a single zombie remained. The only ones that could be attacked by the peacock were the rescue teams, and the only ones still unaccounted for were Luo Long and Luo Feng. This was bad. Without further thought, Chen Tiansheng grabbed his axe and rushed out. Luo Long and Luo Feng had already noticed Chen Tiansheng's arrival. They had intended to go downstairs to meet him, but as they reached the third floor, they saw the flying mutated beast appear on the street. "Brother, what should we do?" Luo Feng asked anxiously. "The master is nearby. We will signal him and work together to take down this beast." The siblings exchanged determined glances, picking up a brick from the corridor and throwing it out the window. "Run." Upon the issuance of a sound, the two individuals moved swiftly, yet the peacock outpaced them, its form flickering as it reached the shattered window. With a forceful thrust of its head, it shattered the fragmented glass, catching sight of two human figures disappearing around the corner. Retracting its head, it furiously struck the next layer of glass, desperately attempting to gain entry. Just as Luo Long and Luo Feng rounded the corner, the peacock had already breached the window, emitting a piercing shriek, its sharp beak relentlessly thrusting into the corridor. The siblings halted abruptly, tumbling down the staircase. The proximity of the peacock's beak grew alarmingly close. As it was on the verge of entering the hallway, the two siblings, depleted of their mental strength, found themselves utterly incapable of contending with the creature. At the precipice of life and death, just as the colossal, pointed beak was about to pierce them, a sudden exclamation pierced the air, "Die!" A thunderous explosion ensued, splattering blood everywhere. From despair emerged a twist of fate. The siblings' faces alight with astonishment as they exclaimed, "Master!" At the second-floor corridor window, a massive axe cleaved the peacock in two. Chen Tiansheng stood at the shattered window, his foot upon the peacock's corpse, withdrawing the axe and addressing the two. "Hurry down and follow me." The siblings, without the luxury of pleasantries, scrambled to their feet and rushed downstairs. Seizing the moment, Chen Tiansheng quickly responded to the system. Absorb. The third-tier mutated beast, the peacock, vanished in a flash of radiant light. Luo Long and Luo Feng burst from the hallway as Chen Tiansheng leapt down, tossing each of them a bottle of water. "Follow me." The excitement on the siblings' faces intensified as they hastily drank from the bottles, one struggling to remove the cork as they ran. Simultaneously, a roar reverberated through the zoo, a sound so powerful it shattered every window in the buildings across the street. Chen Tiansheng halted, fear coursing through him as he glanced towards the depths of the zoo. "I told you not to provoke the tiger, not to attract it. Why do you always run towards danger?" he muttered, pointing his axe. "You two head to the supermarket warehouse and regroup with everyone. I'll go rescue Yang Shui, and we will escape together." After shouting these orders, they split paths. Chen Tiansheng dashed towards the zoo while the siblings swiftly entered the supermarket. Chen Tiansheng sprinted across the street, leaping into the enclosure, racing deeper into the zoo. Chaos reigned within. The enclosures that once held the animals lay in ruins. Blood splattered across the paths, and dismembered corpses littered the ground. A large pit was filled to the brim with remains. Chen Tiansheng understood that the mutated animals were preparing for winter, and these corpses were either zombies or humans. Not far ahead, a flash of purple caught Chen Tiansheng's attention. Despite the dense foliage obstructing his view, the vibrant purple light was impossible to ignore. He sprinted towards the source of the dazzling light. Along the way, he stumbled upon several first-tier monkey corpses. Adhering to the principle of seizing the opportunity, he absorbed all the mutated beast remains he encountered. It was undeniable that Yang Shui's speed was increasing. Without utilizing skills, Chen Tiansheng's current speed of 50 points would be insufficient to catch up with her. As he ran, the ground beneath the zoo trembled, the sound echoing the stampede of the colossal mutated beasts. Chen Tiansheng halted abruptly. Danger loomed ahead, and recklessly proceeding was not an option. The only course of action lay in calling out, "Yang Shui, meet at the Jiajiahong supermarket outside the zoo." After uttering this command, he took off running. The mutated beasts were not oblivious. Such a loud outcry would undoubtedly draw their attention. Chapter 74. Escape. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Chen Tiansheng barreled through the zoo, quickly emerging onto the street. He did not rush into the supermarket, but first gathered the scattered vehicles in front of the Jiahong supermarket. Having completed this task, he hurried back to the warehouse, calling out urgently, "Do we have any grenades? Give them all to me." Wang Yang and the others wasted no time, handing over 3 grenades. "Luo Long, Luo Feng, follow me." Upon returning to the window, Chen Tiansheng instructed, "Wait until Yang Shui returns. You two must coordinate to ignite these vehicles." Just as he finished issuing his commands, a striking figure leaped over the zoo's fence, executing a graceful flip in midair before landing on the sidewalk, scanning the street to lock onto the Jiajiahong supermarket. With a powerful push, the figure vanished, and in the next instant, landed atop the scattered vehicles, then swiftly leaped into the supermarket. "Boss!" Boom. The ground trembled as the animals in the zoo surged forth. "Wait!" Chen Tiansheng seized bottles of liquor from the shelves, hurling them outside, shattering them upon the vehicles. The mutated creatures were now visible, third-tier black bears. First and second-tier monkey hordes, flying beasts, countless in number. Burn. Luo Long and Luo Feng unleashed their powers, igniting flames as fierce winds howled, causing the vehicles to erupt in fire. The mutated beasts smashed through the enclosures, undeterred by the flames, charging forward in a frenzy. Chen Tiansheng pulled the pin from a grenade and tossed it under a vehicle, yelling, "Quick, back to the warehouse." The four did not hesitate, rushing into the safety of the warehouse. As the mutated creatures approached the vehicles, flying beasts soared over the roaring flames, dashing into the supermarket, screeching and roaring, intent on crashing through the warehouse doors. "Hold the line," Chen Tiansheng bellowed, and everyone braced against the door. With an earth-shattering explosion, the grenades detonated like a fuse, igniting the already burning vehicles. The ensuing blast was significant, sending the mutated beasts tumbling. The shockwave spread, and flames surged into the supermarket, toppling all airborne mutated creatures inside. The shockwave continued to propagate, knocking everyone blocking the door aside, the overwhelming roar causing headaches and ringing in their ears. Chen Tiansheng, having grown accustomed to such commotion and bolstered by his enhanced physique, shook off the disorientation and pushed a shelf to barricade the warehouse door. Turning towards the inner wall, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Charge through." The building trembled as he crashed into the load-bearing wall, creating a substantial hole. "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" Grabbing the nearest person, he urged them to escape swiftly. Despite the pounding in their heads, the promise of survival drove everyone to endure the painful ringing and rush outside. Chen Tiansheng was the last to leave, and before departing, he seized some ham and canned goods from the warehouse, stuffing them into his spatial backpack. "Hurry, follow me." He burst forth, leading the way with his axe. "Take the side paths, avoid the main road." The others, supporting one another, hurriedly followed Chen Tiansheng's lead. Just as they vanished into the alley, the horde of mutated beasts recovered from the explosion. The flying mutants breached the warehouse doors, sniffing the air, and upon discovering a headless corpse on the ground, let out a sharp cry that echoed for hundreds of meters. Moments later, a third-tier black bear burst through the wall, letting out a beastly roar, and a swarm of creatures, monkeys, wolves, and flying beasts, poured through the breach. The fleeing group heard the roar, realizing they were trapped within a small residential area. This was a rectangular block of apartments with only one entrance, which now served as both entrance and exit. There was no turning back. "Follow me." Chen Tiansheng continued to lead, barreling directly through a broken ground-floor security window. One by one, the others assisted each other in squeezing through the entrance. Just as the last person, Su Wonking, entered the building, a flying mutant appeared in the sky, surveying from above. Not detecting any human traces, it let out a long cry, causing the windows of the apartment complex to shatter one by one. Countless monkeys burst through the windows, entering the complex and perching atop cars, exercise equipment, and gazebos, scanning for signs of human presence. The wolf pack soon followed, their noses to the ground as they rapidly advanced, relentlessly pursuing the direction where Chen Tiansheng and the others had vanished. Chen Tiansheng knew how to evade the pursuit of mutated beasts. As he ran, he crushed the bottle cap, pouring a bottle of liquor onto the ground to mask their scent. He then kicked a first-floor window open and shouted, "Hurry, hurry!" One by one, they jumped out, the last being Su Wonking, who was panting heavily, showing signs of exhaustion. "Mr. Chen, just take my head and carry me away. I really can't run anymore." "Stop talking," he retorted, dragging her by the waist and tossing her out of the window. He smashed another bottle of liquor before flipping out himself. As Su Wonking finally got up, she felt her body lighten. Chen Tiansheng was carrying her and sprinting wildly. "Let us hide in the Kishan Hotel up ahead." Yang Shui led the charge, slicing through the first-floor security glass with a flash of purple blade light. In an instant, she mimicked Chen Tiansheng, standing at the window's edge and beckoning to the others. "Quickly get in." Wang Yang was first, followed by Li Hao, Luo Long, and Luo Feng, with Chen Tiansheng carrying Su Wonking last. Once inside the hotel's first floor, Chen Tiansheng retrieved another bottle of liquor and hurled it out the window, shattering it and releasing a strong scent of alcohol into the air. The pack of wolves burst through the window but could no longer detect a trace of human scent, prompting a frantic howl from one of the mutated wolves. The wolves jumped out one by one, searching for any lingering traces, yet found nothing. The monkey horde also broke through the window, perched on the power lines and scanning the area, but to no avail. Suddenly, The ground shook as a three-tiered gray bear charged out, roaring at both the wolves and the monkeys. The monkeys averted their gaze, while the wolves hesitated, intimidated by the bear's reproach. A deafening roar erupted from the black bear, scattering both the monkeys and wolves in all directions. One wolf cautiously approached the hotel, sniffing the air as it gazed up at the broken window, baring its fangs as if it had discovered something. Just behind a wall, several individuals crouched beneath the window, holding their breaths in silence. Chen Tiansheng, still clutching Su Wonking, had his hand firmly over her mouth, his tension palpable as cold sweat dripped from his brow, oblivious to the ambiguous nature of their situation. Chapter 75. The cold storage. Suddenly, a long cry pierced the air, an alert from a flying mutated beast. In that instant, not only the wolves beneath the window, but also the monkeys on the street and the commanding bear all dashed deeper into the alleyways. Just as Luo Long was about to peek out, Chen Tiansheng yanked him back. Don't move. The mutated beasts are cunning. This might be a distraction. After a hushed warning, he gestured, follow me. With that, Chen Tiansheng, still holding Su Wonking, crawled forward. Perhaps due to the tension or instinct, he did not release his hold, tightly gripping her waist as they crawled toward the exit, while the others mimicked his actions. The hotel floor, once pristine with marble tiles, now bore the stains of blood from the devastation that had befallen the area. They crawled into the corridor, which led to the hotel kitchen. Without a second thought, Chen Tiansheng continued leading the way. They crawled for what felt like an eternity. Upon entering the kitchen, he quickly scanned the area and, spotting the cold storage, rushed over and opened the door, beckoning the others inside. Hurry. They all crouched low, each slipping into the cold storage. Chen Tiansheng was the last to enter, and upon closing the door, he finally removed his gas mask, gasping for air. That was a close call. The others dared to breathe freely again, especially Wang Yang and Li Hao, who lay on the ground, relieved to have escaped. However, at that moment, Su Wonking, still cradled under Chen Tiansheng's arm, meekly said, Mr. Chen, could you let me down now? Only then did he realize he was still holding someone. Oh, I almost forgot. He released her, and she stumbled to the ground. If it weren't for the darkness of the cold storage, everyone would have seen her flushed cheeks. Luo Long spread his palm, and a small flame flickered to life, casting a faint glow throughout the cold storage. Master, could I have another bottle of water? Chen Tiansheng, guarding the door, tossed him a bottle. I want one too. Wang Kai followed suit, but Wang Yang forcefully pulled him back, leaving Wang Kai bewildered. What's wrong, Captain? I'm about to die of thirst. You can't drink their water. That's magical water. Chen Tiansheng was taken aback, surprised that Wang Yang knew the details. Unbeknownst to him, during his absence, Luo Long had divulged much to Wang Yang, including the nature of this remarkable water. It's fine. I've got plenty. One bottle for each of you. Drink up, but don't waste it. Chen Tiansheng produced spring water and distributed a bottle to each person. From what he had learned during this time, the spring water revitalized physical strength, while the source water restored mental energy, effective for both evolved beings and ordinary humans. Thank you. Thank you, Li Hao said gratefully as he accepted his bottle. Wang Kai scoffed, it's just a bottle of water, what's the big deal? But once he drank, a wave of comfort washed over him, prompting an involuntary groan of pleasure. Wow, this is refreshing. Wang Yang, aware of the water's properties, declined Chen Tiansheng's offer. I won't drink. You all will benefit more from it. Enough chatter, take it. Chen Tiansheng insisted, tossing the spring water to him and then handing Su Wonking another bottle. Drink quickly, regain your strength, and we need to keep moving. With life and death at stake, everyone hesitated, but once they had all taken a sip, the fatigue vanished, replaced by an invigorating lightness. Magical water truly was extraordinary. Wang Yang sipped thoughtfully, savoring it as if it were a rare vintage. Just then, a series of faint sounds echoed from the kitchen, jolting everyone into alertness. The monkey horde had arrived, chattering and scouring the building, every corner teeming with monkeys. Chen Tiansheng's suspicions were confirmed. The beasts had indeed executed a diversion to lure them out. How did he know? It was simple. In the vicinity of the zoo, both zombies and survivors had been swept away by the animals, their winter supplies devoured. This was the nature of animals. Thus, it was improbable for any humans to remain within that range. Once the mutated beasts detected something amiss, they all departed, with only this scenario making sense. After scouring the kitchen and finding no humans, the mutated monkeys called out and left to search other buildings. We're in trouble, The mutated beasts have taken over the hotel. We can't escape now, Chen Tiansheng murmured against the door. Wang Kai scoffed in disbelief. Are animals really that clever? Do they employ tactics? Chen Tiansheng explained. Never forget that animals are natural hunters. Acid rain directly damages human DNA. Direct contact with animals merely unlocks their genetic potential, amplifying their primal instincts. Li Hao swallowed hard. Is there no way for us to survive? His words echoed the fears of all present. Chen Tiansheng stretched lazily and lay back on the ground. Survival? Huh. Even a living person can die from holding in their urine. Animals are still just animals. Luo Long, emboldened by Chen Tiansheng's relaxed demeanor, boldly stated, exactly. As long as Master is here, we'll be just fine, right, Master? Seizing the moment, Wang Yang added, Master Chen, since we're just sitting here, why not enlighten us about superpowers, zombies, and mutated animals? It would save us trouble in the future. Chen Tiansheng, lying on the ground with his hands behind his head, asked, what do you wish to know? Wang Kai eagerly responded, superpowers. How can we become as strong as you? The three warriors leaned in, attentively awaiting Chen Tiansheng's insights. There are two paths to take. The first involves gaining experience through relentless battles, breaking free from the shackles of our genes amid life-threatening encounters. The second path is bestowed upon us. In roughly a year, scientists will be able to extract energy from the crystal cores, the key to unlocking our genetic potential. With a simple injection, superpowers can be obtained. Bestowed. Wang Yang's expression momentarily froze as he instinctively glanced at Luo Long, Luo Feng, and the silent Yang Shui nestled in the corner. Luo Long had mentioned that their superpowers were the result of Chen Tiansheng's gene serum. Master Chen, I acknowledge your prowess and capabilities. I humbly request that you grant us superpowers as well, so that we may continue to shine in this apocalyptic world. Wang Yang spoke with sincerity, compelled by the countless times he had witnessed the extraordinary abilities of the four. To claim he was not envious would be disingenuous. Chen Tiansheng did not meet Wang Yang's gaze, but instead let out a cold laugh. Do you believe our relationship is such that I would divulge my secrets to you? Dream on. Chapter 76. The greed of humanity. Wang Yang's heart sank, yet he was unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. He continued, Master Chen, this is not for my own gain, but for the sake of our nation and the suffering people. I yearn to acquire superpowers, to fight zombies fearlessly like you. Huh? Chen Tiansheng sneered. What benefit would it bring me to unlock your genetic potential, make you powerful, only for you to stab me in the back? Never. How could that be? Wang Yang was about to counter when Wang Kai hastily interjected, Captain, stop pleading with him. A selfish person like him would never share a secret that could change humanity's fate. No matter how much you say, he won't give it to you. Wang Kai, the schemer, resorted to provocation after realizing that gentleness had failed. If it were Luo Long, this tactic might have worked, but against Chen Tiansheng, provocation was doomed to fail. Indeed, what benefits me is what I will not bestow upon you, Chen Tiansheng retorted, turning away from the group. Time for sleep. The atmosphere immediately turned icy. Wang Yang hesitated, then finally declared, I will not give up. I will become a superhuman. He then lay down to rest. The cold storage was small. Divided into two groups, three warriors huddled together, while Chen Tiansheng and his companions gathered, with Su Wangking awkwardly sandwiched in between, glancing left and right. Hey, come here. Yang Shui called out to Su Wangking, who hurried over. Yang Shui pointed at the sleeping Chen Tiansheng. Go sit by my boss. Huh, why? Su Wangking replied. Can't you see my boss is bleeding? He saved you. Shouldn't you show some gratitude? Yang Shui said, a hint of irritation in her tone. Oh, realizing the situation, Su Wangking cautiously approached. Chen Tiansheng's arm bore a scratch, likely from when he jumped through a window. It had scabbed over and required no immediate attention. Setting aside her concerns, as a volunteer and temporary medic, she retrieved cotton and alcohol from her backpack, carefully cleaning the wound. Suddenly, Chen Tiansheng broke the silence. Do you wish to become an evolved one? His unexpected question startled everyone, revealing that he had not been asleep after all. In truth, Chen Tiansheng had been assessing the loyalty of his companions. None of Wang Yang's trio surpassed a loyalty level of 50, particularly, Wang Kai's was a meager 2, while Li Hao managed a relatively higher 41. In contrast, Su Wangking exhibited the highest loyalty, second only to Luo Long and Luo Feng, even surpassing Luo Ming and Fatty Luo. Su Wangking's admiration value stood at 287, with a loyalty of 96, coupled with a crush. If anyone were to be granted the unlocking of genetic potential, it should undoubtedly be Su Wangqing, rather than the likes of Wang Yang. However, Chen Tiansheng wrestled with indecision, as he had no recollection of Su Wangqing from his previous life, and was uncertain whether she was an evolver or enhancer. What if he unlocked her gene only for her to perish days later? After much inner turmoil, Chen Tiansheng finally resolved to ask, "So, do you wish to become an evolver?" This second chance drew tight fists from Luo Long and Luo Feng, their breaths quickening with anticipation. Yang Shui felt similarly, convinced that no one would refuse such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just as they expected another companion, Su Wangqing lowered her head in contemplation. After a moment, she raised it to declare solemnly, "I think it's best to decline. I wouldn't want to waste such a precious opportunity. If possible, I would prefer Captain Wang to become a hero. He is far more suited than I." Su Wangqing's words nearly brought tears to Wang Yang's eyes, as he marveled at the selflessness she exhibited. Yet immediately following, Chen Tiansheng's response struck like a thunderbolt. "Fool, get lost." Chen Tiansheng, visibly irritated, turned away from her. Su Wangqing felt embarrassed, having spoken sincerely without understanding why Chen Tiansheng was upset, even feeling a sense of grievance. "Offering you a chance is futile. Just leave." Yang Shui pulled Su Wangqing aside, encouraging her to stand back as she approached Chen Tiansheng, gently resting his head on her lap. "Boss, it'll be more comfortable if you lie on my legs." Su Wangqing pouted, slowly retreating, only to be pulled into the warriors group by Wang Kai. Don't listen to his nonsense. If he had such ability, he would have joined the research institute already, instead of charging into battle with us to fight zombies. Wang Yang expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for speaking up for me earlier. I just think Captain Wang is remarkable. As an ordinary person, your ability to slay so many zombies far surpasses mine," he replied. "Alas, Master Chen does not see my worth." Wang Yang sighed heavily. At that moment, a test tube suddenly rolled across the ground, coming to rest at Su Wangqing's feet under the dim light. "Boss, did you really give this?" Luo Long exclaimed. Chen Tiansheng turned over, facing away from everyone, coldly stating, "That is not a gene unlocking serum, but rather a basic enhancement potion. Drinking it will only increase your strength slightly. It is nothing of great significance." The three warriors were momentarily stunned, particularly Wang Yang, who felt a surge of mixed emotions. "Thank you, Master Chen." Wang Kai impatiently shoved Su Wangqing aside, eagerly picking it up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Is this the substance that can transform one into a superhuman? He could not conceal his greed, uncorking the tube to drink it. "Wang Kai?" Wang Yang shouted urgently, snapping him back to reality. He had been too hasty and exposed his avarice. "Ah, Captain, I just wanted to see if it was poisonous," he replied, though his grip on the enhancement potion remained firm, refusing to hand it over to Wang Yang. Instead, he turned to Chen Tiansheng, calling out, "Hey, you've already given us one. How about a few more? One for the three of us, simply isn't enough." Luo Long angrily retorted, "Do you think this is cabbage? Being given one is already generous." Chen Tiansheng unexpectedly interjected, "Luo Long, why are you shouting? This is human nature, greed, selfishness. They claim to comprehend the greater good, yet at their core, they are all the same." Chapter 77. Power drives one mad. Chen Tiansheng's words left Wang Yang flushed with embarrassment, while Li Hao felt a twinge of shame. Only Wang Kai remained unaffected, instead perceiving Chen Tiansheng's remarks as an insult. "Who are you referring to? You've only given one, expecting us to share it among three people. Isn't that clearly sowing discord?" "Wang Kai, stop." Wang Yang tugged at him, trying to silence him. But Wang Kai was like a firecracker. The more he was pulled, the louder he became. "I am aware that you still possess more. Could you not provide a few additional ones? Do not be so stingy. If you are to give, do so generously. I truly look down upon you." Luo Long, in a fit of rage, rose with flames flaring, illuminating the cold storage with a fierce glow. "Do not retrieve it. Dare to utter another word and see what happens." "Wang Kai, be silent." Wang Yang stood up to intervene, grasping Wang Kai's arm to prevent him from shouting. "Captain, do not pull me. Do you not see that he is instigating? This is a blatant scheme, reminiscent of the tale of two peaches slaying three warriors. The scum Chun harbors ill intentions. If I do not give you anything, you still complain. Hand it over." Luo Long lunged to seize it, but Wang Kai clung tightly, shouting, "You dare reclaim what has been given? Do you have no shame?" The argument escalated, voices rising, and chaos ensued. Just as they were pulling and tearing at each other, a test tube suddenly shattered. All were momentarily stunned, particularly Wang Kai, whose eyes turned red. If you did not wish to give, you should have said so earlier. Now, none of us shall have it. Wang Kai erupted in fury, cursing vehemently. I can see now that none of you are worth a dime. Especially you, Luo Long, appearing so honest, yet you are nothing but a schemer. How dare you insult me? Luo Long's anger intensified, his hair seemingly igniting with rage. However, Chen Tiansheng, who had been observing the farce, suddenly spoke. The 5-second rule upon landing. Drink from the ground now, and it will still be effective. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Wang Feng and Li Hao were momentarily taken aback, while Wang Kai pushed Luo Long aside. Step back, do not tread on the medicine. He then disregarded everything and knelt to lick the ground. This scene abruptly awakened everyone, particularly Wang Yang, who felt a shift. Wang Kai had transformed. No longer a mere soldier. Before all, Wang Kai licked up every drop of medicine from the ground, leaving no remnants behind. After finishing, he knelt, sensing the changes in his body, and clenched his fists, laughing heartily. This is the sensation of power. How exhilarating. A strength-enhancing serum rated at 5 can only amplify physical strength. Wang Yang's team had been battling zombies for days, the genetic locks on the verge of breaking. Do not underestimate the potential of this modest serum, for it could unlock the door to becoming a first-tier enhancer. At this moment, Wang Kai had already broken through to become a first-tier strength enhancer, with roughly 10 points of strength, yet he felt utterly satisfied. Captain, I sense an unprecedented strength. From this day forth, I shall protect you all, he exclaimed excitedly, then looked toward Chen Tiansheng and the others. Do not think that just because you are superhumans. You are so remarkable. Now, I am one too. Open the door. I shall go out and vanquish those beasts. Power drives one to madness. Perhaps it was the thirst for strength or the suffocating confines of the space that had driven Wang Kai to frenzy. At that moment, he was brimming with confidence, audacious enough to confront a mutated black bear. Chen Tiansheng did not intervene. He stood up, dusting himself off, and declared, since you are also a superhuman, let us charge out together. I shall pave the way for you. No need. I will lead. Wang Kai confidently raised his hand, striding boldly to the cold storage door. I will open it. I am ready to wreak havoc. Chen Tiansheng exchanged glances with Yang Shui, who promptly opened the door. It was just as dark outside as within. The cold storage was devoid of light, and no one knew how much time had passed. Upon opening the door, night had already fallen. Seizing the moment while Wang Kai was still caught in his frenzy, they decided to let him be the bait. Quickly, let us follow Wang Kai and burst forth together. Chen Tiansheng gestured, finally snapping Wang Yang and Li Hao out of their reverie, pulling the dazed Su walking along as they hurried outside. The corridor was dim. Although not pitch black, the low light made distinguishing objects quite challenging. Sounds echoed from the hotel. Monkeys and wolves were still searching nearby. Wang Kai charged ahead, glancing at a window before delivering a powerful punch, shattering the plastic steel frame entirely. Crash! You all go through here. Wang Kai, brimming with confidence, flexed his fists, relishing the surge of strength. Watch me conquer all. Perhaps the impression left by Chen Tiansheng was too profound. The image of a lone warrior wielding an axe, slaying gods and demons, lingered vividly in his mind. Now that he had also become a superhuman, he believed he could slaughter as effectively as Chen Tiansheng. No, even surpass him. You all go first. Chen Tiansheng instructed Wang Yang and Li Hao to leap out through the window. The highly confident Wang Kai smashed a fire hydrant with a punch, retrieving a fire axe and wielding it with manic glee. The mutated beasts, having heard the commotion, charged towards them. Moments later, they appeared at the end of the corridor. Wang Kai, grinning menacingly, roared as he charged at the mutated beasts. Today, I shall turn you beasts into mush. Master, shall I lend a hand? Luo Long asked cautiously. Lend a hand. If he seeks death, we shall not stop him. Let us go. Yang Shui, Luo Feng, and Luo Long all jumped out of the window in succession. Meanwhile, a battle had erupted in the corridor. No, it was a one-sided massacre. The first to charge was a mutated monkey. Wang Kai swung his axe in a wide arc, delivering a decisive blow. The mutated monkey, however, was nimble, leaping high to evade the strike before countering with a punch to Wang Kai's back. Wang Kai felt a tremendous force strike him, pain coursing through his back, yet he remained oblivious to the looming danger. This is wrong. It should not be like this. But before he could process it, more mutated monkeys surged forward, raining blows upon him, rendering him unable to stand firm as he swung the axe, missing entirely. A wolf seized the opportunity, lunging at Wang Kai, knocking him against the window, its jaws clamping down on his shoulder, rendering his entire arm numb. Something is amiss. It finally dawned on him, but as he glanced outside, he saw that several had already escaped. "Captain, help me!" Wang Yang cried out as he fled, glancing back to see blood splattering from the corridor windows. "What are you staring at? Hurry and run." Chen Tiansheng shoved him forward, running while glancing back, leaving behind a faint remark. "Fool, may you fare well." Riding on Wang Kai's boundless confidence, they finally escaped the hotel and sprinted through the courtyard. Yang Shui was swift, leaping over the fence in just a few steps, reaching out and calling, "Hurry!" The others were still some distance away. At that moment, multiple hotel windows shattered, and a horde of mutated monkeys screeched as they leaped out, their numbers chillingly overwhelming. Chapter 78, Blocked ahead, pursued from behind. Although they understood that escaping would not be easy, they never imagined that a swarm of mutated monkeys had taken residence in the hotel, hiding so many within. Wang Kai leaped beside Su Wangqing, wrapping his arm around her waist and propelling her with all his might. "Go now?" Su Wangqing felt as if she were a sandbag, thrown through the air towards the nearby fence. Yang Shui soared into the air, catching Su Wangqing mid-flight, and the two lost their balance, tumbling into the landscaped area together. "Captain!" Li Hao reached the fence first, crouching to form a step with his hands. Wang Yang stepped onto his hands, and with a boost, Li Hao propelled him up to the 2-meter fence. However, he did not rush to jump down, but instead turned to extend his hand. "Huzzy, come up." Li Hao reached out, clasping hands with Wang Yang, and together they vaulted over the fence with practiced ease. Finally, it was Luo Long and Luo Feng's turn. Both were enhancers, yet their physical prowess did not match that of soldiers, making the 2-meter fence a daunting challenge. But before they could climb, they suddenly felt lighter. Chen Tiansheng flashed behind them, grabbing them as if they were mere chicks, and tossed them outside. After completing this, Chen Tiansheng turned to face the approaching horde of monkeys, drawing his battle axe from his spatial backpack, and shouted, "Activate the mental shockwave." The secondary mental shockwave has a range of 20 meters, centered on Chen Tiansheng. The monkeys that had rushed forward fell into a dazed state. In the heat of battle, even a fleeting moment of distraction can prove fatal. In the next instant, Chen Tiansheng swung his axe with fierce determination, proclaiming, "Die!" As the blade sliced through the air, the heads of mutated monkeys flew in all directions, only to vanish into shimmering light before they could touch the ground. The hotel erupted with an incessant surge of monkeys, charging forth in relentless waves, an overwhelming tide. Having dispatched the first onslaught, Chen Tiansheng refused to linger. With a flash, he materialized outside the barricade, while the others had barely taken a few steps. He appeared before them. "Boss, she's injured," Yang Shui exclaimed, supporting Su Wangqing, whose pace had significantly slowed. "Hand her to me." Without waiting for Su Wangqing's protest, Chen Tiansheng hoisted her onto his shoulder and commanded, "Follow me." Although the zoo was merely a few kilometers away, traversing that distance was fraught with peril, for every corner could conceal a mutated beast. Like a trax-like, the city was rife with mutated pets, and those near the zoo were largely obedient to the commands of the zoo's Tiger King. As the group sprinted forward, a horde of menacing mutated cats suddenly leaped from the darkened street, their speed astonishing, bouncing across vehicles like phantoms in the night, ready to claim lives at any moment. The options for skills were limited, and those that could be utilized were scarce. "Lalong, blow this up!" Chen Tiansheng shouted as he hurled a bottle of liquor into the street. Lalong swiftly complied, extending his hand as flames erupted from his powers. "Detonate!" With a thunderous explosion, sparks flew, igniting the mutated cats that could not escape the fiery onslaught. "Burn!" Lalong bellowed, unleashing a torrent of flames, instantly engulfing the ignited mutated cats in a raging inferno. The group dashed through the chaos, the illuminated forms of the burning cats vanishing in an instant, leaving only faint traces of their fiery demise. "What is happening? My powers have surged," Lalong exclaimed, still unaware that Chen Tiansheng had absorbed the energy of the mutated cats. "Less chatter. We'll do the same if we encounter any more obstacles." As long as they broke through this street, just around the corner lay the front lines, where heavy trucks awaited not far off. Hope lay ahead, and everyone sprinted with fervor. Behind them, the mutated monkeys multiplied, some riding on the backs of wolves, resembling cavalry as they howled menacingly. Above, flying mutated beasts screeched across the sky, sounding alarms for the zoo. They were merely 200 meters from the turn. Run. If we make it, we'll survive. But just then, a massive, pitch-black bear lumbered into view at the intersection, regarding them with a disdainful gaze, as if it had been waiting for them. Stop. Everyone halted abruptly. They were cornered by mutated beasts from both sides. Master, what do we do? Should we still burn? It's useless. For the first time, Chen Tiansheng contemplated giving up. Mr. Chen, please put me down. Su Wangqing shouted from his shoulder. He complied, allowing her to survey their surroundings, realizing every direction led to certain death. Mr. Chen, just sever my head and take it with you. Leave my body to attract the beasts. You all escape. I can't run with my leg injured. Let me do something for you. Are you out of your mind? Chen Tiansheng brandished his axe, vigilant against the encroaching mutated beasts. Humans' brains are the food for these monsters. Without a brain, they won't even regard you. The group formed a protective circle, warily watching their surroundings. Chen Tiansheng's words sent chills through them. Was this truly their end? Yang Shui positioned her sword defensively in front of her. No, I'm fast. I'll hold them off while you all escape. If we leave, we all leave together. Chen Tiansheng resolved. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, he had formed a team, comrades, and the thought of sharing life and death together arose within him. Neither abandon nor give up. That's my bottom line. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang and Li Hao exchanged glances with Chen Tiansheng. Sister, let us fight them, Lalong declared, flames flickering in his eyes. Agreed, Luo Feng replied succinctly. But then, a twist of fate occurred. All the encroaching mutated beasts abruptly halted, particularly the third-tier mutated black bear, which had been watching the scene, suddenly turned its head as if sensing an impending threat. It let out a fearsome roar, its voice echoing through the air. The flying mutated beasts overhead veered sharply, diving towards an unseen street. What is happening? I don't know. The answer soon revealed itself. A zombie burst forth, fearless as it lunged at the black bear, only to be swiftly subdued, its head bitten off and consumed. More zombies followed, engaging the black bear in a chaotic melee. The monkey wolf cavalry, sensing danger, abandoned their pursuit of Su Wangqing and charged headlong into the fray. Get into the shop, follow me, Chen Tiansheng shouted, leading the charge. Chapter 79. The three-way battle with a crash. Chen Tiansheng shattered a storefront window and dashed into a nearby cafe, the others quickly following suit. The mutated monkey wolf cavalry halted, eyeing them with predatory intent, while the rest surged into the tumult of the intersection. Master, what is going on? Chen Tiansheng exhaled in relief. When we arrived, we ordered the soldiers to retreat. Why retreat? We fought hard for the zoo. Why give up so quickly? What about the survivors? Wang Yang interjected. Survivors? Have you seen a single one during your confinement here? Chen Tiansheng retorted. The mutated creatures in the zoo have captured and killed any survivors or zombies nearby, claiming their territory. It's instinctual behavior. Lalong, piecing it together, declared. So the zombies are attacking the mutated animals to reclaim their territory? Are you calling yourself clever? Or are you just foolish? Chen Tiansheng replied, turning away. I've explained this countless times. After the acid rain, life forms divided into 3 factions: animals, mutated plants, and zombies. Alongside new humanity, zombies lack brains, relying solely on their senses to hunt for food, while mutated animals retain their instincts and rule their domains. When soldiers abandon this front, leaving it unguarded, isn't it natural for zombies to wander in? Both mutated beasts and zombies regard humans as prey. To them, some humans and animals are merely food. Do you understand now? Understood, Lalong and the others nodded, grasping the situation. Leading the way to the back kitchen, Chen Tiansheng discovered a window, raised his axe, and smashed through the security bars, assisting everyone in climbing out. Outside, the roars of beasts, the shrieks of zombies, and the chaos of combat filled the air. A cacophony of turmoil. Chen Tiansheng guided the group stealthily, weaving through the buildings, entering an abandoned restaurant through the rear window. Through the shattered glass, they could vividly see the horde of zombies surging down the street, countless in number. Chen Tiansheng signaled with careful tactical gestures, indicating to proceed cautiously. Follow me. While Su Wangqing did not comprehend, Wang Yang and Li Hao understood, shielding the others as they stealthily approached the broken window. The relentless waves of zombies surged toward the intersection, engaging in chaotic combat with the mutated beasts. Each had its own unique fighting style. The zombies mindlessly clawed and bit, charging forward without fear of death. In contrast, the mutated beasts attacked with precision, targeting the head to extract and consume their cores. The third-tier black bear exhibited ferocious combat prowess, capable of flattening zombies with a single swipe and devouring a head in one bite. Despite being overwhelmed by dozens of zombies clinging to it, the bear's astonishing defense rendered it unfazed by their bites, relishing every meal with delight. Goodness, how do we fight such a creature? Chen Tiansheng turned to Li Hao. Wait until you become an evolved being with a strength of level 45, and then you may challenge it. However, by that time, it may have already reached level 67. The only way to defeat a mutated black bear is to be at least 2 levels higher. Otherwise, there's no chance of victory. The group sighed inwardly. And Li Hao inquired, Mr. Chen, what level are you? Level 2, Chen Tiansheng replied, quickly signaling for everyone to hush and crouch beneath the table. Another wave of zombies wandered near, with a second-tier zombie halting before a shattered floor-to-ceiling window, sniffing the air intently. With a tremendous roar, the black bear's growl spurred the second-tier zombie to charge forward, leaping at the bear. Once the zombies moved on, the group dared to peek out. Chen Tiansheng pointed to a vehicle a few meters away. The heavy truck is over there. If we reach it, we live. If not, we die. Do you understand? Understood. They all nodded solemnly. Chen Tiansheng focused outside, holding his battle axe, extending 3 fingers, then 2, then 1, forming a fist and pointing. He leaped out. With a crackle, purple blades of light radiated brilliantly through the night. The heads of nearby zombies fell one by one. Chen Tiansheng then leaped out, quickly swinging his axe to repel the remaining zombies, but failing to eliminate them. Don't kill them. If we wipe out the mutated beasts, who will defend us? Yang Shui finally realized, shifting the blade to strike the zombies' legs instead. One by one, the others jumped out. Wang Yang and Li Hao flanked Su Wonking, while Luo Long and Luo Feng protected their sides, all rushing toward the heavy truck. A large wave of zombies approached, initially intending to attack the mutated beasts, but suddenly, the noise from their direction drew their attention, and they charged forward. Chen Tiansheng and Yang Shui pressed close to their team, quickly moving toward the truck. You all go to the back of the truck. I'll drive. Don't worry about Su Wonking. Leave her to me, Chen Tiansheng commanded, prompting everyone to abandon their burdens and hastily rush to the rear of the truck while Yang Shui fought off zombies. The others opened the doors and quickly jumped in, while Luo Long and Luo Feng began their combined assault. As Chen Tiansheng's axe sliced through the zombies, he shielded Su Wonking, urging, "Get in the truck quickly." Su Wonking clumsily climbed into the vehicle, finally managing to yank the door open. Chen Tiansheng leaped into the driver's seat, turned the key, and slammed on the accelerator while sharply turning the steering wheel. The heavy truck roared to life, attracting the attention of both zombies and mutated beasts alike. The third-tier giant bear, noticing the humans attempting to flee, charged forward like a massive tank, crushing countless zombies underfoot as it barreled toward the heavy truck. The truck, reversing wildly, crashed into a nearby shop, demolishing the flimsy door, then flooring the gas pedal and yanking the steering wheel. With tires screeching and smoke billowing, the truck struggled to gain traction. "Come on, damn it, we're stuck," Chen Tiansheng exclaimed, his foot never leaving the accelerator as the tires ground against the asphalt, the engine beginning to emit a burnt smell. The zombies swarmed, their claws and heads battering against every corner of the truck, filling it with their presence. Su Wonking, terrified, curled up and covered her ears, trembling in fear. Through the window's cracks, she caught sight of the approaching third-tier black bear, now less than 50 meters away. And the threat loomed imminent. Hurry, put some effort into it. Chapter 80. Confessions before death. The heavy truck continued to sway, and finally, the rear tires broke free. The vehicle surged forward like a roaring beast, making a decisive turn and charging ahead. That was incredible. Chen Tiansheng breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the zombies outside smashed the rear window, reaching in with their sharp claws towards Su Wonking. "Ah," she gasped, feeling a sharp pain in her arm, instinctively covering her mouth. Remembering Chen Tiansheng's warning not to scream. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other wielding his axe, Chen Tiansheng thrust it out, dispatching the zombies clinging to the vehicle. The pursuing third-tier black bear was overwhelmed by the masses of zombies, losing the ability to chase. Chen Tiansheng let out a triumphant shout, laughing, "We made it. We're safe now." Su Wonking, still processing the relief, suddenly caught sight of the horrific scratches on her arm and froze. a single crystalline tear rolling down her cheek. What's wrong? Why are you crying after we escaped? Chen Tiansheng asked while driving. Nothing, Su Wangqing wiped her tears. I'm just happy. I never thought I would make it out alive. There's much more to come. Stick with me, and I promise you'll have a life of luxury. Yes, she nodded earnestly, tears still flowing but trying to maintain her composure. Mr. Chen, you are a good person. I have always regarded you as my hero, and you truly are one, regardless of how others perceive you. You have a heart of gold beneath that tough exterior. Chen Tiansheng felt a pang of unease. Why are you saying this all of a sudden? I just wanted to express it before it's too late, Su Wangqing replied, her face adorned with an innocent smile despite the tears. I like you. Her confession, made in such a moment, took all her courage. I know I'm not worthy, so please don't rush to reject me. She quickly wiped another tear before continuing. You know I'm a comic artist. My greatest passion is to dream, imagining my husband as a superhero like the one from my stories. She could no longer hold back the tears, speaking in a rush. When the zombie outbreak occurred, and you appeared with that beautiful shield, I was terrified. But I gathered my courage to come down and talk to you. At that moment, I thought, you could be my future husband. How wonderful that would be. Tears streamed down her face, but she pressed on, fearing she might lose her chance to speak. Since that day, I have fallen deeply in love with you, unable to escape. Perhaps I, like the character, have only guessed the beginning but not the ending. However, I am content just to know you. Truly, I am not greedy. Chen Tiansheng felt increasingly unsettled. What is happening with you? Nothing. Su Wangqing shifted slightly, her hand already grasping the door handle, ready to leap out. Could you at least say you like me, just once? Even if it's not sincere. Just lie to me. What's wrong with you? Chen Tiansheng's concern deepened. Really, it's nothing, Mr. Chen. You must live well from now on. I want to be a burden to you. With that, she opened the car door, the howling wind rushing in just as she prepared to jump out. Suddenly, the heavy truck slammed to a halt. The sudden jolt threw Su Wangqing off balance, propelling her forward. Not only her, but everyone in the back of the truck stumbled and fell. Come here. What is going on? Chen Tiansheng swiftly pulled Su Wangqing back to him. Su Wangqing, tears streaming down her face, could no longer contain her emotions. She turned her arm to reveal the gruesome wound. The prion has infiltrated every cell of the body through wounds and capillaries. How did this happen? Chen Tiansheng questioned. Let me die before I turn into a grotesque zombie. She pleaded, tears streaming down her face as she grasped Chen Tiansheng's hand and placed it on her neck. I willingly accept death at your hands. Do it, kill me. There's no need for that. Chen Tiansheng attempted to respond, but was interrupted by Su Wangqing's desperate cries. I beg you, let me be free. I don't want to be a burden to you. At that moment, Yang Shui and the others appeared outside the vehicle. The open door revealed Chen Tiansheng gripping Su Wangqing's slender neck. What is going on? Why the sudden quarrel? Wang Yang asked, puzzled. Su Wangqing had already resigned herself to death, revealing her arm. I was scratched by a zombie. Soon I will mutate. I want Mr. Chen to kill me. The group gasped in shock. Just then, a zombie approached, and Yang Shui brandished her weapon, shouting, stop watching and kill the zombie. With that, she dashed out. Luo Long tried to say something, but his sister Luo Feng pulled him away, slamming the car door shut as they joined the fight against the zombies. Wang Yang and Li Hao shook their heads helplessly, realizing they could not assist in this matter. Retreating to the confines of the vehicle to avoid causing trouble for Chen Tiansheng. In the driver's seat, Su Wangqing closed her eyes, embodying a sense of acceptance of death. Chen Tiansheng suddenly smiled. You are the first beautiful woman to confess to me. How could I possibly kill you? Su Wangqing opened her eyes, tears flowing anew. But if you don't kill me, I will. Chen Tiansheng pulled her closer into his embrace. Didn't you want to hear me say that I like you? He produced a glass vial from somewhere, bit open the cork, and poured its contents into his mouth. Then mischievously glanced at the pitiful beauty in his arms. Leaning down, their lips met, and the gene immunity serum was administered mouth to mouth. Su Wangqing felt a jolt, a tingling sensation coursing through her body, which she found pleasurable. Though unspoken, that kiss conveyed everything. She closed her eyes in delight, surrendering to the moment. Even amidst the apocalypse, with zombies rampant, they cared not. In that world, there were only the two of them, oblivious to all else. A kiss sealed their fate. A farewell, it was both a swan song and a lament, a fleeting moment, yet eternal. Just as they were about to lose themselves in the kiss forever, Su Wangqing's body suddenly stiffened, her left hand clutching tightly as the wound throbbed, dark blood oozing forth. "Kill me now. I don't want to turn into a zombie," she screamed in agony, thrashing in Chen Tiansheng's arms. Chapter 81. Transformation. Who dares to kill? Su Wangqing's wails were heard by everyone, while battling zombies. They witnessed Chen Tiansheng embracing and kissing her. At such a critical moment, could he really not act? "Master, hurry up and do something," Luo Long, Luo Feng, and Yang Shui urged after dispatching the zombies. "Quiet. Whether I kill her is my decision. Everyone shut up." Chen Tiansheng roared towards the outside, then took a deep breath. "Get in the car. We're leaving." Yang Shui swiftly moved to the driver's seat, but he bellowed, "Get in the back." "Boss, she has already transformed." Yang Shui continued to remind him. "I said get in the back." Yang Shui turned in anger, storming into the rear compartment. As the engine roared to life, Chen Tiansheng held the convulsing Su Wangqing, muttering, "System, don't let me down. If this medicine doesn't work, you'll have killed me." In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time someone had confessed to him. She couldn't die? He had never begged anyone before. "Please, system, let it work." Though Chen Tiansheng continued to chatter, Su Wangqing remained in constant convulsion. The excruciating pain blurred her consciousness. The wound on her arm still oozing black blood, as if the virus were being expelled from her body. Chen Tiansheng was both furious and anxious. Despite his trust in the system, the side effects were terrifying. The immediate priority was to return everyone to the mall shelter and find a quiet place to tend to Su Wangqing. The heavy truck sped through the streets, swiftly breaking free from the quarantine zone, greeted by cheers from the soldiers as it surged onto the overpass. "Just hold on a little longer. It'll be all right," Chen Tiansheng reassured her, steering with one hand while cradling Su Wangqing with the other, unable to retrieve the clear spring water or the source water. The overpass was a mere 5-minute drive from the mall in the development zone. Chen Tiansheng drove recklessly, covering less than 3 minutes when they arrived at the mall's entrance. Armed soldiers signaled them to disembark for inspection. Yang Shui was the first to jump out of the vehicle, seeing Chen Tiansheng in the driver's seat. Tending to Su Wangqing, she swung her weapon, coldly commanding, "Everyone, step aside." The soldiers froze in surprise, and before they could react, Luo Long, Luo Feng, Wang Yang, and Li Hao hurriedly exited the vehicle. "It's all right, I'll handle this," Wang Yang quickly intervened. The soldiers on guard recognized Luo Long and Luo Feng, immediately treating them with deference. "You're finally back. We've been terrified these past few days." Yang Shui turned to open the car door. "Boss, is she all right?" "I don't know," Chen Tiansheng replied, stepping out with Su Wangqing in his arms, pushing through to enter the mall. Wang Yang realized the danger. If a zombie got inside, chaos would ensue. "Wait, Mr. Chen, what are you doing? She's in this state. And you still want to bring her into the safe zone? Isn't that just creating chaos?" The soldiers also sensed something was amiss. Noticing the woman in his arms convulsing, clutching her left arm where a horrific wound festered. "Zombie!" The alarm was raised, and all guns turned towards Chen Tiansheng and Su Wangqing. "Who dares to fire?" Yang Shui stood defiantly before Chen Tiansheng. "Step aside. We will not harm the innocent." The soldiers, adhering to their duty, would not allow a transformed person into the mall. "My master wants to enter. Let us see who dares to stop him." Luo Long and Luo Feng joined her, leaving the soldiers bewildered. They were newcomers and unaware of Chen Tiansheng's esteemed status among them. "Clear the way. Those who block shall perish." Chen Tiansheng's icy words ignited fire in Luo Long, while Yang Shui brandished her blade, causing the soldiers to instinctively retreat, none daring to obstruct them. Under the protection of the three, Chen Tiansheng carried the continuously convulsing Su Wangqing up to the 5th floor of the furniture store. The area was already filled with survivors, and upon their arrival in the dead of night, they grumbled in annoyance. "Who's making such a racket?" Chen Tiansheng paid them no mind. He kicked over a man lying on a double bed and placed the convulsing Su Wangqing atop it. "Are you all insane?" The man who was kicked off the bed began to curse, only to be silenced by a knife pressed against his throat. "If you don't want to die, get lost." As he caught sight of the woman on the bed, fear gripped him, and he fled in panic. His shout startled everyone in the mall, both survivors and soldiers, who awakened in an instant, survivors scattering while soldiers readied their weapons for battle. Chen Tiansheng ignored the chaos around him, gently stroking Su Wangqing's forehead, softly saying, "I'll stay to take care of her. You all keep watch. Anyone who dares approach shall be dealt with mercilessly." "Understood." The trio recognized that since Chen Tiansheng did not kill the zombie, he must possess a means to save her, thus they resolutely stood by him. As Zheng Wei was in a daze, he suddenly heard someone shouting about zombies, startling him into immediate action. He swiftly exited his cubicle, only to witness soldiers rushing in with urgency. "This is bad. What happened? Get to the point," Zheng Wei demanded. One of the soldiers took a deep breath, hastily explaining. "The Luo family's twin assassins have returned, and there's another named Chen Tiansheng. He has brought in someone who is in the process of turning into a zombie and has already gone upstairs." "What?" Zheng Wei exclaimed, hurriedly drawing his sidearm. "What is going on with Chen Tiansheng? How could he be so reckless?" Just as he prepared to ascend the stairs, Wang Yang and Li Hao arrived, reporting, "Zheng Wei, we're back. Do you know the specifics?" "Yes." Wang Yang succinctly recounted how Su Wangqing had been scratched by a zombie and was now transforming, presenting the information clearly without embellishment. "He has truly lost his mind," Zheng Wei exclaimed, racing towards the 5th floor. However, he was halted by Yang Shui, who stood with a knife poised menacingly. "The boss has decreed that no one dares to intrude without his permission. Those who do will be met with lethal consequences," Yang Shui stated firmly. Zheng Wei scanned the room, spotting a woman convulsing on the bed. "If Chen Tiansheng is insane, then so are you. He has brought back a woman in the midst of transformation, and you are doing nothing about it. The boss's orders are absolute. Who dares defy them? They will face death." Yang Shui replied succinctly. "I'll defy them today." Zheng Wei raised his gun, but in an instant, Yang Shui had moved beside him. "Then I shall ensure your head rolls. Calm down. Everyone, stay composed," Wang Yang interjected, attempting to de-escalate the situation. The cold edge of the knife pressed against Zheng Wei's neck made him acutely aware of the danger, knowing that Yang Shui was acting on Chen Tiansheng's orders. Yet, he felt compelled to understand the rationale behind it. "Chen Tiansheng, don't you owe us an explanation? Bringing a zombie back here could obliterate the safe zone you fought so hard to establish," Zheng Wei shouted. Chen Tiansheng gazed intently at the convulsing Su Wangqing, then turned back with a calm demeanor. "Because I love her. Is that reason not sufficient?" Not only Zheng Wei, but even Yang Shui tilted her head, taken aback by Chen Tiansheng's solemn declaration. "You can love someone as you wish, but she is in the process of turning. Can't you see that?" Zheng Wei shouted. Chen Tiansheng retorted, "I'll state this clearly. She will not become a zombie." Zheng Wei, exasperated, shouted back, "You think just saying that will make it true? Who among those scratched or bitten has not turned? Tell me who?" Yang Shui pressed the knife harder, drawing blood. "The boss says she won T turn. So she won T. Whether you believe it or not, you must accept it." Zheng Wei felt on the brink of exploding with anger. "Chen Tiansheng has lost it. And you have too, haven't you?" Yang Shui replied firmly, "Indeed, I am a madwoman." The knife pressed harder, and Zheng Wei felt the wound on his neck widen, prompting him to retreat. "Fine, you're truly something. But what if she does turn into a zombie?" Yang Shui coldly replied, "If she does transform, I will take immediate action to eliminate her, ensuring she poses no threat to your safety." Zheng Wei gestured emphatically. "Remember your words." He retreated, completely vacating the danger zone. And finally, casting a last glance at Chen Tiansheng, he commanded, "Seal off the entire 5th floor. No one is to approach." The soldiers complied, securing the 5th floor. This incident stirred significant unrest, with thousands of survivors in the mall unfamiliar with Chen Tiansheng expressing outrage over the breach and the presence of a zombie. "Why aren't you doing anything? This behavior is utterly unreasonable. I heard she's transforming. What if she becomes a powerful zombie? Will we all be turned?" Someone cried out. The zombie virus spreads through the air. The chaos escalated, with nearly all survivors spontaneously organizing protests, shouting in outrage. "Get out. We cannot coexist with zombies. They must be removed. This is our safe zone, not a playground for your recklessness." The soldiers were tasked with guarding the 5th floor against the imminent threat of transformation, while also restraining the enraged protesters. The scene was chaotic, and it was clear that the night would be sleepless. Su Wangqing's convulsions lasted approximately 2 hours before she finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Chen Tiansheng carefully retrieved alcohol and gauze from her backpack, cautiously treating the wounds on her arm. "Boss, let me handle this," Yang Shui offered quietly. "This is a small task I can manage." Chen Tiansheng proceeded with utmost care, reminiscent of the tender attention he once gave to Ma Qianqian. "I've always thought she was beautiful. In a world like this, a guy like me wouldn't have had the chance to know someone like her. After the apocalypse began, she even had a crush on me, just because I was her hero. You see, she sees me as a hero. So isn't it my duty to protect her? Yang Shui listened intently, her expression neutral, but her heart raced. You are indeed a hero, Yang Shui affirmed. But is it even possible to find a woman in this apocalypse and have a lasting marriage? Chen Tiansheng pondered. Yang Shui's gaze drifted away as she responded. Do you intend to marry her? Is that not acceptable? She is a good girl, and a virgin too. Chen Tiansheng smiled with satisfaction. Though she is a bit too saintly, if she were like you, it would be better. However, I still prefer her tranquil demeanor for marriage. Yang Shui internally screamed. Stop with the romantic talk, it's too mushy. Meanwhile, Luo Long and Luo Feng had already fallen asleep, sprawled at the edge of the bed. As dawn broke, the previously raucous survivors had quieted down, now huddled together on the 4th floor, dozing off in a daze. The soldiers, too, were dozing, their grips still on their weapons. Utterly exhausted. Just as the mall settled into a peaceful calm, Su Wangqing's eyelids fluttered. Chen Tiansheng was the first to notice, his gaze fixed intently on her. Yang Shui instinctively tightened her grip on her knife. Should she open her eyes with white pupils, she would not hesitate to eliminate her, ensuring no threat to the boss. Su Wangqing smacked her lips, murmuring, I'm so thirsty. Chen Tiansheng quickly produced a bottle of water, carefully pouring it into her mouth. That tastes good. Su Wangqing sighed contentedly, her bright eyes meeting Chen Tiansheng's, instantly lighting up with a smile. It's wonderful to have you in this paradise. Yang Shui let out a sigh of relief. Let us be clear, this is not paradise. You're still living in hell. Su Wangqing tilted her head, noticing Yang Shui, instinctively raising her arm, only to see her bandaged wound. After a moment of confusion, she quickly sat up and touched her face. I didn't turn into a zombie. Did I? No, you are perfectly fine, Chen Tiansheng replied with a smile. Thank goodness. You scared me. But why didn't I turn into a zombie? Su Wangqing asked earnestly. Because I wouldn't allow it, Chen Tiansheng declared, then produced a vial and handed it to her. I command you to drink this. Su Wangqing blinked her large eyes, cautiously accepting the vial, pouting slightly. Aren't you afraid of wasting it? Drink it quickly, or I'll spank you. Do you believe me? Chen Tiansheng's response sent chills down Yang Shui's spine, prompting her to seek refuge in a nearby bed, desperate for sleep. Su Wangqing's cheeks flushed as she bashfully consumed the contents of the vial. How do you feel? Any changes? Chen Tiansheng asked eagerly. Su Wangqing smacked her lips and shook her head slightly. Feeling? Nothing at all, no change. Chen Tiansheng rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. So it is. Su Wangqing was scratched by a zombie, destined to transform into one herself. Yet, Chen Tiansheng had given her a gene immunity serum through a kiss. This rare purple serum had puzzled him for quite some time. After administering a strength-boosting serum and receiving a response, he finally grasped the function of the gene immunity serum. Chapter 83. Surprises galore. Acid rain had altered the genetic coding of all living organisms in the world. Humans originally possessed prion virus antibodies embedded in their genetic sequences. The acid rain destroyed these antibodies, simultaneously unlocking the evolutionary lock. Aside from transforming into zombies, humans could also evolve over time. The gene immunity serum was intended to replenish the genetic lock in the body, preventing transformation into zombies and halting further evolution into a new breed of humanity. Thus, the merits of this gene immunity serum for the new humanity remained uncertain. Why has it suddenly become so quiet? Su Wangqing tentatively interjected, disrupting Chen Tiansheng's contemplation. Oh, it's nothing. Do you remember what you said last night? Su Wangqing's face flushed crimson, reaching down to her neck, her voice barely above a whisper. I remember. Chen Tiansheng gently patted her rosy cheek. Remember your words. From now on, you are mine. Chen Tiansheng stood up, and Su Wangqing hastily looked up, her eyes brimming with joy. Really? So you like me too? Rest well, and don't think of anything else. As long as I'm here, I promise you will live a life of plenty. After saying this, Chen Tiansheng turned to find Zheng Wei and instructed him to lift the alert. Su Wangqing lay back on the bed, still feeling as though she were in a dream. Yet, the more she thought about it, the more excited she became, dancing on the bed in delight. Oh no! A gasp came from the bedside as she accidentally kicked someone. Looking up, she saw Luo Long. A look of sorrow on his face as he wiped away a trickle of blood from his nose. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's all right. As long as you're okay, Luo Long replied nonchalantly. After all, he had worked tirelessly for her throughout the night. No transformation into a zombie was indeed a stroke of fortune. What? Zheng Wei stood up abruptly, gazing incredulously at Chen Tiansheng. Are you certain she was bitten by a zombie and survived the night without transforming? She is awake now. You can check for yourself. Still skeptical. Zheng Wei stumbled towards the 5th floor and, upon seeing Su Wonking chatting with Luo Long and Luo Feng, he cautiously approached, hand resting on his gun holster. You're really all right? You're conscious? Su Wonking turned, beaming radiantly. Isn't it miraculous? I never expected to be unharmed after being scratched by a zombie. Miraculous indeed. It is truly remarkable. After exclaiming in wonder, she turned to Chen Tiansheng and whispered, Aren't you going to explain this? Chen Tiansheng shrugged. I don't know. Whatever. He had no intention of revealing the gene serum just yet, especially not to Zheng Wei, who might relay it upward, ultimately leading to uncertain credit for the discovery. If he were to report it, he would personally deliver it to the highest authority to ensure the maximal protection of his interests. Zheng Wei did not press further. Turning to leave. This matter was too significant, more critical than the zombie siege, and had to be reported promptly to the higher-ups. It would be best if a medical team could be dispatched to thoroughly investigate. Once the truth was uncovered, it could profoundly impact humanity's fate. Thus, it must not be taken lightly. After half an hour, the report was completed and transmitted via satellite signal to the General Staff without delay. At 8 a.m., at the Yaquanshan base, the General Staff was busy sorting through documents for the important weekly meeting. The report submitted by Luo Ming would yield results today, and the higher-ups would provide a precise answer to him. All the elders of the General Staff were present, linked via satellite to commanders of various battle zones to announce significant discoveries. According to the tireless research conducted by scientists, a conclusion was finally reached at 4 a.m. this morning. The findings from Luo Ming's report on zombies aligned perfectly with the scientific research results. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted into a frenzy, both inside and outside the conference room. The previous disputes became moot. Every piece of research corroborated the conclusions, showcasing Luo Ming's exceptional talent. Undoubtedly, he was a rare genius. Does anyone have any objections? After a moment of silence, the assembly proposed to make the entire report public, disseminating it to every battle zone for reference and study. There were no objections. It was indeed meant to be public. Just then, an information department messenger rushed into the meeting room. Urgent telegram from Jiang City. Jiang City again. Everyone had become accustomed to the surprises Jiang City brought since the onset of the zombie crisis. This time would surely be no different. As the founding duke donned his reading glasses and scrutinized the report, he stood up solemnly. Even though he was mentally prepared, he could hardly contain his excitement at that moment. Quickly, notify the Jiang City Command Center. I want more detailed data. Spare no effort to send over the blood test report, sampling report, and genetic sequence of this woman named Su Wonking. Yes. What is the matter, old guy? What is you so excited? The founding duke eagerly passed the report to others, exclaiming, Jiang City has discovered a unique case. A woman named Su Wonking who, after being scratched by a zombie, did not transform into one. This is impossible. The room erupted into chaos. I too find it implausible, but it is indeed true. Has Jiang City not consistently brought us surprises? One statement silenced the doubts in the assembly. In the Jiang City commercial district, ever since a zombie infiltrated the safe zone, the survivors had grown increasingly agitated, clamoring at dawn to return to the survivors' base, insisting they could no longer remain in the mall. Various alarming rumors circulated, with tales of all kinds emerging. Faced with pressure, the soldiers had no choice but to dispatch a convoy to first return the enraged survivors to their base for resettlement before considering entering the city for rescue operations. Chen Tiansheng and Su Wonking, the two principal figures responsible, appeared completely unfazed as they strolled leisurely amidst the gossip. Arriving at the food court in the mall, they settled by the window. Chen Tiansheng took out a fragrant roasted chicken, offering her a drumstick while he took a wing for himself, relishing the meal together. I feel as though Master has fallen in love, Luo Feng murmured from a distance. Luo Long rested his chin on his hand, watching the affectionate pair with envy and longing, muttering, I want to fall in love too. In the fast food restaurant, Su Wonking was eating messily, her mouth smeared with grease. Chen Tiansheng, holding a napkin, said, Look at you, all greasy. Come here, let me wipe it off for you. Su Wonking pouted and leaned closer. Here. Chen Tiansheng wiped her mouth. If you enjoy it, I have more. Just be careful not to choke. You're so kind. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Chen Tiansheng's eyes widened. You still call me Mr. Chen? Should I be called Tiansheng? No, wait. Seeing Chen Tiansheng's displeasure, Su Wangking timidly asked. Then what should I call you? Call you husband. Su Wangking's face flushed crimson again as she shyly uttered the word. Husband. Outside the window, Luo Long sighed. Well, from now on, we'll have to change how we address her to Madam Master. Chapter 84. A favor, please. In the fast food restaurant of the food court, Chen Tiansheng and Su Wangking were joyfully feeding each other, while Luo Long and Luo Feng sat outside, resting their chins and watching intently. Zheng Wei strode over briskly. Where is Chen Tiansheng? The two of them pointed in unison towards the fast food restaurant. There. Zheng Wei looked into the fast food restaurant, just in time to see Chen Tiansheng feeding Su Wangking, who wore a blissful expression. He swiftly entered the restaurant, starting with a casual remark. Eating, are we? Chen Tiansheng, clearly irritated, asked, What's the matter? There's an urgent matter, Zheng Wei replied eagerly. Chen Tiansheng turned around and smiled faintly, saying, I have no time. Wait. Zheng Wei quickly leaned in, nudging Chen Tiansheng to move aside. What is it that you need? Chen Tiansheng inquired, a hint of impatience in his tone. Zheng Wei chuckled awkwardly. It's like this. Today we received a message from our superiors urging us to spare no effort and to do whatever it takes to rescue the medical experts trapped in the city. You must know that outside, there are rampant viruses, and besides the zombie virus, various diseases are emerging, creating a severe shortage of medical personnel, even here in Jiangxing. Because of the commotion you caused last night, all the survivors have gone to the combat zone base, occupying the escort convoy, which means no soldiers can enter the city. You can't just ignore the trouble you've caused, can you? Chen Tiansheng, somewhat irritated, replied, Is it all my fault? Not entirely your fault. It's also mine for not trusting you. Zheng Wei pleaded humbly. Please, I'm begging you. I'll even kneel down and bow to you if that's what it takes. Zheng Wei earnestly implored for assistance. If you want something, you should have the right attitude when asking for it. Why don't you kneel then? Chen Tiansheng retorted sarcastically. But Su Wangking kindly advised, I believe Zheng Wei has a point. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Why not lend them a hand? After considering it seriously, during which Zheng Wei knelt on the ground, he lamented, It was all my fault last night. I should have trusted you. I was wrong. He bowed deeply to Chen Tiansheng. After contemplating the pros and cons, Chen Tiansheng finally said, Get up. As he stood to leave, Su Wangking followed. But Chen Tiansheng quickly added, I will go to the hospital for the rescue, but I entrust you with a task. Take care of her. If a single hair falls from her head while I'm gone, I will shave you bald. Zheng Wei smiled apologetically. Of course. I promise to treat her like my ancestor. Su Wangking was completely stunned. But I want to go with you, she protested. Chen Tiansheng gently advised. Venturing out is a man's affair. Be obedient and stay at home. After saying this, he playfully pinched her chubby cheek and left, satisfied. Just as he stepped outside, Luo Long and Luo Feng approached, and Chen Tiansheng issued a direct order. Let us prepare to enter the city for the rescue. Where's Yang Shui? She's sleeping. Luo Feng replied. What on earth is she doing sleeping at this hour? Chen Tiansheng hurried upstairs, kicking Yang Shui's bed. Get up, we're leaving. Yang Shui, groggy from sleep, instinctively grabbed a knife upon seeing Chen Tiansheng and asked, Where are we going? Into the city for a rescue. As they walked, Chen Tiansheng tossed each of them a bottle of water. Wake up. We're heading into the depths of the city, the most densely populated area with zombies. Stay alert. After drinking the water, the three felt invigorated and quickly got into the vehicle, ready to embark. Chen Tiansheng ignited the engine as Yang Shui donned her gas mask, meticulously wiping it down with prepared alcohol wipes before handing it to Chen Tiansheng. Here. Thank you, he replied, putting on the mask. Yang Shui then asked, perplexed. Why are we risking our lives to rescue someone? Is this person of high status? Chen Tiansheng responded, The person we are rescuing is a doctor. After the catastrophe, the profession most in demand worldwide is that of a doctor, and every base is in dire need. Yang Shui, though not very talkative, remained contemplative, while Luo Long launched into a rambunctious monologue. Master, wherever you point your sword, I will burn through the heart of the inferno. No matter the peril, I shall cleanse it all. The heavy truck sped through the streets, careening back into the city without hesitation, driving straight into the depths. Jiangxing features a main artery connecting the southern and northern regions. After descending from an overpass and walking for over 10 minutes, they reached a tertiary hospital. The heavy truck crushed zombies beneath its wheels, screeching to a halt at the hospital entrance, and the four quickly disembarked. Chen Tiansheng brandished an axe and commanded. As per our usual protocol, Yang Shui searches for survivors, while Luo Long and Luo Feng find the high ground and set fire. Understood. The three entered the hospital ahead of Chen Tiansheng, who began to clear the entrance, chopping down the pursuing zombies. Upon reaching the ambush point, Luo Long and Luo Feng signaled, "Master, you can withdraw now." Chen Tiansheng, not one to linger, turned and stepped into the hospital. As zombies lunged towards him, chaos erupted, igniting the area into a fiery inferno. The tertiary hospital was expansive, comprising multiple large buildings, with the outpatient department being the first to enter, housing numerous specialists. However, Chen Tiansheng had overlooked something. During the acid rain, at exactly 7 in the evening, which specialist would still be at the hospital for consultations? Yang Shui scoured the entire building and discovered that, aside from zombies, there were no living souls to be found. Furrowing his brow, Chen Tiansheng remarked, "This shouldn't be the case. I remember in my previous life, Jiangcheng had numerous doctors, being one of the regions with the highest number of medical professionals. Why is there not a single doctor here? Could they be in the inpatient department?" Yang Shui pointed toward the back of the outpatient building. Upon closer inspection, they found that the glass doors of the inpatient department were barricaded with furniture, indicating that this was likely a deliberate act, suggesting the presence of survivors within. "Let us head to the inpatient department." The two hastily descended the stairs, calling out to Luo Long and Luo Feng to abandon the burning and swiftly exit the outpatient area, igniting the vehicle and speeding toward the inpatient department. Luo Long conjectured, "If there is not a soul in sight, Master, could it be that during the acid rain, those infected were brought in for treatment, leading to the slaughter of everyone in the outpatient department? That makes sense. You've finally matured," Chen Tiansheng praised as he drove. Luo Long chuckled sheepishly. The heavy truck raced forward, screeching to a halt beneath the inpatient building. Chen Tiansheng brandished his axe, preparing to battle the zombies. As before, let us proceed swiftly. The three coordinated seamlessly, attempting to locate an entrance, but all doors to the inpatient department were sealed tight, leaving no entryway for them. "Master, what do we do if we can't get in?" "Shout, and have the people inside open the door," Chen Tiansheng replied, while fending off zombies. Yang Shui shouted at the top of her lungs, "Listen, people inside. We are the official rescue team here to save survivors. Open the door and come with us." Initially, they believed this approach would work as it had in the past, but today they were met with disdainful retorts. "You four dare to claim you're an official rescue team? It seems to me you're merely seeking refuge," came the scornful voices from above. "Wise up and leave. We will not let you in." "Exactly. Who knows if you carry the virus? You'd best leave while you can. We won't fall for your tricks." The derisive shouts continued from the upper floors. Luo Long frowned, looking up. "Master, what now?" Chen Tiansheng, preoccupied with battling, replied curtly, "A living person can't be suffocated by urine. If they want to open the door, we'll break it down. Let me do it." Yang Shui, now incensed, navigated to a ground-floor patient room window and began hacking at the security bars with her knife. The sound of clanging echoed as the bars shattered, and she leaped through the window, extending her hand to Luo Long and Luo Feng. "Hurry up." The two grabbed Yang Shui's hand and jumped through the window one by one. "Master, we're in. You come now." Chen Tiansheng fought his way back, attracting all the zombies to the window below, then nimbly vaulted inside. The zombies jumped up from below, attempting to scramble through the window, only to be met by a wave of flames that engulfed them. Chen Tiansheng set down 2 bottles of water, estimating that they might be in for a lengthy ordeal. "You two keep burning. If you run low, I still have more. Don't worry, Master, go ahead." Chen Tiansheng and Yang Shui dashed out of the patient room. The entire hospital was saturated with the scent of disinfectant, and the first-floor lobby was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. "The people must be upstairs. Let us go." 2 individuals hastened up the stairs, finding the 5th floor devoid of any presence. However, upon reaching the 6th floor, they encountered a group of people in the corridor. Clad in hospital gowns and wielding wooden clubs, one man, with an authoritative tone, cursed, "Who permitted your entry? If you attract the zombies, will you bear the responsibility?" Chen Tiansheng retorted confidently, "We are here to rescue you, to lead you out of this place." The group exchanged glances, and one of them shouted, "We won't leave. We're perfectly fine here. Why should we go?" Chen Tiansheng furrowed his brow. signaling to Yang Shui that their refusal to leave surely harbored ulterior motives. If you choose to stay, we shall take those willing to come with us. The group obstructed their path once more, insisting they could not ascend and that no one wished to accompany them. You cannot go up. No one wants to follow you. Be wise and leave immediately. Or Brother Hao will not be merciful. Brother Hao? Which Brother Hao? Chen Tiansheng countered. He is the boss of this hospital. It is his territory. If you wish to live, depart swiftly, or, before he could finish, a gleaming blade was pressed against his throat. We intend to go up. Who dares to stop us? Yang Shui's expression was frigid, her hands trembling with anger. A slight pressure left a mark on the man's neck, blood oozing from the wound. You truly dare to harm someone? Brother Hao will not spare you. He was furious and was about to roar when Yang Shui swiftly severed his neck with a single stroke. The man's head fell to the ground. Rolling down the stairs with a sickening thud, blood gushed forth, and several individuals collapsed in terror, staring at Yang Shui in horror. You truly dare to kill. Yang Shui's hands continued to shake, perhaps recalling past traumas or envisioning a cannibalistic monster. Her fury was on the verge of eruption. Chen Tiansheng approached and patted her shoulder. Yang Shui's voice was hoarse as she said, I apologize, Chief. I couldn't hold back. It's all right, a natural response. Perhaps these individuals deserve their fate. Chen Tiansheng acknowledged her actions. The group panicked at his words, questioning what he meant by deserve their fate. They hastily discarded their weapons and knelt, bowing repeatedly. We are sorry, brave heroine. It was all Brother Hao's doing. We had nothing to do with it. We truly did nothing. Take me to your Brother Hao. Immediately, Yang Shui bellowed, and the group scrambled to lead the way. They ascended to the 10th floor, where a multitude of individuals gathered in the corridor. Most in patient attire, their eyes filled with fear, as if they had been beaten into submission or were terrified of the zombies outside. In the high-level intensive care unit, Zhao Zihao peeked out the window, surrounded by a dozen of his former drinking companions. He observed the newcomers and their flamethrowers, wondering about their origin and how they had incinerated so many zombies. A doctor, wearing a white coat, was carefully bandaging Zhao Zihao's wounds. Ouch! Were you doing that on purpose? Zhao Zihao exclaimed, feeling pain from the dressing. In retaliation, he kicked the doctor, inciting his companions to swarm and beat the doctor mercilessly despite his pleas for mercy. Suddenly, the hospital door was kicked open, and Yang Shui appeared, her demeanor icy. The thugs ceased their assault, eyeing her with ill intent, some even licking their lips. Ah, a leather jacket and a long knife. What a beautiful woman. Is this a movie set? Yang Shui's voice was cold as she inquired. Who is Brother Hao? That would be me. A thug replied, pushing Zhao Zihao in a wheelchair to the forefront. Beautiful lady, what can I do for you? Yang Shui frowned, perplexed. This man, bound in plaster, did not resemble a typical thug. Setting aside her suspicions, she coldly stated, You are Brother Hao, correct? I am here on official business to rescue survivors. And our primary objective is to take the doctor with us. Please cooperate. The doctor perked up, adjusting his glasses and raising his hand. I am the doctor. Silence. Did I permit you to speak? A thug reprimanded him, humiliating him further. Yang Shui's eyelids twitched. She had initially thought him innocent. Zhao Zihao laughed heartily. You want the doctor? That can be arranged, but only under my terms. What are your terms? Yang Shui demanded. My terms are simple. In exchange, goods for goods. People for people, Zhao Zihao said insidiously. I have a relative who owns a supermarket, and all the food for everyone in this hospital is sourced from me. If you wish to take the doctor, you must remain here. Yang Shui's gaze turned icy. What significance would my staying hold? The room erupted in laughter, all mocking her naivete. Significance? Of course, you stay and serve us. We'll ensure you are well fed and cared for. Fair trade, wouldn't you agree? At that moment, Yang Shui concluded that all of these individuals deserved their fate. None were innocent. Just as she prepared to act, Chen Tiansheng's voice rang out from outside. Wait. Upon seeing Chen Tiansheng, Zhao Zihao's fury ignited. You, how dare you return to the hospital? Chapter 86. A grudge rekindled. Chen Tiansheng and Zhao Zihao were no strangers. Their animosity was palpable. It could be said that Zhao Zihao's hospitalization was entirely due to Chen Tiansheng's actions. On the day Chen Tiansheng reincarnated, the department manager, Zhao Zihao, had foolishly struck him from behind, adding insult to injury, leading to Chen Tiansheng being incapacitated. This resentment lingered in Zhao Zihao's mind, haunting him even in his dreams. Chen Tiansheng, you despicable son of a, How dare you show your face here? Zhao Zihao roared, his anger boiling over as he attempted to stand, only to find himself incapable. Brother Hao, what's wrong? His underlings queried, noticing Zhao Zihao trembling with rage. It was him. He broke my limbs. This bastard deserves to die? Let us get him. The thugs clamored, brandishing their weapons, initially prepared to confront Chen Tiansheng. However, their leader had told them to hold back, as he had reported to the authorities. They endured this restraint until the great disaster struck, leading to their current situation of ruling the hospital as kings. Just as the thugs prepared to charge at Chen Tiansheng and dismember him, suddenly, the head of the foremost thug flew from his shoulders, blood spraying forth, instantly chilling everyone. The thugs stared blankly at their decapitated companion, then at the woman who had struck. You actually dare to kill? The thugs were startled. Although they had also killed in recent days, the difference between a brutal death and a swift execution was stark. Yang Shui's voice was frigid. Did you not hear the boss say to wait? If anyone utters another word, they shall die. Everyone trembled, rooted in place, too terrified to move. Chen Tiansheng stepped into the room, surveying the surroundings. Ah, it seems life is treating you well. What more do you want from me, after having reduced me to this? Zhao Zihao retorted, bitterness etched into his features. Chen Tiansheng's resentment towards Zhao Zihao was profound, rooted in memories from both lives. In his previous existence, Zhao Zihao had acted like a tyrant, believing that by incapacitating him, he could relish in suffering. Yet in this life, Zhao Zihao had demonstrated an alarming adaptability to the dark laws of the apocalypse, swiftly making choices that served his interests. With a sharp slap, Chen Tiansheng struck Zhao Zihao twice across the face. How are you still alive? Zhao Zihao wanted to curse, but, glancing at the woman capable of killing without hesitation, he forced himself to say, as long as you live, why should I die? Chen Tiansheng's eyes turned cold. That statement is incorrect. I wish for you to suffer more than death. You should not be allowed to live. What do you want? A young thug asked, his voice faltering. But before he could brace himself, with a swift motion, Yang Shui severed his head from his body, as the lifeless form collapsed to the ground. A palpable fear enveloped the onlookers, leaving some trembling uncontrollably, while others, paralyzed with terror, lost control of their bladders. Chen Tiansheng merely tilted his head slightly and continued to gaze at Zhao Zihao, patting his face gently as he remarked, I typically refrain from taking lives, but for you. He continued, so, you still control the distribution of resources, just like before, correct? What do you mean by like before? I don't understand. Zhao Zihao stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. It matters not if you comprehend, Chen Tiansheng replied, pointing towards the doctor on the floor. Tell me, what has he been doing in the hospital? The doctor, clearly terrified by the sudden violence, cowered in the corner, trembling as he answered. He indeed possesses the authority over the supermarket's distribution. To obtain food, we must barter with him. And how do you barter? Chen Tiansheng inquired. As if he had already anticipated the answer, he settled onto the couch, crossing his legs and continuing, to acquire food, men must bow before him and heed his commands. While women, shut your mouth. A small-time thug managed to utter, his warning barely a whisper. Yet, within the next moment, his head too met the same fate. My boss permits me to speak. He did not grant you the same privilege. The gang members were now thoroughly terrified, the doctor more so, huddled in the corner, cradling his head with both hands, his voice imbued with desperation as he continued, for women to obtain food, they must trade their bodies. Many nurses in our hospital cannot bear it. They are on the brink of starvation. I had no choice but to plead with him for food. I am not one of them. Please, spare my life. The doctor bore the marks of frequent abuse, his face marred with bruises, indicating that he had often been beaten by Zhao Zihao and his cohorts. Chen Tiansheng was all too aware of the addictive nature of control, a trait that remained constant throughout all his lifetimes. Turning to the doctor, he said, we only eliminate the wicked. Furthermore, I am here to escort the medical staff to the safe zone in the war-torn area. So come with me. Yes, the doctor stammered, crawling toward the exit. Adhering to Zhao Zihao's rule of submission, Chen Tiansheng understood this custom well. Aside from his own subordinates, everyone else was required to crawl on their knees. A practice they misleadingly termed imperial treatment. Stand up. If anyone should kneel, it should be these villains. He helped the doctor to his feet and cast a cold gaze over the assembly. Just one look was enough. The thugs understood and fell to their knees in unison. It was Zhao Zihao who coerced us into this. We had no choice. Please, show us mercy. We do not wish to die. After escorting the doctor outside, Chen Tiansheng softly said, "Wait for me a moment. What follows may be unsuitable for children." With that, he shut the door to the hospital room and turned back. His voice rising, "I hereby declare that all accomplices shall face the death penalty." On what grounds? In a flurry of swift motions, blades glinted and heads rolled. None survived, be they those pleading for mercy or those defiantly resisting. Except for one, as Chen Tiansheng had not judged his crimes. And thus Yang Shui did not execute Zhao Zihao. "And as for you, this is purely a personal vendetta," Chen Tiansheng declared, dragging his wheelchair to the window. "What more do you want? I am already in this state. Can you not spare me?" Zhao Zihao, terrified beyond measure, cried out, his voice a mixture of desperation and rage. "Tiansheng, we have no deep-seated enmity, do we? Even if I wronged you in the past, that was bygone. I have wealth. I can offer you all I possess." Chen Tiansheng flung open the window, seizing Zhao Zihao by the collar, lifting him effortlessly with one hand. "Tiansheng, release me. I have a secret. The hospital's supermarket is brimming with canned goods. I can offer them to you. They are the most valuable currency in this apocalypse. Spare me. And they are yours." With a single motion, Chen Tiansheng thrust him out the window, observing the sheer terror on Zhao Zihao's face. "May you descend into hell," he declared as he released his grip. "You bastard. If I become a ghost, I will haunt you." Chapter 87. Outrage among the masses witnessing Zhao Zihao plummet to the ground, landing amidst a horde of zombies, only to be torn apart and devoured without a trace. Chen Tiansheng felt a grim satisfaction. Such was the fate of evildoers. As he turned, Yang Shui silently followed, both harboring unspoken secrets, each aware of the other's concealed boundaries. Upon opening the hospital room door, the doctor, horrified by the sight of bodies strewn about, collapsed in disbelief, unable to fathom the existence of such cruelty in the world. Chen Tiansheng, ignoring the doctor's shock, surveyed the room and called out to the trembling patients, "The wicked are dead. You may freely take food from the supermarket. No one shall oppress you any longer. Go and gather what you need." The survivors, upon hearing this, surged toward the supermarket in a frenzy. Seizing the moment, Chen Tiansheng grabbed the doctor. "Come, lead me to the other medical staff." The doctor, quaking in fear, pleaded, "Please, noble hero, spare us. We are good people. We have sworn to save lives and take none." His voice trembled with the weight of his pleas, nearly breaking into tears. "No one intends to harm you. I am here to rescue you to the safe zone." With a firm push, he urged the doctor to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the top floor, they encountered two young individuals clad in white coats, gripping surgical knives, their bodies trembling at the sight of Chen Tiansheng. "What are you doing here? We do not welcome you. Leave at once," they shouted, brandishing their knives in a futile attempt to intimidate Chen Tiansheng and Yang Shui. "We are the official rescue team, here to escort the doctors to the survivor base in the war zone. Gather your belongings. We leave immediately." The two young doctors stood frozen, staring blankly at the leading doctor. "Director Liu, are they?" Director Liu, the leading physician, was caught between disbelief and reluctance, and under pressure, he reluctantly nodded. "Wonderful. Can you truly take us away? Is there food? Please, just a morsel." Chen Tiansheng turned to Yang Shui, saying, "You go in and see. I will fetch them some food." Descending the stairs, he retrieved a box of canned goods and a case of water from his spatial backpack, opting to keep this hidden from prying eyes. As he re-entered the hallway, he was met with a chorus of joyous cries, a blend of excitement and tears. As he entered the conference hall, he found a gathering of many, at least 40 individuals, both young and old, huddled together, weeping in despair, some slumped in chairs. Emaciated and gaunt, tears streaming down their faces. "Please, take some food and regain your strength." Chen Tiansheng placed the provisions on the table. Director Liu cautiously approached, unable to suppress his hunger as he opened the box. Thank you for your immense kindness," he said, distributing the food. Most of them were on the brink of starvation, their last vestige of defiance evident in their refusal to succumb to hunger's grip. "Hurry, distribute the food." As Director Liu passed out the rations, several pallid nurses looked at Chen Tiansheng with eyes brimming with gratitude and overwhelming emotion. Chen Tiansheng could surmise that had he arrived even a day later, many would have willingly become the playthings of Zhao Zihao's ilk, driven by the instinct for survival. "Excuse me, warrior," an elderly expert, frail and gaunt, asked weakly. How do you intend to take us away? This question silenced the room instantly. How could over 40 people, alongside nearly 500 patients and their families, possibly be accommodated? We will take you first, and I will send help immediately, Chen Tiansheng assured them. Then let us leave at once. We cannot endure another moment in this hell, a young nurse exclaimed urgently, her desperation palpable as many expressed their eagerness to escape this living nightmare. Those with strength, assist the elderly, and follow us, Chen Tiansheng commanded. Chen Tiansheng and Yang Shui led the way, followed by a throng of doctors. The sheer number of people often incited chaos. Initially, the patients in the hospital were reveling in the abundance of food. However, the sight of the medical staff preparing to leave rendered their provisions inconsequential compared to the threat of abandonment. You cannot leave. A family member rushed forward to block their path. They were too fearful to confront the zombies or the malevolent forces. Yet they stood defiantly against the doctors and rescue team. What will happen to us if you leave? What about my husband's illness? Who will treat them? This outcry stirred a wave of agitation among the patients and their families. The rescue team had only one vehicle, indicating a choice to abandon over 500 patients. A reality no one could accept willingly. Stop them. They cannot leave. Those with strength frantically obstructed the way. Led by a heavily made-up woman whose scent of perfume lingered even in this apocalyptic world. You killed Haogu. No one can resist the zombies. And now you want to take the doctors away, leaving us to die? We will never agree to this. The clamor grew. If you leave, we will all go together. If you stay, we will all stay. No one is leaving. Over 40 people were surrounded by hundreds, creating utter chaos. The old professor weakly called out, "Everyone, please calm down and listen to me." His voice was drowned out by the fervent crowd, utterly ineffective. The woman, her voice shrill, rallied the masses. "If you want to leave, you must take us with you. No one can leave without us." She stood defiantly, hands on her hips, urging those around her to respond. "Everyone quiet. Don't listen to their excuses. Push them back. They cannot leave." With a piercing scream, the patients surged forward, their fervor resembling that of zombies. Each face contorted in rage. A flash of steel gleamed as a head fell to the ground. The first assailant, with malicious intent, shoved the old professor, grasping his neck as if to strike. Without waiting for Chen Tiansheng's command, Yang Shui, tasked with protecting the doctors, would not allow them to be harmed. Regardless of whether the threat came from zombies or survivors. Blood splattered, painting the scene crimson. "Kill! They are killing!" A scream echoed, causing the aggressive survivors to retreat in astonishment, staring in disbelief at the fallen body. Stunned, they were unable to comprehend the reality before them. Yang Shui pointed her blade at the crowd, ultimately resting her gaze on the raucous woman. "Do you wish to die?" The woman's legs buckled, and she fell to her knees. "No, I don't want to die. I want to live. Please don't kill me. Take me to safety. I will do anything you ask if you take me with you." This woman was not unfamiliar to Chen Tiansheng. She was Zhao Zihao's mistress, who had once clung to him for a comfortable life, only to be cast aside when he grew weary of her. She was unashamed, willing to do anything for food. Even later, she resorted to exchanging favors at the base for mere biscuits. In this life, had Zhao Zihao not perished, she would not have been so desperate. Chen Tiansheng stepped past Yang Shui to approach the woman. "I will help you escape, but we must first take the doctors away. We will return with a convoy to bring all of you back to safety." "What reason do I have to trust that you will return?" a man shouted defiantly. Yang Shui was prepared to act as a warning, but Chen Tiansheng raised his hand to stop her, coldly stating, "You must believe, if you obstruct us now, there will be no mercy. Do you understand?" The crowd exchanged uncertain glances, unsure if the doctors would return after leaving. "Don't listen to him." A blade flashed, slicing the man's throat, and in an instant, his head fell, blood spraying onto the ground. The encircling throng gasped in horror, collectively shocked. Yang Shui brandished her knife, advancing step by step, her gaze icy. "Those who block the way will face death. Did you not hear what my leader said?" The obstructors on the staircase, stricken with fear, stumbled down, clearing a path for the female warrior. Chen Tiansheng signaled for the doctors to move quickly, following behind to intimidate the crowd. Just as the medical staff descended, Chen Tiansheng was about to turn when he suddenly felt someone clutching his thigh. Looking down, he saw the woman with tearful eyes. "I don't want to die. Don't leave me behind, please. I can keep you warm at night. Please take me with you. I will serve you faithfully. Just don't leave me to die." In a public display that stripped her of dignity, others followed suit, kneeling and begging, We don't want to die. Please don't abandon us. Take us with you. Chen Tiansheng felt overwhelmed by their pleas. Be quiet, he bellowed, kicking the woman aside as he rushed down the stairs. My promise to return is genuine. Your pleas are meaningless now. One vehicle cannot accommodate all of you. The throng surged behind Chen Tiansheng, a relentless tide that filled the stairwell, blocking any escape. Navigating through the doctors, he reached the window first, patting Luo Long and Luo Feng on the shoulders. There has been a change. You may need to stay behind. We will return with a convoy to bring everyone back. Are you both all right with that? No problem. Luo Long replied nonchalantly, unconcerned. Chen Tiansheng produced 10 bottles of water, explaining, You've been burning through your energy. At most, you can last for 30 minutes. Each bottle will extend your endurance by another 30 minutes. That's 5 bottles each, giving you 2.5 hours. We will definitely return. Don't worry, master. Go with confidence. Luo Long and Luo Feng assured him with unwavering resolve. Chen Tiansheng brandished his battle axe. I will clear the way, Yang Shui. Escort the doctors to the vehicle. With that, he leaped into the fray, charging into the flames and engaging in a fierce battle, carving a path through the chaos. Hurry! Hurry, move quickly! With Yang Shui's aid, the medical personnel leapt out of the window, racing towards the truck. Amidst the corridor, a commotion erupted as people, driven by desperation, attempted to crowd into the room, hoping to escape by mingling with the doctors. Most shared this thought, surging into the ward, trampling over one another in a frantic bid for survival. A doctor was pulled back, quickly becoming trapped in the corner. The ward, no more than 20 square meters, was overrun with at least 100 individuals, while more continued to flood in from the corridor. Don't push. Everyone step back. You're suffocating me. Panic ensued within the ward, and Yang Shui, struggling to maintain order while protecting the doctors, shouted, Boss, something's wrong. Chen Tiansheng, amidst his melee, turned to see the frenzied crowd. This is bad. Zombies, not fools, were drawn to the sudden influx of food, converging from all directions towards the exit. Chen Tiansheng and Yang Shui found themselves overwhelmed, unable to fend off the encroaching horde. In a fit of desperation, Chen Tiansheng shouted, Protect the medical staff. Ignore everyone else. Fighting while retreating, he gradually backed away, dispatching zombies while striving to safeguard the doctors. As for the others, they leapt through the window, mindlessly rushing towards the trucks. But without any protection, they became easy prey, swiftly torn apart by the ravenous undead. The scene was one of utter devastation. Chen Tiansheng felled a group with his axe, shielding a young nurse, and shouted towards the window, Stop pushing. If you keep this up, not a single one of you will survive. A man at the window yelled back, If we're not going to survive, neither will you. If we die, we'll all die together. Yet, just as he finished his cry, he was thrust out by the frenzied crowd behind him, quickly overwhelmed by a horde of zombies that tore him apart. A few people had just begun to clamber through the window when they witnessed this horrific scene, only to panic and turn back, but inevitably, they were pushed out by the relentless throng, falling into the swarm of undead, their fates all too clear. I will fight for you. Director Liu leaped from the window, witnessing countless zombies surging towards him, relentless and indiscriminate, as they prepared to attack the head nurse. His life had been filled with frustration. He had never even dared to confess to his secret crush, and had previously humbled himself to procure food for the head nurse. Just when he thought he could see a path to survival, he found himself facing a life-and-death crisis. Under the immense pressure, he unexpectedly unleashed an astonishing burst of strength. As a zombie lunged forward, poised to bite the head nurse, he shouted, Get away, and kicked it away with such force that it was sent sprawling. He was taken aback. Others were equally astonished. The head nurse looked at Director Liu in bewilderment. Not just them, but Chen Tiansheng was also stunned. What in the world? Has he evolved in the face of danger? The zombies charged again, fearless and clawing. Chen Tiansheng sprang forward, positioning himself in front of Director Liu, cleaving through a group of zombies with his axe, turning to shout, You get the others to the vehicle. Save as many as you can. However, just then, chaos erupted once more within the ward. Chapter 89. Crisis Moment and Evolution within the ward. Luo Long and Luo Feng had long been cornered by the frenzied crowd, the chaotic throng having knocked over all the water Chen Tiansheng had left behind. Don't push. Don't push. The rescue team will return. Going out now is tantamount to suicide, so stop shoving. A furious man shouted at Luo Long, landing a punch that sent blood streaming from his nose. He had barely recovered from being kicked by Su Wonking that morning. "You dare hit me? I'll burn you alive." Luo Long roared, his fury palpable. His hair ignited, flames rapidly engulfing his head, neck, and soon his entire body. "Anyone who pushes forward will burn. Someone S on fire." The room S ablaze. Everyone run. The crowd ceased their pushing outward and instead turned to flee towards the door. The most boisterous instigators, including the man closest to Luo Long, found themselves engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. Witnessing this, the frenzied crowd regained a modicum of rationality, attempting to funnel towards the corridor, while some rushed inward, causing the scene to devolve into chaos. Seeing this, Luo Feng seized a doctor in a white coat, tossing him out of the window before he could react. "You're next," she exclaimed, pushing a nurse towards the opening. Chen Tiansheng noted the arrival of an empowered ally, easing the pressure on him. As he cleared the zombies from the window, just as Luo Feng began to toss the medical staff down, protecting them as they fought off the undead. Yang Shui rushed back, assisting in evacuating individuals, making the rescue operation significantly smoother. "Master, we're out of time. We need to retreat," Luo Feng called out. Chen Tiansheng raised his axe. "Retreat." Yang Shui managed to push Director Lu into the crowded vehicle, struggling to close the door. Chen Tiansheng boarded. And the moment the vehicle started moving, Yang Shui darted into the driver's seat. "Go, go, go!" "Start it quickly." Just as they sped away, flames erupted from Luo Long and Luo Feng's location, igniting the remaining zombies at the window. "Oh no, brother. The water master left is all destroyed." "What?" Luo Long gasped, staring in shock at the dense mass of zombies outside. 2.5 hours. How will we hold out?" "Don't worry, we can manage. Have you forgotten how Master taught us? Use the terrain to our advantage and find alcohol to fuel the flames." Luo Feng suddenly recalled something, shouting, "We need alcohol. Lots of it." With escape no longer an option, they could only cooperate for survival. They were all in this together, hoping for a miracle. "Quick, find alcohol." Chen Tiansheng drove swiftly back to the mall's safe zone. The vehicle had barely come to a halt when Yang Shui dashed out to open the door. And Chen Tiansheng shouted, "Quick, someone help." Soldiers rushed over, others went to report. As the door swung open, the battered doctors, bloodied and bruised, tumbled out of the vehicle. "My goodness, so many people?" the soldiers exclaimed, quickly organizing to assist. Zheng Wei hurried out, astonished at the sheer number of doctors brought back at once. "Master Chen, this is incredible. Less chit-chat. There are still many survivors in the hospital. Quickly arrange for personnel to come with me." Zheng Wei wasted no time, urgently gathering a team. Though they moved swiftly, the round trip from the development zone to the city hospital would take over 2 hours. With manpower stretched thin, most soldiers had been dispatched with survivors to the base, leaving only about 100 people remaining at the mall. That should be sufficient. "Hurry and get in the vehicle with me." Just then, Su Wonking rushed out, eager to join. "I want to help." Chen Tiansheng pulled her back. "Stay at home and be safe. We don't need you in the thick of danger." Su Wonking pouted, visibly upset. "But I just want to help." "Don't we need every hand?" "We don't need your help." Chen Tiansheng was adamant, having finally found love in 2 lifetimes. He would not let her venture into peril. "Go, go, Zheng Wei, take care of her." Chen Tiansheng shouted as he hurried into the vehicle, leaving in haste. Su Wonking frowned, feeling like a burden, desperate to prove her worth while Chen Tiansheng's protectiveness felt contrary to her desires. Zheng Wei seized the moment to advise. "You should stay and help. Don't distract him. There is still much to do in the safe zone." "All right, I'll leave it to you, Zheng Wei," she conceded. A glimmer of understanding passing between them. In the outpatient building of the hospital, Luo Long and Luo Feng had held out for 2 hours, their mental stamina nearly depleted. Without the aid of medical alcohol to ignite, they would have surely been overrun by zombies. "I can't go on, sister. Retreat upstairs to defend," Luo Long gasped. His eyes clouded with fatigue, and Luo Feng was in a similarly dire state. Severe physical exhaustion, compounded by mental fatigue, rendered the siblings nearly incapable of movement, let alone unleashing their powers. The zombies breached the inferno, climbing over their fallen comrades, clawing their way through the window, and surged into the ward. Luo Long and Luo Feng stumbled into the corridor, tossing alcohol into the room. "Burn, die, all of you." Yet, only sparks flickered from his hands, unable to summon even a small flame. "Brother, run," Luo Feng urged, pulling Luo Long to flee, but the relentless zombies were already upon them. Light the fire, burn. Luo Long felt a rush of adrenaline. In a fit of rage, a small flame burst forth, igniting into a roaring blaze. Luo Long felt a surge of vitality, the flames growing even more potent. If Chen Tiansheng had witnessed this scene, he would have realized that Luo Long had, in this moment of crisis, evolved into a level 2 fire elemental wielder. Burn! Luo Long shouted, emboldened, intending to reclaim the ward, but the ferocious flames exceeded expectations, igniting the alcohol bottles in the corridor. No, brother, stop! The bottles exploded, flames erupting in all directions, engulfing Luo Long in an instant. He barely had time to shield his face with his hands, crouching down, yet felt no burning sensation. Surprised, he looked up to find a protective barrier surrounding him. Glancing sideways, he saw Luo Feng, skillfully controlling the raging flames, forming a barrier that shielded them both from the inferno. Sister, you've recovered too? Yes. Luo Feng remained remarkably composed, her voice sharp as she urged, Brother, the first floor has fallen. We must retreat quickly. We can still hold the second floor by leveraging the terrain. Yes, to the upper floor. Luo Long and Luo Feng dashed through the flames, racing upwards. The survivors on the upper level, witnessing the flight of the two superhumans, were engulfed by despair, many contemplating suicide. It's over. We're doomed. There's no hope. Just then, a cacophony of gunfire erupted outside the hospital. Chapter 90. Ammunition depleted. The heavy truck roared towards the inpatient department, trailed by a convoy of military green vehicles, their familiar attire igniting a wave of exhilaration among the onlookers. Our soldiers have arrived. In the depths of despair, hope flickered anew, and tears of joy streamed down the faces of the survivors, who, disregarding danger, erupted into cheers. Some cried, others laughed, and amidst the jubilation, a few indulged in secret glee. Lu Rong, Zhao Zihao's mistress, had been poised to take her own life, but upon seeing the rescue convoy, her excitement propelled her outside. She hurried to a storage room, stuffing a suitcase full of canned goods, recalling Zhao Zihao's words about the necessity of canned food as a vital currency in the apocalypse. Frantically filling her suitcase, she stumbled down the stairs, awaiting the opportune moment to escape. The soldiers' convoy halted before the inpatient department, forming a line of gunmen who unleashed a barrage of fire. Chen Tiansheng dashed toward the entrance, wielding an axe that shattered the barricaded door. With a thunderous crash, the door yielded, and a horde of zombies surged into the hospital. After Chen Tiansheng and Yang Shui cleared the path, he called out, Luo Long, Luo Feng, are you still alive? A tumult of noise erupted from above, and after the chaos, several flaming zombies tumbled down the stairs. Master, we're fine, Luo Long shouted in response. Chen Tiansheng exhaled in relief before bellowing, all survivors, get on the vehicles immediately. You have 5 minutes. After that, we leave without you. The rush of survivors descending the stairs was overwhelming, a frenzy surpassing the previous chaos. Some stumbled and were trampled in the ensuing uproar. Hurry, get on the vehicles. Chen Tiansheng sidestepped the exit as the throng of survivors surged out, heedless of friends and family, driven solely by the will to survive. Chen Tiansheng scanned the crowd for Luo Long and Luo Feng, but to no avail. Yang Shui, go find Luo Long and Luo Feng. I'll head outside. Understood. Yang Shui leapt lightly, stepping atop the heads of the crowd, and swiftly ascended the stairs. Chen Tiansheng followed the survivors, emerging into a calmer environment where the desperate scramble for seats on the vehicles mirrored a frantic rush for subway seats. The soldiers formed a protective line against the advancing zombies, buying precious time for the survivors. Chen Tiansheng quickly approached the front line, where Wang Yang was reloading. There are too many zombies. We can't kill them all, and our ammunition is running low. What do we do? Chen Tiansheng shouted, conserve your bullets. They will be crucial later. After patting Wang Yang on the shoulder, he whispered, if you wish to become an evolved being, shooting is not enough. You must engage the zombies in close combat, teetering on the edge of life and death to unlock your true potential. Next time, Wang Yang replied, continuing to fire, silently absorbing Chen Tiansheng's words. With over 500 people, the situation was dire. The few trucks were packed to the brim, and those aboard, confronted by the carnage around them, urged, drive, hurry. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. This truck is full. We need to go. We don't want to die with you. Yet many still clamored to board. Chen Tiansheng ignored them, returning to the heavy truck. where he noticed there were still several vacant spots in the cargo area, although the driver's seat was already crowded. A terrified man attempted to start the engine, but, after searching frantically, shouted, "Where are the keys?" Chen Tiansheng opened the door and coldly ordered, "Get to the back." "Why should I?" the man protested. Chen Tiansheng yanked him down and pushed him aside. "If you don't leave, I'll leave you here for the zombies." The man, frightened, sank to the ground, then scrambled to the back. Seeing this unfold, the others quickly vacated their seats to find space in the cargo area, except for one woman, Lu Rong. Chen Tiansheng climbed aboard and coldly stated, "Get off if you plan to stay here." She flashed a radiant smile, leaning in to whisper, "I told you. If you save me, I'll be your servant, whatever you desire." After saying this, she even licked his ear. Chen Tiansheng recoiled, slapping her with a swift motion. "Get away, you shameless woman. Get off now." Lu Rong froze, startled by the slap, but quickly jumped off the truck, only to realize she had forgotten her suitcase. As she contemplated going back for it, Yang Shui appeared, shoving Lu Rong aside. "Get back. This isn't your place." She gestured with her weapon, quickly ushering the breathless Luo Long and Luo Feng aboard. "No, if I don't get on soon, we'll leave without you," Yang Shui declared before vanishing in a flash. Lu Rong, terrified, abandoned her suitcase and rushed to the back, crammed alongside the other survivors. Chen Tiansheng, starting the engine, yelled, "Time us up. Get on, we're leaving." The soldiers coordinated their efforts as they boarded the truck, some driving, others on guard, and some firing. The truck was packed, and the soldiers clung to the barriers, shouting, "Drive, hurry." The heavy truck led the convoy, racing ahead, followed closely by the other vehicles. The rescue team surged forward, breaking through the encirclement, finally escaping the abyss of the hospital. In the mall's safe zone, the convoy made multiple trips, returning survivors to the battle zone base and utilizing a significant portion of their resources. However, the returning convoy brought back grim news. Ammunition supplies were critically low. What? Zheng Wei felt a chill run down his spine. With the ammunition depleted, it meant they could only fight zombies barehanded in the future. What would they do? Just as Zheng Wei was becoming frantic, two pieces of news arrived at the entrance, one good, one bad. The good news was that the rescue convoy had returned, bringing back over 500 survivors. Well, at least there are gains. But the bad news? A soldier, looking defeated, replied, "Their convoy is followed by countless zombies." What? Zheng Wei was dumbfounded as he recalled the day's events. They had evacuated the soldiers stationed at the front line, leaving the city's entrances unguarded, which naturally attracted the zombies. How many? A lot. This was disastrous. Zheng Wei slumped back into his chair, his eyes vacant, his spirit crushed. Chapter 91. I demand command authority. Will you grant it? Leading the way, the heavy truck entered the underground parking lot, and Chen Tiansheng shouted, "Everyone, disembark quickly. Head upstairs to seek refuge." The survivors, still reeling from the earlier joy, sensed the heavy, oppressive atmosphere and hurriedly ascended. Wang Yang approached, puzzled. "What's wrong? Isn't this a safe return?" Chen Tiansheng exclaimed. "Didn't you notice how eerily quiet it was on the way back? No one stayed behind. The zombies will follow us here." Wang Yang froze in fear. "What do we do now?" "We split into two groups. Let the soldiers go upstairs to eliminate the zombies while the rest follow me to seal off the entrances to the first floor lobby." Yang Shui, as Chen Tiansheng ran, he shouted, "You move swiftly. Douse the entrance with liquor to obscure the scent of humanity." Luo Long and Luo Feng quickly regrouped, for a fierce battle awaited them. After shouting, he dashed up the stairs, while Wang Yang turned and bellowed, "What are you all standing around for? Get moving." The soldiers sprang into action. Splitting into two groups, one ascended to the rooftop to establish a defensive line, while the other went to the ground floor to seal the entrances. Chen Tiansheng swiftly located Zheng Wei. "I require command authority. Will you grant it?" Zheng Wei, lost in thought, snapped back to reality upon hearing this. "Yes." "What will you do?" Chen Tiansheng pointed at his chest and shouted, "You should never have opened the sealed doors." He then turned and bellowed, "Everyone who can move, get to it. Seal all the doors. Time is of the essence. Hurry." Zheng Wei realized the gravity of the situation, initially puzzled by the need to seal all four entrances. He finally grasped the intent. "What are you waiting for? Go." The entire mall mobilized. For their lives, everyone scrambled to find tasks. Soldiers carried ammunition boxes, transporting them to the rooftop. Survivors gathered boards and furniture to barricade the four entrances, the mall buzzing with frantic activity. Chen Tiansheng searched for flammable materials in the supermarket, with Zheng Wei assisting and chattering incessantly. News from the combat zone had just arrived. Ammunition supplies were critically low, and there were hardly any bullets left. This won't do. Should we retreat? Chen Tiansheng, while packing boxes, replied, to abandon now means giving up on the survivors in the city? Zheng Wei countered, how can we save them? Do we bash zombie heads with our guns instead? That will come eventually, but I believe the real issue isn't the lack of ammunition, but rather a reluctance to share it with us. Zheng Wei paused. What do you mean? Chen Tiansheng scoffed. Haven't you realized? The commander has lost his mind. He.s. an imbecile. Zheng Wei opened his mouth, but found no retort. The Chinese are known for their swift action, especially when it concerns life and death. Everyone was in motion, and soon the 4 entrances were led. The zombie horde was approaching the development zone. The soldiers transported all ammunition to the mall rooftop, each preparing for the final stand. Chen Tiansheng set down various incendiaries, crouching at the edge of the building to observe the zombies. Luo Long and Luo Feng reported in, while Yang Shui was still downstairs spreading liquor to confuse the scent. Why isn't she back yet? Zheng Wei murmured anxiously. You need not worry about her. Chen Tiansheng snatched the binoculars from Zheng Wei's hands and surveyed the zombies. He picked up a bottle of soybean oil, gauged its weight, retreated 2 steps, and launched it with all his might. The oil soared through the air, and Chen Tiansheng swiftly dodged a soldier's rifle, aiming and firing in one fluid motion. The bottle exploded midair, drenching the zombies like rain. The soldiers were momentarily stunned. They knew Chen Tiansheng had the strength to throw the oil barrel over 100 meters. But his marksmanship was astonishing. Repeating this, he hurled 10 more barrels of soybean oil, ensuring every zombie in the front line was equally drenched, then turned to Luo Long. We have limited bullets. Conserve them. When the time comes, you and Luo Feng initiate the fire. Delay them for as long as possible, until the zombie tide is exhausted. Understood. Luo Long responded with newfound respect. Zheng Wei, harboring doubts, cautiously inquired, what if we cannot hold them off for long, and the zombies keep coming? Indeed. Should we arrange a contingency now? Others echoed. Chen Tiansheng stated firmly, we will not retreat from the safe zone we fought hard to secure. The soldiers felt a rush of adrenaline. A warrior should possess such audacity. Fight to the bitter end. We will not retreat. Chen Tiansheng raised his hand, and the excited crowd fell silent. He then swiftly gestured, shouting, Luo Long, ignite it. Suddenly, flames erupted, instantly igniting the zombie horde. Chen Tiansheng looked at Luo Long in astonishment, asking, you've reached level 2? Luo Long awkwardly scratched his head. Is that so? I was unaware. Chen Tiansheng smiled widely, his teeth gleaming. Had I known you had reached level 2, I wouldn't have worried so much. This battle is destined for victory. The zombies from the city continued to surge towards the development zone. The overpass was left unattended, an unavoidable consequence, as an endless tide of zombies approached. Thick smoke enveloped the mall, and the acrid scent of burning protein permeated the already tainted air. Chen Tiansheng remained vigilant, observing the zombies' movements, while Zheng Wei stayed close, anxious. This fire 1T burned them all. What do we do? Chen Tiansheng replied impatiently, stop dawdling. If you have nothing to do, I'll assign you a task. Go ahead, let me get busy. Chen Tiansheng patted Zheng Wei on the shoulder. Go downstairs and search each floor. Retrieve all the fire axes from the fire hydrants, as well as any axes or hammers from the supermarket. Gather as many as you can and give me a count. All right, I'll do it now. Zheng Wei understood Chen Tiansheng's intentions. With limited ammunition, they could not afford to waste any. If the zombie tide continued, by nightfall, they might have to rely on melee combat, making axes and hammers a pressing necessity. He dashed downstairs, shouting to all survivors, those who can move, listen up. Find the fire hydrants immediately. We urgently need fire axes. Bring them to the soldiers to fight the zombies. Soldiers clashed with zombies, while survivors mobilized throughout the mall, searching diligently, united in their efforts. Night soon fell, heavy clouds obscured the sky, and the oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe. Luo Long and Luo Feng kept the fire burning for over 2 hours, yet the zombies continued to pour in relentlessly. On the 5th floor of the furniture store, Chen Tiansheng examined the collected axes and hammers, nodding in satisfaction. Now I need warriors. Is there anyone brave enough to join me in slaying zombies? Step forward. I will. The soldiers eagerly volunteered, stepping out from the crowd. I fear not death. Let us kill the zombies together. Chen Tiansheng nodded approvingly. Excellent. Since you choose melee combat, hand over your firearms and ammunition to your comrades. Pick up any suitable weapons you find, and follow me to the underground parking lot. The soldiers busily complied, relinquishing their remaining ammunition to their most trusted comrades. Some questioned, what is the plan? Are we really going to engage zombies in close combat? Are we insane? Not insane at all. Though they were all soldiers, bravery varied. Some were bold, while others hesitated and continued firing from the rooftop. The courageous soldiers selected their weapons, including Wang Yang and Li Hao. Once equipped, Chen Tiansheng led them to the parking lot, instructing everyone to take cover behind the cars and observe. Do not rush into action. There are techniques to killing zombies. If executed correctly, using the terrain to our advantage, facing 100 will be no problem. Everyone trusted Chen Tiansheng, confidence shining in their eyes. Wait for me here. With that, Chen Tiansheng dashed outside the mall and called out loudly, Yang Shui, stop playing around and come back. After a few seconds, a dark figure swiftly approached the street, reaching Chen Tiansheng in just a few breaths. Boss, seeing Yang Shui breathless, Chen Tiansheng felt a pang of concern. I asked you to obscure the scent, not to risk your life. Don't do that again. Understood. Come back with me. Yang Shui glanced back at the flaming zombies slowly pursuing them. What do we do about those zombies? Lead them in and use the terrain to kill them. Chen Tiansheng said, rushing into the underground parking lot, with Yang Shui closely following. Upon re-emerging, Chen Tiansheng jumped onto a car and pointed. You go to the car across from me. They guarded the entrance, weapons at the ready. In no time at all, the flaming zombies charged in, baring their fangs and clawing menacingly. The fire had rendered their flesh a grotesque mess, with many parts reduced to stark white bones. Yet, undeterred, they pressed on relentlessly. Hunger consumed them. As the zombies emerged, the warriors instinctively tightened their grips on their axes, their senses heightened and bodies poised for action. Fear not. They are merely zombies without a brain. There is nothing to dread. Chen Tiansheng suddenly proclaimed, drawing the attention of the zombies towards his voice. However, they were swiftly obstructed by a vehicle, leaving them clawing in vain, unable to reach anyone. With a swift strike, Chen Tiansheng brought his axe down upon a zombie's head, causing its brain to splatter, silencing it forever. See, it's as simple as chopping wood or playing whack-a-mole, he declared, following up with another swing that created a gaping hole in another zombie's skull. Yang Shui, ever ready, noticed that the incoming zombies were gravitating towards Chen Tiansheng. She quickly shouted, Boss, we are enhancers, unafraid of zombies, but the ordinary folks are not the same. Her words captured the attention of the zombies, and as they lunged towards her, she swiftly severed one's head. What is the difference? In this apocalypse, there are only the brave and the cowardly. Those who hesitate to strike down zombies are cowards, unworthy of evolution. The two conversed and fought simultaneously, whether for banter or to inspire the others was unclear. The warriors, growing more uneasy with every word, saw Wang Yang react first. We've seen enough. Let us follow suit and jump into the fray. He was the first to leap onto a vehicle, attracting attention with his strikes. To their surprise, it was not as perilous as anticipated. One audacious warrior leaped from the vehicle and dashed across the lane, narrowly escaping the grasp of a zombie that was a beat too slow. He then climbed onto a car and smashed the zombie's skull with a hammer. This is exhilarating. Kill. Thus, the warriors engaged in their gruesome task with fervor, taking breaks when wearied, only to return to the slaughter. Initially, Chen Tiansheng and Yang Shui were the main forces, but soon their roles diminished as they perched atop a vehicle, observing others. Chen Tiansheng entered into a mode of casual commentary. Focus your strength. No need to overexert yourself. It's a waste of energy. Wang Yang, you're doing well. If you can persist in this for several hours, you may evolve into a level 1 strength enhancer. Li Hao over there, don't emulate Yang Shui. She wields a knife, perfectly angled for neck strikes, while your axe is for decapitating. After 2 solid hours of battle, over a dozen warriors had indeed evolved. 9 became strength enhancers, 4 transformed into speed enhancers, and 1 experienced a genetic mutation, acquiring extraordinary powers. Yet, genetic mutations do not occur overnight. Observing the agony on his face, had Chen Tiansheng not mentioned the mutation, the others might have assumed he was infected by a zombie. Among these warriors, Wang Yang and Li Hao both became enhancers, both strength enhancers. This splendid news traveled back to the first floor, leaving Zheng Wei incredulous. He hastily descended to the underground parking lot, and upon seeing the multitude of zombies sprawled around, he felt a chill run down his spine. He hurried to the side of the mutant warrior. Is Xiao Qiu truly not a zombie? The caretaker insisted. Master Chen declared he isn't, so he certainly isn't. Zheng Wei remained skeptical, meticulously checking the young man's body for wounds, and upon finding none, he squatted nearby, awaiting his awakening. The zombie onslaught persisted throughout the night, and by dawn, only a scattering of zombies remained. The feared tide had receded. In the underground parking lot, after a night of carnage, the ground was littered with charred zombies. Despite their exhaustion, the warriors were filled with an exhilarating spirit. The newly evolved warriors now obediently followed Chen Tiansheng, while those who had not evolved still held him in high regard. It was then that they began to address him not as Chun the Scum, but as Master Chen. Chen Tiansheng commanded, "Gather a few people to remove the zombies from the parking lot. Let Luo Long incinerate them collectively, for they obstruct our passage." Afterward, he leaped down from the vehicle to check on the young man, who had acquired extraordinary powers. Is he still unconscious? Zheng Wei's excitement remained unbridled as he exclaimed, "Is there any way to hasten his awakening? I am eager to discover what abilities he possesses." Chen Tiansheng produced some spring water, crouching down as he asked, "What is his name?" "His name is Qiu Quan." Chen Tiansheng smiled. "A water-type ability user. You know this?" Zheng Wei asked, astonished. Chen Tiansheng thought to himself, "Isn't that obvious? In my previous life, I purified all the drinking water for the base. It would be foolish not to recognize it." Chapter 93. The Secret of Evolution. As he fed Qiu Quan the spring water, after just a few sips, the young man began to murmur softly, "Ah, how delightful. I feel as if I am basking in sunlight." With a swift slap, Chen Tiansheng interrupted him. Qiu Quan shot up, clutching his face. "Zheng Wei, Master Chen, did you just hit me?" "No, you were dreaming, sleepwalking." "Hurry up, Zheng Wei has questions for you." Qiu Quan promptly stood, brushed off his clothing, and saluted respectfully. "Report." Zheng Wei hurriedly reassured him. "Quickly tell me how you feel now." Well, Chen Tiansheng interjected, "That is not how you should inquire. Close your eyes, feel your surroundings, and try to gather it in your palms. See if you can manage." Qiu Quan attempted to close his eyes, following Chen Tiansheng's instructions. After a moment, small droplets of water indeed began to materialize in his palm. Tiny, but unmistakable. Zheng Wei was elated. "Is this the water ability?" When Qiu Quan opened his eyes, the droplets scattered, dripping onto his palm. "I possess extraordinary powers now." Chen Tiansheng, however, wore a look of resignation. "Yet, it is still too weak. I grant you 3 days to familiarize yourself with your water abilities. They will prove invaluable in the future." He patted Qiu Quan on the shoulder and strode away without a backward glance. Both Qiu Quan and Zheng Wei were filled with excitement, particularly Zheng Wei, who eagerly urged, "You must recount every detail of what transpired these past few days. Leave nothing out." With Qiu Quan's newfound powers and 13 warriors evolving into enhancers with strength and speed, the news spread like wildfire in the mall, reaching nearly every warrior. While the survivors buzzed with tales, "I've heard that slaying zombies can yield special abilities, akin to leveling up in a game." "I've heard that too. But it only works in close combat. Long-range shooting is futile. Had I known, I would have fought zombies up close. There is still a chance." Simultaneously, rumors began to circulate within the mall's safe zone. After a grueling night of battle, Chen Tiansheng, Yang Shui, Luo Long, and Luo Feng were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto beds on the 5th floor, drifting into deep slumber. Su Wonqing, having been on edge throughout the day and night, felt a wave of relief wash over her upon seeing Chen Tiansheng return. She greeted him with a smile, mimicking Yang Shui's gesture, and let him rest his head on her lap as she massaged his temples. "Having you here is a blessing." Chen Tiansheng sighed contentedly. "Don't speak, just sleep." As the rumors spread rapidly, many began to harbor ulterior motives. Some warriors, leading the charge, carried their allotted supplies to the 5th floor, hoping to curry favor with Chen Tiansheng and glean the secrets of evolution. However, upon seeing him resting, they hesitated to disturb him, leaving their offerings and retreating with forced smiles. Gradually, more and more individuals arrived with gifts, warriors and survivors alike, until the floor beneath the bed was nearly overflowing with offerings. Zheng Wei meticulously inquired about the experiences of several evolved warriors, sparing no detail, right down to what they had eaten and drunk in recent days, even their bathroom habits. Once he had gathered all the information, to ensure absolute certainty, Zheng Wei planned to verify it with Chen Tiansheng. However, upon arrival on the 5th floor, he was met with a scene of countless survivors squatting nearby, as if waiting for something. What are you all doing? Why are you gathered here? Shoo! The audience erupted in boos, startling Zheng Wei, who could not comprehend why these survivors were so quiet, especially when faced with the undead. Yet, as he struggled through the supplies and entered the furniture store, it dawned on him that Chen Tiansheng was resting, and everyone was merely waiting for him to awaken. Well, I shall wait too. Just as Zheng Wei settled on the ground, Chen Tiansheng grumbled as he sat up. You worshippers, why can't you let me sleep in peace? It was no wonder Chen Tiansheng was irate. The system notifications rang out intermittently while he was trying to rest. Worship value 50. Worship value 200. Zheng Wei's worship value 99. Chen Tiansheng was fuming, flipping over to sit upright, and decided that if he couldn't sleep, he might as well drink a mouthful of spring water. Zheng Wei hurried over to flatter him. Master Chen, you're awake? You woke me up. Chen Tiansheng grumbled irritably. Zheng Wei's face flushed with embarrassment. What does it have to do with me? I didn't disturb you, did I? Chen Tiansheng shot him a glare. Speak your mind if you have something to say. Zheng Wei quickly forced a smile. I have compiled some statistics. Do you have any additional insights regarding the evolved beings? Chen Tiansheng took the document and casually flipped through it. Surprisingly, Zheng Wei's statistics were quite accurate, and many points were indeed correct. He patted the space beside him, inviting Zheng Wei to sit down, and said eloquently, while your general direction is correct, you've overthought it. This and that are entirely unnecessary. Please enlighten me. Zheng Wei humbly requested. Evolution is an enhancement of genetic sequences, requiring a tumult of emotions or the emergence of latent potential in dire circumstances. After speaking, Chen Tiansheng calculated with his fingers. It's been over 10 days since the great catastrophe. The first batch of evolved beings should be appearing soon. You warriors face death daily, confronting zombies and experiencing terror. Under constant mental pressure, your brains secrete a significant amount of transaminases, which is precisely what the pineal gland craves, thus accelerating evolution. Do you understand? Yes. Zheng Wei nodded vigorously, seizing the crux to ask. So, according to your theory, if scientists could invent a drug to stimulate the brain to secrete transaminases, we could artificially cultivate evolved beings, correct? Chen Tiansheng yawned and replied, that's not a secret. I detailed it in the document I submitted to Luo Ming. It's been days. The higher-ups should have reached a conclusion by now. Oh, you've already submitted the report? Zheng Wei exclaimed, taken aback. Isn't that obvious? Why would I hide something significant for humanity? Once those words left his mouth, Zheng Wei felt a deep respect for Chen Tiansheng. Just then, someone shouted for Zheng Wei, saying the commander of the war zone was calling. After bidding farewell, Zheng Wei hurried to take the call. The commander was brimming with excitement. The general staff just transmitted a confidential message. You need to return immediately. There's tremendous good news. Zheng Wei eagerly inquired. What is the good news? Regarding the secret of evolution, soon. We can cultivate our own superhumans and no longer have to endure the disdain of that scoundrel Chen. Zheng Wei's expression darkened, just as this topic was broached. The higher-ups had made the secret public, meaning scientists had confirmed the results. Chen Tiansheng was indeed wise, truly understanding the greater good. Commander, I have some good news to share with you as well. Let us hear it. I refuse to believe it can surpass my good news. Zheng Wei's subsequent revelation left the commander speechless. Chapter 94. A favor after you led us into trouble yesterday. The safe zone faced a massive horde of zombies. The commander's face changed drastically upon hearing this. Is that what you call good news? Wait, what do you mean by led us into trouble? Can't you choose your words better? Let me finish, Zheng Wei replied solemnly. After enduring a day and night of battle, we repelled the zombies. Not only that, under Master Chen's guidance, 14 enhancers emerged among the soldiers, 9 with increased strength, 4 with enhanced speed, and 1 individual gained the ability to conjure water from thin air. The commander remained silent for a long time. Are you certain you're not joking? Why would I joke about national matters? Zheng Wei coldly retorted. Wonderful. Since we've produced so many superhumans ahead of others, we'll undoubtedly put Jiangsheng at the forefront, overshadowing all other war zones. Zheng Wei thought about cultivating outstanding warriors to better accomplish the tasks assigned by the higher-ups, while the commander was preoccupied with politics, power, and his own rise in status. At that moment, Zheng Wei recalled Chen Tiansheng's words. He felt a kinship with the sentiment that the commander was losing his mind. Zheng Wei, you need to come back when you have time. We must hold a celebration banquet. I'll bring out my cherished wine, and we'll have a grand toast. Zheng Wei replied earnestly, now is not the time for celebration. I'm quite busy. Goodbye. He hung up the phone directly, unwilling to waste more breath on the commander's misguided thoughts. Little did he know, he had unknowingly been influenced by Chen Tiansheng's mindset. Indeed, to better fulfill his duties, it was best to discuss with Master Chen how to effectively utilize the power of the evolved beings. Upon returning to find Chen Tiansheng, Zheng Wei encountered a throng of people outside the furniture store, blocking the entrance. Let us in. We wish to pay our respects to the Savior. Savior? Indeed, Mr. Chen is our Savior, sent by the heavens to rescue the suffering. Let us in. O Lord, grant us strength. Stand back, or I shall show no mercy. Yang Shui's gaze was fierce, refusing to budge. Having been peacefully asleep, she was now disturbed by the foolish masses. Her irritation was palpable. And it was remarkable that she hadn't drawn her weapon yet. What is wrong with you people? The foolish crowd attempted to push through, but Zheng Wei squeezed in, shouting, everyone, please return. Let Master Chen rest properly. He has been battling zombies for a day and night. Let us discuss this tomorrow. At Zheng Wei's words, the crowd reluctantly dispersed. He smiled as he prepared to enter, only to find Yang Shui's blade at his throat. What, if they can't enter? Should you be allowed? Calm down. I genuinely have urgent matters to discuss with Master Chen. Let him in, Chen Tiansheng commanded, prompting Yang Shui to sheath her weapon. Zheng Wei sidestepped Yang Shui and humbly approached Chen Tiansheng. You truly are persistent. Speak, what is it this time? Chen Tiansheng reclined on Su Wangqing's lap, enjoying her massage. Master Chen, I wish to ask you for a favor. Yesterday, I entrusted command to you, did I not? Oh, I had forgotten that. I'll announce that I'm returning command to you shortly. No, I'm not in a hurry. Zheng Wei chuckled awkwardly. You can keep command for now. But could you help me cultivate a few more enhancers? Just a handful won't suffice, right? Chen Tiansheng sat up abruptly. You have quite the ambition. In just over 10 days since the great catastrophe, you've already seen a dozen enhancers, and you're still unsatisfied? Zheng Wei expressed helplessness. Compared to the number of zombies and mutated beasts, that isn't nearly enough. Chen Tiansheng considered this. Indeed, in light of future crises, this number was quite small. He beckoned Zheng Wei over. I'll teach you a method to acquire more evolved beings, but it's fraught with danger. Are you willing to try? Fortune favors the bold. I will attempt it. Zheng Wei proved to be quite resolute. Chen Tiansheng then spoke at length about various strategies to enhance the base's strength. How to allocate survivor roles, the establishment of adventurer teams, and the collection of crystal cores, among other intricate details. They conversed for the entire morning, and at noon, Zheng Wei lingered, sharing a roasted chicken with Chen Tiansheng, eating and discussing simultaneously. Chen Tiansheng, with no reservations, shared all the best strategies he knew. Zheng Wei's admiration soared, and by the end of the day, he had accrued nearly 500 points in worship value. Zheng Wei, worship value, 540, loyalty, 81, intimate relationship. As he saw his loyalty surpass 80, Chen Tiansheng felt that his efforts had not been in vain. Every word you utter carries profound meaning and must be adhered to moving forward. However, for now, our focus remains on the search and rescue efforts. Could you possibly lead the team? I sincerely wish for you to take the helm. Please give it some thought. Absolutely. Chen Tiansheng stretched lazily, and as his arms fell, they naturally rested upon Su Wangqing's shoulder. Her cheeks flushed, and she shook her shoulders, yet Chen Tiansheng tightened his embrace slightly. In a moment, summon the soldiers to the underground parking lot. I will first teach them some fundamental knowledge, and we will commence formal operations tomorrow. Certainly. Zheng Wei rose excitedly, saluted Chen Tiansheng with utmost respect, and then turned to leave. Chen Tiansheng tilted his head to glance at the blushing Su Wangqing. Give your husband a smile. How irritating. As the troops assembled, upon hearing that Master Chen was to give a public lecture, every soldier, whether sleeping or on duty, hastened to gather in the underground parking lot. Over 500 soldiers lined up to report their numbers, creating a grand and formidable presence within the parking facility. Chen Tiansheng led everyone down, including Su Wangqing, while Luo Long yawned lazily, appearing as if he had barely awakened. Comrades, good day. Master Chen, good day. You have worked hard, comrades. In service of the people. The responses were uniform and synchronized. Chen Tiansheng smiled. While jokes were made, The matter at hand was of paramount importance. Everyone, starting today, I officially assumed the role of captain of the rescue search team. Salute. With Wang Yang's commanding voice, a collective salute was rendered, precise and unified. Chen Tiansheng felt a jolt within, a mixture of emotions, yet he steadied himself and spoke sternly. Do not rejoice too soon. Allowing me to lead this team comes with a high mortality rate. Do you know why? All eyes were fixed upon him. No one dared to question. Because you must evolve. You must grow stronger. I do not require the weak, nor does this era. In a post-apocalyptic world, the feeble are destined for elimination. Only the brave can endure. You must confront the zombies face to face, immerse yourselves in the terror of the apocalypse, and compel your transformation to adapt to this new reality. Do you dare? Fearless warriors, undaunted, march onward. The synchronized shouts echoed throughout the safe zone of the mall. Chapter 95, Cultivating the Evolved Survivors. Upon hearing the rallying cries from the parking lot, we're unable to resist the urge to descend and investigate, peering curiously from the periphery, hoping to glean insights about evolution from Chen Tiansheng's discourse. Naturally, Chen Tiansheng was aware of the eavesdroppers and cared little. Evolution is not a secret, even if unknown now. It will inevitably be revealed in time. With hands clasped behind his back, he strode before the ranks, scrutinizing each soldier and observing the subtleties of their expressions. You, when faced with a zombie, do you fear? No, we do not. The soldiers answered with solemnity. Lies. Are you truly unafraid? The soldier's face reddened, his voice faltering. I am afraid. Louder. I am afraid. Chen Tiansheng nodded in satisfaction. Fear is not a weakness. I too am afraid. Yet in this world, only by conquering fear and transcending oneself can one achieve breakthroughs. He halted at the front of the ranks and, facing Wang Yang, shouted, Last night, while slaying zombies. Did you feel fear? Yes, I was very afraid. Wang Yang replied emphatically. As Master Chen said, only by overcoming fear and surpassing oneself can I evolve into a new human. Chen Tiansheng nodded approvingly. Did you all hear that? In the upcoming missions, I will continually test you, pushing you to break through and become new humans like us. Failure means death. Wang Yang led the charge, and all soldiers responded in unison. Failure means death. Chen Tiansheng was pleased with the outcome and continued. From now on, the team will be divided into two groups. The official rescue team members will comprise only evolved individuals. Evolved members, step forward. 14 individuals stood tall, stepping out amidst the envious gazes of the others. The remaining members would serve as reserves. Should they evolve, I will acknowledge you as official rescue team members. Understood? Understood. Yang Shui. Chen Tiansheng called out. And Yang Shui instinctively responded. Here, I officially appoint you as the vice captain of the rescue team. Now, take the evolved members outside to clear the zombie corpses. Do you know what I want them to do? Understood. Yang Shui waved her hand, leading them out. The remaining members looked on with extreme envy. Yet what could they do, for they were not evolved. They merely hoped to evolve swiftly. The rest of you follow me to the rooftop. Chen Tiansheng led the way, with the entire group closely following, and they ascended to the rooftop under the watchful eyes of many, forming an orderly line as they gazed out over the horizon. Chen Tiansheng too looked toward the city, speaking earnestly. This is our homeland, now fraught with danger and peril. With every second we delay, more lives are lost. The rescue mission is perilous. The stronger you become, the greater your chances of survival. Do not think I am exaggerating. You are well aware of the reality of bullets. When ammunition runs out, we must resort to axes, engaging in close combat, facing zombies head-on. Are you afraid? Yes. And then, Chen Tiansheng shouted fiercely. We conquer fear and challenge ourselves. Good. From now on, each of you will stand at the edge of the building, keeping a vigilant watch over the city until we depart tomorrow. Though they did not fully comprehend Chen Tiansheng's rationale, no soldier questioned his orders, and they lined up at the building's edge, where a mere step forward would lead to a fall. Yet, they remained steadfast against the biting wind. Below the building, official rescue team members were severing the zombie skulls to extract the crystal cores, stacking them for Luo Long to incinerate in one fiery sweep. At the building's edge, the soldiers gazed ahead, witnessing the operations below. Some felt queasy, others melancholic, while a few gazed longingly at the city. This continued for over an hour until suddenly, a soldier felt a jolt coursing through him. He paused, raising his hand. Report. Chen Tiansheng noticed his reaction and replied with satisfaction. Evolved? Yes. I feel an abundance of strength. Excellent. Strength enhancer. Report downstairs. This was evolution, and the soldiers marveled in disbelief. Chen Tiansheng cleared his throat and sternly stated, "Have I instructed you to move?" The soldiers stood at attention, merely maintaining their stance, though at the building's edge. It had no adverse effect. Chen Tiansheng explained. He participated in battle yesterday and was on the brink of evolution. By observing the city, his mindset shifted, and his breakthrough was within my expectations. Someone raised their hand and called out, "Report, Master Chen, I have a question." "Speak." "Isn't it said that only fear can lead to evolution?" This was a shared concern among the soldiers. Chen Tiansheng replied solemnly, "It is not solely fear. Sorrow and despair can also compel evolution. If the zombies you slay are your friends or family, the psychological burden may expedite your evolution." "Heavens!" Su Wonking gasped, covering her mouth, staring at Chen Tiansheng in disbelief. "Do not wear such an expression," Chen Tiansheng said gently. "Evolution is a function of the pineal gland in the brain. When a person experiences emotion, the brain secretes dopamine, which activates the pineal gland. A significant surge in dopamine greatly enhances the success rate of evolution." "Ah, I understand." It was not only Su Wonking who comprehended. Even the soldiers grasped the concept. Among them was a younger soldier, once a poetic warrior, who had transitioned to a different war zone after a mass layoff. Yet, sentimentality was ingrained in his nature. Reflecting on Chen Tiansheng's words, if the zombies he had slain were indeed his friends and family, he recalled the zombies he had killed the previous night and found himself unable to hold back tears. Having personally taken the lives of mutated comrades, a surge of grief and anger welled up within him. In that instant, clarity dawned upon him. He felt as though the entire world had slowed down. Was this the sensation of evolution? "Report. Speak." "I cannot ascertain whether it is evolution, but I feel as though the entire world has slowed down." Chen Tiansheng nodded with satisfaction. "Speed enhancers, report." The warriors saluted solemnly, and after a moment's contemplation, one addressed his comrades. "Let us remember that fateful day amidst the acid rain, when we were compelled to take the lives of our comrades in the wilderness safe zone. Do not bear guilt. We must carry their will and persist stubbornly in this apocalyptic world." His words resonated deeply and remarkably after 4 hours. Every participant from the previous night's battle had evolved, 58 in total. When Zheng Wei heard this number, happiness overwhelmed him with its unexpectedness. His admiration for Chen Tiansheng had reached its zenith, and he felt an overwhelming urge to rush to Chen Tiansheng and embrace him fervently. However, Chen Tiansheng was not to be easily approached. He had already led the evolution team to the underpass, practicing combat techniques under the cover of night. Chapter 96. Infiltrating the city under darkness. The night had descended, enveloping the city in darkness. 58 warriors, alongside Chen Tiansheng and his 3 companions, crawled along the bridge. Surrounded by an unbearable stench, congealed blood, severed limbs, and grotesque visages, truly, it felt as though they were traversing a mound of corpses. A warrior extracted a crystal core from a complete zombie's skull and whispered, "Master Chen, why venture out at this hour? What if we encounter a horde?" Chen Tiansheng replied while crawling forward, "Rescue knows no day or night. You have excavated cores all day. The repugnant odor of the zombies will conceal our scent. We have crawled 1 kilometer. Within 10 meters, the zombies will not detect our presence." "Understood." Upon entering the city, no speaking, no heavy breathing. We must minimize our exhalations. Unless I give the command, do not engage a single zombie. Proceed swiftly to Jiangnan. "Understood." The group moved forward with determination, eventually reaching the edge of the overpass, where the entrance to the city lay below. The streets were once again teeming with zombies, just as they had been during the day, shambling forward relentlessly, driven by an insatiable hunger. Chen Tiansheng raised his fist and made several hand signals. All warriors quickly rose and crouched, awaiting further orders. Luo Long, Luo Feng, and Yang Shui, seeing the actions of their comrades, mirrored their movements, crouching in anticipation. Chen Tiansheng picked up a severed arm and advanced 2 steps. The closest zombie, with its head tilted, sniffed the air and began to approach the overpass. Chen Tiansheng hurled the arm toward a neighboring residential building, shattering a window. The nearby zombies, drawn by the noise, surged towards the building. This single action diverted the zombies, drawing them 10 meters away. Chen Tiansheng hastily signaled for urgency. The warriors, well trained, crouched low and moved swiftly along the street, carefully avoiding the danger zone. Every 50 meters, they tossed an object to attract the zombies, clearing a path for their escape. Thus, the group swiftly broke free from the alert zone, which had once been occupied by warriors but had become overrun by zombies in just one day due to the need to evacuate survivors. Chen Tiansheng halted and clenched his fist, prompting the warriors to stop collectively. The next moment, he signaled for everyone to lie flat on the ground, himself included. Not far ahead, a burly, large zombie approached, swaying as it advanced, relying on its keen sense of smell to locate food. As it continued to close in, sniffing the air, it could faintly discern the presence of sustenance nearby. Chen Tiansheng raised his hand to signal. This was a third-tier zombie. With acute senses, there was no escaping it. Yang Shui must strike with precision, otherwise, the mission would fail. Yang Shui, bewildered by the hand signals, was momentarily confused until Li Hao whispered, "Master Chen wants you to deliver a fatal blow. Otherwise, the mission will fail." At that moment, the third-tier zombie detected the scent of humans and charged forward with heavy steps. Yang Shui executed a swift somersault, her blade flashing with purple light. The zombie's head was severed, its massive body collapsing with a thunderous crash. Blood erupted, splattering Li Hao entirely. Ugh! Li Hao was nearly overwhelmed with nausea. But Chen Tiansheng quickly gestured for everyone to move. Yang Shui cleaved the zombie's head, retrieving a softly glowing crystal core and stowing it away as they hastily retreated. Not long after, wandering zombies arrived, sniffing around but ultimately failing to detect any trace of the group. In Jiang City, a main street connected the northern and southern districts, and the group hurried along, swiftly avoiding the densely populated train station and entering the tunnel beneath the main street. Chen Tiansheng halted and finally spoke. Issuing a command, Yang Shui, eliminate all zombies in the tunnel, leave none behind. With a flash, Yang Shui disappeared, wreaking havoc within the dark confines of the tunnel. Her strikes accompanied by a chilling purple glow that left onlookers in awe. Let us take a moment to rest. We have a long journey ahead, Chen Tiansheng suggested as he sat on the edge of the tunnel. The others followed suit. Wang Yang cautiously asked, Master Chen, where are we heading at this late hour? To the university town, Chen Tiansheng replied softly. The people we have rescued thus far are mostly the elderly, weak, women, and children, along with the injured and disabled. Only a small portion possess labor capability, which is detrimental to the development of our base. We must rescue the university survivors to mitigate the impending crisis of a labor shortage. Everyone understood, recognizing Chen Tiansheng's foresight. These frontline warriors only knew to save people, irrespective of their status. However, if they were to form a small society, it was the labor force that would be crucial for the future. What will we do after rescuing them? How will we return? Li Hao inquired quietly. Do not worry, I have made arrangements. Tomorrow morning, Zheng Wei will organize a convoy to retrieve us. Meanwhile, in the furniture store on the 5th floor of the mall, Su Wangqing held a box filled with curiosity. Chen Tiansheng had instructed her to open it first thing in the morning, and though she was eager to discover its contents, she held back her impatience. Tomorrow, she would know. Boss, the area is cleared. Yang Shui reappeared before Chen Tiansheng, startling everyone. Her sudden appearance in the pitch-black tunnel was indeed alarming. Here, have a drink to refresh yourself. We shall continue our journey, Chen Tiansheng offered, handing her fresh water. Yang Shui accepted and downed it in one gulp. All continued to navigate along the tunnel walls, encountering numerous accident sites as they advanced. The zombie outbreak had led to frequent mishaps, with every stretch revealing scenes of chaos. Collisions and overturned vehicles littered the path. Had they not scouted the terrain beforehand, the tunnel would have been rendered impassable. Any convoy daring to enter would find it impossible to exit, unable even to turn around. No wonder vehicles were not in use. It finally became clear why. This route was utterly unfit for driving. But wait, if we cannot drive, how will we bring the rescued back? Several warriors murmured among themselves. Chen Tiansheng clarified their doubts. I never said we would return with them. We will bring them here, deliver them into the tunnel, and then the reserves at home will take them away. This way, we can continue our rescue efforts, and they will keep transporting them. Do you understand? My goodness. This is utterly insane, Wang Yang exclaimed. Insane? Not quite. The tunnel's environment is akin to an underground parking lot. If we cannot utilize the terrain to eliminate zombies, then those who cannot even be taught should not survive. They are a waste of resources. Chen Tiansheng's reasoning resonated with everyone, yet this venture would haunt Zheng Wei. becoming a lifelong nightmare. Chapter 97. Survivors of the university town. Around the latter half of the night, the large team finally arrived at the Songhua River Bridge, which spans the northern and southern regions. Similar to a tunnel, the bridge is notorious for frequent traffic accidents. Every stretch of the road seems to be marred by severe congestion. Some vehicles precariously teeter on the edge, half hanging off the bridge, threatening to plunge into the river below with a mere nudge. Chen Tiansheng halted, clenched his fist, and beckoned everyone closer. In hushed tones, he remarked, "Do you see? Beyond the bridge, the terrain is splendid. To the south of the Zonghai building lies a semi-underground shopping center, and to the east, a Walmart. We can seize any of these outposts to ensure effective rescue operations in Jiangnan. Which one shall we occupy?" Luo Long finally broke his silence, clearly agitated from the tension. Chen Tiansheng grinned mischievously. "We'll decide that later." This somewhat vague response left everyone perplexed, unsure of its meaning. Continuing onward, as they passed the Zonghai building, Chen Tiansheng intentionally glanced at the large glass windows, where someone was signaling with a light, indicating survivors within. He was well aware of their presence, having once worked there and experienced the same predicament in a past life. They must be rescued, but not at this moment. They swiftly departed, skillfully avoiding zombies, racing towards the university town. Along the way, they passed the Xingfu vegetable market, one of Jiangnan's largest agricultural markets, bustling with activity and opportunities. Taking cover, Chen Tiansheng communicated cautiously through sign language. "We must be careful to avoid this area upon our return." Wang Yang gestured a question. "What is so significant about this place?" The response came through sign language. "A formidable enemy, zombies." After a brief journey, they finally reached the vicinity of the university town. Adjacent to the university was the renowned Zhulong driving school, equipped with both standard vehicles and numerous large trucks. Chen Tiansheng paused, stating, "Time is of the essence. Here is the plan. We will split into two groups. Those skilled in mechanics will head to Zhulong driving school to repair only gasoline vehicles. Electric and gas-powered vehicles are off-limits. Simply replacing the spark plugs will suffice to get them running. Understood?" "Understood." A few individuals set off to repair vehicles, while the others followed Chen Tiansheng, quickly leaping over the surrounding walls. The university's playground was swarming with zombies, all dressed as students, both male and female, wandering in small groups. Chen Tiansheng made a gesture to attack. Yang Shui swiftly moved, dispatching several zombies with precision. "Leave some for us," the soldiers exclaimed anxiously, but none could match Yang Shui's speed. Even among those enhanced for speed, Yang Shui's base speed was 100. While theirs barely reached 10, the disparity was evident. Suddenly, a massacre erupted in the university town, leaving the zombies bewildered as they caught a whiff of the humans. Before they could comprehend the situation, their heads were severed from their bodies. Some zombies, sensing human presence, instinctively approached with gaping mouths, only to have their heads crushed before they could alert others. The scene unfolded rapidly, a whirlwind of destruction that cleared a significant portion of the playground of zombies. The university students exhibited remarkable adaptability and resourcefulness. Following the outbreak, survivors had secured their dormitories, each building sealed off to prevent entry. Despite the chaos, they managed to maintain communication, improvising makeshift devices from disposable cups to keep information flowing. As food supplies dwindled, they organized collective management. Though some dorms exhibited a hierarchy based on food distribution, nonetheless, cooperation prevailed, especially in gender-segregated dorms, minimizing social strife. When news of the slaughter reached every dormitory, students, whether resting or on guard, gathered at windows, astonished by the spectacle. "My heavens, they are so impressive. They seem so capable. It took us immense effort and significant losses to clear our dorms, yet they are doing it with such ease. Look at that person emitting purple light. Moving so swiftly I can barely keep up. Who are they?" A wave of excitement surged among the students witnessing the scene. As Chen Tiansheng fought his way closer to Yang Shui, he commanded, "You're swift. Don't focus solely on killing zombies. Assess the situation in each building, identify exits, and communicate if possible. Do not waste time if it's not feasible." "Understood." After dispatching a zombie, Yang Shui flickered away, reaching the dormitory building. She observed the barricaded entrance and the windows of the first floor, all boarded up. Just as she was about to scout the next building, someone on the 5th floor opened a window and signaled. "Hey, who are you?" Yang Shui looked up to see a male student and replied, We are the Jiangxing War Zone's survivor rescue team, dispatched to aid the university town. The student responded with an okay gesture before vanishing from sight. What was that about? Yang Shui called out, but no one replied. Unbeknownst to her, the message had already reached all the survivors in the dorms. The Jiangxing War Zone, the survivor base. The rescue team, heroes had arrived. Though they dared not cheer loudly, each dormitory, led by their respective heads, quickly organized for evacuation. Yang Shui scoured approximately 7 or 8 buildings, dormitories, classrooms, libraries, each one sealed tight, with no apparent entrances or exits. However, it was evident that each building harbored survivors, with the playground cleared of zombies. The soldiers were ordered to inspect for any remaining threats. Just as Chen Tiansheng turned, Yang Shui appeared beside him. Boss, I'm not sure what's going on. I spoke with the survivors for just a moment, and then they fell silent. Chen Tiansheng's confusion stemmed not from Yang Shui's report, but from the sudden act of all dormitory windows on the second floor being flung open, as blankets and mattresses were tossed down, along with bed sheets tied together. Stunned, Chen Tiansheng and Yang Shui watched as university students emerged from the windows. Some jumped down onto the mattresses, while others descended using the makeshift ropes, each moving with the grace of trained survivors. Wow, their skills are far superior to those of older generations. Chapter 98. The ingenuity of university students in the face of unexpected crises, particularly among the Chinese populace. Creativity often flourishes, revealing untapped potential. University students, in particular, exemplify this trait. While they may face harsh realities upon entering the workforce in peaceful times, during apocalyptic scenarios, their imagination, initiative, and fervor far surpass that of seasoned adults. This is precisely why Chen Tiansheng was determined to prioritize the rescue of university students. They possess a purity of spirit, untainted by complex societal motivations, and embody the courage to act and innovate. In stark contrast to adults who often prioritize self-interest and trivial pursuits. As more students descended, the first wave included several athletes wielding baseball bats, eagerly approaching Chen Tiansheng. Thank you for your rescue. How may we assist? Chen Tiansheng, noting their youthful enthusiasm, raised his chin and instructed, your sole task is to do one thing. He pointed to the bloodstains on the ground. Apply this to yourselves to mask human scent. Wait for everyone to assemble, and then follow us. Without hesitation, the athletes crouched down, smearing the blood across their faces, while one even scrubbed the substance onto his clothing as if bathing. Hey, be careful not to ingest any. Yang Shui cautioned. The students paused. Will eating it turn us into zombies? No, but it's quite disgusting, Chen Tiansheng replied, eliciting shared laughter among them. As the students surged forward, their excitement was palpable. After inquiring about their tasks, they began to smear the zombie blood on themselves with fervor. Yang Shui tugged at Chen Tiansheng's sleeve, cautiously voicing her concern. Is it really safe to apply this recklessly? What if the virus penetrates the cells and invades our bodies? Chen Tiansheng chuckled, reassuring her, fear not, the virus distinguishes between active and inactive forms. Once the blood is severed from its crystalline core, the viral agents hidden within lose their potency and will be neutralized by the antibodies in our bodies, unless they directly affect us here. He playfully flicked Yang Shui's forehead. Rubbing her brow, Yang Shui, puzzled, asked, but why do bites and scratches lead to infection then? You sound just as oblivious as Luo Long, he replied. Zombies are alive, and the prion virus is active, controlled by the pineal gland, hence it is indeed contagious. Oh, that I don't quite grasp, Yang Shui said awkwardly, scratching her buzz cut while sheepishly grinning in response to Chen Tiansheng's reprimand. Suddenly, the doors of the teaching building swung open, and a throng of students rushed out. Among them, a portly middle-aged man followed closely behind, shouting, be careful, everyone. What if they are the bad guys? Chen Tiansheng and his companions glanced over. Though the man's voice was not loud, speaking so boisterously in the dead of night would surely attract zombies from 100 meters away. It was him. Chen Tiansheng instantly recognized the man as the university's dean, having witnessed his sentencing shortly after being sent to the safe zone. He did not know the dean's name, only that he had been sentenced to death following his trial. His crime was not particularly egregious, merely abusing his power to exploit female students during the quarantine, a behavior he likely indulged in frequently before the apocalypse. However, after the world fell into chaos, warriors who saved survivors had little tolerance for such scum. Following student reports, the dean faced public trial, and was sentenced to death. The students from the teaching building raced to the playground, embracing their friends in tears. The dean, panting heavily, approached them, one hand on his hip and the other extended. "Hello, I am the university's dean. Zhu Kong, may I ask who you are?" Chen Tiansheng did not even glance at him, his attention drawn to the zombies that had been lured by the noise. Wang Yang and his companions were already behind the fence, ready to strike with precision. "You too," Zhu Tsong called out, but Chen Tiansheng was unwilling to engage. Yang Shui introduced herself instead. "We are members of the Jiangcheng rescue team, tasked with rescuing college students and escorting them to safety." Zhu Tsong's round face quivered with delight. "Wonderful. We've finally been rescued." His excitement caused him to raise his voice, inadvertently attracting more zombies with the noise. At that moment, Chen Tiansheng could no longer contain himself and delivered a resounding slap to Zhu Kong. The impact knocked him to the ground, and he held his chubby cheek in shock, staring at Chen Tiansheng in disbelief. "If you dare speak loudly again and attract zombies, I will kill you right now." As he said this, several nearby female students nearly burst into tears of joy. They had been trapped in the teaching building, often bullied by Zhu Tsong, and seeing him struck down was a source of great relief. "Lower your voices. No loud talking." The students cautioned each other as they smeared blood on themselves. After all, if Zhu Tsong could be struck, they were no better than him. Zhu Tsong, feeling like a mute eating bitter gourd, suppressed his anger, slowly rising to his feet. He glared at Chen Tiansheng with malevolent eyes, silently vowing to take revenge once they reached the safe zone. He harbored a deep desire to repay this slap in kind. Little did he know that even if he survived to return, his fate within the survivor base was already sealed. Public execution awaited him. "Captain," Li Hao rushed over, whispering urgently. "The driving school has reported back. Only 7 large vehicles were found, enough to take at most 140 people. 20 per vehicle? That's hardly sufficient." There was no time to dwell on this. Chen Tiansheng signaled for the students to follow him. The warriors quickly assembled, cautioning the students, "No talking on the way. If danger arises or zombies appear, do not shout. Those who are timid, let the boys protect you. Your survival depends on your cooperation." With warnings echoing through the crowd, both boys and girls moved with utmost caution. Chen Tiansheng mingled among them, observing that nearly 400 students and over 20 teachers were present, amounting to approximately 500 people rescued at once. The university town and the Zhejiang driving school were separated by merely a street, yet this street was fraught with peril. The presence of so many people was a double-edged sword. While it provided warmth, it also heightened the risk of detection. Zombies, though unseen, had heightened senses. The more people there were, the more heat they emitted, making it difficult to remain undetected. "Yang Shui," Chen Tiansheng called, tapping her shoulder. "I will rely on you moving forward. Remember, every strike must be lethal. We cannot allow the zombies to signal their presence." "Understood," Yang Shui replied affirmatively, her form flashing as she executed a series of graceful, yet deadly strikes. Chapter 99. Squeeze in from behind the fence, as they witnessed the goddess wreaking havoc, severing heads with her swift strokes. Many students recalled the lines of poetry. 10 paces to kill a man, not a trace left to follow, once the deed is done. I leave in silence, cloaked in anonymity. Today, they finally witnessed such an exemplar in action, feeling an exhilarating rush. After clearing the nearby street of the few wandering zombies, Chen Tiansheng gestured towards the Zhejiang driving school, signaling that more awaited them and urging them to continue their assault. Yang Shui understood, charging forward to dispatch the zombies in her path with lethal efficiency. Once the area seemed sufficiently clear, Chen Tiansheng took decisive action. Grasping the iron fence with both hands, he exerted a tremendous force. With a creak, the fence bent like a noodle. The other warriors, inspired, followed suit, particularly those enhanced by strength. However, they struggled far more than Chen Tiansheng, straining with all their might just to bend the fence slightly. "Let us go," Chen Tiansheng commanded, gesturing for the students to slip through the gaps in the fence one by one. The warriors formed a line on the street, remaining vigilant against sudden zombie attacks. Chen Tiansheng continued to bend the fence, urging the students to hasten their pace. "Hold on, let me go first." Dean Zhu Tsong pushed through the students, blocking his path, eager to squeeze through the fence. However, his rotund figure got stuck midway, his head passing but his body wedged tight. Help me." Chen Tiansheng responded with a firm kick to his rear. The force of the kick sent Zhu Tsong crashing to the ground, causing the fence to emit a resonant hum. and his shriek echoed through the night. "You fool, hurry up and move." Urgency overtook them, and they began shoving the students outwards. The noise from the fence, coupled with Zhu Tsong's cries, quickly attracted nearby zombies. "Protect the students, kill!" Wang Yang bellowed, engaging in combat with the zombies. In the next moment, blades flashed and blood splattered. Zhu Tsong realized he had caused a commotion and, clutching his swollen backside, limped back towards the fence. However, he was met with another slap from Chen Tiansheng, who had just emerged from the fence. Now both sides of his face were swollen to the same height, resembling a pig's head. "Did I step on your tail?" Zhu Tsong shouted in frustration. Chen Tiansheng shoved him forcefully. "Get lost." After delivering the blow, he waved for the others to hurry. Run to Zhejiang driving school. The students sprinted ahead, while the adults, preoccupied with their own escape, left the earnest college students to support one another, with the boys assisting the girls as they raced towards the driving school. With the number of attacking zombies increasing, the warriors found themselves struggling more than ever. Chen Tiansheng dashed over to help, swinging his blade to clear the way. "Go, protect the students and reach the driving school. Close the fence, and then we fight." "Understood." As the tumultuous chaos unfolded, Wang Yang signaled for the soldiers to retreat collectively, forming a protective barrier around the students as they surged into the driving school. Once everyone had entered, they promptly shut the door, securing it with iron bolts, and began to strike fiercely at the undead outside through the fence. Zhu Tsong, the director of the school, upon witnessing the overwhelming tide of zombies, collapsed onto the ground in despair, cursing vehemently. "This is it. We were safe within the school, and now you all decided to stir up trouble. You claim you're here to save lives, but now we're all doomed." In stark contrast to Zhu Tsong's defeatism, the young university students exhibited remarkable courage. Instead of hiding behind protective lines, a group of them charged forward, brandishing baseball bats, and began to strike at the zombies' heads through the fence. One astute student, noticing the scarcity of vehicles, exclaimed, "I have a plan. Follow me." They retrieved a spare rescue lock from the driving school, linking a large vehicle with a smaller one using the lock. Even if they couldn't start the vehicles, as long as they had enough fuel, one could pull the other along without issue. This clever strategy alleviated much of the transportation problem. Meanwhile, Zhu Tsong scrambled toward a training vehicle, desperately trying to start it. But it seemed utterly lifeless, unresponsive to his efforts. "We are ready. Students, hurry and get in the vehicles. Soldiers, lead the way." With 7 large vehicles, even if they towed 7 smaller ones, it was still insufficient to accommodate everyone. As Chen Tiansheng fought valiantly, his mind raced, calculating how to ensure everyone's escape. "Boss." Yang Shui appeared before Chen Tiansheng with urgency. "I saw a bus around the corner." Chen Tiansheng paused, realizing the potential of a bus. "Quick, lead me there." While Yang Shui cleared a path through the zombies, she swiftly guided Chen Tiansheng to a bus that was stranded in the intersection. "Buy me some time," he commanded, diving under the bus. Drawing on his past life experience with vehicle repairs, he quickly disassembled the circuit board, working to reassemble it. The horde of zombies in the alley heard the commotion and surged forward, and those trapped inside the bus began to pound frantically against the windows, desperate to escape and feast upon the living. "Quickly, quickly!" After about a minute, Chen Tiansheng emerged, shouting, "I'll drive the bus back. You keep holding the line." "Understood." The speed of the escape proved advantageous. The zombies found it challenging to catch up. Just as Chen Tiansheng leaped into the driver's seat, a zombie lunged at him, only to be swiftly dispatched with his axe. "You scared me," he cursed, tossing the mangled corpse of the previous driver out of the vehicle. He successfully started the bus and barreled out of the alley towards the driving school. "Clear the way," he bellowed, as the soldiers blocking the gates scrambled aside. The bus crashed through the zombies, sending them flying in all directions, and broke through the iron gates. With axe in hand, Chen Tiansheng leaped from the bus, urging the students to board quickly. The arrival of a larger bus excited the students, who rushed on board without hesitation. Zhu Tsong, still struggling to start his training vehicle, was torn between whether to attempt to drive or to join the bus. "Those who can drive, go first. Pack in tightly. We will leave no one behind," Chen Tiansheng shouted, igniting a frenzy as students clamored to board the vehicles, nearly overwhelming Zhu Tsong, who was already struggling with his size. The soldiers managed to start the 7 large vehicles, one by one, as they surged forth with the students. The bus roared to life, filled to capacity with over 100 people, resembling the rush hour crowding of a city bus. Chapter 100. Life and death at high speed. The soldiers did not fully board the vehicles, but clung to the sides of the trucks, balancing precariously while wielding their axes, managing both escape and defense against the relentless zombies. As the last truck broke free from the driving school, Li Hao called out, "Captain Chen, let us go." Chen Tiansheng ignored him, continuing to slash at the zombies. "You all go ahead, don't worry about me." With each swing of his axe, the vehicle was already on the road, trailing a car packed with people. Chen Tiansheng swiftly retrieved his backpack and sprinted to catch up, leaping onto the car's trunk and then the roof, using his axe to fend off the pursuing zombies. The convoy advanced slowly, weighed down by the number of passengers, allowing the zombies to keep pace with them, resembling the speed of a casual human sprint. "Catch us if you can." Chen Tiansheng taunted as he continued to strike down the zombies, leaving his classmates in awe of his ferocity. "Isn't it an honor to have such a protector?" One student mused, just as Chen Tiansheng stumbled due to the sudden jolt of the vehicle. He barely managed to regain his footing, taking a few running steps before executing a roll back onto the car. "Drive steadily," pleaded the student at the wheel, nearly in tears. "It's not my fault. The road is littered with zombie corpses." Regardless, the convoy pushed forward in a chaotic escape. It was now past 4 o'clock, and if they could hold out for just over an hour, reaching the tunnel would mark a significant victory. The convoy pressed on, making it difficult to avoid attracting the attention of the zombies. As they moved, the undead from nearby alleys, residential buildings, and shops surged forth, drawn by the noise. Just as Chen Tiansheng had dispatched several nearby zombies, a shout rang out from the front vehicle. "We're in trouble. A massive horde of zombies is blocking the way." Without hesitation, Chen Tiansheng leaped from the vehicle, axe in hand, charging forward. Although his speed was slightly less than Yang Shui's, without using skills, he could still outpace the convoy. The only challenge was the maze of cars obstructing the street, forcing him to leap over them as if navigating an obstacle course. This burst of speed drew the admiration of many, as the system notifications flooded in. Chen Tiansheng instinctively glanced back at the students in the bus, blowing them a kiss before continuing his dynamic dash forward. Yang Shui stood atop the lead vehicle, sword in hand, her gaze fixed on the relentless wave of zombies ahead, a sight reminiscent of a minor tide of the undead. She recalled Chen Tiansheng's warning upon their arrival. This area was the happy market, known for its dangers. As she felt her skin crawl in trepidation, Chen Tiansheng burst forth from the rear of the convoy, swinging his axe and shouting, "Get out of my way!" With a fierce charge, he collided with the horde, sending countless zombies flying through the air as if a massive explosion had occurred. "Wow, the captain is amazing." The drivers were on the verge of giving up hope, but witnessing Chen Tiansheng carve a path through the undead ignited a wave of exhilaration among them. Chen Tiansheng activated his barbaric charge skill, creating a gap in the horde and shouted, "Luo Long, wake up and ignite them." "Coming." Luo Long had been waiting for his master's command. He leaned out of the vehicle, casting fireballs into the throng, and upon contact, they erupted in explosions. Chen Tiansheng paused, cursing, "You should have told me you learned a new skill earlier." The convoy continued forward as Luo Long grinned. "You didn't ask me. Just wait until I get back. You'll see my punishment." "Please, master," Luo Long pleaded as he unleashed another fireball. "My sister has learned a new move too. Why don't you mention her?" Luo Feng felt a chill running down her spine, and without waiting for her master's command, she hastily leaned out of the vehicle, directing her energy towards the zombies blocking their path. In an instant, a tempest arose. The fierce gusts sent the rampaging zombies tumbling to the ground. And Chen Tiansheng's heart soared with joy. This was none other than Luo Feng's renowned skill. The term tempest aptly describes waves of wind that sweep all in their path, be it zombie or human, leaving none unscathed. This ability, as one ascends in rank, grows ever more formidable. In her previous life, during the apocalyptic years of the Divine War, Luo Feng had relied solely on this extraordinary talent to send every combatant off the arena, catapulting her fame to heights that surpassed even that of Luo Long. As they ran, Chen Tiansheng grasped the vehicle's handle tightly and leaped onto the roof alongside Yang Shui. They were nearing the happy vegetable market, and vigilance was paramount. Chen Tiansheng handed her a bottle of spring water. Yang Shui took a swig and wiped her mouth, inquiring, "How powerful is that zombie?" "How do you know?" "Just a guess," Chen Tiansheng pondered before continuing. "It's likely a level 4 zombie." When the acid rain fell, no one survived in the happy market. It was utter chaos, with countless casualties. Amongst so many zombies, the birth of a level 4 is conceivable. Though I hope my assessment is incorrect. The explosion sent the zombies crashing down, and the tide of corpses posed little threat. However, as they approached the intersection of the market, the sense of danger intensified. Suddenly, Chen Tiansheng exclaimed, "Here it comes. Look at my prophetic tongue. Good things go unnoticed, while bad things come to fruition." Yang Shui hurriedly scanned the area, asking, "Is it a level 4? Where is it? I don't see it." Chen Tiansheng pointed with his axe. "It's mixed in with the horde at the market entrance. That bald-headed man. He's a level 4. I thought he'd be bulkier than a level 3. Yang Shui felt a twinge of disappointment, but Chen Tiansheng clarified, "The distinctions aren't so simple. There's little difference between level 1 and 2 zombies. Level 3 zombies are significantly larger, primarily due to their voracious appetites, and until they fully digest their meals, they remain formidable. However, once they do, their power integrates with their decaying flesh, making them true level 4s with astonishing explosive force. Be cautious. I'm not entirely confident we can prevail." As they conversed, the convoy reached the intersection. The level 4 zombie charged forward, barreling through the horde with remarkable speed, sending the zombies before it flying. With a thunderous roar, it struck fear into the surrounding zombies, creating a wide open space. "I'll show you." Chen Tiansheng crouched slightly, leaping high into the air, axe raised to initiate his attack. Level 2 strength unleashed. Level 2 critical hit. Unleash it. Boom. A violent explosion radiated from their position, the shockwave sending all nearby zombies sprawling, leaving a 10-meter radius devoid of any undead. Even those 20 meters away struggled to maintain their footing. Not only the zombies. When the lead vehicle reached the intersection, it too was impacted. The shockwave was so intense that it caused the vehicle to veer. And with the sheer number of zombies crashing into the windshield, the truck nearly careened into the crosswalk. Fortunately, the co-pilot managed to seize the steering wheel, desperately maintaining control and preventing a rollover. Chen Tiansheng's strike was tremendous, causing cracks to appear in the ground beneath the zombies. Yet the zombies' heads were as hard as iron, resulting in Chen Tiansheng's axe losing its edge, while the level 4 zombie remained unscathed. Another damn defensive zombie. Regardless of whether it was a zombie or a mutated beast, any creature above level 3 exhibited transformations, with the most common ability of level 4 zombies being enhanced defense, akin to the strength enhancers among humans. However, encountering multiple defensive types in such a short span was exceedingly unreasonable, just as Chen Tiansheng's attack proved ineffective. Yang Shui executed a graceful somersault, leaping from the vehicle's roof to deliver a strike at the zombie's neck. The crisp sound of metal rang out. Even with her swift motion, her ordinary strength could not breach the defensive skin of the zombie. Before Chen Tiansheng could mount a second attack, the mutated zombie turned and roared, pursuing Yang Shui relentlessly. Chen Tiansheng was momentarily stunned, noticing the bloodstains on the zombie's neck. The purple blade, blood slaughter. Realization dawned upon him. Yang Shui's weapon was no ordinary item. To defeat the level 4 zombie, only that blade would suffice. As Yang Shui retreated, the level 4 zombie continued its aggressive pursuit, and Chen Tiansheng called out, "Yang Shui, evade. You can't defeat it. Hand me your sword." Yang Shui nimbly leaped, using the heads of the zombies as stepping stones, executing a stunning 360-degree spin while launching her Tang Dao at the level 4 zombie. As the zombie gave chase, the purple light flashed, and it hastily raised its arm to block. Clang! The Tang Dao was deflected, spinning through the air and landing among the convoy behind them. "Why are you putting on a show? Just hand it over." Chen Tiansheng was exasperated, turning to pursue the fallen sword. Yang Shui grasped the truck's handle, shouting an apology. "Sorry, boss." However, in that brief moment of distraction, the level 4 zombie launched another attack, smashing its fist against the truck's guardrail. The resounding thud caused the vehicle to sway violently, leaving the college students in the back teetering, particularly those near the edge, who were left dizzy and disoriented. Had that punch landed solidly, Yang Shui's life would have been in jeopardy. Coming again? Just as Yang Shui regained her composure, the level 4 zombie struck again. She had no choice but to abandon the vehicle, swiftly dodging the zombie's relentless pursuit. If this continued, the truck would be wrecked in no time. Just as she prepared to leap away from the vehicle, the level 4 zombie seized her ankle, and she felt the world spin around her. Oh no! Thud! Yang Shui was violently slammed against the coach's windshield, shattering it completely. The impact sent shockwaves through the vehicle, startling the occupants, especially Zhu Tsong, who screamed in terror. With its grip on Yang Shui secured, the level 4 zombie leapt atop the truck, its weight grinding against the chassis, sending sparks flying. It then raised its fist to strike Yang Shui again. She quickly evaded, but just as she tilted her head, the fist obliterated the windshield, leaving the scene of the struggle visible to everyone inside, sending them into a panic. Unlike lower-tier zombies that primarily sought nourishment, the level 4 zombie exhibited a fleeting semblance of heightened awareness, disregarding its hunger. Should anyone dare to challenge its authority, it would not hesitate to eliminate its kind. The reason the level 4 zombie relentlessly pursued Yang Shui was that she had wounded it with her blade, though it seemed a mere scratch. In the eyes of the undead, their dignity had been affronted, and retribution was inevitable. Just as the zombie prepared to deliver a final, fatal blow to Yang Shui, a flash of purple light appeared. In that critical moment, Chen Tiansheng rushed in, delivering a lightning-fast strike aimed at the descending arm of the level 4 zombie. Whoosh! The purple blade sliced through, severing the zombie's arm, which then tumbled through the window and lodged itself against the steering wheel. Zhu Tsong, now in a state of panic, watched the severed hand twitching, his scream escalating. The level 4 zombie let out a chilling wail, its arm severed at the joint. Chen Tiansheng retaliated with a powerful kick, sending it sprawling. Take that! The level 4 zombie crashed against the rear guardrail of the lead vehicle before plummeting to the ground, only to be struck head-on by the speeding coach. Seizing the momentum, Chen Tiansheng thrust his blade, aiming to pierce the zombie's skull. However, the level 4 zombie, possessing acute danger sense, quickly raised its arm to block. Thud! The Tang Dao penetrated its arm, but halted at the shoulder, unable to advance. The level 4 zombie let out another anguished howl. Chen Tiansheng twisted the blade, grinding it against the zombie's arm, then yanked it back, blood spraying forth. Still screaming. Are we? With the Tang saber raised high, Chen Tiansheng swung down, only to find that the 4th-tier zombie had crouched low, allowing the coach to roll over it. His strike missed, and as the vehicle jolted, he quickly regained his balance and hurried toward the rear. The 4th-tier zombie emerged from beneath the vehicle, grasping the iron chain of the bumper, attempting to rise. But Chen Tiansheng's slash came just in time, severing the zombie's other arm completely. The creature let out a ghastly scream and leaped up, only to be struck again by the returning truck, which pushed it forward relentlessly. Fear spread across the zombie's face as it pressed its back against the truck's front, stomping the ground fiercely in a futile attempt to halt the vehicle's advance. Smoke billowed from the ground as the soles of its shoes were worn away, yet when its feet met the earth, a harsh metallic screech echoed. Chen Tiansheng seized the opportunity, lunging forward with a decisive strike aimed at the creature's head. The 4th-tier zombie had no means of evasion left. Raising its arm to shield its skull, with 3 swift, lethal strikes, each glimmering with the sheen of blood, Chen Tiansheng's frustration mounted as the zombie's defensive instincts proved formidable. Its arm desperately guarded its head, thwarting his blows. Not yielding to despair, Chen Tiansheng retreated momentarily, bellowing as he unleashed another powerful slash. I won't let you defend yourself, he shouted, delivering a critical blow that cleaved the zombie's body in two. The grotesque head rolled away, soon engulfed by the truck, while the remainder of the zombie's form was dragged beneath the vehicle. Congratulations on defeating the 4th-tier zombie. You have earned 20 points. Do you wish to absorb the mutated crystal core? The mutated energy has vanished. Absorption is impossible. The system's announcement jolted Chen Tiansheng from his victorious reverie. My crystal core, he exclaimed, realizing the rarity of this prize, a 4th-tier zombie with special abilities, marking his first kill of such a formidable foe. Furthermore, the system could absorb mutated energy. Such a treasure could not go to waste. He halted his retreat, but the oncoming truck barreled toward him with unstoppable force, threatening to send him flying. I'll jump, he declared, leaping high and deftly rolling onto the truck's roof, following its path as he landed in the rear compartment. The survivors inside were startled, mistaking him for a zombie, and swung their baseball bats in alarm. Just as he steadied himself, a flurry of strikes rained down upon him. Everyone, step aside, he shouted, scaring the terrified college students. He then leaped off the truck, only to be nearly struck by a small vehicle following closely behind. Not again. Another jump propelled him onto the small car's roof, and he continued his sprint toward the larger truck behind. Witnessing this spectacle, onlookers were awestruck. seeing a figure soaring gracefully atop the vehicles. Is that a superhero? The students wondered, admiration blooming in their hearts. Adoration value, 50. Adoration value, 99. Detected mutated energy. Absorption failed. The system's voice echoed in his ears. Can't you drive a bit slower? Chen Tiansheng exclaimed as he leaped onto the top of a bus, sprinting across the metal roof before launching off to land atop a large truck. Through a series of acrobatic maneuvers, he discerned a pattern, and amidst his excitement, he glanced at a shop sign, realizing he was gliding through the convoy as if on a treadmill. Running and jumping, he finally cleared the vehicle line, but upon landing, a horde of zombies surged toward him. For the 4th-tier mutated crystal core, I'll fight you all, he declared, the purple light of his blade flashing as it sliced through the undead with ease, akin to cutting vegetables. It was only through this battle that he understood the significance of wielding a sharp weapon. In the future, he vowed to absorb the essence of mutated beasts alongside his axe. Detected 4th-tier mutated energy. Do you wish to absorb? As he darted left and right, he heard the familiar sound of mutated energy, and, fearing another mishap, he acted quickly. Absorb immediately, he commanded. Just 5 meters ahead, amidst the throng of zombies, a glimmering head slipped into his body. Chen Tiansheng turned and ran, but the convoy had already surged over 100 meters ahead, and he sprinted after it fervently. Yang Shui, injured and coughing blood on the coach's hood, struggled against the pain and looked around, realizing her leader was nowhere in sight. Unaware that the threat from the 4th-tier zombie had been neutralized, she thought he was still in peril. Summoning her last strength, she jumped onto the truck's roof. Despite her injuries, Yang Shui's speed outpaced Chen Tiansheng's by double, effortlessly navigating the vehicles. However, as she leapt onto the bus, her chest tightened, and blood erupted from her mouth. Stricken, she knelt atop the vehicle, gazing back toward the convoy. Boss, I'm coming to help you. Just then, Chen Tiansheng bounced into view, striding across the bus roof, rushing toward her. You're okay, she sighed with relief. But the weight of her injuries soon pulled her into unconsciousness as her vision blurred. Chen Tiansheng rushed to her side, enveloping her in his arms. Are you all right? Quickly, drink some water. He uncorked a bottle, pouring the essence into her mouth. She coughed, blood mingling with the liquid, but she regained a semblance of clarity. I'm fine. Boss, don't worry about me. How can you say you're fine in this state? He discarded the empty bottle and retrieved another. Drink up. I won't let anything happen to you. As he continued to feed her, she felt significantly better. I'm okay now, boss. I'm sorry for earlier. I was just afraid that if I handed you the knife directly, I'd hurt you with my speed, she explained, her voice tinged with regret. Enough with the excuses. You're one of my most capable subordinates. Recover quickly, for we have another battle ahead. A pang of emotion struck Yang Shui as she recalled Chen Tiansheng's demeanor towards Su Wonking, and she couldn't help but plead. Can't you be a little gentler with me? Chen Tiansheng frowned. Stop acting like a girl. Yang Shui, annoyed, sat up and poked his chest with her finger. Am I not a girl? Look at me. She gestured to herself in exasperation. I don't resemble a man at all. He ruffled her short hair. And you claim you're not manly? Fuming, Yang Shui turned away, crossing her arms and snatching the spring water from him, drinking it in one go. To the onlookers, the scene atop the truck was enough to inspire fanciful tales of romance amidst the apocalypse. How envious. The man is considerate, and the woman is fierce, a perfect pair. The college students gazed at them with starry eyes, captivated by this celestial duo. Meanwhile, the soldiers, aware of Chen Tiansheng and Yang Shui's true relationship, shared knowing looks. The bond between the master and disciple was sincere, and in this perilous world, with a mentor like him, they had nothing to fear. A national treasure, with you. The people are fortunate. Adoration value, 99. Yang Shuizhong was in a sulk, while Chen Tiansheng wore a broad smile, not for any particular reason, but because his admiration points were nearing the remarkable threshold of 5,000. He pondered what extraordinary activities might be unveiled once that milestone was surpassed. Chapter 103. The Tunnel Declaration Master. We are nearing the Jiangkou Bridge. What lies ahead? Luo Long exclaimed, leaning out of the vehicle and shouting at the top of his lungs. Earlier, Chen Tiansheng had mentioned that there were 2 large shopping malls near the bridge, and occupying either would facilitate the rescue mission considerably. The convoy was moving at an astonishing speed, far exceeding their previous pace, and as they approached the bridge, it was imperative to heed Chen Tiansheng's commands. Chen Tiansheng quickly rose, surveying the horizon from his elevated position, and shouted, "Continue onward, head straight for the tunnel. No stopping elsewhere." After his command, he handed Yang Shui a bottle of spring water, returning the purple dagger to her. "Recover quickly, I will forge ahead." Without waiting for Yang Shui's response, he dashed forward, agilely maneuvering atop the convoy's roof, vanishing in the direction of the vehicle's front. "Be careful," Yang Shui, in a daze, uncorked the bottle and drank to mend her wounds. With only 400 meters left to the Jiangkou Bridge, Chen Tiansheng leaped ahead, retrieving his battle axe from his spatial backpack, unleashing a rapid onslaught that sent all obstructive vehicles flying. During their initial transit, they had concealed their movements, and the hindrances had not been promptly cleared. However, returning required an unobstructed path. Chen Tiansheng was determined to carve a route for the convoy. With a resounding thud, he employed the strength of a level 2 enhancer to obliterate the obstacles before him. The challenge lay not in the force required, but in the sheer number of vehicles causing a bottleneck on the bridge. Fortunately, the Jiangkou Bridge was not excessively long. With unwavering exertion, he maintained a pace that matched the convoy's. While Chen Tiansheng remained unfazed, the occupants of the lead vehicle were envious, especially the soldiers, who marveled at his prowess. "Is this the might of a level 2 enhancer? It's truly extraordinary." Chen Tiansheng had not anticipated that such a casual display would earn him another wave of admiration points. Once the bridge was clear, his admiration points surged past 5,000. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chen Tiansheng leaped onto the vehicle's roof, settling cross-legged as he accessed the system page to check his admiration status. The page was flooded with names, nearly 1,000 in total, each contributing significant admiration points, neatly organized by loyalty. Yet, he found only a simple 5049 admiration points, with no alterations or increases. This cannot be right. It defies logic. Lost in contemplation, he understood that programmers design pages with specific functions. The system would not generate an ineffective page without purpose. If the admiration points merely increased without utility, what was the point? Was the threshold for unlocking something set at 10,000? The notion frustrated him further. Accumulating 5,000 had been arduous enough, and the prospect of having to reach 10,000 was disheartening. As he surveyed the oncoming horde of zombies, an unbidden fury ignited within him. "I am already vexed, and you dare to disturb the peace? Perfect. I'll take my anger out on you. Attack." After a brief respite, he leaped down and resumed his ruthless assault, forging a path for the convoy. With Chen Tiansheng's relentless extermination of zombies, the convoy's speed quickened further, and after approximately 15 minutes, they finally reached the tunnel. "Charge in. Luo Long, Luo Feng, ignite the fire." Chen Tiansheng led the charge into the dark tunnel, crashing into every vehicle that blocked their path. Bulldozing his way to the tunnel's end, where he barricaded the exit with cars to prevent being flanked by zombies. The convoy halted, and the soldiers swiftly disembarked. Under Wang Yang's command, they worked in unison to block the entrance with vehicles, then climbed atop to await the approaching zombies. "Hurry, move faster. No gaps must remain. Ensure the zombies cannot breach our defenses." The strength enhancers took the front line, with speed enhancers providing support, ready to tackle any stragglers. "Students, retreat. This is too dangerous. Stay inside the vehicles." The soldiers quickly established their positions as the relentless tide of zombies surged forth. The imminent battle loomed. "Attack!" At the sound of the command, flames erupted, and the air was filled with the cacophony of combat. The tunnel had only 2 entrances, as long as they maintained their defenses using abandoned vehicles as cover. The zombies could inflict no harm. It was crucial to remember that these soldiers were all enhancers, though merely level 1. They could easily overpower lower-tier zombies in this early stage of the apocalypse. As the battle commenced, the soldiers fought valiantly, while the students, fueled by adrenaline, refused to remain passive. A few athletic students, wielding baseball bats, shouted as they clambered onto the cars, fiercely attacking the ensnared zombies. "You lot, fall back. Who told you to come up here?" One soldier barked. "We just want to help." The students retorted defiantly. "You are not needed," Wang Yang shouted. Just then, Chen Tiansheng interjected. "No, we do need their help." The students turned in excitement, seeing their idol, the imposing figure masked in flames, emerging from the inferno. "Captain, what if the people we saved die here?" Wang Yang countered urgently. Chen Tiansheng replied calmly. "Can one protect for a moment what cannot be protected for a lifetime?" He gazed intensely at the eager students and declared, I insist on saving them because they are our fresh forces. If you still view them as mere children, what will become of us in the future? After posing this question, Chen Tiansheng's next words rang with conviction. Children, zombies are perilous. Are you afraid? We are not afraid. The students shouted, raising their weapons in unison. Excellent. You have not disappointed me. Chen Tiansheng leaped atop a vehicle, rallying with fervor. Listen carefully. You are the last hope of human civilization. Each of you is vital. In this apocalypse, courage is paramount. Look at these courageous soldiers. Yesterday, they were just like you. Ordinary individuals. But today, they possess extraordinary abilities. Let me explain why. The acidic rain harbors viral proteins that modify human genetic codes, unlocking the shackles of our DNA. Only by confronting fear and conquering oneself can we shatter these genetic restraints and ascend to become the new humanity. So, are you warriors or cowards? We are warriors. Do you wish to evolve and become superhumans? Yes. Chen Tiansheng turned to the soldiers, his voice resolute. Each soldier will mentor a student, teaching them how to combat zombies. Understood. Wang Yang replied fervently. Not just him, but all the soldiers and students were ignited by Chen Tiansheng's impassioned speech, igniting a blazing fire within their hearts. Chapter 104. Support. The duty of soldiers has always been to protect the populace. They never imagined they would stand shoulder to shoulder with civilians in battle. It was only through Chen Tiansheng's stirring words that Wang Yang grasped the intent behind it. The notion of universal enlistment had initially seemed a gimmick, something no one believed would ever materialize. But today was different. Chen Tiansheng's words awakened everyone. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, these once fragile university students could potentially become their greatest allies. Realizing this, Wang Yang's spirit soared as he began to assign roles, leading the students into the fray. Wang Yang's perspective was not misplaced, but Chen Tiansheng's motivations were far simpler. He merely sought to amass prestige points, eager to elevate his standing to 10,000 and uncover the benefits that awaited. The battle was chaotic, an exhilarating clash that stirred the blood and ignited fervor in all who participated. From dusk till dawn, the tunnel's entrances were already filled with the lifeless bodies of the undead. Through the faint morning light, the ground was strewn with corpses, and each heart was ablaze with exhilaration. Not only the warriors, but the university students felt a surge of passion within. No longer mere bookworms. They had finally found their purpose in this apocalyptic world. In the safety zone of the shopping mall, Zheng Wei remained on the rooftop, observing the soldiers standing in perfect formation. In the past, he would have disregarded such matters, but today was different. After a night of vigilance, anticipation coursed through him. Stifling a yawn, he glanced at his watch. It was already past 4 in the morning. Impatiently, he called out, "Have you stood here all night without a single evolver appearing?" The once steadfast soldiers began to show signs of fatigue. Previously timid, they had refrained from engaging the zombies up close in the underground parking lot. But who could have predicted that one misstep would lead to another? If they did not evolve soon, they might completely drift apart from their former comrades. Regret permeated the hearts of all. Just then, Su Wanqing stumbled onto the rooftop. Zheng Wei. She hurriedly approached, cradling a wooden box in her arms. "Brother, is there something wrong?" Zheng Wei asked, turning to her. Su Wanqing opened the box and revealed a piece of paper. "This was given to me by Tiansheng last night. He told me to open it this morning." "What is this?" Zheng Wei peered closely at the note, his expression shifting to one of shock. "When did he leave?" "Before nightfall yesterday." "Absurd." Zheng Wei turned sharply, shouting, "Everyone, listen up. Gather downstairs immediately. We are heading into the city for rescue." The soldiers perked up at his command, disregarding their exhaustion from the night. As long as they could fight now, they would willingly face death. Such a punishment was truly torturous. Zheng Wei hurried downstairs, reassuring her, "Sister, don't worry. I will safely bring Master Chen back." Su Wanqing anxiously read the note in her hand. "Please inform Zheng Wei that I led a team into the city for training last night. He should take people to the tunnel to support us at dawn." She murmured, worried, "Going into the city at night. If something happens to you, I wouldn't want to live anymore. Quick, get in the car. Speed up." Zheng Wei urged as he slid into the passenger seat. "To the city tunnel, move faster. Drive this car like it's a plane." As he fastened his seatbelt, he grumbled, "I can't believe him. After finally evolving 58 soldiers, he takes them into the city for a risky venture. I must ensure he doesn't act recklessly again. It would be heartbreaking if we lost even a few." The support convoy sped off, racing towards the city. The tunnel had two entrances. The southern exit was engulfed in chaos, while the northern entrance faced minimal zombie activity. The southern front was a flurry of action, while the northern side lay eerily quiet, where a few soldiers and students watched the slowly approaching zombies, their hearts in turmoil. "Are you foolish? Hurry up and come over here. We've been waiting forever," a university student shouted in frustration. The zombies, upon hearing the commotion, became agitated, mindlessly charging forward, their clumsiness almost comical. "I can't hold back any longer." The student climbed over the obstacle, ready to engage the zombies, but was swiftly pulled back by a soldier. "Calm down. Don't act recklessly. If you get bitten, you'll turn into one of them, and you'll have no way to cry for help." "Fine." Just then, the sound of the approaching convoy reverberated in the distance. Peering into the horizon, the support team appeared, an unstoppable force. "Our reinforcements are here," a soldier shouted with excitement. "Can they stop in time?" a university student murmured. The soldiers suddenly realized the urgency. "Quick, get out of the way." They dragged the student aside just in time. The zombies, hearing the commotion, turned to investigate, only to be crushed under the relentless onslaught of the speeding convoy, which cleared the path of all obstacles. One vehicle, two vehicles, a dozen vehicles, an overwhelming number surged into the tunnel, an unexpected sight. Zheng Wei leaped from his car, shouting, "Master Chen, where are you? We've come to rescue you." Yang Shui appeared before him with a swift motion. "You startled me," Zheng Wei exclaimed. Without acknowledging his surprise, Yang Shui stated coldly, "My leader said to have you rotate the defenses with the reinforcements. This is a natural upgrade zone. Let the soldiers who stood guard all night slay zombies here, seeking the opportunity for breakthrough." "Oh, and then what?" Zheng Wei felt a sense of confusion wash over him. "There is no and then. That's all my leader said." With that, Yang Shui vanished into thin air. Zheng Wei raised his hand, but as he looked around, he could not find her. He had to command, "Everyone, listen up. Rotate with the soldiers and focus on exterminating the zombies." Yes, the weary soldiers, now eager to engage, quickly